Chapter 1. Rebirth. Seeking votes. Seeking updates. Hello, Miss Shen. It appears that your balance stands at 2,678,986 yuan and 68 cents. Would you like to withdraw the entire amount now? Yes, I want to withdraw it all. Very well, please hold on for a moment. The sound of the money-counting machine filled the air as several counterfeit detection machines operated simultaneously. Boxes upon boxes of cash were delivered by the staff, while 7 or 8 employees busily verified and checked the notes in the enclosed room. The bustling atmosphere intertwined with the persistent noise of the counting machines, all of which flowed into Shen Jia's ears. Seated on the sofa, Shen Jia was a vision in a winered spaghetti strap gown that accentuated her stunning beauty. The hem of her flowing red dress revealed a pair of silver high heels, and her long, dark hair cascaded like seaweed, shining with a luster that captivated the attention of all who beheld her. "Miss Shen, your cash has been counted and is ready for you," the manager said. Upon seeing the woman before him rise and offer a faint smile, he felt his cheeks flush. He swallowed hard, having never encountered such an ethereal presence, and wondered whom she would be advantageous to in the future. As she stepped out of the bank, the weather was splendid. Shen Jia looked up at the clear blue sky, her emotions a tangled web of complexity. For she had been reborn. Before her rebirth, she had struggled in a post-apocalyptic world, desperately searching for water resources. It was only after Lu Jia and her stepmother found her, and a heated argument ensued, that she discovered the jade bracelet on her wrist was actually a space treasure. Beholding the heaps of gold bars and antique paintings scattered around, she finally understood that the wealth and treasures left to her by her grandparents were all contained within. Yet, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, these possessions were worth less than a mere basket of cabbage. In the final moments before her previous demise, they had continued to humiliate her. "Shen Jia, since you're on the brink of death, let me tell you the truth. If it weren't for my mother informing me that your grandparents left you a substantial fortune, do you think I would have squandered so many years on such a foolish woman like you?" Lu Jia's eyes turned red with envy. Shen Jia watched him finally reveal his vile nature and burst into laughter, realizing this was his true face. He coveted the space jade bracelet, so she would ensure he did not get his way. "Sister, why don't you just give us all the resources for survival?" Her half-brother spoke up, standing behind Lu Jia. Shen Jia screamed in despair. "Why should I yield to you?" Throughout her life, every time her brother fought her for something, it was always under the pretense that she should let him have it. She had thought that by giving in, her father would notice her a little more. Yet her father never cast even a glance her way for her obedience, and instead, he always concocted a plethora of excuses to drive her away. A pale, bitter smile crept across her lips. It turned out the villains had long been in cahoots. She had been so naive. Regretful tears streamed down Shen Jia's face. What use was there in lamenting now? "Shen Jia, this is your own doing. Jia, your mother knows you've always been a well-behaved child." Her stepmother continued to speak gently, wiping her tears intermittently, while Shen Jia regarded them with cold indifference. It was then she realized how despicable human nature could be. "Jia, your brother is still young. How can you expect us to survive in this apocalypse? Mother knows you are capable and intelligent. Your grandmother left you so much. I heard from a Jia that." Shen Jia sneered. "Don't you simply want my jade bracelet?" Gazing upon their hypocritical faces, Shen Jia suddenly burst into laughter. "I will not fulfill your desires." Swiftly removing the jade bracelet from her wrist, she hurled it to the ground before them. The sound of the shattered jade echoed alongside Lu Jia's roar and her stepmother's weeping, intertwined with her life's misplaced trust. In her previous life, her best friend had been murdered while trying to save her, her beautiful eyes cruelly gouged out. Recalling the events of her past life, her hands instinctively clenched into fists. In this life, she would ensure they paid in blood for their sins. "Nian, let's go to the company and find Lu Jia." Nian observed the back of the car, filled with boxes from the bank, her eyes wide with surprise. "Why did you withdraw so much money? Dressed so beautifully to confront Lu Jia, and with so much cash, you can't possibly be proposing, right?" This was indeed Shen Jia's usual style, lavish and extravagant. That scumbag was fond of money today. She would let him experience the taste of loss. Breaking up, Nian scrutinized Shen Jia, noticing how she seemed transformed after just a few days apart. "Jia, You're not joking, are you? Yin stared at her in astonishment. Everyone had once tried to dissuade Shen Jia from being with the gold-digging man, yet she had insisted on maintaining the relationship against all odds. Now that they had slowly begun to accept him, she suddenly realized the truth. Shen Jia looked at her worried friend, unable to suppress the urge to embrace her. Yin. In the apocalypse, the treachery of humanity had nearly driven her to despair, and the death of her best friend had been the final straw. Now, to see her again, alive, Shen Jia was overwhelmed with mixed emotions and clung tightly to her friend, weeping. Like a mother comforting a child, Yin gently stroked Shen Jia's back. Jia, be good, don't cry. If you're unhappy, we can break up right now. As long as you are happy, I will stand by you no matter what. Shen Jia held Yin, sobbing like a child. Yin, you must always stay by my side. In her heart, Shen Jia silently vowed, Yin, in this life, I will protect you without fail. The car soon arrived at the company's entrance. Jia, I'll accompany you. Shen Jia, with her gentle nature, found it easy to trust others. Lu Jia had taken advantage of this trait, keeping her firmly in his grasp. Do we need two people to deal with a man who relies on others for his livelihood? Shen Jia declared, striding away in her high heels. Yin watched Shen Jia's confident stride and felt a surge of certainty that Shen Jia had indeed changed. Shen Jia dressed elegantly and confidently, drawing admiration from the few employees who were not accustomed to seeing her so radiant. Vice President Lu is truly fortunate, they remarked. Shen Jia merely smiled, remaining silent as she followed the secretary into Lu Jia's office. Jia, you're here? Lu Jia greeted her with a dazzling smile. Shen Jia felt an unexpected wave of revulsion wash over her. Lu Jia, we need to break up. Shen Jia fixed her gaze coldly upon the man before her, considering even this declaration a courtesy. His face immediately shifted to an awkward yet polite smile. Jia, what has come over you? Return to me all the luxury cars, properties, and shares of the company that I gifted you. Shen Jia rose to her feet, relishing the revelation that the scoundrel had finally reached this day. Elated within, she maintained a frosty demeanor as she declared, within a week. She did not wish to utter another word, merely thinking of his true nature during the apocalypse made her stomach churn. Jia, Shen Jia stood, her gaze icy. 3 days. Furthermore, if you refuse to agree to the breakup, you can leave the company today. Lu Jia was taken aback by Shen Jia's commanding presence, wondering if she had taken leave of her senses today. Chapter 2. Reconciliation with Friends. The upcoming zombie battles are thrilling. Leaving the company, Shen Jia felt a refreshing sense of exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, she coldly remarked, Lu Jia, in this life, it is your turn to plead with me. The space jade bracelet left by her grandmother had been discovered by chance, but unfortunately, she had realized its value too late in her previous life, which was why she had immediately gone to the bank to withdraw money upon her rebirth. Because time was of the essence, she needed to formulate a plan to prepare for the impending doom in 3 months. Jia, Yin waved from beside a large white SUV, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Shen Jia's joyful expression, clearly indicating a successful breakup. Wait a minute, how could a man like Lu Jia, a gold digger, let go of such a prize so easily? Yin questioned, her brow furrowed, recalling Shen Jia's love-struck nature. Shen Jia replied with pride, I told him that if he disagreed, he would be kicked out of the company today. Yin nodded, understanding that nearly all of Lu Jia's assets had come from Shen Jia. To truly sever ties with a man, one must target what he valued most. And for a man like Lu Jia, money was his greatest weakness. Yin was astonished by Shen Jia's decisiveness and her firm resolve to part ways with Lu Jia. Who would have thought? You've transformed not only in style, but also in decisiveness. Yin teased, genuinely surprised by Shen Jia's newfound assertiveness. Yin, are Xiang, Ran, and the others free lately? Due to her relationship with Lu Jia, she had not contacted her other friends a long time. In her previous life, their friendships had been strained because of him, even reaching the point of severed ties. In this life, men? Shen Jia scoffed at the notion. Jia, something's off with you, you're acting very differently. Yin shook her head, sensing that ever since she had seen Shen Jia today, something had felt amiss. especially now that she was inquiring about Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran, which felt utterly out of place. I recall you once declared that you never wished to see them again. What was once a harmonious quartet of close friends was shattered by the arrival of Lu Jia, leading to a fierce quarrel that drove them apart. When desire takes precedence, the bonds of friendship can become frail. Yet today, how has this fellow's temper transformed into such gentleness and amiability? I have seen the error of my ways. Surely, she cannot reveal that her rebirth is the reason behind her change of heart. Moreover, the thought of having to explain everything to the remaining two friends made her decide it was best to gather everyone together first. In this apocalyptic world, she has come to understand that men, our inconsequential sisterhood, is the true path to salvation. Nian Nian, could you arrange a gathering for us sisters? She knew He Nian had been striving for years to mend the rifts among them. Yet in the past, Shen Jia had been so infatuated with love that she could hardly heed any negative remarks about Lu Jia. Nian Nian, I just missed them. Shen Jia lowered her head, having witnessed too many regrets and cold shoulders in this wasteland. She realized that only her friends had ever genuinely cared for her, yet she had inadvertently led to their demise. She truly missed them. She wanted to protect them and rectify the regrets and mistakes of her past life. All right, I will add you to the group chat. With a ding from her phone, Shen Jia gazed at the photo on the screen showing the four of them laughing together. In this life, you all are my most cherished ones. Xiang Xiang doesn't eat cilantro. Jia Jia doesn't eat garlic. Jia Jia? She casually sent a red envelope containing 2,000. Xiang Xiang doesn't eat cilantro. Thank you, boss. Such generosity. Jia Jia doesn't eat garlic. Sisters, let's meet tonight at Mirage. Mirage was the largest music restaurant in South City, founded by Shen Jia with the intention of providing a trustworthy and enjoyable venue for their gatherings. However, since their falling out, she had not visited in quite some time. In this apocalyptic era, the restaurant had been seized by her stepmother and Lu Jia due to its sturdy renovations. Shen Jia had been expelled countless times when attempting to seek refuge there. Since they were so fond of it, she decided she would not yield to them. A smile crept across Shen Jia's face as a plan began to form in her mind. Jia Jia doesn't eat garlic. Sisters, are you free this afternoon? Let's go shopping. Everyone. She had the funds, but first, she needed to stock up on supplies. Relying solely on her own purchasing power would not suffice. With thoughts of the cash stashed in her trunk, her goal for today was to spend half. It was a perfect opportunity to gather with her friends. As it was said that a woman's shopping prowess is formidable, they could use this chance to stock up on supplies. Xiang Xiang du cent eat cilantro. Im free. Today is my day off. Ran Ran loves fish. I'm not working lately. Jia Jia doesn't eat garlic. Send your location. Nian Nian, and I will come to pick you up. Xiang Xiang doesn't eat cilantro. Ran Ran loves fish. Jia Jia, Nian Nian, over here. Zhou Xiang, dressed casually yet elegantly, caught Shen Jia's eye. She was accustomed to this style, but she was surprised to see Shen Jia in a weiner gown. Change your style? Zhou Xiang teased. Not at all. I dressed beautifully to break up with that scoundrel, so he can't forget me. Shen Jia retorted in frustration. Xiang Xiang, I'm sorry for the past. Zhou Xiang stepped closer and wrapped her arms around Shen Jia. We are like family. She laughed heartily. What made you come to this realization? Because I don't want to lose you all. Memories of the apocalypse flashed in Shen Jia's mind. She truly did not wish to lose her friends again. You silly girl. Zhou Xiang playfully flicked Shen Jia's nose. Being the youngest among them, Shen Jia had been treated like a little sister throughout their years together. Zhou Xiang only wished for her happiness. Yet Lu Jia seemed anything but a good man. She couldn't fathom what Shen Jia saw in him. Let's go. We need to pick up Ran Ran. As Shen Jia sat in the car, watching her friends banter and tease each other, her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears. Jia Jia, what you lost and thought about? Zhou Xiang noticed Shen Jia's silence and the redness in her eyes. Shen Jia shook her head. Now was not the time for reminiscing about their sisterly bond. In just 3 months, extreme weather, floods, tsunamis, and other calamities would herald the arrival of the apocalypse. She needed to find a way to inform her friends about this. Sisters, if the world were to end, what would you do? Shen Jia inquired, eager to learn her friends' thoughts on survival in such dire circumstances. What do you mean, the end of the world? The two responded in unison. A survival crisis, Shen Jia explained after a moment's thought. She understood that most portrayals of apocalypses in films and television revolved around biological threats, and her friends, being young women, could hardly grasp the concept. In truth, she had once been just as ignorant, however. After 3 years in the apocalypse, she had become well-versed in all matters concerning survival. To live, she was no longer the pampered young lady she once was. Zhou Xiang pondered for a moment before speaking. If there were to be an apocalypse, don't worry, I will protect you. Despite her gentle name, Zhou Xiang was a black belt in Taekwondo. Shen Jia couldn't help but chuckle at the memory of Zhou Xiang having pummeled Liu Jie until he resembled a swollen pig. Chapter 3. The Crisis of the Apocalypse. Upon arriving at Mirage, the manager, upon seeing Shen Jia, was filled with a warm smile. It had been quite some time since General Manager Shen graced this place, and today she was adorned in vibrant attire, suggesting that a delightful occasion was at hand. Shen Jia smiled and said, "Do you see these beautiful ladies next to me? We are destined to be together from now on, so we are celebrating in advance today." Upon hearing this, the manager was momentarily taken aback, as he recalled that President Shen was already in a relationship. How had her preferences changed so suddenly? Seeing him lost in thought, Shen Jia was not angry. She glanced around the hall and decided to claim the most comfortable beach lounge for herself tonight. The manager hesitated slightly and said, "Ms. Shen, the beach lounge is already occupied." Occupied? Shen Jia's tone sharpened as she narrowed her eyes at the person before her. She was indifferent to whether or not anyone else was present. She demanded it immediately. Noticing the tension, her close friends quickly intervened. "Jia, there are just 4 of us. We don't necessarily need a luxurious private room," Zhou Xiang suggested, gesturing towards the elegantly decorated hall. "We can sit here and enjoy our meal. As long as we can converse, it will be wonderful." Indeed, Lin Ran chimed in, aware that it was rare to see Shen Jia angry and knowing that when she could be quite reckless. Shen Jia observed her friends' indulgent smiles and felt a reluctance to settle for anything less than their desires. Moreover, her current aspiration for the most extravagant and opulent private room stemmed from the impending arrival of the apocalypse. Someone had summoned them, graciously waiving their bill for the evening. Shen Jia spoke with an unexpected candor, leaving those around her in astonishment. She had never exhibited such a bold and carefree demeanor before. Amidst the surprise of her close friends, the manager could only nod in resignation. Within a mere 10 minutes, the guests from the third-floor beach hall emerged. One strikingly beautiful girl, exuding an alluring charm, cast a meaningful glance at Shen Jia. Shen Jia, caught off guard, glanced sideways and felt an inexplicable familiarity. It could not place her. "Jia, you have changed," the 3 remarked in unison. Shen Jia gazed at them in confusion, but in the next moment, the 3 of them erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "It's simply Taikula." Hand in hand, they joyfully strolled to the beach hall. Although they had visited many times before, they were still awestruck by the opulent and grand design before them. The deep blue marble tiles shimmered with subtle water patterns, and directly opposite the entrance stood a magnificent floor-to-ceiling skylight, through which vibrant marine life gracefully swam. The entire room was adorned in deep blue hues, evoking an exhilarating sensation of sailing upon the ocean as soon as one stepped inside, truly a feast for the spirit. "Jia, although we are always amazed each time we come here, I must admit that you are indeed quite wealthy," Nian remarked. "You are right. We shall rely on Jia from now on." Shen Jia, beaming with joy, proclaimed, "All right. From now on, I shall take care of you all, whether in the present or in the impending apocalypse. Let us see what delights your palates." She gestured for the waiter to bring the menu to her friends, who sat eagerly perusing the thick volume. In a world ravaged by chaos, the luxury of seafood or even a warm dish was a rarity. Unable to contain herself, she gazed at the menu adorned with red circles and remarked, "Why not order a bit more?" The 3 friends looked at Shen Jia in astonishment, wondering if she had taken leave of her senses that day. "I simply wish for you all to indulge and enjoy. If we can no longer savor these flavors in the future, you will not long for them once you grow weary of such tastes. Jia, you are truly acting strangely today. I have noticed it too, Jia. Do you have something you wish to share with us?" Shen Jia gazed at her worried friends. momentarily at a loss for words to broach the topic of the impending apocalypse. She discreetly signaled to the waiter beside her, and moments later, the spacious private room was left with only the four of them. Clearing her throat, she began, "In 3 months, the end of the world will arrive." Shen Jia harbored no intention of deceiving her close friends. Rather than weaving a web of lies for them to believe, she preferred to speak her truth. What? Qing Yin gazed at her in disbelief, while Lin Ran maintained a serious demeanor, as Shen Jia knew she had a penchant for all things science fiction. The apocalypse. Zombies? Lin Ran pondered, recalling that the portrayals of apocalyptic scenarios in films and novels predominantly featured zombies. She contemplated whether, should such a calamity arise, she would transform into a zombie from the outset or manage to survive through 3 episodes first. Jia, how could you possibly know the apocalypse is upon us? Zhou Xiang remained remarkably composed. Among the 4 sisters, she was invariably the one who retained her calm during significant events. In truth, I have been reborn, Shen Jia declared earnestly. The reason I summoned all of you today is to ensure that the 4 of us remain together in this impending apocalypse. After stating her intent, she observed the reactions of her friends and recognized that they believed her. In her previous life, she had perished in the apocalypse, and now she yearned to rectify the regrets of her past, wishing only to live well alongside her cherished friends. Matters of men and love no longer held significance for her. The only individuals worthy of her devotion were the girls before her. After more than a decade of friendship, if there were anyone in this world who would unconditionally trust her, aside from her late grandparents, it was these 3. As anticipated, the trio spoke in unison. "What do you need us to do?" Their tone hinted at a glimmer of excitement. Shen Jia laughed heartily, reveling in the thought of facing the apocalypse with her friends. "Tonight is the World Cup final. Join me in placing bets, and tomorrow we shall await our winnings." She added, "Oh, and remember to resign from your jobs, for we must begin stockpiling supplies." Upon hearing the term stockpiling, their eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. It is often said that shopping is a woman's nature, and the thought of the 4 of them embarking on a shopping spree filled Shen Jia with immense joy. "Resign? Huh, that would be utterly delightful. I have long been weary of my foolish boss. Do you know what the first thing he does every morning upon arriving at the office is?" Lin Ran exclaimed, deftly lifting a piece of salmon sushi to her lips. The tender fish enveloped in fragrant rice prompted Lin Ran to burst into a dance of joy. Shen Jia observed Lin Ran, who appeared to be teasingly withholding information, and felt a surge of impatience. "Hey, Ran, could you perhaps finish speaking before indulging in your meal? The table is laden with 2 generous platters of sushi, more than enough for you." Lin Ran swallowed a piece of sushi and then lifted a goblet of red wine from the side, rising to her feet. With a mischievous smile, she proclaimed, "The very first thing I do each morning upon arriving at the office is to pass gas." Ha ha ha. The private room erupted with the hearty laughter of the 4 girls, and Lin Ran, pleased with her friend's reactions, nodded and added, "And that's not all." Tears of laughter welled up in Shen Jia's eyes as she gazed at the mysteriously poised Lin Ran. "If you have something joyful to share, please do, so we may all revel in happiness together." Chapter 4. Betting on the World Cup. The author humbly requests continued support. Upon the sight of a beautiful woman, the old man became flustered, and in his nervousness he resorted to picking his nose. Lin Ran animatedly recounted the story, causing the group to collapse onto the table in fits of laughter, breathless with mirth. Observing her friends in such a state, Lin Ran feigned seriousness, remarking, "Look at yourselves now. There is not a trace of the allure of beauty to be found." Shen Jia gazed at Lin Ran, her laughter trembling as she inquired, "Ran, how do you manage to refrain from laughing at work every day?" Lin Ran looked at her with a proud expression and replied, "I have a high threshold for humor, unlike the rest of you." Qing Yin and Zhou Xiang swiftly approached Lin Ran from behind. Observing this, Shen Jia hurriedly set down the tall glass she was holding on the table. In a moment of confusion on Lin Ran's face, Qing Yin and Zhou Xiang initiated their playful tickling attack, and soon, Lin Ran's laughter echoed throughout the private room, surpassing the others. Shen Jia chuckled to the point of exhaustion as she gazed at the raucous trio before her. Shaking her head, She rose to activate the television screen in the private room. Little did they know, with just 3 hours remaining until the commencement of the World Cup, they had yet to place their bets. Xiang, Nian Nian, hurry up. Shen Jia swiftly opened her mobile application, downloaded the betting app, and navigated to the finals betting section, relieved that she could still place a wager. She recalled that this year's match ended with Argentina triumphing over France in a 3-3 draw, ultimately decided by a penalty shootout. She vividly remembered watching the game with Liu Jia, who had been sulking at the time. It was only because of Liu Jia that Shen Jia's recollection of the match's outcome was so fresh. What's the matter? Yin Yin was the first to rush over, observing Shen Jia's contemplative expression as she stared at her phone screen. In an instant, she surmised that Shen Jia was pondering the score of tonight's final. Jia, do you know the score for tonight's final? Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang chimed in. Since Shen Jia had not disclosed how she was aware of the apocalypse, they refrained from pressing her for answers. They understood that Shen Jia was an individual with her own thoughts and convictions. If there were matters she chose not to articulate, it was surely for a reason. I have actually been reborn. The three of them were taken aback, as rebirth implied that she had perished in her previous world. Lin Ran, a science fiction enthusiast, felt her eyes welling up with tears as she murmured. Shen Jia observed her close friends with tear-filled eyes and exclaimed, "Do not dwell on it so much. My demise is solely due to that scoundrel Liu Jia. Besides, you all perished far quicker than I did in this apocalypse, didn't you?" The initially tender atmosphere shifted abruptly with Shen Jia's words, igniting curiosity in the three friends. Jia, do enlighten me on how I met my end. And what about me? Shen Jia helplessly shook her head. The three women, who had just been smiling joyfully, now wore entirely different expressions. Shen Jia could not help but exclaim that indeed, women are ever so fickle. Please wait a moment. The most crucial thing now is to place our bets. Oh yes. Yes. Our wealth is at stake. Lin Ran chuckled. I realize that in this apocalypse, we are destined to perish before Jia, simply because we lack her affluence. Shen Jia cast an exasperated glance at her best friend, marveling at Lin Ran's boundless imagination, which could easily befit a novelist. After the three of them, following Shen Jia's lead, successfully downloaded the app, they squandered every last penny from their bank accounts on betting, especially Zhou Xiang. As a dedicated educator, she had scarcely watched a single match throughout her life, and the thought of engaging in such perilous betting, where a misstep could lead to ruin, filled her with trepidation. Thus, when Shen Jia urged them to place a full wager, Zhou Xiang's expression was one of dismay. Jia, she implored, could we perhaps stake a smaller amount? Witnessing her hard-earned savings of 300,000 evaporate in an instant was nothing short of a tumultuous emotional experience. Xiang, you are far too serious, Yin Yan exclaimed, seizing her phone to press the confirm button. You must have faith in Jia. Perhaps by tomorrow, you will emerge as the wealthiest in Nanjing. Oh wait, tomorrow's wealthiest should still be Jia. With that, she gazed at Shen Jia with awe, astonished by her prowess in this new life. As even the money-obsessed, Yin Yan felt her convictions swaying. Shen Jia gazed at Yin Yan, who wore a lovesick expression and felt quite resistant. Yin, I know what you're thinking. Let me assure you, I am a serious person. Lin Ran burst into laughter, exclaiming, this is hilarious. Jia, Yin is almost turning into your little fangirl. Shen Jia observed Yin Yan's starry-eyed look and, with a hint of exasperation, reached out to tap her on the head. For heaven's sake, please wake up. You are such a love-struck fool. What? Am I really love-struck? Yin Yan stared at Shen Jia in disbelief, to which Shen Jia responded with a smirk and a serious nod. Ha! Yin Yan's demise in the apocalypse surely won't be tied to a man, will it? Shen Jia admired Zhou Xiang, acknowledging her as a true teacher with formidable logical reasoning. All right, let's enjoy the meal while watching the match. With such a lavish spread before us, can you honestly say you are not tempted? Shen Jia noticed the table was laden with the distinctive seafood of Mirage City and wondered if her friend could finish it all today. Zhou Xiang smiled gently. Jia, you should eat something. I can't shake the feeling that you've lost weight. She shook her head, uncertain if it was merely her imagination, but she sensed that her friend had endured considerable hardship. Shen Jia overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward and embraced Zhou Xiang tightly, exclaiming, "I knew you were the best." Xiang. Shen Jia shook her head, while Zhou Xiang smiled. The group quietly resumed their meal. Shen Jia delicately savored the sweet and sour ribs. The tender pork enveloped in the fragrant sweetness of sugar. She felt it had been ages since she had tasted such a delightful dish. She then picked up a braised lion's head from the side and relished its firm texture and rich flavor. Suddenly, a wave of hunger washed over her. As the competition was about to begin, the time spent with her close friends always seemed to fly by. Watching the screen as the illustrious Mei made her entrance, Shen Jia's heart danced with joy. Although she was not lacking in wealth, she still yearned to experience the thrill of overnight riches. "Yin, look, your favorite football superstar," Lin Ran exclaimed with glee. Yin smiled brightly, and the trio indulged in their feast while watching the World Cup, until the final whistle blew, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. Shen Jia, grinning with delight, declared, Jia, you are our goddess." Ha, this meal is on me." Lin Ran laughed exuberantly at the sight of Argentina on stage receiving their award. Chapter 5. The Prejudice of a Dog's Eye. The group continued their festivities into the night, with the inebriated Lin Ran and Yin insisting that Shen Jia share tales of the post-apocalyptic world. The sober Shen Jia and Zhou Xiang exchanged knowing glances, both appreciating their shared predicament. "Why don't you stay at my place tonight?" Shen Jia suggested, rummaging through Yin's belongings for her keys while casting a bemused glance at Zhou Xiang. Upon hearing that she could stay with Shen Jia, Zhou Xiang's expression brightened instantaneously. Jia, I remember. It has been ages since we shared a bed." Shen Jia mused about how different it felt when teachers spoke, gazing at Zhou Xiang's beaming face under the moonlight. After helping the two inebriates into the car, Shen Jia took the driver's seat and drove towards her cherished villa in the southern suburbs. This villa, a legacy from her grandparents, was her most treasured possession over the years. Although located in the outskirts, it offered fresh air and tranquil surroundings. It was here that she had managed to survive for 3 years in her past life, and the thought of possibly never returning filled her with a tumult of emotions. Jia, what are you thinking about?" The silence prompted Zhou Xiang to peek through the rearview mirror, intrigued by Shen Jia's somber gaze. Xiang, the house in the suburbs was left to me by my grandparents. Perhaps tomorrow I will sell it along with all my other properties." Shen Jia spoke, her eyes seemingly focused ahead yet distant. "Actually, if you truly can't bear to part with it, you could find a way to preserve it. Or we could renovate the villa and transform it into our safe haven," Zhou Xiang suggested thoughtfully after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, why hadn't she thought of that? Even with a new space, they needed to establish a sanctuary. Shen Jia turned her head, gazing at Zhou Xiang with admiration. Xiang, has anyone ever told you that you are a remarkable teacher?" Zhou Xiang smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and nodded in acknowledgement. The car swiftly arrived at the villa. After assisting Yin and Lin Ran with their morning routines, Shen Jia and Zhou Xiang indulged in a relaxing bath. After their preparations, it was already 2 in the morning. The two of them, hand in hand, nestled into bed and drifted off into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Lin Ran was abruptly awakened by a relentless barrage of calls from her boss. As she descended the stairs with her phone in hand, Shen Jia overheard her muttering irritably, "What does it matter to me? I'm done." Meanwhile, Yin had just finished tidying up, and, upon seeing Lin Ran standing at the staircase with an expression of fury, chuckled, "What has you so riled up this early?" Lin Ran turned to face the bleary-eyed Yin, exclaiming, "That foolish boss who makes me work every day." Yin smiled. "Did you not fire him?" It dawned on Lin Ran that she was soon to become immensely wealthy, prompting her to beam as she linked arms with Yin and headed downstairs for breakfast. "Hurry up, you two, and drink some honey water," Shen Jia urged, pushing 2 cups toward them. "Finish it quickly. After breakfast, we'll go shopping." Upon hearing the prospect of shopping, the two eagerly gulped down their drinks. "You should check the balance in your accounts," Shen Jia suggested, wrapping a slice of toast with blueberry jam and savoring it, relishing the sweetness. Unable to resist, she picked up a croissant and took a hearty bite. The coconut flakes mingled with a delicate buttery aroma, prompting her to muse indeed. Food is the best remedy for the soul. After a simple cleanup post-breakfast, the group set off for the mall. The weather is simply perfect for shopping today, Lin Ran remarked, gazing up at the boundless sky, marveling at what a splendid day it was. Today, Shen Jia donned a casual gray ensemble, while Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang were adorned in shades of blue and pink, respectively, and He Nian was dressed in white. Observing her three close friends clad in similarly styled yet distinctly colored outfits lifted Shen Jia's spirits. It turns out that obsessive tendencies can occasionally yield positive outcomes. Jia, are we headed to purchase cosmetics? The first floor of the shopping mall was filled with beauty sections. Several sales associates, casting indifferent glances at the group of seemingly unremarkable girls, expressed their disdain with scornful looks. Some even audibly derided them, remarking on their apparent lack of sophistication in daring to approach luxury brand counters. Shen Jia initially intended to accompany her close friends to explore some culinary delights. With her exceptional hearing, she couldn't help but pause upon overhearing the sales associate's scornful remarks as she turned around. Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran looked at her, bewildered. "What is wrong, Jia?" they inquired, clearly sensing the underlying implications in the words. Just as they were about to react, Shen Jia turned back with a mischievous grin, thinking it would be far more entertaining to let them embarrass her rather than the other way around. "Let us watch the show unfold," she whispered, and the three nodded eagerly, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Miss, what shade are you interested in?" The sales associate with a high ponytail approached with evident impatience, having expected the group to leave, but surprised to find them lingering. "Nothing, I'm just browsing," Shen Jia replied coolly, sensing the hostility in the air. "Very well, take your time," the associate retorted with a hint of disdain, which caused Shen Jia to furrow her brow slightly. How ridiculous for a pauper to be perusing luxury brands. Such a waste of time and expression. One of those costs over 300. That's a day's wage for her, the ponytailed associate whispered to a few seasoned colleagues nearby. Shen Jia turned and shot a cold glance in their direction. The associate, noticing her gaze, rolled her eyes in response. Lin Ran, witnessing the associate's arrogant demeanor, felt an urge to confront her, but Zhou Xiang gently pulled her back, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. These sales associates truly have a condescending view of others, He Nian remarked with a glint of amusement. Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran turned to her, observing her raised eyebrows and a smile. "This is the second time I've seen Jia exude such confidence," she added. "What? You two have secretly witnessed her in action before?" they exclaimed in astonishment. He Nian chuckled mischievously, recalling how Shen Jia had confronted that freeloading Lu Jia during their breakup. "Ah, the memories!" She grinned, further piquing Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran's curiosity. Chapter 6. A resounding slap in the face. Shen Jia had long noticed Chu Ran, who appeared out of place among the crowd of sales assistants. She smiled at her and glanced at the name tag on her chest, then casually pointed to the lipsticks displayed in the showcase. "Chu Ran, aside from that dreadful Barbie pink, I would like 4 of each shade. Additionally, do you have any recommended colors, particularly the latest trending shades?" Shen Jia declared with an air of confidence and generosity. "All of them?" Chu Ran was taken aback by the overwhelming request. The sales assistants, who had previously mocked her, turned their heads in disbelief, gazing at Shen Jia with astonishment. Shen Jia smirked, relishing the shocked expressions on their faces. However, Chu Ran, despite recognizing the magnitude of the order, kindly reminded Shen Jia, "But lipsticks have an expiration date. Can you truly use them all?" "It's perfectly fine. I'm purchasing them as gifts," Shen Jia replied, considering that she need not worry about expiration in her spacious storage. Moreover, even after the apocalypse, many women still cherish their love for beauty, making these items suitable for resale. "Very well, I shall prepare your order now. Currently, we have a promotion offering double membership points. Given your substantial purchase, you should be able to exchange them for several cosmetic products," Chu Ran said, relieved to know Shen Jia intended to use them for gifting and, adhering to her professional ethics, planned to calculate additional discounts for her. "All right, for the cosmetics, please provide me with a set suitable for my personal use. I have sensitive skin. Arrange everything from foundation to makeup remover. If the points are insufficient, I shall pay the difference," Shen Jia replied with a smile, glancing at the sales assistant with the high ponytail, whose face turned crimson with indignation. By the way, please select 3 additional shades for oily, combination, and sensitive skin, and include them in the total, she called out to Chu Ran, who was moving toward the warehouse, while nonchalantly dismissing the high ponytailed sales assistant. Miss, we actually have some new products here that are quite effective. The high ponytailed sales assistant, unable to contain her frustration, finally spoke up, regretting her earlier snobbery that had cost her a significant sale. Yin stood at the doorway, chuckling. See, I told you Jia Jia is both cool and stylish now. Shen Jia shook her head, gesturing for her not to obstruct the way. The high ponytail saleswoman, undeterred, turned to clear the path and spoke. Miss, this Charan is a newcomer. She may not be quite adept at handling the checkout yet. Perhaps I could assist you from here on. As Shen Jia listened with great interest, she inquired, Oh, is she a newcomer? The high ponytail sales associate felt a wave of shame wash over her, lowering her head in silence. Yet, she hesitated, reluctant to miss out on this significant sale. Miss, I'm still worried she might make a mistake. Perhaps we should. The high ponytail sales associate attempted to negotiate further, but Shen Jia interrupted her with a wave of her hand. If it's not her, I shall not make the purchase. Shen Jia regarded the blushing woman before her with a broad smile, understanding that the company's progress was more paramount than her own sales figures. The high ponytail sales associate reluctantly walked away. Thank you, Chu Ran whispered, her heart a whirlwind of astonishment and delight. She was taken aback by Shen Jia's defense of her, and elated that she had secured such a significant sale in front of the seasoned sales associates. In total, there are 433 lipsticks, 8 eyeshadow palettes, and 1 highlighter. Chu Ran meticulously explained to Shen Jia, while Lin Ran stood at the doorway observing the young girl in professional attire, who appeared somewhat naive as she spoke. That young lady resembles Xiang quite a lot, she remarked. Really? Do you think so? Xiang replied, her expression skeptical. Where's the resemblance? They both seem quite easy to bully. Yin's words were incisive, causing Zhou Xiang to glare at her in irritation, though she merely winked back playfully. Miss Shen, I've arranged for you a diamond membership card, which allows you to use points as cash for future purchases. After deducting the points from your account, the total comes to 100,055 yuan. Chu Ran recalled that the lipsticks were gifts. Would you like them packaged separately? Shen Jia turned around and waved to her friends outside the door. Shall I wrap this for you? She inquired. Chu Ran gazed in astonishment at the 4 individuals before her, all clad in identical attire. It dawned on her that Miss Shen was presenting a gift to her friends. She felt a pang of envy for them. How wonderful it would be if she too had such companions. Shen Jia extracted several sets of samples from a collection of skincare products. Among the multitude of small samples, many were of medium size. With a playful smile, she pushed them into Chu Ran's embrace, exclaiming, These are all for you. Chu Ran gazed at Shen Jia in astonishment. It was her first encounter with a client who wished to bestow gifts upon her, especially one as stunning as this beautiful sister who had placed a substantial order. Chu Ran felt somewhat conflicted. Do not worry. These are merely samples, a personal gift from me to you. Additionally, here is something else. Shen Jia rummaged through her bag to produce a business card, handing it to her. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call me. Overwhelmed by the kindness of a client, Chu Ran felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Who would have thought you would experience such a moment, Chu Ran? The tall, ponytailed sales associate, witnessing the opportunity slip away, couldn't help but begin her sarcastic jibes towards Chu Ran. Shen Jia was just about to unleash a tirade of curses when a voice interrupted her. Director, you have arrived. The high ponytail accompanied the voice, indicating that the individual who had truly addressed the situation had appeared. We sincerely apologize for the unpleasant shopping experience caused by our staff member. Upon receiving your complaint, we promptly took action, and the outcome is the dismissal of the employee in question. May I inquire if you find this resolution satisfactory? With a smile, Shen Jia nodded, confident that Director Li would handle everything well. She turned and walked away with her belongings. Wow, when did Jia Jia become so cool? Jia Jia, why did you give your business card to that girl? When did you make that complaint call? I didn't see a thing. The relentless barrage of questions from her friends left Shen Jia momentarily at a loss as to whom she should respond first. After some contemplation, she decided to voice what she felt most compelled to share. That girl, In the apocalypse, save me. Turning around, Shen Jia realized the counter was no longer in sight, and she silently prayed that the girl would remain safe in the future. What? The three friends were even more astonished. Shen Jia nodded. Had she not saved me at that moment, perhaps I would have never even had the chance to be reborn. Lin Ran spoke first. Jia, such occurrences shall not happen again. Zhou Xiang raised the large shopping bag in her hand and declared, we have promised to live our lives together in this post-apocalyptic world. Shen Jia gazed at her close friend, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Indeed, a lifetime. Chapter 7. Shrimp Wonton Noodles. After placing a multitude of cosmetics and skincare products into the trunk of the taxi, the group exchanged glances. Jia, shouldn't we stock up on food first in this apocalypse? Lin Ran, the true foodie, articulated the crux of the matter. Having spent such a hefty sum without acquiring any provisions, Lin Ran couldn't help but internally lament how extravagant women could be. Let's go. We need to buy food. Shen Jia laughed heartily at Lin Ran's comically disdainful expression, recognizing that her friend's gluttonous nature was beginning to reveal itself. But, Jia, where are we going to put all these things? Zhou Xiang pondered thoughtfully beside the trunk, unable to fathom how Shen Jia intended to store so many items. Hin Yin nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although they had transformed into wealthy women overnight, without proper storage, all this bounty would be a waste. Fear not, the heroines in rebirth novels always possess a golden finger, Shen Jia declared with pride. What finger? Hin Yin inquired, evidently someone who rarely indulged in novels. Shen Jia arrived with great enthusiasm, her face adorned with a mischievous smile, reminiscent of golden fingers. Lin Ran shook his head helplessly, having repeatedly advised her against idolizing celebrities. Yet she chose to ignore his counsel. Look now, she has fallen victim to her own lack of knowledge. Hin Yin gazed at Lin Ran in exasperation and urged, well, why don't you enlighten us? It's merely a superpower, she continued. By the way, Jia, what is your superpower? Shen Jiaoyang casually showcased the jade bracelet adorning her wrist, revealing that it contained a spatial system. The other three, observing her nonchalant demeanor, regarded her with expressions of disdain. Jia, could you perhaps lower your voice? Your words are likely to attract the attention of passers-by, making it difficult for them not to think you are unhinged. Just go away. Shen Jia, without hesitation, took her seat in the passenger's side, prompting Zhou Xiang to occupy the back seat. The remaining two exchanged glances, as if silently debating who would take the wheel. Both instinctively grasped the door handles, and ultimately, after a decisive game of rock, paper, scissors, Lin Ran emerged as the designated driver for the day. As she settled into the car, she curtly inquired, where to? Shen Jia turned to her two close friends behind her and inquired, is there anything you would like to eat? Hin Yin shook her head, expressing her desire to stock up on electronic products, fearing that in the event of an apocalypse, she might never see her beloved makeup again. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xiang suggested, Jia, Ran, let us venture to the snack street at the entrance of my school. The offerings there are both delicious and affordable, making it ideal for us to gather a substantial supply. Shen Jia shook her head, then nodded. Indeed, this household could not do without Xiang. As Lin Ran sped along, a journey that would typically take 20 minutes was completed in a mere 10, ignoring the shouts of irate drivers outside the window. Shen Jia and Zhou Xiang clutched the handles in the car, their hearts simmering with indignation, thinking as expected, it's a female driver. The snack street, bustling by night, was relatively deserted in the daylight, yet this did not deter students from lingering in the vicinity. Adjacent to the street were numerous shops, some of which had opened early due to their thriving business, like the noodle shop Lin Ran had been eagerly anticipating the endless noodles. The name was intriguing, though the taste remained to be discovered. Jia, you've never eaten here, have you? Lin Ran declared triumphantly. Who told you to abandon us for that scoundrel? Lin Ran was straightforward, voicing her thoughts without hesitation. Shen Jia shook her head, looking at her. Dear cousin, what will you have today? Consider my apology. Zhou Xiang shot Lin Ran a disapproving glance. Ran, why bring up such painful topics? I was just too excited. Lin Ran stammered. All right, do you want to eat noodles or not? Shen Jia, exasperated by her bickering friends, interjected. The mention of food made Lin Ran as playful demeanor vanish instantly. Jia Jia, let us go eat noodles. Hin Yin remained lost in her own world of fandom. While Zhou Xiang shook her head in exasperation, Yin Yin, let us go. The noodle shop was modestly decorated in the vibrant atmosphere of the university. Its antiquated decor seemed rather outdated. Yet Shen Jia understood that the more unassuming the establishment, the better the cuisine. Upon entering, the familiar aroma of cooking enveloped them, the enticing scent of noodles filling the air. The nostalgic decor and handwritten menu evoked warmth and fond memories. A plump woman skillfully prepared wontons in the shop. Upon seeing Zhou Xiang, she approached with a friendly smile. Xiang, back for wonton noodles? Shall I serve you the usual? The woman wiped the table with a cloth from her apron and placed a glass of lemonade in front of Zhou Xiang. With a gentle smile, Zhou Xiang replied, Yin Jia, today I want more than just one serving. Oh, are we having company? The woman, now known as Yin Jia, surveyed Zhou Xiang's friends with increasing delight. It seems you brought some beautiful friends. Yes, Yin Jia, please prepare 4 servings of wonton noodles for us. Zhou Xiang contemplated, deciding that one bowl would not suffice. And add an extra serving of beef brisket. Got it. Yin Jia called back to the kitchen. Old man, for bowls of fine noodles and 4 plates of beef brisket. Shen Jia turned to glance at the menu, and the array of delectable noodle dishes made her mouth water. Wonton noodles, beef brisket noodles, beef tendon noodles, mixed beef noodles, and noodles with savory sauce. In less than 10 minutes, Sister Yin brought forth steaming bowls of wonton noodles and beef brisket, placing them before the two. Zhou Xiang gazed at Shen Jia with eager anticipation. Jia, do taste this. The wonton noodles here are absolutely delightful. Shen Jia felt a surge of warmth in her heart, realizing that her dear friend remembered her favorite flavor of noodles. Take your time enjoying your meal. And if you find the portions insufficient, do let me know, and I shall bring you more. Sister Yin chuckled. Shen Jia gazed at the bowl of wonton noodles before her. Her appetite ignited after a prolonged absence from her beloved carbohydrate indulgence. The wontons, reminiscent of ping-pong balls, were tender and delightful. A single bite unleashed an explosion of succulent shrimp flavor, both delicate and robust. Finely chopped scallions adorned the handmade noodles, their subtle fragrance harmonizing beautifully with the springy, chewy texture, creating a dish that was both flavorful and authentic. With each mouthful of clear broth and tender beef brisket, complemented by the establishment's signature fiery red chili oil, it was a feast for the senses. The marbled brisket, slow-cooked to perfection, was rich yet not greasy, and its natural flavors were unmasked by excessive seasoning, allowing the faint hint of 13 spices from the blanching process to shine through. Shen Jia relished each bite, savoring the sheer joy of devouring meat. Delicious, isn't it? Inquired Zhou Xiang from beside her. Shen Jia nodded, resolutely deciding that this establishment would be her go-to for noodle dishes. Chapter 8. Stocking up on culinary delights. After finishing her meal, Shen Jia observed the bustling business of the establishment and could not resist approaching Sister Yin to inquire. Sister Yin, how many portions do you manage to sell during the peak hours of lunchtime? She wished to stock up on noodles, but was concerned that the young couple might struggle to keep up with the demand. Do not be misled by the modest size of our shop. There are numerous universities and offices in the vicinity, and on a good day, we can sell around 400 to 500 bowls during lunch, Sister Yin replied earnestly. The 3 close friends standing behind Shen Jia recognized that she was determined to stock up on noodles here. But how many do you intend to order? Shen Jia continued. The promotion is set to last for 5 days, and I would like to order 200 portions of noodles and 200 portions of plain dishes each day, with a variety included. Sister Yin calculated the total cost and conferred with her husband in the kitchen. The daily meal expense amounts to 800, which totals to 44,000 for the 5 days. You may simply pay 40,000. Shen Jia shook her head. She too was a businesswoman, having transferred 44,000 to Sister Yin's account. Subsequently, the group of close friends made their way around the nearby restaurants. Lin Ran suggested stocking up on snacks, while Zhou Xiang expressed a desire to accumulate desserts and pastries. Hin Yin wanted to gather an assortment of snacks, leaving porridge, rice noodles, staple foods, and a variety of cuisines for Shen Jia to handle. After a collective discussion, they resolved to first stockpile a selection of snacks in their space. Essential hot dishes included an array of stir-fried noodles, fried rice, Yangzhou fried rice, soy sauce fried rice, kimchi fried rice, curry fried rice, spicy cabbage fried rice, and pineapple fried rice, among others. Shen Jia, along with her two close friends, selected 50 types of staple foods, each comprising 10 portions, for a total reservation spanning 5 days. Subsequently, they ordered an array of beverages from a nearby tea shop, including mango pomelo sago, handcrafted lemon tea, Oreo milk tea, bubble milk tea, Ovaltine, and oversized fruit tea, totaling 400 cups daily, both hot and cold. The variety of rice noodles and snacks was simply overwhelming. Thus, Shen Jia requested the owner to prepare a different assortment each day, placing an order for 200 bowls featuring 2 meat and 2 vegetable options from each establishment. Oh, don't forget the luosafen, Lin Ran suddenly exclaimed, prompting the others to turn and recall that their favorite dish had yet to be ordered. Shen Jia contemplated for a moment. While luosafen was indeed delicious, its potent aroma could be a concern. If it doesn't disperse its scent in our space, she mused, shaking her head, let's perhaps consider purchasing it as a ready-made dish instead. Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement, understanding Shen Jia's apprehension about the fragrance of luosafen. Let's first stock up on desserts, Zhou Xiang suggested, for her love of sweets was undeniable. They strolled to a quaint dessert shop at the street corner, with an intriguing name caught Shen Jia's attention. Upon entering, she observed that the establishment was indeed small, with decor that starkly contrasted modern aesthetics, exuding a nostalgic, old European charm. As the server approached them with warm enthusiasm, she inquired, "Ladies, what would you like? All our desserts and breads are available for tasting." Noticing the server's amiable demeanor, Shen Jia turned to Zhou Xiang and said, "This area is your forte. You take the lead." Zhou Xiang had long wished to try this shop, particularly eager to sample the new offerings she had heard her colleagues rave about. "Which of your new items do you recommend?" Zhou Xiang asked directly, moving towards the new arrivals. "I've heard that your sea salt cheese explosion is quite delightful." Recognizing her discerning palate, the server hastily retrieved a sample from the counter for her to savor. As Zhou Xiang relished each mouthful, the server began to patiently elaborate on the offerings. Shen Jia, observing Zhou Xiang's immersion in the culinary experience, could only shake her head, realizing she was now oblivious to the server's explanations. "How many orders of this sea salt cheese explosion can you accommodate?" Shen Jia inquired, mindful of the shop's limited size and the potential impact of her request on their workload, particularly since the ingredients for desserts required meticulous calculations. "Are you looking to place a full order?" the server cautiously asked, noting that the shop had not received a significant order in quite some time. Shen Jia turned to Lin Ran and He Nian, both of whom wore expressions that encouraged her to proceed with the order. "Yes," she confirmed. The server replied, "Currently, we can provide 100 portions." Fortunately, she had attentively noted the new product details during the morning meeting, proving that diligence bears fruit. "Let us reserve 100 portions." Shen Jia decided. 100 portions is far too few. Zhou Xiang asserted decisively. "Given its delightful yet not overly sweet flavor, I could easily indulge in 3 servings a day. 100 portions wouldn't even last me a month." Shen Jia initially anticipated that Zhou Xiang would comment on the wastefulness of ordering too much, but instead, she merely shook her head and smiled, remarking that there were still plenty of new products available. Observing the amiable interaction between the two, the waitress felt increasingly confident, sensing that today might culminate in a substantial order. "Miss, the refrigerated display over here contains all the new products launched this quarter, and they are all available for tasting." Shen Jia observed the eager expression on Zhou Xiang's face with a sense of helplessness. Zhou Xiang pointed at the delicately packaged desserts in the small box and exclaimed, This is our newly launched taro cream cheese cube, complemented by exquisite whipped cream and seasonal fruits." Upon hearing the mention of taro, Zhou Xiang could hardly wait for the server to finish the introduction. She waved her hand and pointed at the tasting platter, eager to sample the delicacies. The taro's texture was delightfully soft and sticky, harmonizing beautifully with the rich whipped cream, resulting in a sweet and luscious experience. Zhou Xiang handed her spoon to Shen Jia, urging her to taste it. However, Shen Jia declined with a wave of her hand, clearly impressed by the desserts at this establishment. She surveyed the surroundings and addressed the server. For this quarter's new offerings, we would like to order 100 portions of each variety. Additionally, we will also reserve 100 portions of each type of cake, ensuring no duplicates. We will come to collect them next Monday. Will that be feasible? The server, overjoyed, reflected for a moment. Given that today was only Tuesday, there were still 5 or 6 days until next week, more than sufficient time. Chapter 9. Stockpiling Street Snacks. After emerging from the dessert shop with her friends, Shen Jia found herself lost in contemplation as she gazed upon the bustling commercial street around her. They had just ordered an abundance of items, yet an unsettling feeling lingered that something had slipped her mind. She turned to inquire of her 3 companions, only to discover that they were captivated by a nearby, lively snack stall. Jia, look at this mashed potato. It's topped with cilantro and pickled radish. It looks absolutely delicious, exclaimed Zhou. Jia, take a look at this cold noodle. Her friends were entirely absorbed in the joy of shopping, leaving Shen Jia to shake her head in resignation, pondering the task of gathering supplies, which ultimately felt like a solitary endeavor. Jia, try this mashed potato, Lin Ran offered, scooping a spoonful, well aware that cilantro and pickled radish were Shen Jia's favorites. You guys are truly... Shen Jia began, observing her friends eagerly bringing food to their mouths, when it suddenly dawned on her that Yin was nowhere to be found. Shen Jia exclaimed in alarm and, seizing Zhou and Lin Ran, they squeezed into the crowd. Meanwhile, Yin was frantically dialing several numbers on her phone. Eventually, it was Lin Ran who, unable to ignore the incessant ringing of her phone in her bag, released her grip to answer the call, locating Yin, who sat by the roadside with a look of exasperation. Yin, you have me in a frenzy. Lin Ran rushed forward and enveloped Yin in a bear hug. Yin, with a hint of disdain, glanced at her and remarked, "My dear beauty, perhaps you should take a moment to gaze into a mirror and assess the grease at the corner of your mouth." Upon encountering Yin, Shen Jia finally felt a sense of relief. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Lu Jia standing before them with a girl, his demeanor exuding provocation. Shen Jia felt speechless. How could she have failed to foresee this encounter before stepping out? The presence of this scoundrel had utterly ruined her delightful mood. Lu Jia, upon seeing Shen Jia dining in such a place after their breakup, wore an expression tinged with both sympathy and disdain. Jia, he remarked, look at how your taste has diminished since our separation. He was well aware that Lin Ran and Zhou held no fondness for him. Now that they had parted ways, he relished the opportunity to retaliate, recalling their previous attitudes toward him. Lin Ran, upon spotting Lu Jia, reacted like a cat encountering a mouse, her temper flaring instantly. Noticing the impending altercation, Shen Jia interjected with irritation, "Young Master Lu, I presume your companion remains unaware of your true nature?" Students nearby, drawn to the commotion, gathered around. Shen Jia had no intention of provoking Lu Jia. He was shameless enough to confront her and bully her, stirring a tempest of fury within her at the thought of her past life. Her gaze toward Lu Jia grew notably colder. "Rest assured, this scoundrel is my responsibility," Lin Ran declared, positioning herself protectively behind Shen Jia. However, Shen Jia shook her head. Having been reborn, she was no longer the sheltered young lady in need of protection. Ran, allow me to handle this," she whispered into Lin Ran's ear, who turned to observe her, noting her confident demeanor. "The young lady beside you wears the latest winter limited edition from Xiang Nai and carries their rare, small golden ball. Lu Jia, tell me, what exactly do you seek?" The girl beside Lu Jia struggled to free herself from his grasp, taking a moment to scrutinize Shen Jia. This girl, with skin as fair as snow and long, dark hair cascading like seaweed, possessed a natural beauty devoid of makeup. Dressed casually, she nonetheless exuded a cold and noble elegance that was impossible to conceal. Shen Jia's almond-shaped eyes arched slightly as she regarded Lu Jia, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, the corners of her lips curling upward. Just moments ago, the girl had scrutinized her with intense curiosity, and now, turning to Lu Jia, it seemed she had reached a conclusion in her mind. "Lu Jia, do you have nothing to say to me?" The girl stated coldly, prompting an even broader smile from Shen Jia as she observed Lu Jia, who appeared as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. She genuinely questioned how she had ever been attracted to this individual. The girl pivoted and began to walk away, while Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran looked at the furious man, secretly relishing the spectacle. He Nian shouted at Lu Jia as retreating figure, "Stop staring, stop staring. Some people just love to shoot themselves in the foot. Everyone, look away." Soon enough, he won't be able to enjoy the soft life anymore. Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran turned to witness He Nian's triumphant expression, their faces awash with astonishment. "Wow, Nian Nian, you've truly mastered the art of idol worship," Lin Ran exclaimed, leaving He Nian bewildered. "What do you mean by mastery? Internet troll, look at how you've adopted this sarcastic tone. You got it down to a fine art," Lin Ran quipped. Shen Jia watched the two, laughing heartily. Indeed, close friends are one source of joy. "Jia Jia, let us stock up on these snacks," Lin Ran suggested, striding towards the stall. The earlier quarrel had attracted a significant crowd, but now there were few patrons of the stall. Shen Jia knew Lin Ran had a penchant for street food and beckoned Zhou Xiang and He Nian to follow her to Lin Ran. "Let us stock up. Let us stock up," Shen Jia declared exuberantly. "Xiang Xiang, Nian Nian, is there anything else you wish to eat?" Shen Jia inquired. "Jia Jia, didn't we forget to buy breakfast?" Zhou Xiang pondered seriously. Shen Jia nodded. "Today, we'll primarily stock up on staple foods. We can gather breakfast and dinner tomorrow. Do we really need to stock up more after this?" Lin Ran, holding an ice cream, chimed in. Shen Jia and Zhou Xiang shot her a disapproving look. Ran, this is the apocalypse we're talking about, true enough. Then let us buy enough to take abroad." Shen Jia and Zhou Xiang exchanged glances. And it was indeed a splendid idea. Chapter 10. Entering the space with my closest friends. How exhausting it is to spend money. Lin Ran couldn't help but exclaim. Previously, she thought those who spent 300 million in a week, as depicted in movies, were merely indulging in a display of wealth. Now, it dawned on her that such a lifestyle is genuinely taxing. "Jia Jia, where shall we store all these items?" Zhou Xiang inquired. Shen Jia smiled mysteriously, urging everyone to rise and witness her golden finger. Upon hearing the phrase, the individuals lounging on the sofa immediately sprang to their feet. Lin Ran was particularly intrigued. She recalled that protagonists in apocalyptic novels often possess storage spaces. Today, she had already surmised much, especially since Shen Jia had brought them an abundance of provisions, 80% of which must surely originate from her own storage space. He Nian was equally curious about Shen Jia's supernatural ability. To her, the golden finger of superpowers embodied Shen Jia's uncharacteristic demeanor. She sensed that something about Shen Jia had changed, yet she could not articulate it. Now, hearing that she was about to demonstrate, anticipation filled her heart. Thus, as the three harbored their thoughts, Shen Jia instructed them to hold hands and let their blood drip onto the jade bracelet. Although she was uncertain whether this would bind her friends to the spatial jade bracelet, she was eager to attempt it. Suddenly, darkness enveloped them, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves within the space. Lin Ran gazed in astonishment at the vibrant scene before her, exclaiming, "Wow, is it truly possible for such astonishing things to exist in this world? And to think it is happening right beside me, to my dear friend. This is simply unbelievable." Shen Jia observed Lin Ran sprinting towards the spiritual spring, and just as she was about to speak, she heard Lin Ran exclaim, "Jia Jia, is this the spatial spiritual spring?" Shen Jia nodded, a proud smile gracing her face. Beside her, Zhou Xiang stood in astonishment, her mouth agape, as a staunch materialist. She found the situation utterly bewildering. "Nian Nian, what are you doing?" Shen Jia inquired, noticing He Nian standing to the left of the spatial jade bracelet, where an immense, motionless sealed space lay. Everything could be stored there, and Shen Jia had already tested it. Items placed in this realm would not spoil. He Nian gazed around the vast space for a while before finally speaking. "Jia Jia, may I decorate all the walls here with glamorous posters?" Looking at the dark space before her, reminiscent of secret chamber, Shen Jia nodded and replied, "Nian Nian, as long as you adore it. You may adorn it however you wish. Now, let us proceed. I will show you around." Shen Jia embraced her friends. drawing the astonished duo to a foundation site before her. I envision constructing a quaint community for the four of us right here, she proclaimed, a place with merely our four households, where we can visit each other at will and reside wherever we please. Lin Ran, arriving on cue, seemed to be a perpetual member of the ambience. Oh, splendid. I wholeheartedly agree, she exclaimed, enthusiastically endorsing the idea. The others turned their gaze toward Lin Ran, noticing that her complexion, which was not particularly fair, now appeared as if dusted with a fine layer of flour. Ran, what has caused this sudden transformation? Zhou Xiang inquired with surprise, observing that it was not just Lin Ran's face that had grown pale. An aura of tranquil purity enveloped her, soothing Zhou Xiang's anxieties and her doubts about the existence of space in this apocalyptic world. Not at all. I merely splashed my face with the water from that spring, Lin Ran replied, gesturing toward the spring. Shen Jia smiled in silence, while Zhou Xiang and He Nian curiously followed Lin Ran to the spring's side. This spring water doesn't appear particularly remarkable, He Nian remarked. It merely seems clearer and cleaner than ordinary spring water. Shen Jia smiled and said, this is the spatial spirit spring, a source of water within this realm. From now on, we need not worry about a lack of water while living here. Furthermore, Shen Jia feigned profundity as he gazed at the group, urging them to speak quickly. Lin Ran was evidently taken aback by Shen Jia's serious demeanor. Jia, please, tell us what on earth is happening. Shen Jia laughed heartily. This miraculous spring possesses healing properties that can aid in detoxification and beautification, proving to be 10 times more effective than facial masks and skincare products. What? The three exclaimed in unison. Girls, by nature, are fond of beauty. The mere thought that each sip of water could restore their youth filled their hearts with immense joy. Jia, is what you say true? Zhou Xiang trembled with excitement. The fact that Jia had already shattered her understanding with her rebirth was bewildering enough. And now the sudden existence of a vast space was simply absurd. Xiang, could Jia possibly deceive you? Lin Ran beamed like a child. Shen Jia gazed at her friend's beaming face and mused how fortunate it was that the space could also bind to their bloodlines. Jia, you are my goddess. He Nian suddenly embraced Shen Jia tightly. Wait, why does that sound so familiar? It feels like I've heard it somewhere before. They say friends are the family we choose for ourselves. In that moment, the four close sisters embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces. This bond encompassed joy, happiness, sorrow, and regret, but above all, it was a profound sisterhood, a vow to remain together for a lifetime. Upon witnessing her friends in tears, Shen Jia found herself succumbing to emotion as well. In this new life, she no longer considered herself an overly sentimental person. Rather, she felt as if she had returned with a sense of mission and purpose. It was the presence of her beloved friends that revealed to Shen Jia that even in the face of apocalypse, there was nothing to fear, for they remained steadfastly by her side. The four sisters embraced one another, weeping uncontrollably. The space jade bracelet sensed the deep connection among the four, and thus manifested 4 distinct ornaments before them. Shen Jia received a jade bracelet, He Nian a jade pendant, Lin Ran a jade necklace, and Zhou Xiang a pair of jade earrings. Shen Jia lifted her head, tears blurring her vision. She thought of her grandparents and expressed her gratitude for the jade bracelet they had left her. Now, she no longer felt isolated in this world. The others appeared to be lost in their emotions, and it was only when Shen Jia called out to them that they noticed the jade ornaments adorning their bodies. Chapter 11. Formulating a plan, the group exchanged puzzled glances at the unexpected jade accessories. Their curiosity piqued. Shen Jia smiled and explained. The jade ornaments you wear serve as the keys to enter this space. It turned out that the spatial jade bracelet had sensed Shen Jia's thoughts and the intentions of her friends, thus granting them each a unique key to this realm. Shen Jia's heart swelled with joy at the prospect of her friends being able to come and go freely without burdening her. Jia, is your space truly this remarkable? Can it even create small beings? Lin Ran inquired, astonished. She had encountered formidable spaces and systems in novels, but the existence of such an extraordinary accessory on her friend's wrist genuinely surprised her. Jia, You are nothing short of goddess in my eyes now. Please accept my devoted worship, Yin exclaimed, attempting to kneel. Shen Jia frowned, wondering why this girl had not behaved in such a manner during their previous encounters. Yin, I believe you become a bit obsessed. Lin Ran chuckled. Yin shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, what do you know? This is called admiration. Shen Jia and Zhou Xiang observed the playful banter between the two, their laughter brightening the atmosphere. Suddenly, a ringing sound shattered the warm scene. Don't judge my smallness. It's so diminutive that you can't catch it. Help! Who still uses such a childish ringtone? Shen Jia felt a flush of embarrassment as she spoke. It's me. Jia, your towering image in my heart has just vanished. Yin, embodying a dramatic flair, caught Shen Jia's attention, who shot her a glance filled with irritation, only to suddenly freeze. Her initial reaction was one of surprise. There was a signal in this space. She could receive a call. It was evident that Zhou Xiang had also grasped the reason for Shen Jia's astonishment, as she inquired, Jia, is there a signal in this space? Shen Jia, in disbelief, nodded and then shook her head, admitting, I truly do not know. She continued, I feel that this space could entirely be regarded as another world. Zhou Xiang, gesturing towards the vacant plot in front of the foundation, remarked, look over there. Can we not cultivate the land and nurture flowers? With this suggestion, Lin Ran's mind was set ablaze with inspiration. She recalled that in many apocalyptic novels, female protagonists often farmed and sought solace in their own spaces. Since the apocalypse was imminent, they could indeed establish a new world here in advance. Jia, if there is a signal here, it indicates that we have access to electricity and gas. Zhou Xiang's excitement grew with each word, for as a teacher, she fully understood the profound implications of having power and gas. The group was filled with exuberance, as if they had glimpsed a beacon of hope for the future. Shen Jia was well aware of what Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran were discussing. Given this, it was essential for them to formulate a plan in advance. The three of them nodded in agreement, observing Shen Jia's spirited demeanor. Shen Jia was amused by their exuberant demeanor, and I truly admire the three of you. By the way, Jia, how do we exit from here? Shen Jia smiled mysteriously, and as her thoughts echoed, she found herself standing in the opulent living room of the villa in the southern suburbs. Satisfied, she nodded, realizing her mastery over the spatial jade bracelet had grown increasingly adept. Moments later, her close friends materialized before her, their faces filled with disbelief. And she couldn't help but laugh, for who would have imagined such a miraculous occurrence would transpire in their midst? Shen Jia retrieved the office computer from the table, and now it was time to earnestly formulate a plan. The three of them nodded in agreement, and after a moment of contemplation, Shen Jia decided to begin by stockpiling supplies. In this apocalyptic checklist, the essentials included survival provisions, medical supplies, and daily necessities. Shen Jia had long vowed never to allow the tragedy of Yin's demise on the operating table, due to the scarcity of medical resources, to recur. The living essentials encompassed water, food, and for outdoor excursions, items such as a compass, map, flashlight, and metal containers. The medical supplies consisted of indispensable medicines, gauze, band-aids, cotton, alcohol, and iodine. Other living necessities included clothing, tissues, and more. After typing the results of their discussion on the computer, the group felt immensely satisfied and nodded in approval. Noting that her friends had no objections to the list, Shen Jia casually printed 4 copies. This document merely outlined a preliminary inventory of the items they needed to stockpile. They would address the significant task of establishing a safe house later, once they had secured the necessary provisions. As Shen Jia spoke, Yin pointed toward a large pile of vacuum-sealed food near the door. Jia, shouldn't we first transfer this food into the storage space? Shen Jia nodded, and in an instant, the 4 of them returned to the familiar space they had just occupied, but this time, they entered bearing supplies. Shen Jia was astonished to discover that the once cumbersome supplies became remarkably light upon entering the space. As she gazed at the heap of food she had just lifted, it felt as effortless as handling cotton. Jia, have you noticed that there is no weight to these items? Zhou Xiang interjected. Shen Jia nodded in agreement. Marveling at the wonder of this space, which seemed tailor-made for them girls. Yin and Lin Ran also delightedly recognized this remarkable feature, and the four of them laughed joyfully, as if they had just won a grand prize. Lin Ran, clearly displeased with Shen Jia's nonchalant demeanor, shot her an irritated glance and remarked, Jia, could you please refrain from being so overtly dismissive? Shen Jia chuckled and, adopting the same tone as before, addressed Lin Ran, assuring her, all right, I shall not be perfunctory. The group, amidst their jovial banter, swiftly relocated their spoils into the designated space. Shen Jia had an inkling that the day's acquisitions were not limited to what lay before them. She recalled numerous items she had pre-ordered from the proprietor, surmising that what they had was nearly all there was. Jia, while our quartet thrives in this harmonious existence, I must admit, during the process of moving, I genuinely yearn for a man's assistance, Lin Ran remarked casually, prompting the three others to turn and regard her. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow and mused. What is that saying? When one finds themselves bored, they tend to seek companionship for amusement. In Chapter 12, titled Stockpiling Beverages, Yin interjected, Jia, we possess the space spirit spring. It was then that Shen Jia recalled the existence of the spirit spring system within their space. She nodded thoughtfully, then shook her head. We still need to prepare some water resources. The spirit spring can never compare to the taste of beverages. For instance, something like the delightful drink of slothful souls. Shen Jia remarked, and a few understood her meaning. My fondness for Wang Zai is unparalleled. I wish to stockpile more of it, as it can be transformed into a variety of delectable treats. I also desire to accumulate some coconut milk and tea. I wish to gather a selection of cocktails. They all settled on the ground, diligently jotting down the beverages they yearned to purchase. Jia, what do you wish to buy? Zhou Xiang inquired, observing Shen Jia resting her chin on her hand, gazing tenderly at them in a daze. Curiously, she noted that Jia, who once had a fondness for Lu Jia, now seemed to possess little that captured her particular interest in this new life. Shen Jia gazed at her earnest friends, marveling at how fortunate she was to have them in her life. After 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, she had found herself devoid of companions. Not only had friends eluded her, but even those she once held dearest had betrayed her. Shaking her head, she dismissed the unpleasant memories that lingered in her mind. Now reborn, she was filled with the promise of opportunities to confront those who had wronged her. Yin, noticing the shift in Shen Jia's expression, spoke up, Jia, what you lost and thought about? Shen Jia smiled thoughtfully, pondering what supplies to stock up on. She refrained from disclosing the fate of their friends or the harrowing experiences she had endured during the apocalypse. For her, it was sufficient for one person to bear such burdens. She wished to spare her friends from experiencing the same pain and sorrow. I recall that we have already accumulated quite a bit of milk tea. Let me consider what else we might need to stock up on. Shen Jia shifted the conversation, suggesting, all right, how about we gather some red wine? Her face lit up with anticipation as she gazed at her friends. Jia, considering it's the end of the world. This feels more like planning a vacation, Lin Ran remarked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow, replying, well, never mind then. She had initially envisioned a life of bliss in a grand house, akin to a paradise untouched by calamity. Wait. Lin Ran chuckled. Jia, I was merely joking with you. Of course, we need red wine, but we also require an abundance of meatballs. Shen Jia laughed heartily and said, Ran, if you cannot act, then perhaps you should refrain from performing. After a restful night, the following day, a few of them rose early, adorning themselves beautifully in preparation for a trip to the shopping district to stock up on water. Yesterday, the street food market had been thoroughly ravaged by them. It remained uncertain what their spoils would be today. As for driving, I shall not take the wheel today. Lin Ran, clad in a splendid sapphire blue long dress, appeared even more slender with her tall stature. She waved her hand, stating, it was I who drove yesterday. Today, the three of you shall manage. With a casual shrug, Lin Ran opened the rear door of the car and settled into her seat. Shen Jia and Yin exchanged glances, realizing that Zhou Xiang was too timid to drive. Lin Ran waved her hand, leaving only the two of them to take on the role of the driver. Jia, allow me to take the wheel Yin suggested, for she dared not let Shen Jia behind the wheel, as the notorious moniker of road killer Jia was not merely a casual title. Shen Jia, like a child yearning for candy, beamed with joy as she playfully tugged on Yin's hand, exclaiming, I just knew Yin treats me the best. Yin, with a fond smile, shook her head gently, opening the driver's door to take her seat. Today, we are heading to the shopping district, but do be cautious not to overindulge. I fear this car may not accommodate all our purchases. Shen Jia turned to glance at the spacious interior of the vehicle, which she had specifically rented earlier that morning for its ample capacity. Rest assured, we certainly won't go overboard. Lin Ran chimed in from the back seat, munching on snacks, her earnest expression drawing laughter from the group. Observing her relaxed demeanor, Zhou Xiang teased, Are you perhaps not wearing a breast patch today? Lin Ran shot up in surprise. Xiang, how have you become so mischievous all of a sudden? Zhou Xiang burst into laughter. Actually, I meant to say that there's hardly a difference whether you wear one or not. In response, Lin Ran tossed the snacks carelessly aside, shooting Zhou Xiang a mock glare filled with playful annoyance. Xiang, just you wait. She then proceeded to tickle Zhou Xiang's waist with a mischievous grin. Shen Jia sat in the passenger seat, laughing heartily. She estimated that Zhou Xiang would certainly be unable to outmatch Lin Ran. As expected, it wasn't long before Zhou Xiang began to plead for mercy from the back seat, exclaiming, Ran, I was wrong. Amidst the laughter of her companions. The car swiftly reached its destination. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, they rushed to the large supermarket on the first floor. With the year-end approaching, numerous items were on sale, and promotional activities were in full swing. Shen Jia leisurely lagged behind, glancing at her bank balance on her phone. 93, 668, 800. Her close friends had long since vanished from sight, yet Shen Jia found herself captivated by a nearby vendor selling second-hand electronic products. Approximately 2 months after the apocalypse, the network communication system had ceased to function, and the power grid lay in ruins, compounded by various natural disasters. Many survivors had long been devoid of electronic devices. Contemplating the possibility of making phone calls within her space, Shen Jia resolved to hunt for some secondhand electronics. After all, how could a savvy internet surfer thrive without a mobile phone? Shen Jia opened her phone and entered the group chat titled Jia Doesn't Eat Garlic. Sisters, I'm browsing electronic products on the first floor. Not long after, a distinctive notification tone chimed from her phone. Shen Jia smiled and began to attentively explore the second-hand electronics marketplace. In this apocalyptic world, everyone lacked basic necessities, making the presence of brand-new phones and gadgets suspicious. Therefore, Shen Jia decided to limit her purchases, aiming to acquire just enough for the 4 of them. Upon seeing her clad in a light yellow gown, numerous vendors, perceiving her as an inexperienced buyer, felt an overwhelming sense of delight. They relished the prospect of selling second-hand electronics to unsuspecting novices, knowing that it sufficed to exaggerate the product's qualities to gain their trust. Miss, come take a look at what we have, a greasy middle-aged man couldn't resist calling out. The young girl before him, with her skin as smooth as cream and youthful beauty, resembled the idealized image he had cherished 2 decades ago. Even if the sale fell through, he would relish the opportunity to touch her, oblivious to the disdain evident in Shen Jia's eyes. The greasy man grinned with a sinister glee, nodding profusely. Chapter 13. Punishing the Obscene Man. As Shen Jia discerned the lascivious gaze of the man before her, an immediate understanding washed over her. She purposefully sauntered closer to him, fully aware of the high, receding hairline that threatened to reveal a balding crown, accentuated by the clumsy, gold-rimmed glasses that rendered him all the more repugnant. Miss, come here, take a look. Whatever you fancy, I can gift it to you. He leered. Shen Jia feigned proximity, allowing his restless hands to venture forth, yet she remained unperturbed, playfully exclaiming, Naughty brother. Is this all that I desire? Situated in a second-hand electronics market, this realm fell outside the jurisdiction of typical commercial districts, populated instead by unscrupulous vendors who were often acquainted with one another. Upon entering, Shen Jia was assaulted by the rancid stench of expired food, her frustration simmering from being swindled by the 2 opulently decorated second-hand shops at the entrance. Yet, Here was this man, foolishly rushing towards danger. Oh dear! The man's saliva nearly dripped onto her. Shen Jia, unruffled, gently turned his face away, casting a casual glance at the onlookers nearby. Naughty brother, do you realize where we are? She cooed, be a good boy, don't be afraid. As she spoke, she reached out to drape her arm over Shen Jia's shoulder. A mere touch ignited an insatiable desire within him. Naughty brother. She raised her voice deliberately, her peripheral vision scanning the gathering crowd, yearning for more spectators. At last, when a throng had amassed near the entrance, Shen Jia seized the man's hand and proclaimed loudly, "You heartless scoundrel! How could you betray me, your stunning wife, by keeping a mistress?" The surrounding crowd, upon hearing such scandalous revelations, turned their inquisitive eyes towards Shen Jia and the greasy man, each sporting an expression of eager curiosity. Shen Jia's lips curled slightly, achieving the desired effect, yet why was that person taking so long to arrive? "You little vixen, what are you saying?" Suddenly, a middle-aged woman, clad in a floral dress, forcefully pushed through the crowd and shouted at Shen Jia, "You little enchantress, from where have you emerged?" The use of the word little was particularly poignant, causing Shen Jia's eyes to glimmer momentarily. She turned and feigned a pitiful expression. "Sister, how could you? How could you address me in such a manner? After all, we share the same man. Woo-woo-woo, Xiaodaqiang, you scoundrel. How could you treat me this way?" Shen Jia imitated the woman, loudly denouncing the greasy man, Xiaodaqiang. The onlookers began to feel uneasy. "Little girl, have you lost your senses? How could you be enamored with such a man? Indeed, such a beautiful young lady. How could she settle for such an old rascal?" The man gazed at the woman, his face etched with sorrow and helplessness. He stammered for quite a while, but could not articulate a coherent explanation. Shen Jia naturally noticed this and, facing the crowd, began to wail dramatically. This only intensified the crowd's condemnation. The man, initially intending to keep his shameful pursuit a secret, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. "Darling, that little enchantress seduced me." "Nonsense. How could such an elegant young lady possibly seduce you? She didn't entice me. She even called me bad brother." The two stood in a corner, whispering, their hushed conversation being overheard by Shen Jia, who struggled to suppress her laughter. She coughed lightly and declared, "Actually, everything in this shop was procured with my funds. If a Chong could convert these worthless items into cash for me, I believe, I wouldn't mind." The woman, catching onto Shen Jia's intent, reached out as if to slap her. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd quickly intervened, saying, "How can you behave like this, madam? Did you not hear what the young lady said? Why are you acting like a shrew? Look at how distressed the young girl is. Fear not, little one. We shall protect you." Indeed, it has long been said that unscrupulous merchants abound in this area. How dare they bully a young girl? Shen Jia weakly nodded, observing the woman furiously tugging at the ear of the man standing beside her. Shen Jia shook her head, reflecting on the nature of humanity, a lesson she had thoroughly grasped in the apocalypse. As the woman dragged the man upstairs, Shen Jia sighed, realizing the man was in for a rough time. Concerned citizen Ms. Zhou, seeing the two finally depart, turned to Shen Jia and said, "My dear young lady, do not be afraid. Nowadays, there are many deceitful men. A beautiful girl like you must be cautious in the future. Did you notice how that man was trying to deceive you while calling you baby?" Shen Jia gazed at Mrs. Zhou's concerned expression, her smile illuminating her delicate features as she listened attentively. Although she had witnessed the depths of human nature in this apocalyptic world, she understood that not everyone was inherently malevolent. "Thank you, Aunt Zhou," Shen Jia said sweetly. Mrs. Zhou, taken aback, inquired, "How did you know my surname?" Shen Jia pointed to the name tag adorning her chest. With a gentle laugh, the kind-hearted Mrs. Zhou realized she must have been in such a hurry to leave work that she forgot to remove her badge. Once the crowd around them had thinned considerably, Mrs. Zhou released Shen Jia's hand, preparing to take her leave. Shen Jia retrieved her business card from her bag and placed it into the hands of the enthusiastic citizen Ms. Zhou. With a look of astonishment, Ms. Zhou gazed at Shen Jia, who nodded reassuringly, encouraging her to accept it. Afterward, Shen Jia proceeded into the mobile phone store. Upon entering, she was met with a dazzling array of electronic products, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed. She casually selected several phones that appeared charming and in good condition, stowing them in her bag before turning to leave. A second-hand item was merely a trial. Upon opening one of the phones, she discovered 18 missed calls. Shen Jia chuckled, surmising they must be from her close friends. Indeed, one missed call from Yin Yin, 9, confirmed her thoughts. "I'm right here in this electronics market," she remarked nonchalantly, wondering how many gadgets her friends had hoarded. "Jia Jia, you must come and see what Ran Ran has bought." Zhou Xiang's voice echoed through the phone, prompting Shen Jia to rub her forehead in exasperation. It seemed Lin Ran had reemerged. "What has Ran Ran purchased?" Shen Jia inquired. Chapter 14. My resentful friend Shen Jia was well aware of Lin Ran's eccentricities, yet she never anticipated. At the entrance of the shopping mall, Yin Yin dragged a hefty bundle of pots and pans, and the palpable resentment radiating from the two of them could easily frighten away the female ghost from the neighboring village. Shen Jia couldn't help but burst into laughter. It is often said that every woman harbors one or two peculiar hobbies that may not be comprehended by others, and Lin Ran's penchant for acquiring pots, pans, and dishes undoubtedly stands as the most bewildering of them all. However, has anyone ever informed you, Ran, that while absurdity may be permissible, it is certainly not essential? Shen Jia stood not far away, observing Yin Yin as she vented her frustrations about Lin Ran, nearly laughing to the point of tears. "Yin Yin, this habit of mine is quite commendable. At least it's functional. You claim your hobby is collecting posters of various women to plaster an entire room. How does that sound any less absurd than mine?" Yin Yin regarded Lin Ran with a look of utter hopelessness. A fleeting glance revealed Shen Jia, who was beaming with vibrant laughter nearby. "Jia Jia." Yin Yin felt as though she were the epitome of a wronged soul. "Are you all not just a bunch of fools?" Shen Jia retorted, exasperated. "Have you all forgotten that you possess a space of your own?" She spoke in a tone audible only to a few. "Ah, indeed. How could we have overlooked that?" Lin Ran exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Observing her expression, Shen Jia recalled a term that had recently gained popularity online. "Foolish beauty." "Jia Jia, what have you seen?" Lin Ran suddenly remembered that Shen Jia had not been with them moments ago. "You haven't hoarded a multitude of phones, have you? Even though they are now quite affluent. To begin planning for indulgence at this juncture seems a tad disrespectful to the arduous arrival of the apocalypse." "Not really. I was merely browsing a secondhand marketplace and came up with numerous ideas." Shen Jia began. "Jia Jia, regardless of your current thoughts, you should first take a look around." As she turned, having crouched down moments before, Shen Jia had been unaware of the 10 or so employees clad in supermarket uniforms trailing behind her. They stood in a neat row, each flanked by 4 or 5 boxes of beverages, all distinct from one another. Shen Jia felt a flush of embarrassment. Her friends had truly become the epitome of comic relief. "Excuse me, miss, may I inquire if you are ready to proceed?" A robust, middle-aged male employee addressed her, presumably to remind them it was time to continue their activities. Shen Jia pondered over the scene in her mind, a dozen employees following her, neatly carrying several boxes of beverages. The thought alone was quite impressive. Struggling to rise, she glanced at the pile of pots and pans nearby, purchased thoughtlessly by Lin Ran, and her irritation surged. Ran, she exclaimed, "What on earth do you intend to do with all these? Are you planning to open a restaurant?" Shen Jia's eyes sparkled with realization, as the surrounding conversation piqued her interest, coupled with what she had just observed in the second-hand electronic marketplace. The thought occurred to her, if they could establish a quaint little restaurant in the bustling market, wouldn't that be? Shen Jia shook her head, glancing at the 3 delicate figures before her. Among them, only Zhou Wei possessed culinary skills sufficient to navigate the gastronomic realm. Pursuing a career in the culinary arts seemed futile. Miss, noticing that the male employee standing beside Lin Ran had likely not heard his call, Shen Jia approached him directly, offering a warm smile. "This is my business card. I appreciate your hard work today. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me." The male employee, captivated by the ethereal and noble demeanor of this woman, felt his face flush crimson as he stammered. Why, yes. Of course. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was imperative for her to adeptly utilize human resources. Jia, Lin Ran beckoned, and Shen Jia turned to distribute a business card to each employee, informing them that they need not trouble themselves further. She then made her way towards Lin Ran. What is it? Shen Jia inquired, observing Lin Ran gesturing toward a row of individuals clad in supermarket uniforms standing nearby, rendered speechless. You should give us some as well. They've already assisted us in bringing everything to the entrance. Goodness, it appears each of them has brought along a dozen employees as bodyguards. Shen Jia pondered for a moment before swiftly making her way to the entrance, distributing business cards to each employee. The group stood in astonishment, gazing at the beautiful young woman before them, momentarily at a loss as to her intentions. You three, truly the epitome of adversaries. Shen Jia chuckled wryly, finding her friend's antics both exasperating and amusing. Why don't we transfer these items to the space right now? Lin Ran suggested, leaning in closer. Shen Jia cast her a displeased glance. After all, this was in plain sight of the public. A few individuals brazenly vanished and reappeared under surveillance, and undoubtedly, tomorrow's headlines in Nan City would feature such sensational news. Jia, do you have any clever ideas? At this moment, all eyes were on Shen Jia, as she was undoubtedly the pillar of strength among the four of them. So, Shen Jia arched an eyebrow. Can we not go to the restroom? Enlightened, the three of them clapped Shen Jia on the shoulder with a heavy pat before dashing off to the restroom. Shen Jia barely had time to remind them that material must not stray too far from space when they had already vanished from sight. Shen Jia shook her head, pondering for the umpteenth time how her friends seemed to be adversaries. After waiting for quite a while without any sign of the others, she reluctantly made her way to the nearest restroom. Upon closing the door, Shen Jia closed her eyes to attune herself to the space with her jade bracelet. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered her three friends still lingering in the storage room. What is the matter? Shen Jia inquired. Jia, don't you think all these items look rather chaotic? Her friend around her couldn't help but voice. Shen Jia shook her head, thinking that perhaps the girl was having a bout of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Xiang, I've already devised a plan for sorting. We must take our time with stockpiling supplies. We can't rush this. We will be bringing in many more items later. So if you start tidying up now, what will we do afterward? After contemplating, her friend seemed to agree and nodded, pulling Shen Jia, Yin, and Lin Ran along as they exited together. Chapter 15. Obsessive compulsiveness in hoarding clothes once back home. The four of them sprawled across the large sofa like sloths. Shen Jia laughed as she recounted the incident with the old rogue she encountered at the second-hand electronics market, eliciting a variety of expressions from her friends. Zhou Xiang sat up, her face filled with concern. Jia, that was quite dangerous. Girls should learn to protect themselves when out alone. Exactly. Next time I'll accompany Jia. Lin Ran chimed in, eager to showcase her black belt in Taekwondo. Shen Jia shook her head. While she was not skilled in Taekwondo, she knew she was a frail cat, especially in a world turned upside down. The notion that one could be perceived as a weakling was laughable. Everyone aspired to be strong, for only then could they secure more resources. Yin, these are all second-hand products. I really don't want you using someone else's discarded items. As Shen Jia spoke, she displayed a hint of pride, prompting Yin to smile. It became evident that the once soft and adorable Jia had matured. She was now capable of standing on her own. The group reclined on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xiang, filled with enthusiasm, placed an order for several hundred containers in a variety of colors: red, yellow, blue, green, and purple, envisioning how this would facilitate the categorization of items. And a wave of joy washed over her. Jia, what shall we do tomorrow? Yin inquired, scrolling through her social media while lying down. Shen Jia reclined on the sofa, lost in thought, her stomach rumbling softly, momentarily reminding her of her hunger. It was only then that she realized her close friend was speaking to her. Yin, let us go shopping for clothes tomorrow. Shen Jia turned and entered the kitchen. Standing at the kitchen door, she called out, Is anyone interested in having instant noodles? A harmonious chorus of affirmations echoed from the living room. Shen Jia brought water to a boil, then added instant noodles into the pot. She enhanced the dish with a touch of tomato and a perfectly fried egg, topped it with several slices of corn and ham sausage, and finally sprinkled the seasoning packet, resulting in a bowl of fragrant noodles ready to be savored. The delightful aroma wafted towards the group lounging on the sofa, awakening their appetites. With laughter and chatter, they indulged in the noodles, relishing each bite as they conversed about various topics. In no time, the entire bowl was devoured. Satiated and content, the four soon drifted into a peaceful slumber, enjoying a restful night. Shen Jia suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, insisting on acquiring every color of an outfit, including lingerie and undergarments. She also insists on purchasing every size available. Her close friends once regarded her as peculiar, but after Shen Jia introduced this habit to them, they were astonished to discover that they no longer needed to buy new clothes. Indeed, the most effective way to silence critics is to spend lavishly. Today, Shen Jia deliberately adorned herself with a versatile makeup look, eager to try on clothes and curious about which store would receive her patronage. "Hurry up and have breakfast," Zhou Xiang called out as she ascended the stairs, knocking on doors one by one. The south suburb villa was indeed vast, and for someone with a delicate voice like Zhou Xiang's, it felt as if she could benefit from carrying a petite bee for assistance. "Wake up, wake up!" Lin Ran opened the door to behold Shen Jia in a flowing white gown, reminiscent of a celestial being. "I have prepared your outfits." Placed by the door with the little robotic dog. Indeed, a small robotic dog lay by each door. Lin Ran wore a matching red gown, Hinyan donned purple, and Zhou Xiang sported pink. "Jia Jia, I knew today would be your stage. Look at you. TSK, it's as if you're not off to shop for clothes, but rather to become a bride," Lin Ran remarked. Zhou Xiang shot her a fierce glare, retorting, "If you can speak, say more. If not, then be silent." Meanwhile, Hinyan and Shen Jia observed their playful banter, chuckling heartily. "Please hurry. Let's finish breakfast and head out," Shen Jia urged impatiently. In this post-apocalyptic world, clothing had become a coveted commodity. Many, unprepared, clung to wrinkled and odorous garments, reluctant to discard them. Reflecting on her past, where she had to use mud and grass to cover herself, Shen Jia resolved to stockpile more clothes today. After they finished their meal, the group hastily departed, knowing Shen Jia's penchant for shopping would lead them to intriguing discoveries. "I believe Jia Jia will adore the new collection from LV. I think she favors Grandma Xiang's brand. Just look at her bag." "All right, we've arrived." Hinyan's voice interrupted the playful exchange from the back seat, as Shen Jia eagerly flung open the car door and leapt out. Today, Shen Jia deliberately donned a pair of flat shoes, fully aware that today was her moment to shine. She strode confidently towards the high-end clothing district, her close friends in tow. Passers-by were irresistibly drawn to her aura, and as they beheld this ethereal woman, they couldn't help but exclaim that she resembled a star. Shen Jia smiled silently, while her close friends nearby were filled with delight. "Jia Jia, did you hear that? Someone praise your beauty." One of them exclaimed. "My dear friends, I have always known that I am quite beautiful." Shen Jia replied without a hint of modesty, causing her friends to giggle merrily, and the atmosphere became lighthearted. "Jia Jia, what type of clothing do you wish to purchase today?" Zhou Xiang inquired. It was true that short skirts or shorts were not the best choices, as clothing should prioritize the protection of one's body, so she was genuinely curious about Shen Jia's preferences for the day. As Lin Ran walked along, she sensed something amiss. "Jia Jia, this isn't your usual shopping destination. Where are we exactly?" Lin Ran asked, while Hinyan and Zhou Xiang, who had been engrossed in their phones, finally realized the situation. "This doesn't seem to be the luxury shopping district." Shen Jia smiled and nodded. "Let us experience something new today, engaging in wholesale." "What?" The three spoke in unison, their voices resonating loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by in the vicinity. "Indeed, today we shall try our hand at wholesale," Shen Jia said nonchalantly. In this post-apocalyptic world, comfort in our attire is of utmost importance, and our primary task today is to stock up on clean and comfortable clothing. Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement, while Hinyan remarked, Jia has certainly matured. She now approaches every endeavor with thoughtful consideration. Yin observed Shen Jia's gradual transformation with a sense of profound sentiment. Shen Jia felt a bit embarrassed by Yin's compliments. She waved her hand and said, Yin, you sound like an old maid with your sentimental remarks. Yin shook her head and chuckled. Isn't it simply because you've grown up? Chapter 16. Stockpiling clothes, 2. Obsessive compulsion. I am spring. Ran is summer. Yin is autumn, and Xiang is winter. What do you think? Observing Shen Jia's serious demeanor, the others understood that the apocalypse was no trivial matter. Let's go and select some spring attire. The group nodded in agreement, and Shen Jia felt a surge of responsibility as she noticed her friend's complete trust in her. The second floor of the clothing market primarily featured autumn apparel. Yin led the group into a store, which, while not exquisitely decorated, was neatly organized, indicating the meticulous nature of the owner. A woman clad in a black trench coat noticed them and began, Aren't you ladies feeling cold dressed so lightly? Shen Jia raised her coat to indicate that they had indeed entered without their outerwear. What would you like to purchase, beautiful ladies? We have all the latest styles here. Since winter has yet to arrive and the weather in the capital is spring-like year-round, our designs focus on lightweight clothing. The proprietress earnestly showcased her products, and Shen Jia nodded in agreement, affirming that it was wise to stock up on lightweight garments for the impending apocalypse. What are your most popular styles? Yin inquired, her tone hinting at affluence. The owner, recognizing her tone, promptly gathered several lightweight outfits and presented them before the group. These are all the current trends in lazy chic. Given your tall figures, these styles would suit you perfectly. Yin and Shen Jia picked up a knitted cardigan, playfully scrunching the fabric in their hands. The owner, noticing their discerning taste, shifted her pitch. Our clothing is crafted from the finest long staple cotton. You felt this garment. Its quality is exceptional, isn't it? Shen Jia glanced at Yin, who nodded in affirmation. Is this knitted cable cardigan available in other colors? Shen Jia posed her most pressing question. She had meticulously observed the store upon entering, noting that the quality and variety were substantial, and she was not concerned about the pricing, but rather about the availability of colors. In the apocalypse, they would need to wear matching outfits, and although Shen Jia had contemplated ordering custom garments in different colors, she realized that the time required for such arrangements was impractical. With the apocalypse looming just months away, waiting for several days or even weeks seemed unnecessary. We have a wide array of colors for our clothing. The knitted cable cardigan you're holding is available in khaki, apricot, lotus pink, and a warm yellow. The owner replied without hesitation. Shen Jia nodded, recognizing that the owner was clearly experienced in the business. Jia, what do you think of this? Yin exclaimed, presenting a gray and white checkered shirt before Shen Jia. The shirt's cut was impeccable, and the fabric felt remarkably pleasant to the touch. Just as Shen Jia was about to inquire whether the owner had other colors available, the owner, with a beaming smile, remarked, You have exquisite taste, my dear. This shirt is our best seller. We also have it in green and white, yellow and white, pink and white, and more colors available in this style. Shen Jia nodded happily and requested that all the colors of these garments be packed for us. The owner, noticing her boldness, smiled broadly and remarked, Aren't the lovely ladies interested in trying them on? Our clothes look splendid when worn. Shen Jia smiled and said, Boss, we believe in you. Once the boss had finished packing, Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang, moving in perfect harmony, stepped forward. Together, they carried the garments to a secure passage and opened a concealed space to stow everything inside. The group continued to browse several shops, selecting a plethora of attire, including shirts, casual jackets, vests, denim jackets, loose-fitting sweatshirts, blazers, cardigans, woolen sweaters, and knitwear, among others. Shen Jia also purchased several dresses and short-sleeve tops, contemplating that in the event of an apocalypse, if they were to remain indoors, they could still adorn themselves in beautiful attire. Jia, have you finished shopping this time? Yin inquired from the side, unable to fathom how a woman could devote such an abundance of energy to a singular pursuit. Shen Jia turned to gaze at Yin, whose face was etched with fatigue. Yin, why don't you rest here for a while? I shall venture to the shops ahead to see if there are any attractive shoes or socks to stock up on as well. Yin nodded in agreement. conceding defeat in the realm of shopping for clothes. Shen Jia observed several individuals resting at a lounge in the shopping mall and, upon opening her phone, sent a message in the group chat. Jia doesn't eat garlic. If you're feeling weary, why not wait for me at the CAF outside? Considering that it was likely mealtime, she decided to tag her close friends, suggesting they enjoy lunch before continuing their shopping spree. The bustling commercial street beneath the mall was alive with activity, a constant flow of people creating a vibrant atmosphere. Shen Jia inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Both Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran shook their heads in unison. "Young lady, I now fully comprehend the exhaustion of accompanying someone on a shopping expedition. I used to envy those who could shop with their friends, but upon reflection, it is truly a trial, especially when accompanied by a friend with obsessive tendencies. It is indeed quite a torment." Shen Jia chuckled softly. "Well, how about we refrain from shopping?" Observing the weary expressions on her friends' faces, she felt a pang of sympathy. Aware of her obsessive tendencies, she was nonetheless anxious as the impending apocalypse loomed closer, contemplating the necessity of stockpiling as much as possible. Shen Jia felt a sense of urgency about time running short and a worry that her friends might be too fatigued, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. Yin seemed to perceive Shen Jia's thoughts and said, "Jia, don't fret. If it becomes too much, we can always resort to online shopping." "Indeed, online shopping," Shen Jia exclaimed with a clap of her hands. "How did I not think of that?" Chapter 17. The story unfolds after finding a highly rated barbecue restaurant on a certain platform. Shen Jia and her friends embarked on their culinary adventure with gusto. They shared a common passion for barbecued meat, especially Shen Jia, who, due to her compulsive nature, took it upon herself to manage the grilling, a formidable task she embraced wholeheartedly. She simply could not abide by a table cluttered with fragrant meats haphazardly arranged. Instead, she preferred to organize the meats by color, shape, and size before methodically drizzling them with oil. Lin Ran had remarked on more than one occasion that if Shen Jia were to venture into the culinary business, she would undoubtedly thrive, a sentiment wholeheartedly echoed by Zhou Xiang and Yin. "Jia, will you be in charge of grilling later?" Shen Jia appeared to be fully prepared to commence the meal. After the waiter had meticulously presented the dishes, he politely inquired, "Would you like me to assist you with the grilling?" Before anyone could respond, Shen Jia smiled and said, No, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. We can grill it ourselves." Lin Ran, wearing an expression of resignation, looked at Shen Jia and said, "Jia, it would be better if you simply sat back and enjoyed the meal. Do indulge a little more." Shen Jia shook her head. In this apocalyptic world, not to mention barbecued meat, even raw meat is a rare find. Many have expended considerable effort just to procure a small morsel. Gazing at the bountiful spread of meat before her, Shen Jia concluded that she ought to stockpile more meat products. The black pepper beef cubes were meticulously cut into perfect squares, while the Australian beef was sliced thin as parchment, accompanied by the marinated garlic tenderloin and the fragrant curry beef steak. It wasn't long before the tantalizing aroma of the food wafted from the grill, enticing the senses of those present. Shen Jia placed the prepared dishes onto a large plate beside her, adding several succulent slices of fatty roasted pork belly, the fragrant oil from a meat tantalizing even the children next door to tears. She arranged a few pieces of shiitake mushrooms, potato slices, and lotus root, drizzling some sesame oil over them, then set the heat to low, allowing the vegetables to gradually sizzle until their aroma became rich and inviting. With a moist towelette in hand, she wiped her fingers, ready to indulge in her meal. She first selected a piece of black pepper beef, the savory essence of the pepper enveloping the tender meat, each bite a delightful experience, enhanced further by a secret barbecue sauce that made her feel as though she might weep from sheer enjoyment. Jia, I haven't seen that expression on you in a long time, Lin Ran remarked, taking a sip of oolong tea with a smile. Shen Jia shot her a displeased glance, exclaiming, I haven't savored barbecued meat in ages. The group swiftly consumed the remaining vegetables, and Shen Jia proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. Just a few days prior, they had been brimming with energy, but now they seemed deflated. Jia, one remarked, how wonderful it would be if someone could assist us in stockpiling supplies. Shen Jia wore a radiant smile as she gazed at them. remarking that if they had ever endured the apocalypse, they would refrain from uttering such words. In the face of the end of the world, every endeavor Shen Jia undertook relied solely on her own strength. The once delicate and fragile girl could now effortlessly lift bags of rice weighing 10 pounds, while the little one observed her with an air of leisure, as if she were laboring for his benefit. At that moment, the ringtone of her stepmother's call suddenly pierced the air. Shen Jia glanced at the screen, her brows furrowing in discontent. Noticing the displeasure on Shen Jia's face, Zhou Xiang inquired, "Jia Jia, is that your stepmother?" Shen Jia nodded and pressed the answer key. "Jia Jia, I have heard that you and Shao Jia have parted ways. Mother wishes to inquire about what transpired between the two of you." In Shen Jia's captivating eyes emerged a chilling glint. In her past life, she had been deceived by misplaced trust in them. This time, she would not allow history to repeat itself. Shen Jia coldly remarked, "Zhang Fong, you are not my mother." Reflecting on the years of her stepmother's suffocating affection and hidden motives, alongside her own foolish attempts to win genuine warmth from her, a surge of indignation welled up within her. Her mother had passed away a decade ago, when this woman had come to their home, pregnant and pleading for her mother to allow her to keep the child. Out of compassion, her mother had taken in the boy, who was less than a year old, only for that very kindness to ultimately lead to her own demise. "Jia Jia," the woman on the other end of the line attempted to speak further, but Shen Jia coldly severed the connection. She pressed her hand against her chest, unable to quell the tumult of her emotions for a long while. "Jia Jia, what is wrong?" Several people noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Shen Jia shook her head and walked directly towards the bedroom upstairs. Reflecting on the years spent with her stepmother, she had once believed that she was genuinely regarded as a daughter, cherished as one of her own. Little did she know that everything had merely served as a pathway for her stepmother's son. She had bribed everyone around her. Naive as Shen Jia was, she foolishly assumed that their concern was sincere, unaware that they had long since prepared for their own interests. A familiar knocking resonated at the door, and Shen Jia gazed pallidly towards it, momentarily bewildered by the existence of such hypocrisy in the world. "Jia Jia, are you all right?" The concerned voices of her friends echoed from outside the door. If it were not for them, Shen Jia rose from her bed, and before she could reach the door, it swung open. He Nian was the first to rush in, enveloping Shen Jia in a warm embrace. "Jia Jia, please share your burdens with us. Do not carry them alone, nor keep them bottled up inside." He Nian understood the hardships Shen Jia had endured over the years. Had it not been for the foresight of Shen Jia's elderly parents, her current existence might have been fraught with difficulties. "Jia Jia, will you talk to us?" Ever since their group of friends reconciled, Shen Jia seemed transformed. They were aware that she had been reborn from a post-apocalyptic world, yet they remained oblivious to the true extent of her suffering. Concern etched across their faces. Shen Jia's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. "Jia Jia, do not be afraid. The apocalypse is not upon us yet. Consider it a mere dream, and we shall gradually rectify everything." He Nian, aware that Shen Jia had perished at the hands of others, instinctively offered comfort to her instead of focusing on her own plight. The four of them embraced tightly, and Shen Jia felt a warmth enveloping her heart. Indeed, why should she cling to past grievances? Avoidance would not resolve her issues. Facing them would. Looking at her friends, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you all. Why have you become so formal?" One teased, "If you insist on gratitude, I shall expect a reward in return." They exchanged light-hearted banter, and Shen Jia, wiping her eyes, chuckled. "Those who have harmed us, just wait." Chapter 18. The online shopping aficionado after a period of rest. The group felt rejuvenated. When Shen Jia appeared in the living room with her laptop, her companions were still filled with concern. They often remarked that a woman's emotions are the most difficult to soothe. Remembering how heartbroken she had been just moments ago, He Nian expressed her worry. "Jia Jia, are you truly all right?" Lin Ran burst into laughter. "Nian Nian, you really sound like an old maid." Jia Jia is a Sagittarius. She holds no grudges. Her emotions are like the wind, fleeting and free. Lin Ran, a devoted astrology enthusiast, consulted her zodiac calendar every morning, and possessed an intricate understanding of the astrological traits of her friends. Ran, with your prowess in astrology, you could become a master, Shen Jia remarked with a smile. Lin Ran, however, scoffed. Our astrology is nothing like fortune-telling. You ladies truly know nothing. Zhou Xiang chuckled. You, with your superstitions, dare to say we know nothing. The group then embarked on a delightful exchange of banter. Clearing her throat, Shen Jia interjected. Let us first see what we need to purchase online. As the year drew to a close, many shopping malls had initiated promotional activities, with countless offers such as discounts of 300 on purchases over 2,000. Shen Jia promptly ordered 1,000 of the 1-ton water storage barrels she had previously selected, along with 400 of the 2-liter thermos in each of the 3 available colors. Shen Jia contemplated the inconvenience of bathing during water shortages and proceeded to order 100 bathing tubs and 40 portable shower sets. She also made arrangements for pajamas, bedding, latex pillows, sheets, and comforters, acquiring everything she could think of through her close friends. Given the extreme weather conditions anticipated in the apocalyptic scenario, Shen Jia believed that both heating and cooling mechanisms were indispensable for survival. Consequently, she fervently ordered heating boxes, hot water bags, electric heating pads, cooling mats, ice pads, and cooling patches. Jia, I think our online shopping has become much more convenient, Lin Ran remarked casually, while Shen Jia was engrossed in browsing the online marketplace. She nodded absently in response, engaging in a half-hearted conversation. Zhou Xiang also stocked up on numerous books online. Having been preoccupied with work, she never had the time to read. Now, envisioning a future filled with leisure to indulge in literature, she enthusiastically ordered various titles, a comprehensive guide on food pairings, recipes for nourishing soups, illustrated compendium of materia medica, an introduction to self-defense, 3,000 years of Huaxia history, and detailed explanations of antiques. Lin Ran glanced over and noticed that Zhou Xiang had ordered only books, which left her feeling exasperated. Xiang, this is the apocalypse. Indeed, it is the apocalypse. But why are you purchasing a detailed explanation of antiques? Zhou Xiang responded, looking at Lin Ran with a mix of frustration and hope. Ran, what if we encounter opportunities to acquire antiques in this new world? That is a valid point. Shen Jia suddenly recalled that before her rebirth, she had encountered numerous antiques in the space. She remembered feeling regret that these artifacts bore little value in the post-apocalyptic world. How could she have overlooked the traces of these antiques despite her many visits? Never mind, she thought. Perhaps it was merely a lapse in her judgment. Nian, what have you purchased? The others, filled with curiosity, observed Nian intently focused on her phone, stealthily encircling her from behind. So engrossed was Nian that she remained oblivious to the gathering of her friends. Nian, what did you buy? Lin Ran suddenly exclaimed, startling Nian, who flung her phone onto the sofa and leapt up in surprise. What are you 3 up to? Nian retorted in annoyance. Sensing her irritation, Shen Jia quickly exchanged glances with the other 2, and they blinked in unison, reaching an unspoken understanding. The 3 of them clung to Nian's shoulders. Nian, please don't be angry. Shen Jia hadn't seen Lin Ran act so coy in a long time, and upon witnessing Lin Ran's bashful demeanor, Nian burst into laughter. Haha, you 3 fell for my trick, didn't you? Nian laughed triumphantly, revealing that her earlier demeanor had been feigned. Ran is ignoring you now. Shen Jia sat on the sofa, immersing herself in the world of online shopping. Captivated by the exquisite food advertisements on the homepage, she casually clicked in, her eyes greeted by an array of delectable snacks. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to stock up on treats. The vast variety of snacks left Shen Jia feeling dizzy. She recalled that it was usually Lin Ran who was most enamored with these delightful morsels, and she reached out to pull Lin Ran closer. Look, Ran, so many snacks. What should we purchase? Shen Jia, who not only struggled with obsessive tendencies, but also suffered from acute decision-making anxiety, found herself at a loss, especially when confronted with such enticing and visually appealing snacks. You know, only children make choices. Adults take everything. Lin Ran's words struck a chord with Shen Jia, awakening her to the reality that they were quite financially comfortable. Indeed, thus, Shen Jia exuberantly placed orders for an extensive array of snacks. Pork jerky, dried fruits, spicy duck necks, pickled chicken feet, chocolates, biscuits, cookies, jellies, pistachios, peanuts of various flavors, white rabbit milk candies, Wangzai milk candies, Ovaltine milk candies, and Alpine milk candies, among others. Upon completing her orders and glancing at her bank balance, she fell into contemplation, wondering how she had spent so much yet retained so little. Jia, let us purchase some storage containers. Zhou Xiang suddenly interjected, thinking of the chaos in their space. They ought to stock up on storage boxes to categorize their supplies. Shen Jia nodded. If you think of anything else we need to buy, please do remind me. Jia, we have already bought quite a bit. Lin Ran chuckled, and it dawned on Shen Jia that her friends were now affluent enough not to worry about purchasing what they desired. What have you all bought? Shen Jia inquired curiously. Lin Ran opened her phone and began to list 50 boxes of assorted marinated snack blind boxes, 50 boxes of various candy blind boxes, 50 boxes of assorted fruit blind boxes, and so on. Have you purchased all blind boxes? Shen Jia asked. The blind box economy was quite trendy nowadays, but it was also a tactic often exploited by unscrupulous vendors to entice consumers, which made Shen Jia maintain a cautious attitude towards them. Lin Ran nodded, while He Nian, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, Ran, you are truly fashionable. Of course, if I weren't trendy, I would have been dismissed by our company's old witch long ago, and I wouldn't have the opportunity to now take her job. Shen Jia nodded. Nian, what have you purchased? He Nian smiled. I bought some merchandise and electronic products. The rest I will ponder over later. Shen Jia acknowledged, aware that Nian's greatest passion was star chasing. Xiang, what did you buy? Before Zhou Xiang could respond, Lin Ran interjected, this girl bought nothing but books. You wouldn't believe the number of books I saw her order. It must be at least 400, if not 500. Chapter 19. Stocking up on the unique delicacies of Lijiang after a brief respite of 2 days. Shen Jia resolved to accompany her close friends abroad to stockpile supplies. With the impending apocalypse looming 3 months ahead, calamity spreading across the globe, Shen Jia hoped to import a majority of necessities and food from overseas. By operating under the guise of a trading company, their stockpiling capacity would increase significantly. Ultimately, she aspired to reserve more resources for those good souls in need. Shen Jia contemplated stockpiling fresh produce and local delicacies from various regions, thus embarking on this global journey starting from her own homeland. After Shen Jia shared her thoughts with her friends, they all wholeheartedly agreed with her perspective. With an abundance of money that seemed impossible to spend, they figured it would be prudent to stockpile supplies before the impending apocalypse, while also taking the opportunity to explore the world around them. Without hesitation, they decided to embark on their journey, promptly packing their belongings in preparation for departure. Where shall we go first? Lin Ran inquired. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Jia pulled out her phone and booked 4 first-class tickets to Yunnan. Let us head to Yunnan, Shen Jia declared. Oh, that sounds wonderful, Zhou Xiang exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation. Yunnan was indeed her dream destination. But just the 4 of us girls. Could it be a tad lacking in romance? Lin Ran teased with a mischievous grin. Not to worry. Once we arrive, I can arrange for 5 male models to accompany you, He Nian casually remarked. Lin Ran shot her a sideways glance. Nian, you know that's not truly my intention. Shen Jia and Zhou Xiang exchanged knowing smiles as they observed Lin Ran's coy demeanor. Among the 4 of them, Lin Ran was a delightful presence, without whom their daily joy would diminish significantly. I had longed to visit Yunnan, yet work commitments had prevented me from doing so. Now, the prospect of embarking on this journey with my dear sisters fills me with immense joy, Zhou Xiang exclaimed, her enthusiasm mirrored in the radiant expressions of her companions. I feel the same. Time on the road always seems to fly by. The group busily captured moments with their instant cameras, striking poses and snapping pictures of one another, drawing curious glances from an elderly lady nearby. They arrived in Yunnan around 7 in the evening. Shen Jia searched for travel tips on her phone, discovering that the most captivating destinations in the region were Lijiang and Dali. Lijiang, a historic town, and Dali, a romantic haven for couples. Shen Jia arranged for a car, instructing the driver to take them to Lijiang first. Noticing that the girls were from out of town, the driver kindly advised, "Ladies, please refrain from venturing out alone at night. Safety is paramount when traveling." The group nodded in gratitude, and soon they reached the vicinity of their hotel. They had heard whispers of Lijiang's famed bar street being nearby. Lin Ran, unable to contain her excitement, was eager to explore. Zhou Xiang scrutinized her for a moment before saying, Ran, we are here to stock up. Stocking up doesn't hinder our adventures. It's delightful to combine both. Lin Ran replied with a carefree tone, completely unfazed by the impending doom looming on the horizon. Shen Jia shook her head and said, Ran, we have merely a little over 2 months left. As Shen Jia articulated the passage of time, an air of tension enveloped the group. They had never witnessed nor experienced the apocalypse. Yet the grave demeanor etched upon Shen Jia's face indicated that the impending doom was far more terrifying than they could possibly fathom. Jia, let us gather supplies, she suggested, to which Shen Jia nodded in agreement. She had taken the initiative to research renowned local delicacies from Yunnan, including the famous bridge rice noodles, rice cakes, Xianwei ham, Yunnan flour cakes, flaky buns, aged tofu, and pickled bamboo shoots with chicken. Let us indulge in some local specialties, Shen Jia proposed, eager to procure a selection of these delicacies to take with them. In a tourist-driven city like this, it was not unusual to find streets lined with eateries showcasing local cuisine. The group nodded in unison and followed Shen Jia into a quaint restaurant specializing in local dishes. Shen Jia perused the menu, marking her selections before presenting it to her companions, who gestured for her to take the lead. Soon, a splendid array of dishes graced their table, and Shen Jia's appetite was instantly piqued. Among the offerings were lemon chicken, wild pepper yak meat, mint beef, spicy dry pot iri shrimp, egg and shrimp bamboo rice, rose milk pudding, braised aged tofu, and garlic green mushrooms. This is our signature sweet rice wine, complimentary. The enthusiastic proprietress beamed as she presented them with a jug of green plum wine. Lin Ran reached for the bottle, intending to pour it into their cups. But Shen Jia cast her a sharp glance. The kindness of strangers is not always a boon. Yin and Zhou Xiang, following Shen Jia's gaze, noted Lin Ran's hand resting on the wine bottle, prompting a serious conversation to ensue. Ran, are you aware that there are many villains around these days? What if a nefarious individual has bewitched you with some potion? Oh, Ran. Shen Jia coughed lightly, their conversation drawing the attention of nearby patrons, many of whom were casting curious glances in their direction. Shen Jia lamented that not even the most exquisite delicacies could silence her friend's chatter. Let's eat, she urged, ladling herself some rose pudding. The fragrant aroma of rose mingled with the nutty scent of millet, creating a delightful sweetness, enhanced by a hint of honey. The delicate floral notes of the dried rose coupled with the honey resulted in a taste that was sweet yet not cloying, while the millet achieved a wonderfully creamy texture. This lemon chicken is delectable, Yin remarked as she placed a piece of chicken into Shen Jia's bowl. Lin Ran, not to be outdone, chimed in, this mint beef is also quite splendid. Zhou Xiang shook her head in exasperation, recognizing the rivalry between the two. After savoring the various dishes, they collectively concluded that Yunnan's cuisine was indeed exceptional. With renewed purpose, Shen Jia approached the proprietor and inquired, Sister, we are part of the culinary features segment, and after sampling your exquisite dishes, we have found that your local delicacies are truly remarkable. We wish to place a bulk order to send back to our headquarters. What do you think? Absolutely. Whatever quantity you wish to order is no problem at all. We can accommodate you from this entire street. Upon hearing Shen Jia's earnest request, the proprietor responded, you can select the dishes I just prepared, and I shall create 2 distinct sets of packages, totaling 100 different servings. Is that agreeable? The owner's eyes widened in astonishment. 100 portions, each consisting of 10 dishes, amounted to a staggering 1,000 servings. Typically, even during peak tourist seasons, such a volume of food would remain unsold. Today, however, an order of this magnitude had materialized. The owner gestured emphatically, thinking to himself, I shall work tirelessly through the night to fulfill this. Is there a specific time frame for your request? He inquired with a calm demeanor. Despite the enormity of the order, it was essential to remain composed. One could not celebrate prematurely. The prospect of preparing such a large quantity raised concerns about the quality and taste of the dishes. Chapter 20. A Culinary Expedition Through Li Jiang's Gastronomy. 2. After Shen Jia concluded her proposal, the owner felt reassured. May we collect it the day after tomorrow? Shen Jia inquired. The owner nodded affirmatively. 2 days should pose no issue. After receiving her boss's affirmation, Shen Jia smiled with satisfaction. 2 days were ample time for them to stock up on additional supplies here. Let us go. Jia, where are we headed now? To the ancient city night market, Shen Jia exclaimed, her companions Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang brimming with anticipation. I have never seen what the Lijiang night market looks like. Neither have I. In this post-apocalyptic world, natural disasters had ravaged numerous renowned landmarks globally, particularly quaint towns like this one, which could vanish in the blink of an eye. Let us go take a look. Perhaps we will never have the chance to come here again. Shen Jia suddenly gazed melancholically at the brightly lit market before her. She was no saint, especially after enduring the hardships of the apocalypse. Her primary desire was to live well in the present. Jia, why do I feel like you've suddenly become melancholic? Zhou Xiang observed Shen Jia as slender silhouette and spoke up as the wind tousled her hair. For some reason, she felt that at this moment, Shen Jia appeared quite fragile. Shen Jia turned her head and smiled sweetly. I am not melancholic. Perhaps I am merely embracing the changes of this world. I'm solemnly bidding farewell to it. The night market in the ancient town is unlike the bustling metropolis. It seems to merge seamlessly with the night, creating a harmonious coexistence that exudes both warmth and mystery. Shen Jia strolled through the night market with her close friends, relishing a moment of tranquility, as if they had completely forgotten the purpose of their outing. Jia, what shall we stock up on now? Let's gather some beef jerky and tea. The beef jerky here is distinct from the packaged snacks. It comes in long strips. After being sun-dried to evaporate moisture, the beef is generously sprinkled with a special blend of spices and then air-dried, resulting in a chewy and robustly flavored long strip of jerky. Shen Jia once relished a tiny morsel during the apocalypse, a fragrant morsel that could brighten her entire day, even when her stomach was empty. In such dire times, tea leaves were a rare treasure. Shen Jia casually remarked that in the apocalypse, everyone yearned to survive. Tea leaves could invigorate the mind, prompting many tribes and alliances to invest considerable effort in seeking out this precious resource. Rare treasure? Lin Ran exclaimed in surprise. Weren't we merely here to explore the night market for snacks? What exactly is our purpose? At last, Lin Ran voiced her lingering doubts. Shen Jia smiled and replied, We're here to stock up on snacks. But where do snacks come into play with tea leaves? You wouldn't understand, Shen Jia said, as she strolled toward a food stall. Lin Ran curiously glanced at the sign, which read, Yunnan Specialty Milk Tea. Everyone is welcome to taste. Excuse me, what is your best-selling milk tea? Shen Jia inquired. Of course, it's our Snow Mountain Pu'er roasted milk. The stall owner, a girl who appeared to be of similar age, smiled warmly at the group of young women before her. Snow Mountain Pu'er roasted milk? That sounds delightful. Zhou Xiang remarked as Lin Ran leaned in, intrigued. Young ladies, you are all so lovely. Let me treat you to a few cups, the girl said, as she began to prepare the milk tea. Shen Jia smiled, pulling out her phone to scan the QR code beside the stall, transferring 200 to the vendor. Upon receiving the payment notification, the young girl looked at Shen Jia in surprise. Sister, I said I would treat you. There's no need for that. It's not easy running a business, so consider it compensation for your hard work. We actually have a favor to ask of you. Is there something troubling you, sister? The girl inquired, just as a cup of fragrant Snow Mountain Pu'er roasted milk was completed. We wish to purchase some tea leaves. If you want to buy tea leaves, come to me. The girl exclaimed excitedly. We have a tea garden. Shen Jia smiled knowingly, aware that she had not chosen the wrong person. What type of tea would you like to purchase? We have an abundance of stock at our estate. Are you planning to buy it as a gift or for personal enjoyment? Shen Jia turned to glance at her friends, who were captivated by the delectable food nearby. Though the items were meant as gifts, I require a substantial quantity. Would you be willing to sell all of it to me? Upon hearing that it was a significant transaction, the young lady hesitated to make a unilateral decision. Lowering her gaze in contemplation, she said, "Sister, how about I take down your number? Tomorrow, I can invite you to our estate to have a look, for the tea leaves are not mine to sell. They belong to my parents." Shen Jia nodded, taking her phone to leave her number, casually adding a note. "Beautiful sister." After 4 cups of Snow Mountain Pu'er roasted milk were prepared, Shen Jia, accompanied by her friends, ventured into the night market to stock up on local delicacies. "Jia, you must try this." "What is it?" Shen Jia inquired, gazing at the thin slice before her, which exuded a delightful milky aroma. "This is roasted milk fan," Lin Ran exclaimed, taking generous bites. Watching her relish it, Shen Jia could not resist sampling a piece herself. It melted in her mouth, rich in creamy flavor, crispy and sweet. A perfect nutritious snack. "This is truly delicious." The girls found themselves irresistibly drawn to anything with a milky taste. "Let us stock up on some." "Absolutely." I overheard the vendor mention that this can be used in various dishes, cold dishes, pan-fried, grilled, you name it. And it's quite affordable, only 10 yuan for a portion. Lin Ran eagerly recommended it to Shen Jia. Zhou Xiang appeared, holding a small paper bowl. "Jia, Ran, Nian, you must try this." "Isn't this Yinping tofu?" Lin Ran asked after taking a bite, recalling how the vendor had specifically promoted this snack. "You found it so quickly." The tofu, tender and dipped in rose jam, offered a unique flavor. Upon further chewing, she discovered it was not the usual silky tofu. It had a slight crispness on both sides, enhanced by a drizzle of sesame oil, making it quite delectable. "This is also delicious." Shen Jia felt a sense of satisfaction as she indulged in the culinary delights. Promptly deciding to stock up, let us gather 300 portions of all the local specialties. 300 portions, 1 tea suffice. Let us aim for 5,000. The girls stared at Lin Ran in disbelief. While we may be affluent, we certainly can't let others work themselves to exhaustion. The 4 girls, already striking in appearance, strolled along the breezy ancient street, exuding a certain charm. Chapter 21. Stocking up on the culinary delights of Changsha. Shen Jia accumulated 500 pounds of tea and 1,000 portions of snacks in Yunnan, spending a total of 200,000 yuan. She gazed at her bank account balance with a sense of helplessness, pondering when it had become so painful to part with her money. After a brief 2-day stay in Yunnan, Shen Jia planned to journey with her friends to other cities in search of culinary delights. Changsha was a destination she had longed to visit, and this time it was fortuitous to share the experience with her companions, filling her with joy. Who says men hold the key to happiness? Can't sisters unite for warmth? Jia, where shall we head next? Lin Ran reclined on the sofa, applying a facial mask while engrossed in a drama on her tablet. Shen Jia opened her calendar and calculated the days remaining until the impending apocalypse, approximately 80 days. "Only 80 days left. We must hurry," Shen Jia exclaimed suddenly, startling He Yin and Zhou Xiang, who had been dozing on the sofa. "Let us set off now." "Where to?" "To Changsha." The others cried in unison. "Help me. Save me." Shen Jia swiftly opened her phone and purchased 4 plane tickets, racing upstairs to pack a few sets of casual attire before descending. The trio, who had only just returned, barely had time to rest before being dragged into an impromptu trip by Shen Jia. I suddenly realized that wealth is not always a blessing. On the way to the airport, Lin Ran muttered incessantly, "You should save your breath. Otherwise, tomorrow I might just make you work for a living." After some contemplation, Lin Ran concluded that having money was indeed more pragmatic. "Driver, could you please speed up?" Yin had lost count of how many times Shen Jia had urged the driver to hasten their pace. Jia, if the driver could fly, I dare say he would have whisked you straight to Changsha by now." Yin's knack for retorts seemed inexplicable, yet whenever something displeased her, her words always struck with remarkable impact. "Yin," Zhou Xiang came to Shen Jia's defense, while Yin looked at her with exasperation. "Miss Zhou, you needn't be so overtly biased." Shen Jia, "Goodness, are we 4 women truly going to engage in such a cliché drama of vying for affection?" The driver, overhearing the conversation among the young ladies, couldn't help but chuckle. "My dear sisters, are you embarking on a journey?" Shen Jia turned to glance at the individuals in the back row who were engaged in lively banter, shaking her head. Indeed, we plan to visit Changsha. Changsha is wonderful. It is truly a splendid place. Shen Jia smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. This world, in many of its corners, is filled with beauty, yet so often it remains unseen simply because one has not ventured there. Upon arrival, the master alighted to assist them with their luggage. This time, Shen Jia had the wisdom to consolidate the 4 bags into a single large suitcase, thus sparing herself the hassle of checking them in one by one. Reflecting on her cleverness, she felt a swell of pride. Jia, what time do we arrive? Approximately around noon. Oh, I have a friend in Changsha. I heard we were going to visit, and he intends to treat us to drinks. Drinks? A friend? What sort of friend? Is it a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Lin Ran teased, casting a playful glance at Yin. Yin's face flushed under the mischievous gazes of Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran. You two are incorrigible. Oh dear, Yin, are you shy? Shen Jia also chuckled, for in her memories, she seldom witnessed Yin's bashful demeanor. I would like to have jasmine tea. I prefer milk tea. I want Longzai. Shen Jia pondered for a moment and decided, I shall opt for mineral water. Jia, I just came across an abundance of snacks from Changsha on a certain platform. Shen Jia nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that her dear friend had matured and learned to craft her own travel itineraries. Indeed, you have grown, Shen Jia remarked casually. This statement took Lin Ran by surprise. Jia, what do you mean by that? Shen Jia shook her head, realizing she had never noticed Lin Ran's foolishness before. Let's go. We need to get our tickets soon. As Shen Jia stood up, her friends followed suit. Jia, I feel like you resemble a big sister now, Yin remarked. You exude a certain aura. Do you know what it is? Shen Jia gazed at her curiously. What is it? Master of Extinction. Goodness. How could she possibly resemble the Master of Extinction? She was undeniably a stunning beauty. The others burst into hearty laughter, and Shen Jia, seeing their joyful expressions, couldn't help but chuckle along. On the airplane, they once again entered the mode of capturing moments for their social media, and as Shen Jia observed her friends' striking poses, she mused that indeed, the desire for beauty and the urge to flaunt it are innate traits of women. Lin Ran posted on her social media, Sister Ran has resigned. How wonderful. Sister Ran, is your reason for resigning that the world is so vast and you wish to explore it? Sister Ran, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. Yin's post read, Pouting leader, where have you been living it up? Leader, have you seen the new solo from the sisters? Only Shen Jia's social media remained relatively normal, featuring a photo of the 4 friends against the backdrop of Yunnan, with comments and likes reading, Safe travels. The airplane soon took off, and as Shen Jia watched the fleeting cityscape outside the window, she closed her eyes, preparing to take a brief nap. Jia, wake up. We have arrived. Lin Ran's voice broke through her slumber, and Shen Jia opened her eyes to see a delicate face before her, momentarily disoriented about her location. Jia, you must have been in a deep sleep, Yin remarked, noticing Shen Jia's sleepy demeanor, clearly still groggy. Her close friends felt a pang of sympathy for Shen Jia's fatigue, but were also acutely aware of the impending apocalypse, which left them feeling helpless. They silently resolved to treat her with even greater kindness. Jia, if you're still drowsy, I can carry you, Lin Ran offered. Shen Jia, still in a daze, burst into laughter at this suggestion. How could I be so fragile? You should be thinking about what supplies you want to stock up on. She was aware that Changsha was famous for its culinary delights and had heard of a street filled with delectable treats. Shen Jia felt a surge of anticipation. Looking at her friends, all wearing radiant smiles, Shen Jia rose from her seat, adjusting her disheveled attire in preparation to disembark. The climate here diverged significantly from that of the southern city, and upon alighting from the plane, she was immediately struck by an uncomfortable sensation. Do you feel the air here is rather arid? She inquired. Her close friends nodded in agreement, and upon hearing her, they sensed their skin was in dire need of hydration. Jia, where are we staying tonight? Chapter 22. The dizziness of the elderly, the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. How splendid. I have never stayed in a presidential suite in my life. Lin Ran gazed up at the starry sky, mirroring her delightful mood. Shall I call my friend to pick us up? Yin sought the group's consensus. Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang shrugged, expressing their lack of objection. The four of them were united under Shen Jia's leadership. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow, recalling that in her previous life, Yin was betrayed by a scoundrel, and she had no desire to let her dear friend traverse that same treacherous path again. That man, could he possibly be pursuing you? Shen Jia inquired with keen interest. Yin's cheeks flushed. Yin, you can't be embarking on a long-distance relationship, can you? What long-distance relationship? Don't speak nonsense. We are merely online acquaintances. Goodness, you are actually engaged in an online romance. Lin Ran exclaimed, drawing the attention of passers-by who cast inquisitive glances upon hearing the term online romance. Look at the young ladies of today, each one more beautiful than the last, yet so unreliable. What do you understand? It's precisely these young girls who indulge in reckless behavior. You have no idea that some may appear respectable while being quite the opposite. You can't even discern if they're here for tourism or some other purpose. Isn't that right? Nowadays, young girls squander their youth, engaging in all sorts of indiscretions. A group of sharp-tongued elderly women, overhearing Lin Rant's remarks, stood nearby with a sarcastic demeanor. Shen Jia had initially intended to overlook these old hags, but their remarks grew increasingly intolerable. Excuse me, madam, could you kindly direct me to Jinshi South Road? Shen Jia approached with a countenance full of sincerity and inquired, while a few gossiping matrons, perceiving her politeness, adopted a condescending demeanor, remarking, "You young ladies have ventured out yet cannot even find your way. What purpose do you have in playing around?" Shen Jia understood that she needed to address her as grandmother in a respectful manner. However, this term only served to infuriate the ostentatiously adorned elderly woman before her, causing her cheeks to flush with indignation. After a prolonged silence, the woman finally spoke, asking a question that Shen Jia found irrelevant. With a chuckle, Shen Jia replied, "Grandmother, in truth, there is no such road in Changsha." The individual standing behind her observed as Shen Jia's words provoked the elderly gossipers, eliciting laughter from a group. "Jia, you are truly impressive now," Lin Ran exclaimed, casting an admiring glance her way. "I also believe that Jia resembles a character from a novel, one who feigns innocence while outsmarting others," Zhou Xiang mused, reflecting that the teacher's way of speaking is undoubtedly more cultured. Shen Jia chuckled, "Oh, come on. It's simply that I cannot stand others bullying us. But they are elderly, after all. And what of it? Do the elderly have the right to morally bind us?" Shen Jia retorted sharply. "The essence of respecting our elders and caring for the young lies in mutual respect. If they do not accord us respect, why should we extend it to them?" The elderly woman observed the few young girls standing with an air of superiority. It was evident that the girl in the purple dress was directing her words towards them. "As long as we lack moral restraint, no one can impose upon us. Do you all remember that?" The others nodded vigorously at Shen Jia's fervent declaration, while she feigned seriousness, her heart already blooming with mirth. "You little sprites, in due time, you shall reap the consequences of your actions." Shen Jia turned around, gazing at the elderly woman whose face was flushed with anger, and feigned seriousness as she inquired, "Grandma, could you tell me how to get to Jinshi South Road?" After uttering these words, she blinked her large eyes innocently at her. The old woman, infuriated, stomped her feet, closed her eyes, and fainted. "Jia, the old hag has fainted," Lin Ran remarked, observing the elderly lady sprawled on the ground, clearly amused by the spectacle. Jia, after all. Shen Jia cast a cold glance at Zhou Xiang, thinking that such sympathy would spell doom for them in a post-apocalyptic world. Within 3 days, they would be dead. Just because she was an elder, it didn't seem matter. With a mere thought, she could easily feign a serious illness. The others grasped the insinuation behind Shen Jia's words, realizing that many videos of elderly people engaging in scams had proliferated online. "Jia, I'm not afraid of the old lady. I'm afraid she might harm you," her friend confessed, revealing her concern for Shen Jia. Turning back, Shen Jia smiled and waved her hand dismissively, indicating that they need not worry. She approached the elderly woman once more and took out her phone, speaking to the elder as if in a monologue. "Hello, everyone. I'm a new anchor from Nancheng, and you can call me Jia. Today, I'm traveling the area and noticed some amiable elderly ladies, so I wanted to interview them. Being a newcomer." Shen Jia's live stream was promptly organized by the platform. "Ultraman, Hello, beautiful anchor. What time do you stream every day? Coca-Cola, wifey. Shen Jia paid no heed to the comments flooding the screen. She turned around to find the terrified expression on the woman behind her mirrored her own sentiments. Very well, let us proceed to interview the elderly lady in the floral dress. Dear madam, may I inquire if you have any children? Are they boys or girls? Pray tell, what professions do your children pursue? You appear to be in splendid condition. Surely, your offspring must be quite prosperous. Youngster, how are you? This is utterly disrespectful to the elderly. Amid the barrage of criticisms in the comments, Shen Jia shut down the live stream and, with an indifferent gaze, regarded the few women before her who were rendered speechless by her actions. Pray tell, what emotions stir within you as I speculate about your elders in this manner? Oh, but of course, why would you consider our feelings? After all, your mouths are your own, and what you express is merely your freedom of speech, is it not? You declare that online romances are unreliable, and upon seeing our beauty, you presume us to be wicked women. Very well, I shall embrace this villainous role, allowing you to witness what a true wicked woman embodies. The women stood in stunned silence, realizing the gravity of their careless chatter, and with a hint of trepidation. One finally spoke, "Young lady, we did not intend for this to happen. You see, you have caused our dear friend to faint. If the police were to get involved." Shen Jia let out a cold snort, astonished that you had actually studied law. She crossed her arms and surveyed her surroundings, noting the abundance of surveillance cameras. I do not mind if you summon the police. After all, we could also assert that you are slandering us. The few friends who had never witnessed Shen Jia's assertiveness were left in stunned silence. Young lady, you are being rather unreasonable, aren't you? Unreasonable? Shen Jia retorted sharply. Are we not entitled to free speech in a public space? Chapter 23. Why must we always yield? In this post-apocalyptic world, Shen Jia had encountered numerous individuals who exploited their age to gain advantages. Once, she had even contemplated sharing her limited provisions with them, only to be met with demands for more resources from an ever-growing number of elderly individuals. Shen Jia closed her eyes, suppressing the fury that threatened to burst forth, and shouted, "Why must we always concede to you? Why should we accommodate this despicable elder? Why should my compassion be taken for granted?" It was evident that she had already resolved not to pursue the matter further. Why then were they still threatening her, insisting that all the issues lay with her? Shen Jia shook her head. She was no longer the person she once was. She was no longer a saint. Her sole desire now was to protect herself and those she cherished. A crowd of onlookers, drawn by the commotion, gathered around her. Shen Jia cast a cold glance at them, and with a disdainful snort, she remarked, "I hope you all maintain your penchant for spectacle even in the apocalypse. Such a pretty girl, yet so acerbic." Someone remarked, "Can't you see the elderly have fainted?" Another added, "I truly do not understand today's youth. Just look at her haughty demeanor. There's not a hint of good upbringing." The murmurs from the crowd grew louder, and Shen Jia, observing their chatter, casually retrieved a wad of cash from her bag, which appeared to amount to around 10,000. A cold smile crept across her face. The most effective way to silence them was through power, and she had an abundance of money. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the 100 yuan bills into the air. The onlookers quickly crouched down, scrambling to collect the scattered notes, exclaiming, "Why is this girl throwing money? She is so beautiful. Yet what a foolish act." Shen Jia gently stepped on a red 100 yuan lottery ticket and proceeded towards her best friend. "Ah, this is the essence of human nature." He Nian's voice rang out beside her, and Shen Jia looked at her, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Nian, what is the matter?" She saw He Nian looking up, her eyes sparkling. "Jia, I never imagined you would protect us like this." In the past, it had always been everyone looking after Shen Jia, who was a kind-hearted and innocent young lady. Apart from her somewhat spoiled temperament, everyone treated her like a younger sister. Her recent transformation had truly astonished her friends. After pondering for a moment, Shen Jia shook her head. "You used to protect me, and now it's my turn to protect you. Friendship is a mutual journey. We are in this together." The others nodded in agreement, casting disdainful glances at the crowded throng behind them as they made their way outside. Jia, he's going to pick us up?" Perhaps due to her earlier indiscreet remarks, Lin Ran now appeared unusually quiet, sensing that she had caused trouble for her friends. Shen Jia gazed at her with a hint of concern and spoke. Ran, do not overthink it. What happened just now was not your fault. Jia. Lin Ran looked at her, her eyes brimming with emotion. When the old lady fainted earlier, she had momentarily believed it was her own doing, especially since Jia had acted to protect her and had done so because of her own careless words. Reflecting on this, she felt a wave of guilt, convinced that her casual remarks had inadvertently caused trouble for her dear friend. Now, hearing Shen Jia's comforting words, the weight on her heart finally lifted. Jia, thank you. Lin Ran sincerely expressed, gazing earnestly at Shen Jia. She was genuinely astonished, never having imagined that one day she would require Shen Jia to stand up for her. Her heart swelled not only with gratitude, but also with a sense of reflection. Yin, let us go find your friend. Shen Jia was filled with unease, wondering if that man could possibly be the scoundrel responsible for her friend's difficult labor during the apocalypse. The group followed Yin to the garage, where a luxurious Maybach was parked beside her. Shen Jia wore a cold expression. Truthfully, she felt quite displeased that someone had interrupted their girl's trip. A man dressed casually emerged from the vehicle, and as Shen Jia took in his face, she was shocked to realize he was indeed the very scoundrel who had caused Yin's hardships during childbirth. Wasn't that man supposed to be impoverished? How could he be driving a Maybach? Surely, it must be rented. Shen Jia was perplexed, yet she endeavored to maintain an air of calm. The man appeared cultured and refined, but regardless of how skillfully he presented himself, Shen Jia discerned the greed lurking in his eyes. She understood that this man's approach to Yin was driven by ulterior motives, akin to how Lu Jia had pursued her in the past. However, she found herself unable to immediately disclose the circumstances to her dear friend. After contemplating, she decided that allowing the fox to reveal its own tail would be the most prudent course of action. Yin smiled bashfully, saying, I'm sorry. My friend might worry you are a bad person. The man, evidently taken aback, responded, a bad person? Nien do I resemble a villain. Typically, villains do not proclaim themselves as such, much like the mentally ill seldom perceive their own condition. Similarly, a person intoxicated always believes they are sober. Shen Jia, with a stern expression, coldly snorted and climbed into the car. Whether he was a good or bad person was uncertain. But who would invite 4 girls to drink upon arrival? The man, hearing Shen Jia's murmurs, cast an irritable glance at the blushing Yin, who was looking down. Yin, it seems your friend does not particularly care for me. Shen Jia turned her head and cast a cold gaze at him. The man's hand, which was poised to rest on Yin's shoulder, recoiled slightly. Whether it was merely his illusion or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that this woman regarded him with a glint of malice in her eyes. Meanwhile, Yin pondered how to introduce the man before her to her close friend, while Shen Jia was already on the verge of losing patience with the man's pretentious demeanor. Come on, let's go for a drink. I imagine the spirits in Changsha are superior to those in Nanxing. Otherwise, why would you invite us out for drinks at this late hour to welcome us? The man observed Shen Jia, who wore a beaming smile, and his instinct warned him that she was not someone to be trifled with. Oddly enough, he found himself relying on intuition. Perhaps it was the formidable aura exuded by this eloquent and striking woman. Lin Ran and Zhou Xiangshui remained silent, quietly scrutinizing the man before them. They were not opposed to their friend pursuing a romantic relationship. Rather, they hoped she would encounter only the finest individuals. However, the man standing in front of them appeared to be rather unreliable. Chapter 24. The Arrival of the Cad. The man noticed that the group of girls had all boarded the vehicle. Although being scrutinized by a cadre of women was somewhat irksome, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the matters regarding his wager with his friends had been resolved. Shen Jia had long been aware of the true nature of the man before her. As she gazed at Yin, who sat in the passenger seat, completely enveloped in the throes of infatuation, she felt an overwhelming desire to seize her and drag her off to gather wild vegetables. Having witnessed her own past self consumed by such romantic folly, she could not help but recognize that the current Yin was nothing more than a living replica of her former self. It was reminiscent of how Lu Jia, that scoundrel, had once pursued her, further fueling her inner turmoil. Shen Jia lowered the car window, her mind racing with thoughts of how her best friend had been harmed by the man before her in this apocalyptic world. A surge of anger made her want to confront him immediately. The atmosphere in the back seat was palpably awkward, yet it did nothing to dampen the flirtatious tension in the front. Yin, usually a fervent fangirl, blushed shyly at the sight of the man, while Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran were swept up in the charged aura between the two, feeling goosebumps prickling all over their skin. Yin, I thought you said this handsome guy was a friend? Lin Ran voiced her confusion, noting the unmistakable chemistry between the two. It was evident they were far more than just friends. Yin struggled to find a rebuttal, while Zhou Xiang gently patted Lin Ran's shoulder, signaling her to cease her inquiries. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Ran's words, the man's brow furrowed slightly. Yin, you did not inform your friend about our relationship? Yin gazed at him in astonishment. Had they not agreed to remain friends? Although she harbored feelings for him, she had always envisioned such emotions blossoming in a proper setting, complete with declarations of love and romantic gestures, an experience steeped in ritual. Now, she felt as though she had been unwittingly swept into a whirlwind of confusion led by this man. Shen Jia observed Yin, who was deep in thought with her head lowered, and coldly remarked, "Handsome, please drive with care. After all, the lives of the four of us sisters are in your hands." The man from the Beishan family found himself at a loss for words. This woman was indeed formidable. Perhaps he should entrust her to his most formidable brother shortly. Shen Jia observed a flicker of brilliance in the man's eyes, eliciting a derisive snort from her nostrils. Yin, hand me your phone, Shen Jia stated coldly. Yin distinctly sensed the man's body stiffen, and an unusual tension filled the air. However, with little time to ponder, she surrendered her phone to Shen Jia. The man beside them turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at Yin, leaving her bewildered under his icy stare. She recalled having researched strategies online. Wasn't it said that a woman pursuing a man was like a veil separating them? Shen Jia held Yin's phone without immediately unlocking it. She merely used her actions to convey her dissatisfaction to the man before her. Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang could distinctly sense the anger radiating from Shen Jia and assumed it stemmed from the earlier encounter with the elderly woman. They hurried to comfort her, saying, "Jia, don't be upset. People nowadays are like this. It's not worth getting angry over such individuals." He had met Yin online and learned through her social media that she was a wealthy young lady. Given his dubious character, he sought to leverage his association with affluent women to elevate his status. To pique Yin's interest, he had invested considerable effort in his appearance and persona. However, her demeanor toward him had been inconsistent, and just as he contemplated shifting his focus elsewhere, she announced her intention to visit Changsha. Thus, he had spent a significant amount to meticulously craft his image in hopes of winning her affection, for reasons unknown to her. Every time Yin attempted to converse with Wang Cheng, she felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Wang Cheng, perceiving that the opportunity to secure these women was slipping away, was unwilling to let them depart, especially after the considerable effort he had exerted to bring them to his domain. "Why don't we stay inside for a while?" he suggested, his gaze lingering on Shen Jia, whose enchanting eyes and alluring presence stirred a sense of excitement within him. He couldn't help but wonder what pleasures might await him if he were to share a night with her. Shen Jia was evidently aware of the man's gaze upon her, filled with lust and greed. Without needing to ponder, she instinctively understood the thoughts occupying his mind. "Well then, let's step inside and sit for a while." Shen Jia boldly led the way, and the man, momentarily taken aback by the exquisite beauty of this woman with skin like cream, failed to notice Yin's expression as he followed her inside. Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang exchanged bewildered glances at Yin, who mirrored their confusion. "Jiashi." They both shook their heads, baffled by Shen Jia's sudden decision to advance, especially since moments ago she had urged them to feign disinterest. What could have prompted such a rapid change of heart? "Never mind, let us also go in," Lin Ran suggested, taking Yin's hand while Zhou Xiang followed suit. The nightlife had long ceased to be novel for them. After all, in her heyday as the nightlife sprite of Nan City, such environments had been trivial. However, Zhou Xiang found the current surroundings distasteful appearing both shabby and filthy, with a hint of decay amidst the opulence, truly repulsive. Inside, it seemed as though the patrons recognized them, guiding them to a booth closest to the elevated platform. The scene before them startled all three women. Shen Jia sat in the center of the booth, surrounded by more than a dozen men whose eyes brimmed with unabashed desire. Yin felt an inexplicable surge of anger. She had initially anticipated that the invitation to drink would lead them to an upscale music restaurant. Wang Cheng, what are you doing? The man named Wang Cheng, seeing that they had entered his domain, decided to drop the pretense, abruptly shedding his shirt to reveal his bare torso, which elicited a startled scream from Yin and Wang Xiang. No one paid attention to the commotion here, just as no one noticed that Shen Jia's previously sycophantic smile had transformed into an icy glare. Yin, have you not always wanted to sleep with me? He laughed heartily. Tonight, I shall ensure you enjoy it thoroughly. The man finally exposed his true intentions, and Yin, taken aback, gasped and retreated. Chapter 25, Dealing with Scoundrels. The men beside him, hearing Wang Cheng's boisterous taunts, grinned widely. Shen Jia, perched on the sofa with her eyes narrowed, surveyed the scene before her. These men were hardly worthy of her attention. They were insufficient even to fill the gaps between her teeth. However, she was not inclined to bring them to their knees just yet. Jia, come, let's drink together. A greasy-faced man exclaimed, nearly leaning into Shen Jia's space with his drink. Wait, let us toast first. With so many of us, you need not worry about not having enough to drink, the sycophantic young man chimed in, awestruck by Shen Jia's beauty. Today marked his first bold attempt to impress his boss. Indeed, it seems that a man's status is paramount when it comes to attracting women. Shen Jia lazily observed the dozen or so men surrounding him, watching as Wang Cheng approached Yin with his bare torso, pressing closer with each step. With a playful smile gracing her features, she stood up and declared, "You all step aside. I wish to join Ah Chang for a drink." Shen Jia's laughter enchanted the men around her, rendering them utterly captivated and too intimidated to utter a single word of dissent. Shen Jia slowly rose to her feet and approached Wang Cheng. Yin, Lin Ran, and Zhou Xiang stood frozen in their spots, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. Jia, they exclaimed in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Upon reflection, she had exhibited no signs of distress just moments prior. What is happening? Shen Jia, with a glance as enchanting as silk, merely lifted her gaze towards her friends, enough to send a shiver down the spine of the man before her. Darling, come here, Wang Cheng beckoned, draping his arm across Shen Jia's shoulders. Yin observed this man, whose eyes brimmed with desire, finding it almost impossible to reconcile him with a warm-hearted gentleman who had engaged in lengthy conversations with her online, always attentive to her needs. Noticing the shift in Yin's expression, Shen Jia's lips curled into a subtle smile. She desired nothing more than for her friends to feel revulsion at the mere sight of any man in the future, not merely disappointment in the one before them. Ah Cheng, you should have a drink too? Shen Jia giggled, her voice sweet and teasing, rendering the man utterly weak at the knees, as if he longed to intoxicate her and take her to bed for a vigorous rendezvous. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten the fact that he had laced the drinks with a sedative, as he downed glass after glass with reckless abandon. The smile on Shen Jia's lips only deepened. Sweetheart. The man reached out to caress Shen Jia's face, though the sensation felt rather amiss. Meanwhile, the young man with the yellow hair was lost in his own world. Feeling a weight upon him, he mistakenly believed he was cradling a beauty in his arms. It became clear to the others why Shen Jia had instructed them to feign disdain. She alone was capable of overwhelming a dozen men with her drinking prowess. No, this realization prompted a collective shaking of heads among them, each sensing that something was indeed amiss. Shen Jia has never been known for her exceptional drinking capacity. One cannot help but wonder how she managed to incapacitate over a dozen men. As this thought crossed their minds, the three of them cast admiring glances at Shen Jia. It must be said that following her breakup with the man who relied on her, she has developed quite her own unique approach to dealing with men. Jia, how did you discern that there was something in that drink? Shen Jia chuckled softly as she unlocked her phone. Observing the vehicle, she had pre-booked arriving punctually by the roadside. Turning to her close friends, she remarked, "That man is dressed impeccably. Yet the tarnished watch on his wrist betrays him. It is evident that he has deceived numerous young women before. He must be aware of Nian Yin's background. I surmise he intends to charm all four of us tonight. Moreover, I have encountered him in the post-apocalyptic world. That man is one who would stoop so low as to wash an elderly woman's feet for a mere drop of water. Such a man." Shen Jia turned away, her face contorted in disdain as she glanced at her friends, declaring, "Even if he were disassembled into 8 pieces, I would not desire him." Shen Jia noticed Yin's despondent mood and gently remarked, "Yin, the human heart is a mystery, and one can never truly know another's intentions. You must never hastily entrust your heart to a man, for once you do, he may not cherish you as you deserve." As Shen Jia gazed out the window, her words, though meant to console, carried an undercurrent of melancholy that Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang could discern. They pondered whether Shen Jia had once harbored feelings for Lu Jie, only to be let down by an unworthy person. Yin, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep softly. Upon witnessing her dear friend's sorrowful state, Shen Jia embraced her tightly, believing that a short pain was preferable to a prolonged suffering. She could not bear to watch her friend endure such heartache again. "Jia, I feel like such a failure," Yin stammered, her once charming face now appearing even more delicate and fragile. Shen Jia shook her head, assuring her, Yin, we need not punish ourselves for the faults of others." Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran, witnessing Yin's heartache for the first time, offered words of comfort. Yin, in this world, it is not the methods that are unreliable, but the people." Zhou Xiang's words struck a chord, for Yin's sorrow stemmed not from the fickleness of men, but from her misplaced trust in others. The thought that her friends had nearly faced difficulties on her behalf filled her with regret. "Yin, fret not. We have Jia with us. In my heart, she is akin to a superhero." Lin Ran spoke up, eliciting a look of gratitude from Shen Jia, who felt a warmth at Lin Ran's heartfelt declaration. "Indeed, we did not come here to meet strangers. We are here to stock up on supplies," Zhou Xiang added, lifting her jade ornament in emphasis. "Yes, what could possibly be more important than our friendship?" Yin wiped her tears and, looking at her concerned friends, drew them into a tight embrace. "From now on, we shall rely on each other." "Absolutely. As long as you don't steal my snacks, I wholeheartedly agree." Shen Jia listened to the laughter and chatter of her friends, and for a moment, she felt a profound sense of tranquility. She wished fervently that the apocalypse would vanish and that they could reconcile sooner. Shen Jia shook her head, dismissing such thoughts from her mind. In this world, there are never any what-ifs, nor is there a notion of moving faster or slower. She held no belief in fairy tales, for she understood that this world harbors none. Chapter 26. Dealing with the Scoundrel, 2. When the group awoke, it was already noon. Shen Jia felt quite famished and decided to rise in search of something to temporarily satiate her hunger. Jia, what are you looking for?" Lin Ran inquired, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he gazed at Shen Jia. "I'm so hungry. Aren't you all feeling the same?" Shen Jia replied, turning around to see Yin and Zhou Xiang, who had already tidied up. "We've just made a reservation at a restaurant. Today, let us indulge in the distinctive flavors of Changsha," Yin cheerfully announced. Today, Shen Jia deliberately adorned herself with a simple makeup, and upon reflection, she concluded that Yin must have come to terms with her feelings. She took Lin Ran by the hand, nodded in agreement, and hurried to the restroom to prepare. Standing beside Yin, Zhou Xiang appeared somewhat anxious. Yin, where are we dining today?" Xiang, it's a place recommended by Wang Cheng," Yin replied. Zhou Xiang was taken aback. What? She was perplexed as to why Yin would still mention that name, especially after witnessing the man's true nature just yesterday. Zhou Xiang was unaware, and neither was Yin, that this might indeed be what they call a love-stricken mind. Zhou Xiang turned to glance at the closed restroom door, typically mild-mannered. She found herself unable to contain her frustration. Yin, all those 20-odd drinks last night were entirely shielded by Jia for you. And now you still wish to speak of that man. Zhou Xiang had initially intended to let the matter rest, but seeing Yin's obstinate demeanor ignited her anger. No, Xiang. He wishes to apologize to us. He Yin hastily defended, her heart filled with disappointment for that person. Yet she did not want her dearest friends to perceive him as a villain. Yin, do you realize you are making excuses for him? Zhou Xiang whispered, and indeed, a woman in love often finds her intellect diminished. When Shen Jia first stepped outside, she noticed Yin seemingly engaged in a heated argument with Zhou Xiang. Raising an eyebrow, she observed the guilt etched across Yin's face, likely stemming from the affair involving that scoundrel, Wang Cheng. Shen Jia shook her head and walked over. Jia, you're here. Yin noticed that Shen Jia had approached them without her realizing it. What are you arguing about? Shen Jia asked knowingly, curious to discover her best friend's true thoughts. Yin's face flushed with embarrassment, and Shen Jia smiled gently, gazing into her eyes with a lingering look. Yin, what do you wish to eat today? Yin felt her heart racing under Shen Jia's piercing gaze. She was well aware of Shen Jia's beauty, which had always been enchanting but never intimidating. Now, however, she felt an unsettling shift, as if Shen Jia's uplifted phoenix eyes had seen straight through her. Yin stammered. Shen Jia burst into laughter. Come on, let us indulge in authentic Changsha cuisine today. Is there anyone who can't handle spicy food? You're all welcome to buy a few bottles of ice-cold Coke. Ha ha ha. Jia, what grand claims you make. Lin Ran laughed heartily, recalling how Shen Jia would always have a bowl of plain water prepared whenever they went out for hot pot. They would tease her for eating without flavor. But Shen Jia never took offense, adhering to her own tastes for over a decade. Now that this woman had suggested spicy food, Lin Ran was the first to express her skepticism. Just think about my drinking capacity yesterday. Yin looked up. Jia, did you really consume all that liquor yesterday? Shen Jia nodded, remarking that drinking was not a challenge. In a world devoid of fresh water, people often resorted to alcohol as a substitute. Jia, your tolerance for alcohol has improved remarkably. Zhou Xiang expressed her disbelief. I didn't drink yesterday. I poured the drinks into those scoundrels' cups. They had added something to the alcohol, Shen Jia nonchalantly replied, casting a sidelong glance at Yin. What? They drugged it? The trio clearly found this hard to believe. Shen Jia shrugged, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Didn't you see how they lay on the ground, as limp as water, when I stood up? Goodness, those men. I thought their lack of decorum was appalling, but I never expected such depravity, Lin Ran exclaimed, suddenly regretting not giving those ruffians a taste of her fist the previous night. Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Shen Jia. Shen Jia knew her friend would surely soften, so she approached her bag, retrieving a piece of foil and handing it to Yin. Yin, like Shen Jia, had been raised in privilege, yet their backgrounds differed. Yin grew up in a loving family, while Shen Jia was raised by her grandparents. In terms of wealth, Shen Jia's lineage from prosperous merchants surpassed Yin's, but in social standing, Yin clearly held the upper hand. Shen Jia understood the nature of girls from noble families all too well, especially in this apocalyptic world where men favored such damsels for their innocence and lack of worldly experience. It would take much to ensnare someone like Yin, who had been adored since childhood. Yin, do take a good look at this, Shen Jia urged, knowing Yin hailed from a family of herbalists, making her more knowledgeable about the contents wrapped in the foil than herself. Upon bringing it close to her nose, Yin recoiled and tossed the object to the ground with a gasp, her friends observing her flushed face, clearly piecing together the implications. This is an aphrodisiac? Lin Ran gasped in disbelief, while Zhou Xiang's eyes widened. Yin nodded, and Shen Jia burst into a laugh. Such is the nature of men, she said, waving her hand, intrigued by the expressions on her friends' faces. As the urgency of the apocalypse loomed ever closer, she hoped her friends would not become too enmeshed in their thoughts of men, for there were still many tasks ahead of them. These mundane men are unworthy of you, Shen Jia declared, turning to put on her shoes. Observing that she and Lin Ran were ready to leave, Zhou Xiang reached out to assist Yin. Shen Jia chuckled, fully aware that this was the true essence of Yin. She nodded, eagerly anticipating the moment when the man would be publicly humiliated by Yin. Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang sat in the back seat, their hands gripping the armrests tightly, acutely sensing the extraordinary speed at which Yin was driving today. Jia, Aren't you afraid? Lin Ran quivered, having never witnessed Yin drive at such exhilarating speeds. Shen Jia, seated in the passenger seat, turned her head, her phoenix eyes shining brightly. What is there to fear? This is the thrill of speed and passion. Lin Ran shook her head in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is insane. I can't believe Jia has become so wild. Xiang, I'm so scared." Lin Ran, finding no solace in Shen Jia, looked at Zhou Xiang with innocent eyes. Zhou Xiang shot her an exasperated glance. Ran, don't forget that you are a black belt in Taekwondo. Chapter 27. The poison for men is herbal medicine. Yin was driving recklessly, and they soon arrived at their destination, the high-altitude riverside restaurant. Wang Cheng, impeccably dressed, stood at the entrance, watching with a smile as Yin entered the restaurant with her friends. Such is the nature of men. Once they set their sights on a goal, they will never relent until they achieve it. Wang Cheng signaled an okay gesture to the bartender, who nodded in acknowledgement of the command. Shen Jia silently observed all of this, shaking her head at the man's lack of growth. Yin, I've specially reserved this restaurant today to apologize to the ladies. Feel free to order whatever you desire, Wang Cheng said. Miss? Who's the miss here? You are the miss. Your entire family is a bunch of misses. Lin Ran exclaimed with a furrowed brow, clearly irritated. Miss Lin, you know that's not what I meant. Wang Cheng stammered, scratching his head in explanation. Shen Jia lazily settled into her seat, and the man's gaze was instantly drawn to her. Miss Shen, you look as radiant as ever today. Shen Jia did not raise her eyebrows even slightly. Wang Cheng observed the indifferent reactions of the women before him and concluded that it would be wise to deliberate further. Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran, upon hearing the man's suggestion to order freely, proceeded to select 10 portions of each of the most expensive dishes without batting an eye. As Wang Cheng watched the two carefully consider their choices, his heart ached at the thought of the exorbitant prices. Xiang, what do you think of this Italian royal grade steak? Wang Cheng followed Lin Ran's finger and nearly fainted upon seeing the price. Zhou Xiang noticed the man's reaction and remarked, "Oh dear. I feel this isn't quite sincere enough, Mr. Wang. What do you think?" If Shen Jia and Lin Ran were akin to flamboyant, thorny roses, then Zhou Xiang, with her gentle demeanor, was undoubtedly a soft camellia. The man's gaze lingered on Zhou Xiang, and he pondered that she seemed to be the most agreeable among them. Miss Zhou, I truly believe you need not order so much, for I fear you. The silence was interrupted by Yin, who interjected, "It's all right. We can take it to go." Lin Ran burst into laughter at Wang Cheng's flustered expression, playfully making a face at him. Yin, we've placed our order. Do you have anything else you wish to add? Today's protagonist was Yin, as the two women bypassed Shen Jia and directly presented the menu to her. How about this? Let us order 100 portions of everything. Would vacuum packing work? Yin's attention was solely on her two friends, oblivious to the fact that the man, who had just been embarrassed, now wore a different expression. Jia, what do you think? Yin turned to ask the detached Shen Jia, who waved her hand dismissively, indicating that they should do as they pleased. After all, they were not there merely to dine. The man, clearly struggling to maintain a gentlemanly facade, heard Shen Jia's cold snort and retorted, "Wang Cheng, you could drop the act. There are no outsiders here." Upon hearing this, Yin coldly tossed the contents of her bag onto the table in front of Wang Cheng. The man's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the familiar color of the foil paper, his face contorting in a myriad of emotions. Ultimately, amidst the astonishment of the group, the restaurant staff silently transformed into Wang Cheng's 20 or so underlings. "If you look down on me, why do you come to entice me every time?" He crudely spat. Shen Jia furrowed her brow, but was relieved that she stood at a distance. "Did you not know? We are here to rid society of scum," Lin Ran replied, rising from her seat. Zhou Xiang, who had appeared soft just moments before, also stood alongside Lin Ran, declaring, "I had thought, Mr. Wang, that you at least possess some self-awareness. I am quite curious as to how someone who doesn't frequent high-end restaurants dares to speak of booking the entire venue. I'll say whatever I please, you foul woman." Wang Cheng's inner thoughts were laid bare by Zhou Xiang's incisive words. Shen Jia shook her head, realizing that her friends were formidable enough not to require her intervention. "What are you all staring at? He bellowed at his lackeys, still incredulous that he had brought so many men to deal with a few women. Do you dare? Shen Jia rose leisurely, her long, slender legs gracefully approaching the man. Her narrowed phoenix eyes radiated a formidable aura, contrasting sharply with her slender frame. Several men recoiled in fear. At that moment, Hin stepped in front of Shen Jia, declaring, Jia, today I will protect you. In the midst of the Shun family's astonishment, Hin seized a nearby bench and swung it at the man's head. He stepped back to evade it, but nonetheless suffered a scratch from the sharp edge of the chair. You shameless woman, do you not know your place? He shouted, grabbing a glass platter to hurl at Hin. Before she could react, Shen Jia kicked out, shattering the glass platter into 1,000 pieces. Wang Cheng, I have always despised men who strike women. Shen Jia advanced towards Wang Cheng step by step. The man was taken aback by the regal aura emanating from her. What? Do you intend to do? Shen Jia scoffed disdainfully. You are quite amusing, aren't you? Clearly yearning for our company, yet possessing neither the ambition nor the courage. Such bluster will surely bring you embarrassment before your comrades in the future. With that, Shen Jia raised her leg and delivered a fierce kick to the man's groin, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. She then placed her foot upon his hand, gradually increasing the pressure. Tell me, she demanded, should I send you off to your demise now, or shall I wait 3 months to do so? Shen Jia smiled with an eerie charm, and the man gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, filled with regret for not heeding his friend's warnings. Indeed, alluring and enchanting women can be perilous. Enough, Shen Jia declared, her patience waning. She retrieved a pill from her pocket, and under the man's astonished stare, she compelled him to swallow it. Wang Cheng, this is an extraordinary poison imported from abroad. Should you dare to trouble us again, there shall be no antidote for this poison in this world. Of course, if you behave, I shall arrange for someone to deliver the antidote to you daily. The man trembled in fear at Shen Jia's serious demeanor, clutching his groin in pain as he pleaded, all right, my lady, I swear. Jia, was the pill you gave that man really poison? Shen Jia turned around with a triumphant smile. It was an upgraded version of traditional Chinese herbal pills. A few individuals outside the door burst into hearty laughter, as if to say, men are indeed just like that. Chapter 28. Concealment. After experiencing the recent incident, the group shifted their focus to stockpiling delectable food. For there is an age-old adage, man is like iron, and food is like steel. One meal missed leaves one feeling uneasy. The renowned snacks of Changsha, stinky tofu, spicy crayfish, sugar oil cakes, fragrant crispy duck, braised pig's trotters, flavorful crabs, Changsha barbecue, rice noodles, glutinous rice dumplings, and Luoyang rice pancakes were all ordered in quantities of 400 servings. Additionally, they indulged in the local specialty tea beverages, particularly the unique milk tea known as tea yin yusei, which offers an array of distinct flavors. They purchased 500 cups of this delightful drink, ensuring a diverse selection. Shen Jia observed Hin today as she stockpiled supplies, engaging in a frenzied shopping spree. She marveled at how terrifying a woman could become when consumed by the urge to shop. Jia, do we need to purchase anything else? Lin Ran inquired, feeling that she had already acquired nearly everything she desired. What about you two? Is there anything else you wish to buy? Shen Jia turned to look at Hin and Zhou Xiang, sensing that something was amiss with the latter. While she understood Hin's demeanor, Zhou Xiang seemed preoccupied. Xiang? Zhou Xiang appeared lost in thought, clearly oblivious to Shen Jia's words. What are you contemplating? On usual days, Zhou Xiang was the most diligent among them. But today she seemed distracted, leaving Shen Jia to wonder if she harbored some hidden concern. As a teacher with a younger sister at home, whom Shen Jia had met a few times, Zhou Xiang's sibling always struck Shen Jia as an intriguing presence. Jia, my mother. Zhou Xiang finally spoke. Shen Jia observed Zhou Xiang, who appeared hesitant to speak, and the woman's intuition informed her that what Zhou Xiang was about to reveal was far from pleasant. My mother has experienced an early onset of dementia. The others looked at her in astonishment. They had never heard Zhou Xiang mention matters concerning her family, and yet, upon her opening her mouth, the gravity of the situation unfolded. Dementia? Yin inquired, as her family had long been entrenched in the medical field. She understood that such ailments often bear a hereditary predisposition, and Zhou Xiang's mother's condition raised concerns for her well-being. "I am truly sorry, everyone. I may not be able to accompany you any longer." Zhou Xiang lowered her gaze, feeling an immense sense of reluctance. Yet her primary worry was now for her mother's health. Shen Jia stepped forward and grasped her best friend's hand, saying, Xiang, do not be afraid. We shall stand by your side." "Indeed, we will be with you," they echoed. Xiang, we will not allow you to confront these matters alone." Yin and Lin Ran gently affirmed, also holding Zhou Xiang's hand. Shen Jia gazed tenderly at her three close friends, realizing that the essence of friendship lies in unwavering support and companionship until the end of time. "Indeed, the four of us still have a lifetime to share together." Lin Ran chuckled, remarking that she had yet to experience what it was like to live alongside such beautiful women. As she looked at Shen Jia, she momentarily felt that the once vulnerable little girl who needed their protection had truly grown up. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, and Zhou Xiang, embracing Shen Jia, began to weep. She was genuinely terrified of losing them, her fear overwhelming. Zhou Xiang had never known her father's face, as her mother single-handedly raised her and her sister. She had witnessed her mother sewing clothes for others at the stroke of midnight and understood the hardships faced by ordinary families. The atmosphere on the plane was unusually quiet, as Shen Jia observed her friends lost in thought, knowing they were all beginning to worry about their own families. Shen Jia refrained from revealing to them the fate that awaited them in the impending apocalypse, for she understood that in such a world, the concept of family was rendered obsolete. She had witnessed with her own eyes Yin's father cast her mother into the merciless sands of extreme weather, and she had also seen Lin Ran's mother abandon her for another man. They were all gone. None had managed to escape the cataclysmic trials of the apocalypse. Yet, she had never laid eyes on Zhou Xiang's mother. Perhaps she had departed long before the onset of this desolate era. Shen Jia reclined in her airplane seat, lost in thought. If her suspicions were indeed accurate, how should she convey this to her close friend? Should she tell her that the cycle of life encompasses birth, aging, illness, and death? Or perhaps that it was fortunate her mother did not accompany them through the impending apocalypse? Shen Jia shook her head, feeling that neither option sufficed. The electronic watch on her wrist indicated that there were still 72 days until the onset of the end of the world, leaving her heart heavy with confusion and uncertainty on how to proceed. Yin, unable to find sleep, reflected on all that had transpired that day. Turning to gaze at Shen Jia's delicate profile, she felt a sense of solace in her presence. For reasons she could not quite comprehend, seeing Shen Jia always brought her a profound sense of reassurance. Jia, Yin called softly. Shen Jia turned, a look of bewilderment on her face. "Thank you for today." Yin recognized that without Shen Jia by her side, she might have been easily deceived by the man's seemingly courteous facade. Shen Jia chuckled. Feeling at home, there's no need for thanks. The two exchanged smiles, and Shen Jia glanced at her friend Zhou Xiang, who was peacefully asleep beside her. Perhaps it was time to share the truth with her dear friend. Xiang. Shen Jia attempted to rouse her friend, but Zhou Xiang merely turned over, continuing her slumber. Shen Jia shook her head. Her friend was likely exhausted from recent events. "Jia, what do you wish to say?" Lin Ran observed Shen Jia's apparent desire to confide in Zhou Xiang. Curiosity piqued within her. "Actually, I did not encounter Xiang's mother during the apocalypse." Shen Jia recalled the week she spent in that desolate world, secretly visiting her friends. At that time, some had already vanished, while others were preoccupied with the dire circumstances of tomorrow's resources. In her previous life, Shen Jia had been prideful, even though she had covertly checked on all her friends. She refused to acknowledge it or reconcile with them. "What are you implying?" Lin Ran whispered in astonishment, her voice barely above a hush, drawing the attention of those around them on the quiet plain. Shen Jia nodded, and Lin Ran naturally believed her words. Observing the disbelief etched on Shen Jia's face, she recalled that Jia had once confided in them her inability to remember anything from the apocalypse. She remembered that she had claimed they were all thriving in that desolate world. Suddenly, Lin Ran looked up in shock. Had she been deceived all along? The greatest betrayal among close friends is, after all, deceit, particularly when the bond is as intimate as theirs. Lin Ran pondered why Shen Jia had chosen not to reveal what they had truly endured during the apocalypse. Just as she was about to voice her curiosity, she heard Zhou Xiang speak up beside her. Chapter 29. Illness. Shen Jia seemed to intuitively grasp Lin Ran's thoughts. She spoke softly. Ran. It is not as you imagine. It was not that she wished to conceal the truth from her dear friend, but rather that she believed in her ability to alter the outcome, which led her to remain silent. They possessed the space bracelets and had stockpiled ample supplies, ensuring that the harrowing scenes of their past lives would no longer haunt her. Shouldn't they be joyful? Lin Ran shook her head, exclaiming, Jia, you simply do not understand my meaning. This marked the first time she raised her voice to Shen Jia since their reconciliation. Her tone was not one of anger, but of sorrow over Shen Jia's reticence in revealing the truth. If only she had spoken, they would have believed her, just as they believed in her proclamations of the apocalypse. Jia, do you know the fate of my mother? Zhou Xiang, unbeknownst to them, had awakened, and their conversation reached her ears. Yet, at that moment, her primary concern lay with her mother's condition. I did not see your mother during the apocalypse, Shen Jia replied, her brow furrowed. She was aware that her clever friends had likely deduced the implications behind Lin Ran's words. She had always struggled to express her emotions, and since her rebirth, her focus had solely been on ensuring their collective survival. Shen Jia's heart grew increasingly tumultuous. She had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching our destination. Please prepare to disembark. The familiar announcement resonated through the aircraft's intercom. Shen Jia rose to her feet, thinking to herself that she should first go see her mother. Hing Yan reached out to tug at Lin Ran's arm, but Lin Ran brusquely shook off her grasp. Jia, what do you truly mean by coming to reconcile with us? Shen Jia glared at her close friend. What do you think I came to find you for? Who knows what you truly intend? The more Lin Ran pondered, the angrier she became. Shen Jiyun resembled an editor who had long foreseen the outcome. She was fully aware of the fate that awaited them all, yet chose to withhold that knowledge. Despite professing a desire for everlasting togetherness, she feigned ignorance, leaving them in the dark. Her apparent sincerity felt strangely alien to Lin Ran. Enough of this quarrel, Zhou Xiang interjected, feeling a wave of frustration as she observed the discord between her two friends. Lin Ran felt aggrieved. She was merely voicing the collective confusion that plagued the three of them. Yet it seemed as though she alone bore the burden of wrongdoing. Let us place our trust in Jiyun, Hing Yan suggested, recalling the day she accompanied Shen Jiyun to the company to meet Lu Jia. She remembered how, after their breakup, the first thing Jiyun did was to seek reconciliation with her friends. It felt as though she was attempting to mend a lingering regret. In truth, Hing Yan had an inkling of what was amiss, but she chose to believe in Shen Jiyun, convinced that there was a reason for her silence. Do you know? It was not I who summoned you here. It was Jiayun who asked me to invite you. She must have known our fate all along, and she is trying to make amends for her inner regrets. Hing Yan spoke, her gaze following Shen Jiayun as she grasped Zhou Xiang's slender frame, a pang of empathy swelling within her. Perhaps they would meet a tragic end in this dark world. Perhaps Shen Jiayun refrained from sharing the truth to spare them the sorrow of what was to come. Instead, she was gathering supplies for their journey together, seeking to alter their fate. Hing Yan smiled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, uncertain of how much longer she could accompany her friends. Nian, Lin Ran, enlightened by Hing Yan's words, grasped the truth. Sometimes, people conceal reality because it is too harsh to bear. Reflecting on Shen Jiayun's transformation throughout their journey, Lin Ran felt a sense of relief. It dawned on her that Shen Jiyun had endured so much in silence, revealing the depths of her love for them. The two pursued their friends' retreating figures. Zhou Xiang appeared dazed, while Shen Jiayun wore an expression of concern. Yin, I fear that Xiang may be unwell. Shen Jiayun's usually calm voice trembled. She had just touched Zhou Xiang's forehead and found it alarmingly hot. I will take a look, Hing Yan offered, having been influenced by her family's medical knowledge. Though not a master, she was capable of tending to minor ailments. Oh no, Xiang has a fever. Yin Yin's expression darkened. Lin Ran swiftly lifted Zhou Xiang from Shen Jiayun's grasp, cradling her in her arms. Let's go. We must head to the hospital. Shen Jia gazed at Lin Ran's concerned expression, feeling utterly bewildered. She recalled that just moments ago, he had been embroiled in an argument with her. Jia, Nian Yin, hurry and call a cab. Yin Yin, witnessing Lin Ran's face etched with worry, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Oh, how curious that you aren't pestering Jia with questions of right and wrong right now, she teased while summoning a vehicle. Shen Jia had initially intended to join in the jesting of Lin Ran alongside Yin Yin, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. Before the world plunged into darkness, she heard her best friend's anxious voice calling, Jia. In her final moments of consciousness, she seemed to envision herself in a post-apocalyptic world where Lu Jia and her stepmother constantly conspired against her, even extending their malevolent hands toward her friends. Helpless, she watched as her best friend collapsed before her, a heart-wrenching scream escaping her lips, jolting her awake from a nightmare. What has happened to me? The acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with that of medicinal supplies. As Shen Jia stared at the stark white ceiling, she realized exactly where she was. Nearby, Zhou Xiang lay in slumber, her eyes tightly shut, appearing pale and frail, as if she could succumb at any moment. How is Xiang? Shen Jia attempted to rise, but a sharp pain shot through her right hand, reminding her of the foredrip she was still attached to. Upon noticing Shen Jia had regained consciousness, Lin Ran hurriedly rushed over to her side, his eyes filled with tears. Jia, I am so sorry. Shen Jia observed the somber expressions of those around her, a tightness gripping her heart. What has happened? Chapter 30. New member Jia. The doctor has informed you that you have acquired heart disease. Acquired heart disease? Yin Yin nodded, explaining that such a condition could pose a significant threat to life. Heart disease? What a farce. I might simply be fatigued from staying up late last night, Shen Jia pondered, recalling that since her rebirth, she had often experienced sharp pains in her chest. She had assumed it was merely a physiological response, unaware that it stemmed from her deteriorating heart condition. In a world ravaged by calamity, one must possess a robust physique. Shen Jia turned to Yin Yin and asked, Yin, is there any way to cure this? Yin Yin nodded, reassuring her that if she adhered to the prescribed guidance, her ailment would soon improve. With these words, the tension in Shen Jia's brow began to ease. She had been reborn. In her previous life, she had never suffered from such an affliction. It seemed this condition had been carried over from the apocalypse, much like her spatial jade bracelet. Xiang, you're awake? Yin Yin observed the frail Zhou Xiang, her face pale and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, indicating the torment of a nightmare. Sister, a girl with her hair tied in a bun, dressed simply, flung herself into Zhou Xiang's embrace, her face marred by tears of sorrow. The others speculated that this girl must be Zhou Xiang's younger sister. Zhou Xiang gasped, Yu, where is mother? Why are you here alone? Where is mother? Zhou Yu remained silent, sobbing inconsolably in her sister's arms. Yin Yin and Lin Ran offered tissues to wipe her tears, while Zhou Xiang, noticing the expression on her sister's face, seemed to sense something amiss. Listening to her sister's fragmented words, Zhou Xiang's heart ached, and she held her sister close, her thoughts racing to their missing mother. In a frenzy, disregarding her own frail condition, she hurriedly rose from the bed. Jia? It was then that Zhou Xiang realized she was not the only occupant in this VIP ward. Shen Jia offered a faint smile, saying softly, I'm fine. Yet, how could she claim to be fine when her heart was in turmoil? Lin Ran stood nearby, murmuring under her breath, feeling a mix of anger and sorrow. She was frustrated that Shen Jia consistently chose to bear her burdens in silence, and her heart ached at the thought that even in her illness, she insisted she was unharmed. Shen Jia exchanged a knowing glance with Yin Yin, who promptly ushered the surrounding doctors and nurses out of the room. We need a stockpile medication. Pharmaceutical resources are just as vital as food supplies, Shen Jia stated earnestly. Her friends shook their heads in resignation. Jia, you should focus on your own health, they urged. They were taken aback by the intensity of Shen Jia's ambition, which they had not witnessed before. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to enlist the help of her company employees to gather supplies. Time was of the essence, and she realized she ought to leverage her connections and resources. However, Yin and Lin Ran shook their heads in disapproval. Jia, think about it. If your employees are stockpiling supplies, where will they store them? Won't they become suspicious about the sudden need for so many items? Shen Jia reflected, indeed. If one were to suddenly procure a large quantity of medicine, it could be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, which would be detrimental not only to everyone involved, but would also add to her troubles. Jia, I have good news and bad news to share with you. Which would you prefer to hear first? Yin inquired with a solemn expression. Shen Jia tilted her head and raised an eyebrow. Let us hear the good news first. Your ailment has been completely cured, Yin declared. And the bad news? The unfortunate truth is you were never ill to begin with. Shen Jia looked at her close friends with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Jia, if my mother truly cannot be found, can we take my sister along? Zhou Xiang, influenced by the joyful atmosphere created by her friend's teasing, turned to them with a serious expression. Shen Jia gazed at Zhou Yu, who had been weeping in her arms for an entire year, and nodded. Observing the girl's tear-streaked, reddened eyes, Shen Jia pondered that perhaps she was merely too sensitive. Shen Jia still could not comprehend why her close friends had deceived her into believing she had a heart condition. Throughout the journey, she appeared particularly lost in thought. Lin Ran noticed her demeanor and quietly approached her side. Jia, she softly tapped Shen Jia's shoulder. Are you pondering why we would mislead you? Shen Jia nodded, genuinely perplexed. Lin Ran offered a gentle smile. Jia, we merely wish for you to experience the feeling of being concealed and deceived. Shen Jia gazed at her best friend, her expression one of certainty. Goodness, you still hold a grudge, don't you? Reflecting on their previous argument, she added, Ran, I truly did not intend to keep anything from you. Lin Ran took her hand in a reassuring gesture. It's perfectly fine. After all, we will reconcile. Jia, we simply did not want to burden you further. We do not wish for you to shoulder everything alone. There are matters we can help you bear. Otherwise, what would this friendship mean? Please do not tell me about only sharing joys and not sorrows. You know that we have always encouraged you to express your unhappiness, so we can all share in the joy together. Shen Jia was amused by her best friend. Ran, you are truly gentle now. Lin Ran, flattered by Shen Jia's compliment, felt her cheeks flush. Jia, I'm not joking with you. Shen Jia's laughter grew even more joyful. For some inexplicable reason, she felt compelled to tease her, reminiscent of the time she made Yin's face turn crimson. Shen Jia felt a twinge of mischief. Jia, how do we interact with Xiang's sister? Yin whispered to Shen Jia. To be honest, they had only been accustomed to the company of 4, and now suddenly accommodating an additional member, especially one who had entered through the back door, felt unusual. Lin Ran pondered, recalling that new members in novels typically possessed impressive skills. As she thought, she turned to see Zhou Yu observing them intently. The girl's eyes sparkled with brightness, entirely uncharacteristic of someone her age's expected composure. Chapter 31. Let's savor some snail noodles. First, let's go to Liuzhou for some snail noodles. Sister Jia, do you think I'm a bad person? Zhou Yu boldly approached Shen Jia, noticing her indifferent gaze. Yeah. Sister, have you forgotten what I study? Zhou Yu turned to her worried sister, Zhou Xiang, and declared, I study psychology. This statement was directed at Shen Jia, who clearly understood the implications behind the girl's words. Shen Jia squinted, scrutinizing the young girl before her. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiang did not resemble each other at all. Yeah? Shen Jia opened her mouth, and the little girl displayed a sweet smile. Sister Shen Jia, I am not a bad person. Shen Jia nodded, recalling the last person who had uttered similar words, only to meet a grim fate at her hands. You are the sister of Xiang. How could you possibly be a bad person? Shen Jia hummed, yet for reasons unknown, she found it difficult to warm up to the girl before her. Do you have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Shen Jia inquired, carefully counting the girl's braids, each one perfectly symmetrical. She chuckled. How do you know? The girl was evidently taken aback. Because I also study psychology. Shen Jia smiled, rising to leave the ward. For some reason, I suddenly feel quite hungry. Are you all hungry? Shen Jia asked. I'm starving. I'm so hungry. I suddenly crave some rice noodles. Yin exclaimed, articulating the collective desire of the group. What girl does not have a fondness for carbohydrate-laden delights? Let's go for rice noodles. What kind of noodles? Luzhou snail rice noodles. Great. Shen Jia took a moment to gather herself before walking over to Zhou Xiang and taking her hand. It was evident that Zhou Xiang's emotions had yet to settle. Xiang, do not worry. Once you recover, we will visit your mother together in our hometown. Indeed, Xiang, I remember how much you adored slurping noodles. Zhou Yu felt a surge of happiness witnessing everyone's kindness towards her sister. Yet unbeknownst to her, a subtle twinge of jealousy quietly emerged within her heart. Sister, please do not be upset. Look at how everyone cares for you. Zhou Yu naturally stepped forward to link arms with Zhou Xiang. She glanced at Shen Jia with an apologetic expression. Jia, I apologize. My sister's like this, you see. She usually. This remark sounded rather insipid. Shen Jia tilted her head, observing the charming girl before her. Are those studying psychology inherently so perilous? Jia, what are you pondering? Let us move. Lin Ran kindly reminded Shen Jia, noticing her distracted gaze fixed on Zhou Xiang and her sister. Ran, do you not think there is something off about Zhou Xiang's sister? Something off? What do you mean? Lin Ran looked puzzled by Shen Jia's inquiry, glancing in the direction Shen Jia indicated. She seems perfectly fine. A lovely young lady. Oh dear, Lin Ran exclaimed, pulling Shen Jia forward. Let's hasten to slurp some noodles. I am absolutely famished. I can almost smell the intoxicating aroma of the snail noodles. Jia, let us hurry, Yin urged from behind. Shen Jia shook her head in resignation, pondering if perhaps she was merely overthinking things. The group took a taxi to the nearest snail noodle shop, and as they entered, they were immediately greeted by the pungent odor of pickled bamboo shoots. Shen Jia exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Ran. You enjoy the scent, do you not? Lin Ran nodded enthusiastically, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she savored the long-awaited aroma. Yin, standing behind Zhou Xiang, offered to order something light for her. No, I do not want anything bland. Zhou Xiang interjected vehemently, rushing forward. How can it be bland? As someone who loves spicy food, asking me for something light is akin to ordering a yin-yang hot pot when dining out. The group chuckled at Zhou Xiang's indignant demeanor. Xiang, you are the patient here. Zhou Xiang clearly refused to acknowledge the reality that her illness might restrict her enjoyment of snail noodles. What does my illness have to do with my ability to eat snail noodles? Shen Jia could not resist her friend's insistence and approached the bar to order a large bowl of spicy snail noodles, well aware of her best friend's preferences. Boss, please add a serving of crispy rolls and a fried egg. A few onlookers stared at Shen Jia in confusion. Why are you all looking at me like that? She asked, bewildered. Jia, it seems you only ordered one dish, one of them remarked. Yes, Jia, what about the rest of us? Another chimed in. Don't you all know how to order for yourselves? The boss, observing the playful banter among the beautiful women, began to sweat nervously. Shall I prepare the same as before? Yin, with a sigh, stepped forward to address the boss, glancing back at Shen Jia and Lin Ran, who continued their lively exchange. He shook his head, noting how these two had developed a delightful yet competitive rapport. You two, hurry up and move aside. You're blocking the way. After placing the order, Yin turned to the two still engaged in their chatter. With all of us standing here, how will those behind us place their orders? True, Shen Jia nodded, taking the lead with her long strides toward the dining table, with Lin Ran closely following, eager to clarify whether Shen Jia truly remembered her own taste preferences. I haven't inhaled the aroma of snail noodles in ages, Zhou Yu remarked, observing Shen Jia, sensing that her friend seemed different from the last time they met. Shen Jia felt a gaze upon her and turned to follow it, only to find Zhou Yu raising an eyebrow. Jia, I think you've changed. Well, I don't want your opinion. I want my own, she retorted. Who said that, anyway? I have changed, after all. I've become more beautiful, haven't I? Shen Jia's response made it clear that she was not inclined to engage further, prompting Zhou Yu to turn her attention elsewhere, somewhat disheartened. Soon, the group's bowl of river snail noodles arrived, steam rising enticingly from the dish. The aroma was utterly delectable, Lin Ran couldn't help but exclaim, picking up his chopsticks to savor a generous mouthful of noodles. Shen Jia joyfully began to savor her rice noodles, perfectly cooked to a delightful firmness, chewy and incredibly appetizing. The long, crispy rice rolls absorbed the rich broth, and Shen Jia took a spoonful, relishing the deep flavors of the soup. The pickled bamboo shoots burst in her mouth with a tangy, fragrant zest that was utterly intoxicating. It was simply exquisite. Shen Jia couldn't help but exclaim, prompting several pairs of astonished eyes to turn towards her. Who was it that once claimed that snail noodles were nothing but a culinary disgrace? He Nian teased, while Lin Ran chuckled. Nian, you don't understand. This is Jia Jia's theorem of irresistible allure. Chapter 32. Stocking up on delicacies, culinary treasures of Chengdu, you are my little treasure. After finishing her noodles, Shen Jia playfully addressed her friends with a charming smile. The group gazed at her in surprise. Have you lost your mind from eating snail noodles? Shen Jia feigned seriousness. Sisters, no, I'm just too delighted. In unison, they replied, Are you all right? Shen Jia's laughter grew even more infectious, and seeing Zhou Xiang join in her merriment brightened her spirits immensely. Xiang, let's go visit your mother. Yes, let's go see her together. Lin Ran and He Nian echoed, their faces alight with anticipation. My mother's hometown isn't here, Zhou Xiang murmured. Shen Jia was taken aback. I thought your mother was from Nanxiang. She must have gone to Chengdu, Zhou Yu interjected. Shen Jia nodded, recalling that Zhou Xiang's mother was not a local of Nanxing. Let us hurry. We're off to Chengdu to see her. Shen Jia's excitement grew. She had heard that Chengdu was home to many delectable treats, and their immediate departure felt perfectly timed. Chengdu has pandas. We can go see the pandas, Lin Ran exclaimed, echoing Shen Jia's enthusiasm, for after all, it was a place where every family cherished pandas as pets. I'll buy the tickets right now, little sister. Just wait for us in Nanxiang, Shen Jia declared. Zhou Yu, however, seemed reluctant. Sister, I won't be joining you. I have things to attend to. Shen Jia watched the young girl's carefree retreat with a scoff. This little girl seems to have two faces, doesn't she? Jia. Zhou Xiang sensed Shen Jia's disapproval of her sister. Zhou Yu had always been assertive, and she understood that her sister's personality might not endear her to others. Yet, recalling their mother's instructions in her letter, she felt compelled to bring her sister along. Jia, how about I take my sister on our own? I can't afford to lose her. Lin Ran was speechless. Xiang, she's grown up. She won't get lost. He Nian nodded in agreement, but Shen Jia remained silent. All right, let us go together. I'll buy 5 tickets. Shen Jia waved her hand, recognizing that time was of the essence. The clever young girl often found that extreme intelligence could lead to self-destruction. Shen Jia pondered, but refrained from speaking. However, He Nian smiled at Lin Ran. You don't overthink it. The sisters just have matters to attend to. What matters? Zhou Yu inquired with curiosity. Shen Jia cast a cold glance at her friend beside her and spoke. We need to stock up. Stock up for what? Goodness, how is it that this girl, despite her age clearly being in double digits, resembles a 3-year-old with an insatiable curiosity, bombarding me with a myriad of questions? Shen Jia contemplated the upcoming grand event organized by the company, which would feature an extensive wilderness survival experience necessitating the accumulation of numerous supplies. Wilderness survival? Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with interest, the young girl clearly captivated. Sister Jia, may I join? Shen Jia was momentarily taken aback by her gaze, but soon nodded in agreement. I can provide you with a list of supplies. What do you need right now? We need to gather delicacies from various places. Zhou Yu's face lit up with joy at the prospect of accompanying her sister on a shopping spree. Thus, the group set forth on their journey to Chengdu. As Shen Jia glanced at Zhou Yu, who was eagerly gazing out of the airplane window, she found herself uncertain about whether bringing her along was the right decision. Upon arriving at the airport, the group followed their usual routine of heading to the hotel first. Checking the time, Shen Jia and her friends unanimously decided to visit Zhou Xiang's mother the following day. Chengdu's culinary delights are renowned far and wide, and Shen Jia led her friends down a street bustling with food vendors. Despite the late hour of 10 o'clock, the stalls were teeming with eager patrons as if they were hired to enjoy the fare. Before them lay an array of delectable dishes, Lesan bobo chicken, spicy skewers. Unique cold noodles, crispy potato sticks, savory pig trotters, special douhua rice, water chestnut cake, and the beloved mala hot pot. Among these, Shen Jia's favorites remain the spicy intestines and soup dumplings. Jia, there are so many delicious foods here. Lin Ran exclaimed in awe. This place is truly a paradise for food lovers. Hin Yin added, and Shen Jia nodded, feeling increasingly convinced that their decision to visit Chengdu was indeed wise. As they ambled through the crowded snack street, Shen Jia began to feel a pang of hunger. The enticing aromas wafted through the air, and she observed the joyful smiles on the faces of passing crowds. A wave of melancholy washed over her. What if these people knew that an apocalypse was looming just 2 months away? Would they still be so blissfully happy? Noticing Shen Jia lost in thought, Hin Yin approached her. Jia, what are you pondering? Hin Yin held a fried starch sausage, its surface coated in vibrant red chili powder. Shen Jia seemed to catch a whiff of the spicy fragrance. Yin, that starch sausage looks incredibly delicious. She swallowed hard, recalling her childhood envy of classmates who indulged in grilled sausages. At the school gates, vendors would sell these treats, while her grandparents deemed them unhealthy and forbade her from eating them. Do you want to try? They have many flavors. Come, I'll take you to buy some. Hin Yin grasped Shen Jia's hand, leading her forward. As Shen Jia observed the happy, carefree crowd, images of the impending apocalypse surfaced in her mind. She shook her head, silently reminding herself that she was no savior and could not rescue everyone in the world. Beautiful lady, what flavor would you like? The vendor lifted his gaze to the striking girl before him, calling out with a warm voice. Shen Jia momentarily struggled to comprehend her boss's words until Zhou clarified that he was inquiring about her preferred flavor. Gazing at the myriad of options displayed on the billboard, Shen Jia finally spoke, requesting, "Please grill me one of each flavor." The boss, observing the slender figure of the young woman before him, couldn't help but be astonished. Their establishment boasted the most diverse array of grilled sausage flavors on this culinary street, with 5 variations of cheese alone: cheese honey, cheese seaweed, cheese coconut, cheese durian, and cheese taro. To order one of each flavor would amount to over 100 sausages. He marveled at her seemingly insatiable appetite, stating, "My dear, that would total 300 sausages altogether." Shen Jia shook her head, expressing her discontent with the mere 300. "Boss, how much stock do you have?" she inquired, gazing at the girl before her, whose face radiated sincerity. The boss nodded in acknowledgement. "Today, I brought 700 pieces of stock." Shen Jia nodded and exclaimed, "Boss, I shall take all your stock." Chapter 33. Stockpiling Delicacies, Chengdu Cuisine. 2. Upon hearing her declaration, the owner, embodying the benevolence of a good merchant, replied, "My dear, these grilled sausages will lose their appeal when cold. With such a large purchase, will you be able to consume them all?" Shen Jia listened to her boss speaking in a thick dialect, struggling to comprehend his words. Standing beside her, Zhou acted as a translator throughout the conversation. "Sister Jia, the boss means to say that purchasing so much might lead to waste." It wasn't just the boss who felt this way. Zhou shared the sentiment. Although she had always heard from her sister that Shen Jia was affluent, at this moment, she appeared to be a naive spender. "No, I intend to pack all of this to take with me." Shen Jia turned to her boss and replied earnestly. She understood his concern, yet she couldn't possibly reveal that her hoarding was for the impending apocalypse in over 2 months. Shen Jia smiled and said, "Boss, our company is organizing an event. I need to vacuum seal these items to bring to our employees. Your grilled sausages were highly recommended to me by my dear friend, and I wish to treat my staff as well." Upon hearing this, the kind-hearted boss, surprised that such a young girl had started her own company, turned to the long queue of customers behind him and exclaimed, "Today, we have sold out of the grilled sausages. Please come back tomorrow." Shen Jia observed her boss's enthusiasm and contemplated paying a bit more later. "Boss, I will check out other places first. Please call us when you're ready," she said. The boss responded cheerfully. As her close friends scattered upon arriving at the food street, Shen Jia found herself momentarily lost in thought before unexpectedly encountering Hin Yin. She spotted Hin Yin, clad in white, devouring skewers at a cold pot stall, prompting Shen Jia to reflect on how all her friends were such food enthusiasts. "Yin Yin," Shen Jia called out. The crowd was overwhelmingly dense, and after much effort, she managed to pull Zhou Yu through the throng until they reached Yin Yin. Shen Jia noticed that the cold pot stall was rather deserted. Yin Yin, there aren't too many customers here. Could it be that the food isn't very good? Shen Jia whispered into Yin Yin's ear. The attentive boss, clearly overhearing, cleared his throat and addressed the striking young woman before him. Hello, beautiful. Your friend has booked out my entire stall. Shen Jia could only manage a polite smile and nod, as she couldn't quite grasp his words. Yin Yin, why have you also booked food like Jia Jia? Zhou Yu asked, visibly astonished by their choice. Shen Jia and Yin Yin exchanged amused glances. Sister, just enjoy the food, Yin Yin replied, selecting 2 portions from the boss's takeout boxes for Shen Jia and Zhou Yu. The enticing aroma wafting from the dishes made Shen Jia nearly drool with anticipation. Knowing her preference for vegetarian fare, Yin Yin opened the packaging to reveal a bounty of vibrant greens. Shen Jia shook her head in disbelief. Yin Yin, do you really think I don't eat any meat at all? Yin Yin, with a knowing nod, replied, indeed. I remember you always opting for vegetarian to avoid gaining weight. Shen Jia nodded thoughtfully, then abruptly shook her head, murmuring, that was in the past. Yin Yin suddenly recalled that Shen Jia had been reborn. With a swift motion, she poured the chicken wings, drumsticks, and cilantro beef from her own bowl into Shen Jia's, urging, go ahead, indulge yourself. It's truly delicious. The proprietor, ever attentive, graciously provided 2 pairs of chopsticks. Shen Jia smiled warmly and expressed her gratitude with a heartfelt thank you. Shen Jia first sampled the hot pot noodles, the sweet potato vermicelli infused with the unique flavors of marinated spices. She requested the owner to add a bit of broth, which enhanced the taste significantly. The broad noodles were delightfully chewy, each bite springy and resilient, perfectly complemented by the specially crafted cool pot base. It was simply delectable. What about Jia Jia? Yin Yin looked on with eager anticipation, and Shen Jia nodded, already too engrossed in her meal to converse with her friend. All she desired was a secluded corner to quietly savor the food. Yin Yin, how much did you order? Shen Jia continued to indulge, only then recalling the crux of the matter. Yin Yin, looking bewildered, replied, I booked the owner's entire cart. Ladies, do you really think you can finish all this? The owner questioned, clearly skeptical that these 3 slender girls could consume such a bounty. Indeed, we are here to partake in a food event, so please do not worry about us wasting food. Shen Jia chimed in. Zhou Yu spotted Zhou Xiang, who was dressed in pink, and snapped a picture of them. My sister is over there, Shen Jia said, nodding and pulling Yin Yin and Zhou Yu toward Zhou Xiang. Sister, Zhou Yu's sudden appearance startled Zhou Xiang. What brings you here? Didn't you just accompany Sister Shen Jia to act as her translator? Shen Jia scrutinized the small cart in front of Zhou Xiang, noticing a sign that read, self-service sushi, 10 yuan per serving. Sister, what made you think of buying sushi? Zhou Yu asked, recalling that her sister had always favored sweet treats. Yes, how did you come to order so much self-service sushi? Shen Jia inquired, genuinely curious. Zhou Xiang, aware of their curiosity, replied, I remember Ran and Yin Yin love it. Shen Jia, momentarily surprised, quickly donned a feigned angry expression. But do you remember what I love to eat? This establishment seemed to be faring worse than the previous stalls, leading Shen Jia to suspect the food must be subpar, only to realize that Zhou Xiang had already secured the cart. Sister, don't you recall that I also adore sushi? Zhou Yu, clearly more displeased than Shen Jia, felt a lack of understanding from her sister. The 2 forgotten girls exchanged glances of mutual sympathy and declared haughtily, Humph. If you don't remember, we shall buy it ourselves. Shen Jia turned to leave, but Zhou Xiang urgently called out, Jia Jia, do you see if anyone is at the pig intestines noodle stall next to us? Following Zhou Xiang's gaze, Shen Jia indeed noticed that the business at the pig intestines noodle stall was also dismal, yet this did not seem to deter the owneress' enthusiasm for cooking. You haven't booked both places, have you? Zhou Xiang nodded. Since you all came with me to this distant location, I certainly had to consider you first. Shen Jia, touched, embraced Zhou Xiang, while Zhou Yu stood aside, feeling dejected and bewildered by the scene. Sister, what do you mean? Am I superfluous? Zhou Yu felt like an outsider amidst the warm exchange between the 2. I did buy sushi for you. Zhou Xiang, sensing her sister's discontent, rummaged through her bag and pulled out a large white rabbit candy, placing it in Zhou Yu's hand. Yu Jia Jia. You must try this sushi and the pig intestines noodles. Shen Jia nodded, donning disposable gloves to sample the yellow peach sushi before her. The yellow peach, enveloped in salad dressing, mingled with the fragrant glutinous rice and the juice of the peach, leaving both Shen Jia and Zhou Yu utterly satisfied. Chapter 34. Stocking up at Hadaleo Hot Pot among the group. Only Lin Ran was yet to be seen. Shen Jia was well aware of her enthusiasm for various snack streets and food courts. One could only speculate where she might have gone to stock up on delicacies now. Jia, I am here, Lin Ran called out from the entrance of the mall. In this grand shopping complex in Chengdu, numerous stalls filled with an array of snacks had taken over the space, showcasing the burgeoning trend of stall-based commerce as a new economic model. Goodness gracious! One would not have known until seeing it firsthand. Lin Ran, holding a loudspeaker, called out for Shen Jia. She rubbed her forehead, pondering. Ran, is there truly no one in this world that you care about? Shen Jia waved at Lin Ran, her curiosity piqued by the delicious treats Lin had hoarded. Jia, come up quickly. The tall beauty shouted with a megaphone at the entrance of the mall. The crowd in the snack street glanced up at her, shaking their heads. In this era, young girls were becoming increasingly audacious in their endeavors. Shen Jia frantically gestured towards Lin Ran, who evidently did not notice her. Lin Ran even assumed that Shen Jia was oblivious to her presence, as she stood at the entrance of the mall, wielding a large red megaphone and waving at her. The scene was simply too picturesque to fathom. Shen Jia hurriedly ascended to the upper floor of the mall with Zhou Yu, where she finally spotted herself. Lin Ran, having set down a large loudspeaker, awaited their arrival at the elevator entrance. Having grown accustomed to high-intensity sprints in the apocalyptic world, Shen Jia was unfazed, but Zhou Yu, struggling for breath beside her, prompted Shen Jia to slow her pace a bit. Jia, hurry over. As the elevator doors swung open, Lin Ran eagerly grasped Shen Jia's hand and dashed towards the escalator. Jia, look at this. Shen Jia beheld an orderly display of succulent plants before her, her mind swirling with three enormous question marks. Lin Ran, typically one who relished wandering through snack streets, now stood proudly with a row of succulents in hand. Hurry. You absolutely won't believe what this is. Shen Jia once again wore a perplexed expression. Could it be that these plump-looking plants were not succulents? Was Lin Ran truly suffering from poor eyesight or merely deeming her blind? These were, in fact, seeds of plants. Lin Ran beamed with pride, and this revelation astonished not only Shen Jia, but also left the academically gifted Zhou Yu utterly flabbergasted. What on earth is this, Sister Ran? Zhou Yu exclaimed, while Shen Jia stared wide-eyed at the two before her, utterly taken aback. Goodness, each one of them seemed more outrageous than the last. Zhou Yu gazed at the seemingly frail girl, only to discover she was a savvy surfer of the internet's 5G waves. While the ordinarily gluttonous Lin Ran was collecting plant seeds in the culinary capital. Absurdity upon absurdity, it was simply too outrageous. Shen Jia shook her head vigorously. Ran, has the culinary delight downstairs ceased to captivate your heart? Jia, I have secured the entire snack street downstairs. Lin Ran replied with an air of nonchalance. Shen Jia, however, was far from calm. You secured the whole place? Indeed. I just saw Nian and Xiang placing their orders over there. Jia, what I mean is that I have reserved all the remaining stalls. Shen Jia turned her gaze towards the throngs of people below, momentarily uncertain whether Lin Ran was foolish or if she herself was the one lacking sense. There are so many people down there. What I mean is that I will reserve it shortly. Lin Ran squatted down, fiddling with her succulent plants. Shen Jia shot her an exasperated glance. I thought you had genuinely reserved this space. You underestimate me too much, Jia. Look over there. Following Lin Ran's pointed finger, Shen Jia beheld a group of waitstaff clad in Hadaleo uniforms approaching them. Buying snacks is nothing. I intend to stockpile all the hot pot from Hadaleo. Miss Lin, here are the hot pot ingredients we have prepared for you. As per your request, we have utilized vacuum-sealed packaging for everything. We also have arranged one-on-one hot pot materials, dipping sauces and utensils. Would you like us to deliver them to your designated dining area now? Oh, With so many items, you have truly gone through a lot of trouble. Please just move them to the adjacent safety passage. Lin Ran had already noted the safety corridor on the second floor of the mall. It seemed tailor-made for their stockpiling needs. Certainly, Miss Lin. We wish you a delightful meal, a smooth life, and endless happiness. The staff delivered the numerous bags into the safety passage. Though they were puzzled by Lin Ran's choice of location, as Hadaleo was renowned for its excellent service, the waitstaff, though curious, refrained from asking further questions. Shen Jia pondered for a moment, realizing it had indeed been quite a while since she last indulged in Hadaleo. The variety of hot pot bases offered by Hadaleo was exceptionally rich. Flavors such as sukiyaki and tomato hot pot were her perennial favorites. Reflecting on this, Shen Jia felt a profound longing for hot pot. However, what about those succulent plant seeds you have? She inquired. Ah, Jia, you may not comprehend. Those items were obtained from a blind box. I was informed that they are genetically modified vegetable flowers and fruits. If we nurture them with care, we might even cultivate and sell them ourselves. In a buoyant mood, Shen Jia unlocked her phone and opened the group chat. Jia doesn't eat garlic. Everyone's sisters. Let's head to Hadaleo for a meal. Ran doesn't eat cilantro. Sounds great. He Nian Zhou Xiang. Hurry to the mall above the snack street to join me in Jia. We have a surprise for you. Nian, got it. On my way. Ran loves fish. Coming. She eagerly nodded, grasping Lin Ran's hand as they exited the space. Their foremost priority now was to stock up on various essentials, with food resources taking precedence, as the greatest challenge in the apocalypse was indeed famine. Let us go. Our first stop is Hadaleo, Chapter 35. Enjoying hot pot and casual conversations at the entrance of Hadaleo, the familiar aroma of hot pot enveloped her senses, causing Shen Jia's stomach to rumble in anticipation. In this apocalyptic world, one could scarcely find hot pot, let alone chili peppers. In her previous life, hot pot had been Shen Jia's favorite culinary delight, largely because Lu Jia adored it. I feel as though it has been an eternity since we all gathered for hot pot, He Nian remarked, wistfully as they walked, and Shen Jia understood she was referring to their quartet. She recalled Lu Jia once sharing that the original inventor of hot pot created it to bring people together. The multitude of ingredients requiring blanching meant that diners would sit together, waiting for their food, sipping drinks, and engaging in conversation, a scene both simple and heartwarming. Shen Jia tossed her head, for she was no longer the Shen Jia of yesteryears. Good evening, ladies. How many are you? Shen Jia counted, finding 5. Very well. Please follow me over here, the server politely replied, leading the group to a large table by the window. Here, we order by scanning the QR code. If you have any questions, feel free to call us at any time. The group nodded in understanding, each taking out their phones to scan and place their orders. Let us order one of everything from their signature broth. Lin Ran's inner foodie emerged. Is everyone in agreement? The others shook their heads in dissent. And Lin Ran joyfully proceeded to order the previously overlooked broths. Shen Jia perused the menu and selected her favorite delicacies: cold pot duck blood, tender beef, layered tripe, specialty beef tripe, coconut milk shrimp paste, fragrant braised chicken feet, coconut-flavored pig liver, and lime chicken wings, among others. She also ordered vegetarian dishes such as creamy tomatoes, super hot pot noodles, and ultra-thin potato slices, along with numerous lotus root slices. The broth she had ordered arrived promptly, and the enticing aroma brought her immense joy. The 4 sisters had a tradition of capturing moments during their gatherings. Just then, Lin Ran took out her phone, ready to snap a photo. Seated beside Zhou Xiang, Zhou Yu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Ran, I remember. Didn't you just stock up on a considerable amount of Haidilao hot pot? Shen Jialin and Ran exchanged glances, puzzled by how they had just spoken in a manner that was audible to her. Upon reflection, Shen Jia realized that this was not a viable solution. After all, the young girl was a new member of their close-knit circle. If the 4 of them were to keep the matter of their resources concealed from her, it would undoubtedly complicate their future preparations. As she pondered, Shen Jia concluded that there was little to hide, especially since the girl had just assisted her in translation and did not appear to be of ill intent. Just as she was about to reveal the truth, Zhou Xiang interjected. Jia, let's visit my mother early tomorrow. If her condition remains stable, we should stock up on more supplies. I wish to spend more time with her moving forward. Shen Jia nodded in agreement, and Zhou Yu chimed in alongside Zhou Xiang, proclaiming, I will accompany Mom with my sister. Amidst their cheerful laughter, the dishes were swiftly served. As Shen Jia beheld the bountiful spread before her, she realized that the delight expressed by food enthusiasts in television dramas was indeed genuine. For someone like Shen Jia, who battled severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, nothing was more soothing than vibrant colors. When combined with delectable cuisine, it became a veritable remedy for her affliction. Let us indulge in this feast, Lin Ran exclaimed, clearly unable to contain her eagerness. Eat, eat. Hurry and eat. The group eagerly picked up their chopsticks, and, as they savored the food, Lin Ran inquired, Xiang, Nian Nian, do you know what Jia Jia and I were up to upstairs just now? This question inadvertently redirected Zhou Xiang's attention from Zhou Yu, who had been momentarily distracted, igniting her curiosity about the whereabouts of the myriad of Hadaleo ingredients. Sister Ran, could you please tell me where the Hadaleo delicacies you stocked away have gone? Zhou Xiang grumbled, as she energetically served more dishes into Lin Ran's bowl, lamenting the girl's unyielding habit of speaking without restraint. Shen Jia smiled and said, Yeah, shall we have our meal first? Zhou Yu clearly understood that Shen Jia's words carried a deeper meaning. She was aware that discussing matters here was rather inconvenient. Thus, she nodded earnestly. The group exchanged gentle smiles, acknowledging how thoughtful Ye truly was. Shen Jia dipped a slice of Australian beef from her tomato pot into her bowl. She recalled that in the novels, this was how estranged individuals reconciled. Observing this, Zhou Yu also picked a piece of tomato from her spicy pot and placed it into Shen Jia's bowl, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Shen Jia lowered her head and placed a tomato from the spicy hot pot into her mouth. The tomato's freshness mingled with the unique flavors of the Hadaleo spicy broth, not overwhelmingly hot, yet fragrant. The juice of the tomato was a delightful blend of sour and sweet, elevating the taste and texture in harmony with the aromatic hot pot soup. How delicious this spicy hot pot is! Shen Jia couldn't help but exclaim, prompting Zhou Yu to smile and say, If you enjoy my broth so much, you're always welcome to come here for a dip. Oh, how curious. Just moments ago, it seemed like you two were staring at each other in bewilderment, and now your relationship is so amicable? He Nian teased, casually popping a piece of double pepper beef in her mouth. Come on, you two, hurry and eat. You've ordered so much, and there is still more beside you. Lin Ran, clearly unfazed by anything happening around her, was busy chewing on a sizable beef ball while insistently urging everyone to eat more. Ran, do be careful not to talk while eating, or you'll choke. Shen Jia observed her friend's fervent enjoyment of the hot pot, shaking her head in resignation. Indeed, her beloved troublemaker of a friend. Jia, here are your super hot pot noodles. Yin attempted to grasp the noodles with her chopsticks, but found it futile. Resolutely, she stood up, rolled up her sleeves, and dove in. At that moment, Zhou Xiang softly suggested, Yin, actually, you could use this ladle. Yin paused, realizing, how could I not have thought of that? Shen Jia smiled helplessly and swallowed the meat wrapped in coriander and millet pepper. Jia, come here. Yin directly scooped a large portion of hot pot noodles with a nearby slotted spoon. Shen Jia extended her bowl and took it, indulging herself in the meal. Oh, by the way, Jia, where shall we stay tonight? Shen Jia was still immersed in the joy of savoring the noodles. Where do you live? I reside in a hotel themed around pandas. Shen Jia replied somewhat ambiguously. She had perused the travel guide and discovered that the most renowned attraction in Sichuan was none other than the beloved national treasure. Since they needed to stock up anyway, she thought it would be a delightful opportunity to combine leisure with their errands. Pandas? Shen Jia nodded, exclaiming, wow, I have yet to encounter the celebrity panda. Hua. Neither have I. Jia, do you think there will be pandas in our hotel? Shen Jia shook her head, saying, Sisters, we are staying at a hotel with a panda theme. It is not the same as living with pandas. Shen Jia thought to herself, help. How did I end up with such a group of resentful friends? Chapter 36. Feast and Immortality. Lin Ran, Zhou Xiang, and He Nian gazed at Shen Jia, who was the last to leave the table, with expressions of astonishment. In the past, Shen Jia had never been particularly fond of hot pot. Her suggestion to indulge in it today, and being the last to rise from the table, was truly unexpected. Shen Jia savored the last remaining urinating beef ball in He Nian's bowl, utterly oblivious to the astonished expressions of the four onlookers. The principle behind the urinating beef ball is quite akin to that of a soup dumpling. The filling is frozen, and once the beef ball is cooked, it exudes a broth-like essence. A forceful bite can result in a burst of soup, and while the name may lack elegance, the reality is indeed as such. The beef balls in the tom yum pot impart a delightful sensation of sourness and spiciness, especially when paired with the broth within, which is both tangy and sweet, rich and aromatic. Shen Jia shook her head, lamenting that her best friend had missed out on such delectable fare. Jia Jia, He Nian called out. But Shen Jia, lost in the realm of gastronomy, stood in stark contrast to the fierce demeanor she displayed earlier in the face of a scoundrel. She distinctly recalled that Shen Jia was never particularly passionate about food. What is the matter? Shen Jia casually picked up a napkin from the table to wipe her mouth, lifting the fragrant milk tea to her lips, preparing to depart. I remember you weren't much of a foodie before. Recalling their previous excursion to the clothing market, it struck her that Shen Jia had seemingly transformed into a genuine food enthusiast. Ah, you wouldn't understand. Enjoying good food and drink ensures eternal life. Shen Jia spoke with vibrant enthusiasm, her radiant face animated by the joyful emotions she exuded. This was the first time He Nian was captivated by Shen Jia's enchanting beauty, tinged with a hint of anger. Jia Jia, I hereby declare, you are now officially a member of the gluttonous family. Lin Ran proclaimed loudly from the entrance. The diners around them were drawn by their eccentricity, casting curious glances in their direction. All right. You two, enough already, He Nian murmured quietly, prompting Zhou Yu to burst into laughter, while Shen Jia and Lin Ran simultaneously shot her unfriendly looks. What are you laughing at? Lin Ran asked. I think you two sisters are simply adorable, Zhou Yu replied, giggling and covering her mouth. Huh? Shen Jia and Lin Ran exchanged puzzled looks before responding. You think we are cute? Zhou Xiang playfully urged them, come on. Let us go. People are watching us. Let them watch. It's perfectly normal for these folks to be mesmerized by beauty, Shen Jia murmured, ultimately being dragged out by He Nian and Zhou Xiang. You two look like you're tipsy. People will really think you've been drinking. Zhou Xiang laughed, and Zhou Yu chimed in, teasing, I always thought Jia Jia was the ethereal goddess of coolness, but it turns out she is a beautiful fool. Beautiful fool? Shen Jia looked at Lin Ran. What exactly does that mean? Lin Ran shook her head vigorously. The youth of today are so trendy. I can't quite grasp it. He Nian and Zhou Xiang were amused by their banter, prompting Zhou Xiang to suggest, Jia Jia, is it possible to interpret those two words separately? Shen Jia nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, beautiful fool can be divided into fool and beauty. Shen Jia abruptly raised her head, exclaiming, who says I am a fool? I am quite clever. Indeed. You are remarkably astute, came the teasing reply. Now, can the intelligent Shen Jia lead us to the Panda Hotel? The three onlookers observed the playful banter between Shen Jia and Zhou Yu, marveling at how they resembled joyful adversaries, each exclaiming that Jia Jia had certainly found her match this time. Shen Jia glanced at the clock. It was already 1 a.m. She shook her head, realizing how swiftly the time had flown by while spending time with her friends. The hotel provided a dedicated car service available 24 hours a day. As the vehicle arrived, the group gasped at the sight of its exterior adorned with panda stickers, exclaiming, are these delightful pandas real? The driver nodded, his demeanor amiable as he assisted them with their luggage and opened the car door. Shen Jia, satisfied, reached into her bag and produced 1,000 yuan in cash, placing it into his hand. The driver, taken aback by the radiant beauty before him, was momentarily puzzled by her gesture, his face etched with confusion. Driver, please get in, Shen Jia said calmly. She recalled witnessing the driver rummaging through trash bins to save his ailing wife and child during the apocalypse. At that time, she couldn't comprehend why he didn't abandon them to seek his own survival, as ill individuals wouldn't last long in unfamiliar circumstances. Yet now, a semblance of understanding washed over her, especially as she glanced at her sleeping friends in the car, a tender smile gracing her lips. "Ladies, please make yourselves comfortable. We are ready to depart," the driver announced as he entered the vehicle. Noting that only Shen Jia responded, he surmised that the others were likely asleep and proceeded to drive steadily and attentively. Shen Jia felt slightly dazed from the warmth of the car's heater and soon dozed off beside Yin. "Ladies, we have arrived at the hotel." The driver's voice rang out. Shen Jia, rubbing her sleepy eyes, thought, how could it be so quick? She glanced at her friends, who were soundly asleep, pondering how to wake them when the driver suggested, "Miss, shall I play some music to rouse your friends?" Shen Jia nodded, appreciating the idea. "Time to get up. 1, 2, 3, go. Rise and shine." The cheerful good morning song, often played in kindergartens, filled the air. She recalled passing by the neighborhood kindergarten and frequently hearing that tune. Glancing at the driver, who was helping with their luggage, Shen Jia mused that he seemed to be a middle-aged man with a childlike spirit. "Jia, where are we?" Yin stirred, momentarily furrowing her brow at the tingling sensation in her left arm. Shen Jia chuckled. Yin, we have arrived at the hotel." Lin ran and Zhou Xiang also gradually awakened, and Shen Jia, observing her sleepy friends, couldn't help but tease, "You all truly resemble pigs. Sleeping soundly after a hearty meal, if the meat doesn't grow on you, then on whom will it grow?" The driver stood at the car door, grinning as he listened to their playful banter. "All right, we have reached the Panda Hotel." Shen Jia sighed, realizing that her friends seemed reluctant to leave the car. Jia, have we really arrived so soon?" Shen Jia was exasperated, having lost count of how many times she had heard this from Yin. Chapter 37. A mutual affection between best friends. Shen Jia could distinctly sense that Zhou Xiang was in a somber mood. After completing her personal grooming routine, she casually applied a hydrating face mask before seeking out Zhou Xiang. Xiang, are you asleep?" The hotel was designed with great consideration for comfort, and Zhou Xiang was staying in a spacious room with her sister, separated by partitions. When Shen Jia knocked on the door, Zhou Yu had already dashed off to chase after her idols with Yin. "Jia, what brings you here?" Zhou Xiang asked, adorned in a pink cashmere pajama set, exuding a delightful and tender aura. "I noticed you've been feeling a bit off today. I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd keep you company," Shen Jia replied, shaking the bottle of plum wine she had specifically retrieved from her space. "Jia, I'm fine." Zhou Xiang feigned resilience. Shen Jia shook her head. "If you're truly fine, then let's share a couple of drinks." With a gentle smile, she acknowledged that sometimes girls pretended to be strong, and those who truly understood them would see through the facade. Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement, as she too found herself unable to sleep. Shen Jia and Zhou Xiang arrived at the grand floor-to-ceiling window of the hotel. To shield her from the chill, Shen Jia casually activated the central air conditioning. Seated in the dimness, the two gazed into the city, illuminated by scattered lights, lost in contemplation. Shen Jia had always been at a loss for how to console others, pondering for quite some time without knowing how to articulate her thoughts. Jia, look at the city aglow with lights. Doesn't it resemble a multitude of stars?" Zhou Xiang remarked with serene composure. Following her gaze, Shen Jia indeed saw the resemblance to a starry sky. "Xiang, when I was young, I could never sleep well and would cry for my mother, prompting my grandparents to tell me that she had transformed into something radiant. Back then, I believed that when people passed away, they became stars." Shen Jia spoke softly, while Zhou Xiang turned to her, sensing an inexplicable hint of melancholy in her tone. Xiang, if I were to tell you that I did not see your mother in this apocalyptic world, Jia, my mother would become a star, wouldn't she?" Zhou Xiang cradled her glass, her gaze fixed on Shen Jia, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, revealing the struggle to contain her emotions. "Jia, I never imagined that one day my mother would leave me. I had always envisioned us navigating this apocalypse together. I always believed that my mother would be by my side forever." Shen Jia turned to gaze out of the floor-to-ceiling window at the bustling metropolis, her expression tranquil and serene. "No one can accompany another forever. The only constant companion we truly possess is ourselves." Zhou Xiang, touched by Shen Jia's emotions, felt a pang of sadness. As a teacher, known for her intelligence and grace, she understood the weight of Shen Jia's words, yet a sense of despair and heartache enveloped her. At that moment, Shen Jia turned to her and earnestly declared, Xiang, I will always be by your side, forever and ever. Tears streamed down Zhou Xiang's cheeks as she recognized that a best friend is a chosen family, bound not by blood, but by profound connection. The thought that someone in this world would always stand by her side gradually eased the gloom in her heart. Jia, sob. Thank you. Girls are inherently emotional, and Shen Jia understood the pain of losing loved ones. She empathized with Zhou Xiang's sorrow. Thus, the bond between best friends, forged in mutual understanding, often provides warmth amidst the coldness of life. Xiang, actually during the apocalypse, I visited Nian and Ran's parents. The truth is, I do not wish to protect everyone. I simply want to cherish our time together. Shen Jia's gaze was resolute, and Zhou Xiang followed the direction of her eyes, beholding a vast and luminous starry sky. The following morning, several of them rose early. As Shen Jia was lifted from her blankets by Ran and Yan, she was lost in a dream of owning the finest culinary establishment in the world. Disturbed from her reverie, Shen Jia, with a look of helplessness, gazed at the exquisite faces of her companions and exclaimed as she sprang up from her bed. Zhou Xiang, still nestled under the covers, was startled awake by Shen Jia's sudden movement. Rubbing her eyes in a daze, she murmured, What time is it? Why are you all ready? Sister, if you don't hurry, we'll miss lunch at Uncle S' house. Zhou Yu said with a look of exasperation at her older sister. Ah! Zhou Xiang exclaimed, nearly forgetting the day's plans after having consumed several bottles of green plum wine with Shen Jia the previous night. Upon seeing Zhou Xiang equally startled, Shen Jia nodded in satisfaction. She mused that it would not do to be frightened alone so early in the morning. Having someone by her side would bring her some semblance of balance. What mischief were you two up to last night without informing us? Ran exclaimed indignantly, trailing behind Shen Jia. The two had clearly spent the night in each other's embrace, whispering secrets to one another. Xiang, why do your eyes appear so swollen? Yan inquired, taken aback by the sight of Zhou Xiang's eyes resembling those of a goldfish. After Shen Jia tidied up, I shared a drink with Xiang last night. The scene resembled a dramatic moment from a television series, particularly with a line about us having a few drinks. The ensuing content was indeed suggestive. Ran exclaimed, What? You actually concealed from us that you had a midnight snack. To my surprise, it appeared that the primary concern of my most disgruntled friend was whether we had indulged in a late-night treat. Shen Jia helplessly shook her head. Perhaps this is the world of food enthusiasts. I'm ready, Zhou Xiang said, applying ice cubes obtained from the hotel front desk to her eyes, clearly reducing the swelling significantly. Jia, shall we set off? Shen Jia nodded. Today. She donned a beige cashmere coat and carried the classic bucket bag from Xiang Nai's collection. She recalled that she had previously brought 4 of these bags, and seeing her friends each holding one, she nodded in satisfaction. Xiang, you take a taxi. I'm not familiar with the area. Zhou Xiang nodded and, after entering the address on her phone, summoned a cab. As they waited by the hotel entrance, Shen Jia exchanged a smile with Zhou Xiang, while Ran, with a mischievous grin, teased, You two are having an affair. Yan found Ran's choice of words rather absurd. My dear sister, the term affair is meant to describe romantic entanglements between men and women. Jia and Xiang are both girls. Perhaps you should think before you speak. Ran, clearly aware of her inappropriate phrasing, grinned at Yan and replied playfully, Yan, why so serious? What I meant to imply is that they must be up to something secretive behind our backs. Shen Jia pressed her forehead and, with a hint of irritation, said to Ran, My dear Ran, do you wish to know the topic of our discussion last night with Xiang? Ran nodded in response. We deliberated on my unfortunate sister, Ran, the epitome of misfortune. Chapter 38. The family feast upon arriving at Aunt Zhou Xiang's residence. The time was nearly noon. Xiang, I believe I have met your mother before, yet why do I still feel so anxious? Ran murmured to Shen Jia. Yan chuckled at her, suggesting, Perhaps it's because you are visiting their home without bringing anything. It feels a bit unconventional, doesn't it? Only then did Ran recall that she had come empty-handed to this visit. Ran took Shen Jia by the hand and led her to a nearby supermarket to purchase some fruits and local delicacies. Shen Jia reminded her to consider health supplements for Zhou Xiang's mother, prompting Lin Ran to remember that Zhou Xiang's mother had been unwell. Shen Jia shook her head. Ran, sometimes I truly believe you are rather foolish. Upon hearing Shen Jia's remark, Lin Ran, with her left hand clenched into a fist, gestured a warning towards her. Shen Jia, not amused, rolled her eyes, pondering how such a striking beauty could possibly be so naive. By the time they arrived at Uncle Zhou's house, it was nearly lunchtime, and the ever-enthusiastic uncle and aunt had been bustling about since early morning in preparation. Shen Jia presented her precious medicinal wine and cordyceps cigarettes to him, and also gifted her aunt nearby a set of luxurious skincare products and a fragrant handbag. The recipients, overwhelmed by the extravagance of the gifts, instinctively attempted to decline. At that moment, Zhou Xiang's mother approached. It was apparent that she was in high spirits today, her figure adorned in a light crimson down coat that somehow exuded an air of elegance. Upon seeing Shen Jia, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with warmth as she greeted. Jia, you have come. Shen Jia nodded and handed over all the bird's nest and health supplements she had brought. Zhou Xiang's mother, hailing from scholarly family, recognized that these children had grown up together, thus she did not refuse their kind gestures. Instead, she gently shook her head and softly remarked, in the future, please do not bring so many things. Upon seeing Zhou Xiang's mother, the group transformed, especially Lin Ran, who, usually quite boisterous, now resembled a bashful young lady. Auntie, these are just our humble tokens of appreciation, they chimed in unison. Zhou Xiang's mother nodded and ushered the children inside. Shen Jia distinctly sensed that Zhou Xiang's mother had deliberately distanced herself from Zhou Xiang, which momentarily filled her with concern for her. When she turned to glance at her, Zhou Xiang was gently shaking her head, indicating that she was fine. Such is the nature of most mothers. Upon realizing their illness, they instinctively wish to keep their children at arm's length, as if doing so could spare them from any burden. Shen Jia had never experienced maternal love. Thus, she could only comprehend it intellectually without truly empathizing. Please come in and take a seat. Our place is rather remote, and there isn't much to savor. Just some home-cooked dishes I prepared. I wonder if they will suit your tastes. She expressed her concern for her younger sister. The others nodded in understanding. Uncle, aunt, we adore home-cooked meals. A group of them gathered around a round table for their family banquet, and Shen Jia quietly counted. There were 18 dishes in total. This is my specialty, cold, spicy chicken. Do give it a try. As her uncle picked up a piece of tender chicken, Shen Jia knew Sichuan cuisine was renowned for its freshness and spiciness, and she eagerly savored the chicken. Delicious, Shen Jia exclaimed, marveling at the succulent meat paired with the fragrant Sichuan chili oil, garnished with crushed peanuts and sesame seeds. She mused, how wonderful it would be if I possessed such culinary skills. Try this as well. Her uncle, ever the gracious host, continued to serve the guests, offering braised pig trotters and garlic pork slices. Shen Jia felt fortunate that she hadn't overindulged in breakfast, allowing her the appetite for such exquisite dishes. Auntie's cooking is exceptional. She could easily work as a chef in a restaurant. Lin Ran's foodie nature surfaced as she extolled the flavors, prompting light-hearted laughter among the group as they enjoyed their meal in harmony. Please sample this. Shen Jia observed the small bowls of silken tofu placed before each person, and she couldn't help but think how perfectly this banquet catered to her palate. The key to enjoying Sichuan tofu lay in its dipping sauces, and as she surveyed the array of condiments, she felt as though she had stepped into a hot pot restaurant. This is our homemade roasted pepper sauce. Adding this will make it even more delectable, her uncle enthusiastically explained. Shen Jia noticed that the dishes on the table were nearly devoured, and she felt her friends' appetites had been remarkably hearty recently. Don't mind me. Please enjoy your meal. Shen Jia observed her uncle and aunt continually urging them to eat, while they themselves had scarcely touched their food. With teary eyes, Xiang nodded in response to her uncle, while her aunt looked on with concern. Xiang, it's all right. Don't worry. Your uncle and aunt will take good care of your mother. You and your sister must look after yourselves while you strive in the big city. Shen Jia was deeply moved by the tender familial scene at the table. reminiscent of her own grandparents. Yin noticed Shen Jia's emotional shift and quietly approached her. Jia, are you missing your family? Understanding the hardships Shen Jia had endured since childhood, she embraced her gently. Jia, it's okay. You have us now. Shen Jia turned to Yin with a smile and said, let us go. We shall continue our feast. Yin, with an arm draped over Shen Jia's shoulder, waved his hand exuberantly. Come on, let us eat. On the table lay remnants of braised pork, fragrant ribs, and spicy chicken from Sichuan. Shen Jia and Yin joined Lin Ran at the table to savor the meal, while Zhou Xiang took her mother and sister to the field for a stroll to aid digestion. Watching the three figures gradually recede into the distance, Shen Jia felt, for the first time, the warmth of familial bonds. She glanced at her two sisters, who were diligently focused on their tasks. The essence of family, perhaps, is the desire to offer them the finest treasures in the world. Chapter 39. You hoard gourmet food, yet you choose to buy a bag. After the family feast, they spent considerable time conversing with Mother Zhou. Her condition fluctuated. At times she could recall who they were, while at other moments she would forget entirely. In an effort to alleviate Zhou Xiang's sorrow, Shen Jia suggested that they take a stroll through the shopping mall to lift their spirits. After assisting her uncle and aunt with their preparations, the group was ready to set off. Given the difficulty of hailing a taxi in the countryside, it was decided that her uncle would drive them to the city in their family car. Shen Jia retrieved a thick stack of cash from her bag and placed it into her uncle's hands. The man gazed at her in astonishment. Shen Jia nodded, saying, Uncle, you have worked hard. He immediately grasped her intention, understanding that what was most lacking in caring for the ill was money, and thus accepted the offering. Uncle, here is my business card. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to call me. She left her card to ensure that these kind souls could survive in a world fraught with challenges, as she aimed to rescue only those she wished to save. The middle-aged man nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Miss Shen. Shen Jia waved her hand dismissively. Just call me Jia like Aunt Xiang does. Upon reaching the entrance of the largest shopping mall, the suppressed desire to shop reignited among the sisters. Shen Jia glanced at her phone's balance, eager to dash into the mall and embark on an extravagant shopping spree. However, Zhou Xiang remained composed, asking Jia, what shall we stock up on today? After a moment's contemplation, Shen Jia replied, let us gather more daily necessities. All right. Upon hearing this, the group dashed into the shopping area, disappearing from sight. Shen Jia shook her head helplessly, increasingly feeling that her friends were rather imprudent, their conspicuous bags betraying their intentions. Shen Jia opened her phone and sent a message in the group chat. Jia doesn't eat garlic. Everyone, remember to stock up on some medication. Shen Jia has yet to disclose the matters concerning the space and the apocalyptic crisis to Zhou Yu, for she has completely forgotten. Shen Jia entered the shopping mall, its resplendent decor resembling more of a palace than a mere commercial space. The first floor was predominantly filled with luxury goods. Shen Jia shook her head. Although she had a penchant for purchasing handbags, her current priority was far removed from such indulgences. Excuse me, could you please direct me to the supermarket? Shen Jia meandered through the first floor, retracing her steps multiple times along paths she had already traversed. The elegantly attired sales assistant regarded her with disdain, indicating that she could descend by turning right at the entrance. Shen Jia contemplated, is the demeanor of today's attendants truly so disdainful? She glanced at herself, realizing that her attire was certainly not lacking in sophistication. No, today she was determined to observe what these sales associates were so arrogantly priding themselves on. Shen Jia followed the sales assistant into Grandma Xiang's store. Upon recognizing her, the assistant scoffed disdainfully, Miss, this is not a supermarket. Shen Jia narrowed her phoenix eyes and retorted, Oh, with that makeup today? I almost mistook you for a vendor from market. The woman's face turned a curious shade of green and purple from Shen Jia's sharp words. Shen Jia smiled slyly, observing the new arrivals from Grandma Xiang and lamenting the declining standards of contemporary designers. Miss, weren't you looking for a supermarket? The assistant shot back, clearly unwilling to yield. Noticing Shen Jia's casual attire, she assumed the woman was merely seeking trouble. Why repeat yourself? Shen Jia spun around, her voice sharp. Do you think I cannot afford your products? The assistant was evidently intimidated by the powerful aura emanating from Shen Jia. The assistant stammered, rendered momentarily speechless. Shen Jia sighed, shaking her head. I was merely asking for directions. Why look down on others? Is it customary for sales assistants like you to gauge customers based on appearances? Shen Jia had long since grown weary of such superficial judgments, and the condescending attitude of the assistant had dampened her initial enthusiasm for shopping. Mississippi. Onlookers began to gather, intrigued by the escalating tension. Shen Jia paid them no mind, fully aware that both she and the assistant were at odds. Today, she intended to enlighten this haughty sales assistant. What are they arguing about? Someone whispered. I think that sales assistant was being quite sarcastic earlier. Employees at Grandma Xiang's store were notoriously snobbish. Don't say too much, or you might provoke them further, others cautioned. Shen Jia relished the attention, watching as more people gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Finally, the assistant's composure began to crack. Miss, I apologize. I didn't mean it that way. Shen Jia, observing the assistant grit her teeth while uttering the apology, shook her head in resignation. Isn't it true that you believe I cannot afford your bags? Shen Jia approached the glass display case and declared, Bring me all the classic models from your inventory. I desire them all. Her commanding words elicited expressions of astonishment from all the sales assistants present. With a nonchalant nod, Shen Jia acknowledged the flustered saleswoman, whose previous arrogance had completely dissipated. Observing the situation, a keen-eyed saleswoman with a high bun promptly approached Shen Jia, bowing obsequiously. Madam, she began, we currently have in stock a selection of our classic models, including the CF Black Gold, the Square Vanity, the Gold Ball Square Vanity, the Black Gold Bag, the Mini Square, the Gold Ball Mini Square, the Handle Vanity, the Small Black Hobo, and the Small Blue Black Hobo. We have a total of 9 classic models, with an inventory of 900 pieces, amounting to 508,888. May I inquire whether you will be paying in cash or via electronic transfer? Shen Jia rummaged through her bag, while the sales assistant's gaze fell upon the exquisite vintage Grandma Xiang bag on her back, astonished by its presence. This vintage classic is notoriously difficult to acquire, with some in the industry inflating its price to a staggering 200,000 yuan. Whether it was a lack of discernment on her colleague's part or a misjudgment on her own, the delicate beauty before her certainly did not appear to be someone incapable of affording luxury items. She shook her head in resignation. Although securing a significant sale, the employees at their store would undoubtedly be summoned by the manager for questioning. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the crowd outside, and she heard Lin Rant's voice calling out, Jia Jia. Turning around, she saw the girl looking at her with an expression of indignation. I told you to stock up on supplies, and you come here to buy a bag. Are these bags meant for us? Chapter 40. Auctioning antiques upon exiting the mall. Shen Jia distributed the bags she had purchased equally among her 3 close friends, sorting them by style and size. The remaining items were casually tossed into her space. A massive advertising canvas beside the mall caught her attention. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was for an antique auction event. Coincidentally, she had numerous antiques inherited from her grandparents, and Shen Jia contemplated taking all of them to the auction. Shen Jia was a woman of action. She dialed the number on the advertisement canvas. Hello, this is the Yuqian Yuan New Year's auction house. We are organizing an antique auction soon. Esteemed guests in need are invited to leave a message to participate in our online reservation event. The sweet, mechanical voice echoed in her ears, prompting Shen Jia to recall that such grand antique auctions typically required prior reservations. After opening the link and entering the information of her 3 close friends, each of their phones chimed with incoming messages. Yuqian Yuan's grand auction? What is this? I feel it's a scam. The trio murmured as they glanced at Shen Jia, who raised her phone in triumph. I've registered you all. Let us go together. Yin Yin was certainly aware of what an antique auction entailed. Yet Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang appeared utterly bewildered. Jia Jia, we still have many items to gather. Are you planning to hoard antiques at the auction? Shen Jia shook her head, realizing Lin Ran's thought process was indeed quite straightforward. I intend to auction off all the antiques we have in our space. Shen Jia clarified. reasoning that these items would only lose their value in the impending apocalypse, so it was more prudent to sell them while they still held worth. Now I understand, Lin Ran exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shen Jia made her way to the garage, having spent 50,000 to rent a Maserati for 5 days. Since she was heading to an antique auction, her attire surely had to reflect her status. Shen Jia, accompanied by her 3 close friends, arrived at an upscale beauty salon to undergo a transformation. They were mindful of their time, as they still needed to acquire self-defense items and certain medications. Shen Jia retrieved a cobalt blue dress from the wardrobe, and her perfectionist tendencies compelled her to select more than just the cobalt hue. Hinian adorned herself in a rich emerald green, while Zhou Xiang wore a delicate cinnamon pink, and Lin Ran donned a deep burgundy. Each of them complemented their outfits with the latest black tweed coat from Chanel's current collection, exuding an air of opulence and youthfulness, reminiscent of elite heiresses from affluent families. While waiting for her friend to finish her makeup, Shen Jia took the opportunity to retrieve antiques from her collection, extracting a remarkable total of 50 exquisite pieces. Once the group was suitably adorned, they set off towards the Yuqian auction house. Upon arriving at the venue, Shen Jia sent a message to her contact at the appraisal center, noting that antiques cannot simply be auctioned off without due diligence. The intricate procedures resemble the formalities of a birth registration or the issuance of a birth certificate. Shen Jia, accompanied by her close friends, made her way towards the exhibition area, while Lin Ran shook her head, expressing her disinterest in the various bottles and jars displayed at the booths. Shen Jia was well aware that her greater interest lay in the buffet area of the venue. Thus, she nodded and informed her that they would be in touch via phone shortly. Today's auction primarily focused on a special session dedicated to Chinese antiques. Among the total of 66 items up for bidding, Shen Jia had contributed 50 pieces, accounting for a significant majority. Upon inspection, although none of these items were the centerpiece exhibits, a glance at the starting prices revealed that even the least expensive piece commenced at no less than 300,000. Shen Jia contemplated that the funds acquired from the auction of antique collectibles could be entirely allocated towards the construction of a safe haven. Is it now the case that anyone can enter the auction venue? A woman adorned in resplendent jewels shouted at Shen Jia with a tone laced with derision. Shen Jia remained silent, her gaze merely glancing over the woman's face with indifference. There are numerous ways to deal with those seeking trouble, and the most infuriating method is to simply ignore them. The woman was clearly taken aback by Shen Jia's demeanor. Tian, do you know her? The middle-aged businessman inquired softly, wrapping his arm around the slender waist of the woman beside him. Zhang, I do not recognize such a trivial character. However, I have encountered her in the past during work. She was merely a minor procurement officer in a company, fond of pretending to be affluent, the man replied. Upon hearing this, he turned to look at Shen Jia. The woman before him was strikingly beautiful, her enchanting eyes shimmering like rippling water, captivating the very soul. Upon hearing the term procurement, Shen Jia took a closer look at the woman before her. Wasn't he this the sales associate with a high ponytail whom she had tidied up while shopping for cosmetics? Shen Jia raised an eyebrow, the corners of her lips curving slightly, suddenly inspired to engage in a verbal spar. Indeed, it seems that even salespeople can now grace the auction stage. You, Mr. Zhang, she is bullying me, the woman exclaimed, brushing against the middle-aged man's arm. Although the man had long harbored a desire for Shen Jia, the woman's display of vulnerability and her quest for protection greatly satisfied his inner vanity of being needed. He bellowed vehemently, "My dear, do not fear. I shall summon my nephew at once to expel this woman." Mr. Zhang then picked up his phone to call his nephew, reasoning that since his nephew was the assistant for this auction, it should be a simple task to remove an unwelcome presence. Shen Jia embraced herself, her expression one of eager anticipation as she observed the two individuals. Shortly thereafter, a man clad in a tailored suit, accompanied by 2 security personnel, approached the scene. "Uncle, did you mention that there is a disturbance here? This woman has spoken disrespectfully to my companion. And who is she but a mere nobody from some insignificant company? Is your auction house now so lax in its decorum?" Upon hearing President Zhang stand up for her, The high ponytail saleswoman chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Shen Jia observed the two individuals before her, engaged in spirited banter, with an amused expression. She found it utterly perplexing why, in this world, there were women who felt compelled to rely on men for their existence. The scene captivated those around her, drawing them closer to witness the unfolding drama. Good day, madam. I am Zhang Jia, the deputy manager of the auction. May I kindly request you to present your invitation? After he spoke, he glanced at Mr. Zhang, who nodded in approval, nearly giving a thumbs up in appreciation. Here you go, Shen Jia replied, handing her online invitation from her phone to Zhang Jia. Mr. Zhang is a distinguished guest at our auction. Should your presence disrupt his enjoyment, we may need to ask you to temporarily vacate the premises. The crowd continued to swell, intrigued by the spectacle, while Shen Jia remained silent, leaving Zhang Jia uncertain of her thoughts. Miss Shen? At that moment, Xiao Wen, the chief appraiser who had evaluated Shen Jia's collection earlier, approached. Noticing the security personnel accompanying Zhang Jia, he inquired, Manager Zhang, is there a predicament here? Chief Xiao, do you know this Miss Shen? Zhang Jia mused internally, considering that Xiao Wen was one of the foremost experts in treasure appraisal in the nation. If he had any acquaintance with Shen Jia, it would indeed be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Chapter 41. Dealing with troublemaking women, since we are all acquainted. Why not take a step back and allow for a broader perspective? Zhang Jia suggested, eager to defuse the tension as he noticed Xiao Wen's silence. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow, taking a step back. Not a chance. Jia, a woman's astonished voice came from behind. Shen Jia turned around to see Wang Runin, the young lady of the prestigious Wang family, adorned in designer attire. Wang Runin approached, linking arms with He Nian, while several men stood transfixed in awe. What on earth is happening here? Wang Runin is renowned throughout the auction circuit, and given that she is the sole daughter of the Wang Corporation, her elevated status is undeniably evident. Shen Jia had only met her once in childhood, yet the individual who truly recognized the young lady before her was He Nian. Jia, has someone been bullying you? He Nian inquired, turning her gaze fiercely toward the ponytailed clerk. Previously, it was Shen Jia who protected her. Now, it was her turn to shield Shen Jia. Indeed, they presume to drive me away simply because they are two against one. Shen Jia mimicked the clerk's voice, shaking her head in disgust at her own performance. Oh, my friend wishes to expel me as well? Wang Runin interjected, as several men shook their heads in response. Particularly Zhang, who had earlier displayed an air of arrogance, now resembling a deflated balloon. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhang Jia immediately bowed his head, his demeanor drastically different from moments prior. Misunderstanding? Shen Jia's sharp phoenix eyes glinted coldly. Is it a misunderstanding regarding your intent to expel me? Or perhaps a misunderstanding of my status as an unwelcome interloper? Shen Jia confronted them assertively. The ponytail clerk clearly did not anticipate such a reaction. Do you not revel in bullying those of lesser standing? Today, I shall demonstrate what true authority looks like. Shen Jia declared, nodding at He Nian. Remove these two pests. I refuse to allow them to spoil the mood for everyone else. Onlookers nodded in agreement. It was evident that the middle-aged man and the ponytailed clerk were engaged in an improper relationship. Most attendees at this auction were affluent members of high society, and they naturally looked down upon the antics of these two. Slap! Before the security could intervene, the middle-aged man struck the ponytailed clerk, his opportunity to mingle with the elite ruined by her actions. The man's pent-up fury was unleashed upon her. Shen Jia coldly shook her head from behind He Nian. You only know how to stir up trouble. Mr. Zhang, you hit me? Boo-hoo. Even in such dire circumstances, the ponytailed clerk struggled to maintain her facade of innocence. Shen Jia thought to herself, even a top influencer cannot feign innocence this poorly. Mr. Zhang, please escort yourself and your companion out of our venue. Zhang Jia insisted, anxious not to jeopardize his job due to his uncle's influence. The man, both furious and flustered, turned away, leaving the ponytailed clerk sobbing on the ground. What is it with women today? Always trying to climb the social ladder. If you wish to ascend, you must adapt to the times, my dear. There is much you need to learn to integrate into this circle. How dare you belittle a true heiress? Miss Shen is a renowned entrepreneur in Nanjing. Came the scornful voices from the crowd. Shen Jia observed the ponytailed clerk, who was now kneeling and weeping, contemplating, indeed. The ugly often stir up trouble. This auction is a disgrace. How dare someone like you attend such an event? You wretched woman. The ponytailed clerk shouted angrily at Shen Jia. Shen Jia merely shook her head, realizing that the woman had truly lost her sanity. In a flash, security had dragged the woman away. Wang Runin looked at Shen Jia with eager anticipation, exclaiming, "You must be Shen Jia, right? Nian Nian always talks about you, saying she has a wonderful best friend." Shen Jia turned to Hinyan, pondering to herself that this girl was not only adept at idolizing stars, but also exceptionally skilled at flattery. Shen Jia smiled faintly, remarking that she was not as extraordinary as she was portrayed. Hinyan, however, felt a pang of discontent. She had ceased to pursue the glitz and glamour of stardom, for she realized that since Shen Jia entered her life, her idol had transformed from a distant celebrity into someone intimately close. Particularly after the myriad experiences they had shared along the journey, she increasingly regarded Shen Jia as her true superstar. "Sister Jia, shall we head to the venue?" Wang Runin affectionately linked her arm with Shen Jia's, leaving Shen Jia somewhat taken aback by the young lady's unexpected warmth. Shen Jia nodded, allowing the two to lead her towards the conference hall. It was evident that Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran had been waiting inside for quite some time. As Lin Ran stood and waved, Shen Jia and He Nian walked over with Wang Runin. "Wow, this young lady is exceptionally beautiful," Lin Ran exclaimed, gazing at Wang Runin. Shen Jia and He Nian exchanged knowing smiles, aware of her admiration for beautiful women, yet reminded her not to forget to present herself as one as well. Having grown up in a noble family, Wang Runin seldom encountered friends her age with whom she resonated. The relaxed and cheerful atmosphere among the group, particularly the composed and poised Shen Jia, made her eager to forge a connection. "Not all. You both are equally stunning," Wang Runin replied, observing the two before her, their grace rivaling that of the elite ladies she had encountered. "The auction is about to commence. Let's take our seats," He Nian whispered. Wang Runin wished to sit with them, but the organizers had assigned her a seat in the front row. After some contemplation, she decided to summon her bodyguards to arrange for additional chairs in the front. This series of actions left the attendees of the auction astounded. Wang Runin's status was undeniably prestigious, and befriending her could open doors to invaluable connections for a lifetime. This young lady typically had no particular hobbies aside from collecting antiques and paintings, preferring to spend her time at home. It was rare to see her in public, and the fact that she had brought along 4 young women was indeed a curiosity to everyone present. Shen Jia was aware of Wang Runin's reputation. Initially, she intended to maintain a low profile, but upon further reflection, she deemed it inconsequential. After all, the apocalypse was to descend in 2 months, and she thought it prudent to ensure that those small-minded individuals would remember her face. Simultaneously, it would allow the good people who had received her business card to take notice, effortlessly increasing her visibility. Furthermore, it would also bring her friends into the spotlight, ensuring that everyone would know whom Shen Jia intended to protect in the impending catastrophe. "Miss Wang, your chair has been arranged," the security guard respectfully announced, prompting Wang Runin to rise and taking Yin's hand, while Shen Jia moved forward. Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran, bewildered, followed the two, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 4 took their seats. Once the young ladies were settled, the host seized a microphone to commence the auction. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the special auction event of traditional Chinese antiques, presented by Yuqian Yuan. I am your host for today." As the host's voice resonated, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. The auction officially commenced, showcasing photographs of various antique artifacts. After the esteemed guests presented each item, bidding began in earnest, with paddles raised amidst the fervor. 6, 45 million 1, 28 million 4, 38 million 5, 2 million. Each time a bid was made, Shen Jia strategically raised her offer at the last crucial moment, for she was no benevolent soul. Her sole desire was profit. "What are you writing?" Wang Runin inquired, her curiosity piqued by Shen Jia's frequent note-taking on her phone. "I'm just recording how much I can earn today," Shen Jia replied nonchalantly. Wang Runan gasped in surprise. Did you bring all these exhibits? Shen Jia nodded calmly, while Wang Runan gazed with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Sister Shen Jia, it turns out we share the same passion. Shen Jia raised her eyebrow. In truth, this hardly qualified as a hobby of hers. Sister Jia, how many items do you have here? Wang Runan had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the string of numbers on her phone, which undoubtedly indicated earnings beyond mere antique sales. Not much, only around 50 pieces. Shen Jia replied. Wang Runan was taken aback. 50 pieces? Shen Jia was capable of presenting such an impressive collection of antiques at once. As the auction neared its conclusion, Shen Jia estimated that after deducting the auction house's commission, her earnings for the day would amount to nearly 200 million. At that moment, the host instructed the staff to bring forth a display case. A layer of opaque black cloth covered the glass cabinet. Shen Jia smiled knowingly, aware that the grand finale was about to make its entrance. All eyes were drawn to the spotlight illuminating the display case on stage, with the audience wide-eyed in anticipation. While a few seasoned collectors recognized the pièce d'argent, the majority were left in suspense, their curiosity piqued as they whispered among themselves, speculating about the identity of tonight's highlight. Surely, the infamous Wang family massacre from 30 years ago is somewhat familiar to everyone present. The item about to be auctioned is none other than the Wang family's ancestral treasure, the exquisite Linglong Sea Jade Pearl. As the host's voice rose and fell with dramatic flair, the excitement in the auction room reached its zenith, with attendees eager to behold the beauty of the Sea Jade Pearl. With a mere glance from the host, the staff swiftly removed the black cloth, unveiling the pearl to the captivated audience. Shen Jia, who had initially appeared somewhat disinterested, felt her gaze ignite with fervor upon seeing the pearl. At that moment, as the Linglong Sea Jade Pearl graced the stage, Shen Jia resolved to secure this treasure. No matter the cost, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to a powerful energy crystal rumored to exist in the apocalyptic world. Shen Jianan felt the intense heat emanating from the jade bracelet on her wrist. Her close friends also sensed their own jade ornaments growing increasingly warm. Shen Jianan unlocked her phone. This treasure is of utmost importance in the apocalypse. We must capture it today, her friend exclaimed. Agreed, came the chorus of voices. The starting bid for the exquisite sea blue jade pearl was set at 30 million, with increments of 500,000. As the auctioneer's words settled, a cacophony erupted from the audience. Seriously? A mere jade pearl demands a starting bid of 30 million? The Wang family has been annihilated. Such items are cursed. Murmurs of discontent swelled among the crowd. Surely, this is some kind of malevolent artifact. Despite the rising discontent, the auctioneer appeared unfazed, having anticipated such reactions. And the auction proceeded without interruption. The exorbitant price deterred most potential buyers, and just as the auctioneer prepared to say something to ease the tension, Shen Jianan raised her bidding paddle. Buyer number 6, bidding 30 million. The auctioneer announced with vigor, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd, many craning their necks in curiosity to see who would spend such a fortune on a single pearl. Buyer number 19, bidding 35 million. The auctioneer continued. Buyer number 6, bidding 31 million. Shen Jianan raised her paddle once more. For her, although 30 million could procure a plethora of goods, the intrinsic value of this pearl dwarfed that trivial sum. Buyer number 438, bidding 34.5 million. After several rounds of bidding, the auctioneer's face blossomed with delight. Initially prepared for a failed auction, he was pleasantly surprised that someone indeed coveted this azure gem. Shen Jia recognized who it was, and in an instant, she felt an intense bitterness. Jia, isn't that your stepmother? Shen Jia's gaze was icy and piercing. She was acutely aware that her stepmother lacked any genuine understanding of antiques. Her actions were clearly deliberate, aimed at asserting her authority over Shen Jia. After all, she had not made a single phone call home during all this time, and quietly transferred all the company's assets away. It was only out of sheer desperation that Shen Jia resorted to hiring a private investigator to locate this place. Shen Jia chuckled coldly, incredulous that this woman dared to compete with her. Does she even possess wealth? Zhou Xiang sensed the shift in emotions around her, and, momentarily concerned, gazed at her. Jia, are you all right? Shen Jia let out a cold snort, initially planning to deal with these petty individuals only after the apocalypse. Yet, to her surprise, they had come knocking at her door. This was, perhaps, for the best, as it spared her the trouble of seeking them out herself. Shen Jia relinquished the number plate in her hand as the host excitedly announced, 34 million once, 34 million twice, 34 million thrice. At the critical moment, Wang Runin raised her paddle, declaring, Number 1, 40 million. A ripple of astonishment coursed through the crowd, for everyone recognized that the individual seated at number 1 was the esteemed Miss Wang Runin. The audacity of her bid for the exquisite pearl stirred a sense of intrigue among the onlookers. After all, Wang Runin was renowned in the antiques and collectibles community for her discerning eye. If even she wished to acquire this antique, it surely held significant potential for appreciation and value. The host's excitement escalated as he observed the bidders at the auction table hesitating to raise their paddles. Finally, unable to contain himself, he proclaimed, 40 million once, 40 million twice, 40 million thrice. Sold. Miss Wang, this unparalleled treasure is now yours. May I inquire what prompted you to make such a purchase? Not only was the host curious, but the entire auction house was equally intrigued. However, the only one whose countenance remained pale and filled with fury was Shen Jia's stepmother, Lu Qingli, who glared at the beautiful woman standing on the stage. These young women are all equally insufferable. Chapter 43. A space ring gifted in truth. My intention behind acquiring this pearl was not entirely sincere. I merely wished to procure it as a gift for a friend. Wang Runin stated with poise from her position on the stage. Shen Jia was momentarily taken aback. Could the friend she mentioned possibly be herself? Oh, throughout history, one has only heard of emperors lavishly spending fortunes to elicit a smile from a beautiful woman. Yet now, a wealthy lady is presenting a precious treasure to a friend? One wonders which esteemed friend Miss Wang intends to honor with such a gift. The audience's curiosity was piqued, and they were indeed eager to discover the identity of the friend spoken of by the young Miss Wang. Seizing the opportunity, the host began to gossip, while those seated below the auction stage were genuinely intrigued to learn more. Meanwhile, Wang Runin, standing on the stage, descended and took Shen Jia's hand, leading her back up. Shen Jia found herself in a state of bewilderment as the spotlight on the display stage suddenly illuminated her. This is my friend, Shen Jia. Lu Qingli had never witnessed such an intense and resolute hatred in Shen Jia's eyes. She turned and fled in a panic, inexplicably beginning to feel a sense of fear within her heart. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow. Lu Qingli must have discovered that all the family's assets had been transferred by her and was seeking to confront her over the inheritance. Not a chance. This Miss Shen appeared both radiant and poised, which undoubtedly justified Miss Wang's extravagant expenditure. Wouldn't you agree? Shen Jia detested such occasions, particularly the tone of the host's voice, which irked her profoundly. She cast a cold gaze upon the unfamiliar individual before her, who wore a sycophantic smile, while her mind raced to recall everything about Wang Runin. She had no recollection of ever having met such a person in her past life, and the sudden kindness directed towards her left Shen Jia, feeling suspicious of ulterior motives. At that moment, the jade bracelet on her wrist became inexplicably warm, and a multitude of images flooded her mind. It dawned on her why Wang Runin had been so exceptionally kind to her. It was because she had saved her in a previous existence. No wonder Wang Runin often expressed a sense of familiarity upon encountering Shen Jia, as it seemed that her reincarnation had altered the fates of those around her. The host and the individuals at the auction were undoubtedly aware of what it meant to befriend the esteemed Miss Wang Runin. Currently, they were in urgent need of procuring imported pharmaceuticals and self-defense weapons abroad, items that were strictly prohibited within the country. Sister Jia, what are you contemplating? Wang Runin called sweetly, noticing Shen Jia's momentary distraction. Shen Jia suddenly realized her impulsiveness and took off the jade ring from her finger. Originally intended for Zhou Yu, she felt it would be inappropriate to take advantage of Wang Runin, who had rendered such significant assistance. I have nothing else to offer you, so please accept this ancestral jade ring. The auction hall erupted in another round of fervent applause. The jade appeared to be of the finest quality, akin to the most exquisite he-sure jade. It seemed that Miss Shen was indeed a woman of wealth. Whispers filled the auction hall as Shen Jia linked arms with Wang Runen, smiling as they descended the stage. Yin Yan looked at the two in astonishment. When did you two become so close? Wang Runen and Shen Jia exchanged glances. Close? We merely hit it off at first sight. You hit it off so well that you gifted such a valuable present? Yin Yan, resembling a sulking young girl, couldn't fathom her cousin's thoughts. Yin Yan, are you feeling jealous? Lin Ran teased, recalling that it was indeed Yin Yan who had introduced her friends to Wang Runen earlier. No, it's because Runen is my cousin. Yin Yan finally admitted the truth after much hesitation. Shen Jia smiled, having sensed that Yin Yan harbored special feelings towards Wang Runen. It turned out there was this familial connection. Sister Jia, this jade ring you gave me is far more precious than this gem. Wang Runen, clearly knowledgeable, exclaimed. It's all right. If you like it, I have many more to bestow upon you. Shen Jia thought of the numerous small items she had in her collection. Really? Sister Jia, how come your family has so many antiques? Do you also have a fondness for them? Wang Runen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Well, my ancestors were quite interested in such items. Shen Jia pondered for a moment and decided that honesty was the best policy, considering these treasures were indeed inherited from her grandparents. I see. Then your family must have some remarkable antique enthusiasts. I would love to meet them. Wang Runen gazed at Shen Jia with eager anticipation. Shen Jia smiled, as she had a matter she wished to discuss with her. I say you two are both beauties. It truly seems like you're in a romantic relationship. Lin Ran couldn't help but exclaim, with Zhou Xiang nodding in agreement. The two fell silent. Miss Wang, I hear your family is involved in import trade. Is that correct? Shen Jia cut straight to the chase, as time was of the essence. Yes. What about it? I would like to ask for your assistance. Yin Yan looked at Shen Jia in surprise, wondering why she couldn't disclose her intentions to her beforehand. So, she came here merely as a tool, did she? Sister Jia, please speak. Wang Runen, though slightly displeased at being addressed as Miss Wang, sensed the urgency in Shen Jia's eyes and understood that it must be something of great importance. I wish to use your company's name to stockpile some foreign pharmaceuticals. That is completely feasible. But why do you need to stockpile so many pharmaceuticals? Wang Runen inquired with curiosity, wondering why they would travel so far to procure items that could easily be found in local clinics and pharmacies. Shen Jia pondered for a moment, struggling to find a suitable justification. Ultimately, she decided to employ her own company as a shield. Our company is organizing a large-scale team-building event, and I wish to provide our employees with a taste of foreign living experiences domestically. Therefore, we require certain resources from abroad. Wang Runen nodded, perceiving Shen Jia as an individual with firm convictions. That sounds excellent. No problem at all. We will compile a list of necessary supplies and send it to you. I hope you can assist us then. Shen Jia responded gently, and Wang Runen smiled. Sister Jia, let's exchange contact information. Shen Jia nodded, handing over a mobile phone, and then retrieved a business card from her bag, saying, "This also contains my contact information. You must keep this card safe." Wang Runen blinked her large eyes and asked, Sister Jia, what do you mean by that? Chapter 44. The Space Laborer. Shen Jia gazed at Wang Runen with a cheerful smile, saying in 2 months, "You shall find out." Courier. Miss, may I inquire when you will collect your 800 parcels? Express Supermarket. Miss Shen, your packages can no longer be accommodated at our express station. Please retrieve them at your earliest convenience. The lady collecting cardboard. When will these delivery boxes be unpacked? Shen Jia glanced at the 700 other packages displayed on her phone, shaking her head in resignation. In hindsight, she truly should have chosen a single logistics company from the outset. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Shen Jia suddenly recalled the availability of land in her space and promptly placed an order for a variety of vegetable and fruit seeds through her mobile platform. She ordered a total of 500 packets of seeds, including those for millet, cabbage, lettuce, and any other vegetables that could be delivered swiftly from nearby sources. Recognizing the necessity of certain condiments for cooking, she also ordered 500 packets of seeds for various culinary ingredients. Furthermore, she ensured that all the fruit seeds favored by her close friends were included, arranging for dozens of saplings of cherries, mangoes, and a plethora of other fruits. In addition to the seeds and saplings, Shen Jia navigated to the online marketplace for flowers and birds, acquiring several plants and floral specimens. She ordered dozens of aloe vera and orchids, both of which could serve as medicinal ingredients or culinary delights. Once her stock was secured, she also placed an order for tools needed for plowing the land, baskets for harvesting crops, as well as herbicides and insecticides. After ordering an assortment of items, Shen Jia was pleasantly surprised to find that her total expenditure amounted to just over 30,000 yuan. Shen Jia was not concerned about whether an acre of land could be fully cultivated. After all, she now possessed the exquisite Linglong pearl, coupled with the unique attributes of her space, which ensured that the group would not have to worry about a lack of fresh vegetables and fruits in the apocalypse. The thought of her sisters being able to farm within the space in the future filled her with joy. Previously, she had worried about their physical stamina, but now, she even felt an urge to take her friends into the space immediately to embark on their agricultural venture. Jia, what are you buying? Lin Ran inquired, observing Shen Jia standing at the airport entrance, engrossed in her phone. I am purchasing some vegetables and fruits, Shen Jia replied, just as Zhou Yu approached, asking Sister Jia, can we still farm in the space? Shen Jia smiled and nodded. This is truly remarkable. Zhou Yu had previously chosen a university elective on crop cultivation and growth. Sister Jia, my elective in college was also on crop cultivation and growth. I can assist you, Zhou Yu exclaimed, her face brimming with anticipation. Shen Jia initially thought that revealing the existence of space and the apocalypse would render her incredulous, yet to her surprise, Zhou Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had just unlocked the door to a new world. Upon arriving at the villa in the southern suburbs, Shen Jia drove her friend to collect the packages. The proprietor of the delivery station was kind-hearted, noticing the group of slender young women. She called upon her husband and son to assist the young ladies with their burdens. Had I known I would purchase so much, I should have opted for home delivery. Yin grumbled, and the others nodded in agreement, lamenting the missed opportunity for home delivery. Isn't this just in time for the year-end promotions? Our company intends to organize an event together, Shen Jia mused, struggling to conjure an excuse before ultimately resorting to the fabricated reason she had previously devised. It appears these are indeed fine goods. Miss Shen is truly an excellent boss, one of the men jested. With a smile, Shen Jia, along with her friend's collective efforts, finally moved all the items into the villa's storage room. The ladies gazed at the overflowing piles, marveling at the undeniable truth that women are indeed shopping enthusiasts. The fervor with which they had shopped in the past was matched only by the melancholy of unpacking now. Thank you all, Shen Jia expressed, as she walked to the bedroom, retrieving 1,000 in cash and placing it in the man's hands, accompanied by a business card from her bag. Master, you've worked hard today. This is but a small token of my appreciation. She then proceeded to the fridge, fetching 2 bottles of chilled mineral water. Seeing the sincerity in Shen Jia's eyes, the man graciously accepted her gesture. Now it's time to unpack the deliveries. You all, hurry up. Shen Jia turned to the few sprawled on the sofa, pondering that perhaps they needed to enhance their physical training. Jia, have you taken some sort of energy booster? You seem utterly unfazed. Shen Jia reminisced about her harrowing experiences of being relentlessly pursued in the apocalypse, reflecting that those who have endured hardships are indeed remarkable. Observing her friends utterly exhausted, Shen Jia rolled up her sleeves, ready to dive into the task alone. She began with the largest parcel, a storage box, having procured several in various colors. With a black marker, she labeled each box with corresponding items, realizing for the first time that her obsessive tendencies were quite beneficial. The storage boxes were categorized into 7 colors: red for unprocessed food items, such as instant meals; orange for an array of delightful desserts that uplift the spirit; yellow for daily necessities like tissues, shower gel, toothbrushes, toothpaste, bath towels, and towels; green for fresh ingredients, condiments, and grains; blue for seeds and tools related to agriculture; gray for weapons, appliances, and vehicles. The kind shopkeeper had gifted her 60 white containers, which Shen Jia decided would be dedicated to pharmaceuticals and medical supplies. Ever since acquiring the Linglong pearl, Shen Jia discovered she could summon items with her thoughts. However, she needed to catalog what she had amassed, as it was impossible to remember every single item among billions of supplies. Contemplating this, she resolved to hire someone to create a small program to record all her inventory, enabling her to retrieve items visually when needed, preventing the frustration of misplacing essential goods. With this in mind, Shen Jia hurried to the living room and opened her phone, just as a message from her friend Haida arrived. It then struck her that in her previous life, she had a friend named Heike. Perhaps he could assist her with her equipment and weaponry needs. Chapter 45. Heike and Haida is not his real name. His true name is Run, a mixed-blood individual born in America. Shen Jia has been an avid internet enthusiast since her childhood. It was during this period that she became acquainted with Haida through the vast expanse of the internet. Their personalities resonated with one another, allowing them to maintain a connection even after graduation. At one point, Lu Jie regarded Haida as a rival in love, to which Shen Jia could only chuckle. For Haida harbored unorthodox feelings for her close friend Lin Ran. Shen Jia unlocked her phone and located his contact in the chat. Jia does not eat garlic. Tago, how have you been lately? Distant Tago, I'm doing well, but why haven't I seen you online to play games recently? Jia does not eat garlic. Tago, I have an urgent request. Distant Tago, what is it? Jia does not eat garlic. Is there any way for you to obtain weapons in the United States? Distant Tago, as a law-abiding citizen, smile. One must possess legal documentation to purchase and register firearms at licensed stores in the United States, smile. Distant Tago, if you have an interest in shooting, smile. You are welcome to visit the United States. Distant Tago, I can take you to a shooting club for some fun, smile. Jia does not eat garlic. Jia does not eat garlic. Brother, I am speaking seriously. Shen Jia not only yearned to acquire some weaponry, but also sought to procure bulletproof vests from Tago. After all, in the apocalyptic world, although there were few individuals wielding wooden weapons, encountering someone with firearms would render her swords and knives ineffective against their firepower. Upon opening the website sent by Shen Jia on his computer, he was met with an overwhelming array of unsightly content that was utterly distressing to behold. Just as he was about to seize his phone to unleash a torrent of criticism as a champion of quality education, another message from his acquaintance arrived. Distant Tower. Replace all AS in the URL with XS, and increment all the numbers by 1. Distant Tower. Clever one, smile. Jia does not eat garlic. Go away, awkward. Upon following his instructions, Shen Jia opened the website, revealing a program for an encrypted chat software. The interface resembled a darker version of a corporate application. Shen Jia instantly comprehended his intentions. However, no information appeared above, only a search button and a welcome message. Jia does not eat garlic, so what? Distant Tower. Oh, clever one, do you know opinion? Sweating. Jia does not eat garlic, understood. Distant Tower. Do you still remember the year we met combined with Ranran's birthday? Shen Jia clicked her tongue twice, yet her hands were far from idle. She searched for the keyword Chongming, which prompted a dialog box to appear. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Jia proceeded to input the password into the box. Black Tower has joined the Songming chat room. Guest 657 has joined the Songming chat room. Shen Jia glanced at the chat room name with a hint of irritation, thinking that there was no need for such blatant mockery. Black Tower, are you encountering any troubles? Need to get a gun? Guest 657, there isn't any immediate danger. But just in case, do you have any solutions? Black Tower, well, getting it is feasible, but it requires time and money. Guest 657, money is not an issue, but how much time do you actually need? Black Tower, it depends on your requirements. As long as the funds are sufficient, I can procure tanks for you. Guest 657, just a shotgun will suffice. I need 6 of them. The more ammunition, the better. Also, a sniper crossbow, flamethrower, night vision goggles, and bulletproof vests. Just arrange everything for 6 people, as I am not very knowledgeable about these matters. Black Tower, sister, you aren't planning to join some armed organization, are you? Black Tower looked at the array of weapons that Shen Jia required and found it difficult to comprehend why a delicate girl would need so many arms. Moreover, if such a cache were discovered, Black Tower, sister, are you preparing to fight zombies? Although he hesitated to voice his thoughts, it was evident that the equipment Shen Jia sought resembled that typically found in cinematic depictions of biochemical warfare. Guest 657. Just don't ask too many questions. I will come to you for the transaction when the time comes. Black Tower, give me a month's time. A month would suffice. After accomplishing these tasks, Shen Jia felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Looking at the few individuals sound asleep on the sofa, she experienced a newfound sense of responsibility. Who says only men can protect them? Zhou Xiang was stirred awake by Shen Jia's movements, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Jia, what are you doing? Shen Jia was busy sketching something on a blueprint. She planned to construct a small community in their space, allowing her close friends to be together every day while having their own property. She shared this idea with Zhou Xiang, who appeared even more delighted than she was. Shen Jia was acutely aware that Zhou Xiang's foremost desire was to possess her own property. Unfortunately, the soaring real estate prices in recent years had posed a significant obstacle. She was reluctant to incur such a hefty mortgage and found the properties in her work area to be rather antiquated. Jia, we could enlist the help of a specialist for this endeavor, Zhou Xiang suggested. This sparked a realization in Shen Jia. Indeed, such a specialized task should be entrusted to professionals, especially considering her current financial abundance. Without hesitation, Shen Jia decided to take action while still feeling invigorated. She retrieved the contact information of her long uncommunicated property manager from her phone. Hello, Manager Tang. I would like to inquire if you have any exceptional property designers and engineers available. Understanding Shen Jia's affluent status, Manager Tang immediately surmised that the young lady was likely contemplating another property purchase. Yes, indeed. Miss Shen, do you still remember Zhang Linlin? Shen Jia pondered for a moment. Zhang Linlin was indeed the designer who had crafted her new home. Shen Jia replied, I remember her well. I truly admire her style. Is she available now? Could you help me arrange a meeting? I'm free at any time. Beside her, Zhou Xiang gazed at her with admiration. Miss Shen, please hold on. I will call to inquire if she has any appointments today, the butler, Tang, said politely. Shen Jia expressed her gratitude before hanging up the phone. Jia, I am utterly enchanted by you. If you were a man, I would undoubtedly wish to marry you and have children. Shen Jia smiled softly. Indeed, if she were a man, she might very well wish to marry herself. She envisioned creating a community where the four of them could reside together. Aware of your concerns regarding the care of your younger sister, I have instructed the designer to make your house more spacious. However, I must apologize regarding your mother. Shen Jia was aware that Zhou Xiang had always been concerned about her mother. However, one's energy is finite, and she could not save everyone. Jia, it's all right. I'm gradually coming to terms with it now. Chapter 46. Housing Planning. Miss Shen, do you have a moment in an hour? The butler, Tang, called. Getting straight to the point. Shen Jia glanced at her watch, finding no issues. This time, she wished to invite the designers to the site to inspect the foundation and, in the process, assist her in crafting several housing plans. An hour later, Steward Tang arrived at Shen Jia's designated location, accompanied by Zhang Linlin and the designers. Shen Jia deliberately tidied up the space before taking a small stool to await their arrival. The method of entering the space was not complicated. Shen Jia utilized her jade bracelet to open the gateway right beneath her residential building. Upon their arrival, she sat on a small stool and waved at them. The space resembled a serene world of tranquility. Sister Jia, this is my friend Zhao Qiqi. I have numerous projects to complete recently, and I may have to entrust her with the design and engineering this time. Zhang Linlin spoke graciously. Shen Jia nodded, as she was not particularly concerned about who would attend to her, but rather focused on how long it would take them to complete the tasks. Hello, Miss Shen. You could just call me Qiqi. I took a brief look at the foundation, and I believe this area is suitable for constructing an upscale flat. Shen Jia nodded. The spacious flat was precisely to her liking. The community was ideally situated, with an excellent layout and ample design space. She wondered whether you had any specific directions or requirements regarding decoration and design. Zhao Qiqi glanced around and spoke with remarkable professionalism. Shen Jia smiled, realizing that Zhang Linlin had indeed brought forth a remarkably skilled disciple. Hello, Qiqi. I intend to focus on a minimalist style for my renovation. and I would like to share some of my plans. Shen Jia nodded and handed several bottles of by Sui Shan to a few individuals nearby. I am aware that most of the spacious flats typically consist of only 2 layouts per floor. However, I aspire to design a floor with 6 units. This community is primarily intended for my family and myself rather than for external sale, with the primary focus being on comfort in living. Upon hearing Shen Jia's words, Zhang Qiqi and Zhang Linlin immediately grasped her intention. They couldn't help but marvel at her immense wealth while secretly envying her family. While this was entirely understandable, Miss Shen, such an endeavor would undoubtedly deplete significant financial resources. My suggestion would be to consider an open plan development. This way, not only could you reside with your family, but you could also reap financial benefits from it. Shen Jia was undoubtedly aware of the significance of her words. After all, prior to the advent of the apocalypse, capital was the very essence of survival. It mattered not. She was willing to expend any amount of money for the sake of her family. As she contemplated her friends peacefully slumbering on the sofa, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Very well, since she was determined to adhere to her own style, they would, as the party in charge, prioritize mutual respect. Zhao Qiqi discerned that Shen Jia had formulated her own ideas. Typically, customers with such clarity of vision merely required their needs to be noted and their desires to be realized accordingly. Shen Jia has witnessed numerous issues with houses in the post-apocalyptic world, often stemming from unstable foundations or flawed designs. Thus, she invited Zhang Linlin in the hope that articulating her thoughts would allow a professional to offer her valuable insights and guidance. The realm of new energy appliances is destined to become a significant trend. However, at present, their prices are exceedingly steep. Miss Shen, when it comes to matters concerning cost, it is of no consequence. Money is not an issue. Shen Jia proclaimed with great authority. The two nodded mechanically. Perhaps this is what they refer to as the audacity of the affluent. The main entrance was replaced with a super steel security door. The entire residence was adorned with soundproof and thermal insulation materials. The windows were fitted with one-way vision tempered glass, and the curtains were chosen to be made of double-layer opaque fabric. Upon finishing her statement, Shen Jia's companions could not help but feel that she was not merely renovating a house, but rather constructing a formidable cage. However, as the boss remained silent, they had no choice but to listen. The windows were to be transformed into an open kitchen to enlarge the living space, with furniture selections prioritized for simplicity and practicality. Very well, Miss Shen, I see you have begun to delve into the realm of home design, Zhang Linlin remarked with a smile. Her words were devoid of flattery. The eloquence with which Shen Jia spoke was a stark contrast to the last time they had met, and she felt a genuine sense of admiration. Shen Jia embraced with both hands. Miss Zhang, you flatter me. I have merely been reading a bit on this subject at home lately, as I have had no pressing matters to attend to. Shen Jia continued, stating that the innermost master bedroom and the secondary bedroom would be transformed into storage rooms, one to accommodate shelves and the other left vacant for clothing or miscellaneous items. The room adjacent to the living area would be designed as a spacious bedroom. The two were somewhat puzzled. Miss Shen, while your design choices are undoubtedly sound, have you considered incorporating a guest room? Zhao Qiqi lamented, feeling it a pity that such an expansive space was being designed to resemble a single-person apartment. My family and I primarily work from home. We often remain indoors for 10 days to half a month at a time. Furthermore, as we are predominantly women living alone, we rarely have guests. Thus, I have heightened requirements for safety and privacy, Shen Jia explained. I understand. I will expedite the design proposal for you, Zhao Qiqi replied, measuring the room's dimensions with a tape measure. Please prepare 6 design proposals according to my specifications. Oh, and one of them should cater to dual occupancy, though must still be within a single room. Shen Jia thoughtfully considered the situations of Zhou Xiang and Zhou Yu as she meticulously conveyed her ideas to Zhang Linlin and Zhao Qiqi. Shen Jia was aware that this was a significant undertaking, so she initially paid an advance of 80,000 for the two individuals. As they were leaving, they candidly remarked, Sister Jia, we will deliver the proposal to you by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Shen Jia nodded and gestured with her hand, saying, It's all right. Just do your best. Shen Jia was awakened by a frantic knocking at the door, as several individuals outside were desperately calling out for Jia, Sister Jia. Under the dim, yellow glow of the lights, Shen Jia gazed at the misty bathroom, suddenly recalling that today she had accomplished numerous tasks akin to a warrior. Exhaustion had overtaken her, leading her to drift into slumber during her bath. Shen Jia rose gracefully, donning her silk nightgown before opening the door. Upon seeing the living embodiment of Shen Jia before them, the others finally felt a sense of relief. Jia, you nearly scared us to death. What if you had vanished? Chapter 47. The family gathering. A week swiftly passed, and as Shen Jia gazed at the countdown on the calendar, she realized that New Year's Day was approaching. The few who lay languidly on the sofa were roused daily by Shen Jia, who insisted they engage in farming and running. Jia, shall we run today? Originally slender, Zhou Xiang now sported a defined set of abdominal muscles. And Shen Jia nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that their rigorous training had not been in vain. Today we shall take a day off, Shen Jia proclaimed with enthusiasm, acknowledging that their relentless exercise regimen would need to be maintained even in the future. With that thought in mind, she opened an online shopping platform and ordered a plethora of fitness equipment, the homepage declaring, "If you love her, encourage her to get moving." Shen Jia found the advertisement to be quite accurate, nodding in satisfaction as she proceeded to place several orders consecutively. Shen Jia has requested Wang Runin to order some delicacies from abroad, which have gradually begun to arrive. Shen Jia contemplated for a moment, realizing that she had not taken the opportunity to relax with her friends recently. How about we organize a family gathering today? Lin Ran and He Yan had recently felt as though they had transformed into entirely different people under Shen Jia's relentless pressure, particularly He Yan, who increasingly perceived Shen Jia as her former disciplinary teacher from school. Jia, you haven't taken some strange medication today, have you? Lin Ran exclaimed in bewilderment. This woman oscillated between moods, and the crux was that everyone relied on her for their sustenance. It felt rather awkward to disregard her. Ran, I was just about to inquire about you. After all these years of practicing Taekwondo, doesn't your instructor ever work on your physical conditioning? Shen Jia had always assumed that Lin Ran was the diligent type in her martial arts studies, only to discover that she possessed a natural talent, which explained her inconsistent stamina. She had merely been clever in front of her instructor. I'm actually a gifted athlete, Lin Ran retorted with a hint of irritation, while the others chuckled. Their joy diminished without Lin Ran's presence. As the year drew to a close, Shen Jia decided to grant her employees an early vacation. After all, the impending apocalypse loomed near. Although she was not a savior capable of safeguarding everyone in such dire times, she wished to assist them in her own way. Let us visit the supermarket. The stores are always bustling as the year ends, Shen Jia proposed, secretly intending to exchange the cash she had withdrawn for supermarket gift vouchers, a plan she had harbored since the outset of her transactions. Absolutely. It has been ages since I last visited a supermarket, Lin Ran declared, unashamedly reveling in the excitement. Do you have any New Year gifts in mind? Shen Jia inquired gently, recognizing that this would be their final New Year celebration before the world changed irrevocably. Please, no more military training, the group exclaimed in unison, with Zhou Yu's voice ringing out the loudest among them. Shen Jia could hardly believe that a distinguished student from Nanjing University could be so physically inept. She shook her head, contemplating that perhaps these individuals ought to be sent to experience the apocalypse in advance. Then let us set off, she declared, already dressed and ready for the journey ahead. As Shen Jia drove past the bank, she noticed that it was selling investment gold bars. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to purchase 20 gold bars, each weighing 10 grams. Subsequently, while enjoying a shopping excursion with her close friends at the supermarket, Shen Jia spent 100,000 yuan to acquire 1,000 supermarket gift vouchers, each valued at 100 yuan. Her friends, now entirely absorbed in their shared passion for delectable cuisine, eagerly indulged in a variety of culinary delights, from mouth-watering chicken dishes to spicy pepper chicken, buying them all without hesitation. After completing her tasks, Shen Jia observed the 4 individuals, each burdened with large bags, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, It was the act of shopping that brought joy to this group of women. Upon returning home, Shen Jia retrieved 1 million in cash along with supermarket gift vouchers, meticulously organizing them into brown paper bags labeled with each employee's name according to their tenure and position. In addition to a gold bar and a supermarket shopping voucher worth 5,000 yuan for each individual, the cash bonuses range from 30,000 to 70,000 yuan. Ultimately, she included her business card within the packages, knowing that some may disregard it or even discard it upon sight. However, Shen Jia was indifferent, for she only extended her kindness to those who truly respected her. Once her tasks were completed, she entrusted the packages to her assistant, noting that it had been quite some time since she last saw her. She remembered the assistant as a recent graduate, a petite and kind-hearted young woman. Ying, it's been ages. Stay with us today and join in our family gathering. The girl, dressed in a light blue down jacket and sporting large black frame glasses, appeared charmingly petite at around 1.60 meters tall. Shen Jia gently invited her, and for some reason, the young girl's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister Jia, where have you been? We have all missed you dearly. Shen Jia helplessly shook her head and extended her arms to embrace the little girl like an elder sister. Yin gazed at the two intimate figures standing at the door, momentarily bewildered, and only upon seeing the silhouette of the little girl did she recall. Shen Jia had previously mentioned to herself that she had hired a young assistant, and it seems that this girl before her is indeed the one. In the kitchen, Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang were bustling about with great enthusiasm, while Zhou Yu also busied herself alongside her sister. After Shen Jia ushered Gao Ying inside, the three of them emerged with a sumptuous array of delicacies. Roast chicken, smoked salmon salad, Spanish roast suckling pig, herb-crusted lamb chops, Wellington beefsteak, creamy lobster pasta, and an assortment of appetizers adorned the table. It seemed they intended to savor the international culinary delights sent by Wang Runan. This is my little assistant. I hope you don't mind her joining us for the gathering. Zhou Xiang warmly invited Gao Ying, come, sit with my sister. Zhou Yu beamed at the girl, who appeared to be of similar age. Hello, I am Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, the academic prodigy? Gao Ying seemed taken aback. Are you the Zhou Yu from our school? Zhou Yu was equally astonished, never expecting that Shen Jia's sister would be acquainted with a fan of hers, and it appeared that the girl was indeed her junior. You are from Nanda? Yes. Senior, I can't believe I get to meet you in person at Sister Jia's house today. I am absolutely thrilled. Zhou Xiang watched as the two girls quickly became familiar, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. She raised her glass and exclaimed, Cheers to our friendship. Long live youth. Chapter 48. The enigmatic beauty. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, and time flew by. When Zhang Linlin arrived with a phone call, Shen Jia was still ensconced on the plush bed, entangled with Zhou Gong. Miss Shen, we have completed the blueprints. Please let us know when you are available, and we will bring them to you. Shen Jia promptly sat up. Today, please. Gazing at the countdown clock on the wall, Shen Jia felt that their preparations were nearing completion and planned to discuss with her friends what else they might need. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, she admired the city, adorned with red lanterns in anticipation of the new year. It had been a long time since she had experienced the essence of the holiday. After a swift refresh, Shen Jia donned a comfortable outfit. I plan to construct a small community in our space. The friends were initially astonished, but their expressions quickly returned to normal as they realized the residents would only be the 5 of them. The design plans are already finalized. Now we simply need to hire workers for the construction and decoration. I have designed the furniture according to post-apocalyptic standards for the smaller items. You can go shopping this afternoon and see if anything catches your fancy. As Shen Jia spoke, she picked up a sandwich crafted by Zhou Xiang and took a bite. I have an appointment with the designer. They should be arriving shortly. Remember what I said, no more idling about. Shen Jia, concerned that these individuals might remain oblivious, wished fervently to install surveillance on them. After Shen Jia departed, the group exchanged glances, each waiting for the other to speak. Zhou Yu could no longer endure the situation, exclaiming, How can you, my dear sisters, be so indolent? In unison, the others replied, It is precisely because we have such a diligent younger sister. How amusing it is to realize that the younger sister is merely a means to exploit. Shen Jia had barely opened the space when Zhang Linlin and Zhao Qiqi arrived. "Miss Shen, I hope we haven't kept you waiting," they said. Shen Jia waved her hand dismissively. "Not all, I just arrived myself." Rather than engaging in superficial pleasantries, she preferred dealing with tangible matters. "The blueprints are all here. Please take a look and see if any modifications are necessary." Zhao Qiqi handed over a thick stack of documents, and Shen Jia nodded, examining them with great care. Everything appears to be in order. After meticulously reviewing the details, she inquired, "How soon can you commence the work?" They seemed taken aback by Shen Jia's straightforwardness. "Miss Shen, we can start hiring workers as early as tomorrow." "I truly appreciate your efforts. I am rather anxious to get this underway," Shen Jia replied with a smile, feeling a sense of relief at the prospect of resolving this matter sooner rather than later. "Of course," Zhang Linlin said as she retrieved a large box from the back of the vehicle. "Miss Shen, with the new year approaching, we wanted to offer you a small token of our appreciation. We hope you won't find it lacking." Zhang Linlin spoke with utmost respect. Shen Jia repeatedly gestured for them to keep it, saying, "Your kind intentions are more than enough. Please keep these for yourselves." "Miss Shen, these are merely some local specialties from our hometown. We know you have no shortage of anything, and they're not extravagant." The two expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Shen Jia. If it weren't for her substantial order at the year's end, their performance might have fallen short yet again. Shen Jia was aware that the real estate industry had been quite sluggish over the past 2 years, which had also affected her profession as a house builder and designer. After some contemplation, she decided to accept the offering, reasoning that it was not something of great value. Inside were cured sausages and preserved meats. With the new year approaching, "Miss Shen, we wish you an early Happy New Year," exclaimed Zhang Linlin, as Zhao Qiqi nodded earnestly beside her. Shen Jia contemplated for a moment, deciding to take a break from the real estate industry for the next 2 months, allowing herself the luxury of a well-deserved respite, during which she would indulge in purchasing her favorite delicacies and beverages to Stockpile. The two individuals present exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging that both she and her mentor had long desired a respite, yet the relentless demands of the year had left them unfulfilled, with their superiors unwilling to grant them leave. Zhang Qiqi expressed her grievances with a hint of sorrow, to which Shen Jia sighed, recognizing the harsh realities of survival in this world, feeling powerless to alter their circumstances. After treating the two to an extravagant meal at Mirage, Shen Jia picked up her phone and initiated a group video call in their chat group. Yan was the first to connect, exclaiming, "Jia Jia." Shen Jia observed the cacophony on the other end of the camera, inquiring, "Haven't you finished your shopping yet?" "Apologies, the current network signal on the other end is poor. The call has been disconnected." Shen Jia shook her head helplessly, contemplating a drive to IKEA to find a few friends. She was well aware of their fondness for wandering through the aisles of IKEA. Every visit filled Zhou Xiang with a peculiar sense of longing for marriage. A familiar voice called out from behind her, causing Shen Jia to furrow her brow. Even if it turned to ashes, she would still recognize that voice. "Jia Jia, guess who has arrived?" Turning around, Shen Jia was met by the sight of her stepmother, her half-brother, and Lu Jia standing before her. Shen Jia sneered, "Ah, you have gathered all the petty individuals. Soon, you shall summon the divine dragon." The others, evidently perplexed by Shen Jia's words, failed to comprehend her meaning. Lu Jia, once handsome, now bore a disheveled visage, his eyes reddened and his disheartened demeanor starkly contrasting with the man Shen Jia remembered. "Jia Jia, why did you choose to part ways with me? What have I done to evoke such disdain in you?" The man's habitual demeanor prompted Shen Jia to stifle an urge to applaud his theatrics. In her previous life, Shen Jia had been ensnared by this man's feigned sorrow. After all, one ought not to stumble into the same pitfall twice. Shen Jia closed the car door, embracing herself with crossed arms, exuding an air of indifference, as if to say, "You perform, and I shall merely observe your performance." "Jia Jia, do you see how disheveled a Jia appears now? Are you aware of the profound sorrow he has endured since your separation? He visits our home daily, inquiring about your whereabouts, expressing how deeply he misses you." Shen Jia smirked, "Madam, allow me to kindly remind you that there is a child beside you." Shen Jia deliberately provoked the woman by mentioning Shen Zhe, and indeed, She immediately became furious. Shen Jia, do not forget that your brother shares half of the Shen lineage as well. All the assets you possess are also rightfully his. Shen Jia shook her head, expressing disappointment. I thought you had made some progress, but it's merely about money. She approached the trunk and retrieved the cash she had meticulously prepared, scattering it before the group with a flourish. It's all yours, every last bit. Shen Jia laughed heartily, the cool breeze lifting her thick, raven-black hair. Lu Jie perceived a profound and palpable hatred emanating from Shen Jia. Why did she harbor such animosity towards him? Or perhaps towards them? Shen Jia seemed to have noticed Lu Jie's gaze upon her. She turned to him with a charming smile and asked, Lu Jie, what is the matter? Do you find it lacking? Throughout the years they spent together, Lu Jie had never witnessed this nearly deranged side of her. At least in his eyes, Shen Jia, despite her fiery temperament, always appeared quite composed. Yet now, she resembled a character from a film, a psychologically twisted femme fatale. Chapter 49. Revenge. Her stepmother gasped at the sight of the scattered red bills on the floor, exclaiming, Jia Jia, have you gone mad? As she hurriedly attempted to gather them, Shen Jia let out a cold scoff. Yes, indeed, I've lost my mind. She had long anticipated this day would come, a day when enemies would meet with particularly fierce animosity. She would never forgive them, especially when the image of Yin's bloodshot eyes invaded her thoughts. She yearned for them to experience the excruciating pain of having their eyes gouged out. Shen Jiaji trembled uncontrollably. The doctor had warned her against excessive emotional agitation. Jia, how could you have become like this? Lu Jie said, seemingly wanting to step forward and embrace her. Shen Jia regarded him with a frigid gaze. How have I become like this? Her eyes glistened with a crimson hue. Are you asking why I have transformed? A manic smile played upon her lips as she continued. Because the true Shen Jia has perished. She advanced upon him, observing the man's expression shift from astonishment to sheer terror. Indeed, I am not Shen Jia. I am not the Shen Jia you once knew. The Shen Jia you were familiar with has long since died. The onlookers stared in astonishment at the woman before them. She bore an unmistakable resemblance to Shen Jia, yet her demeanor was distinctly uncharacteristic of the woman they once knew. Shen Jia is evidently consumed by the whims of romance. Shen Jia is undoubtedly a great victim of injustice. Shen Jia is a woman who yearns desperately for maternal love. The ringing of the phone shattered the stillness of the night, and as she gazed at the caller ID displaying Yin, her eyes darkened with intensity. The image of Yin dying before her eyes seemed to replay hauntingly in her mind. Driven by madness, Shen Jia rushed towards Lu Jie, seizing him by the throat. Her eyes were bloodshot, leaving the nearby woman and boy in stunned silence. Jia 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 Jia. The phone fell to the ground, and Yin's voice echoed throughout the garage. Jia Jia, hello. In her previous life, she had nothing. Everything had been taken from her by her stepmother and Lu Jie. Even the last companion by her side had met a tragic end. She felt responsible for her demise, loathing her own helplessness and foolishness. All her rage transformed into a singular focus on the man before her. If it were not for Lu Jie, her friend might still be alive, and she would never have endured the humiliation inflicted by 3 men in the apocalypse. Lu Jie, I will kill you. Her voice, frenzied and shattered. Startled, Yin on the other end of the line. Jia 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 Jia. The woman picked up the phone, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Hello, hello. Hurry to the 3rd basement level of the Mirage. Hurry. She collapsed onto the ground. This was her first encounter with a scene of murder. Yin quickly hung up and gathered her friends. Yes, Yin, are we not buying it? Jia Jia has assigned us a task, hasn't she? Yin's voice quivered. Jia Jia is about to kill someone. The eyes of the group were filled with astonishment. Kill someone. Yin trembled uncontrollably, realizing that their Jia Jia was gone before the apocalypse even began. Master, please drive faster. The passengers in the taxi urged the driver anxiously. Ladies, it's not that I can't drive fast. Look at the time. The bridge is so congested. What can I do? The driver complained, unsure when they would cross the bridge. In unison, the group laid down a stack of cash and opened the car door. Thank you for your hard work, Master. The fare is in the back seat. The driver turned to see the pile of cash in the back, thinking these beautiful women must be foolish. Want to run across the bridge? This is a major highway. Yeah. Yeah. Xiao Jia. The woman looked at Lu Jia, who was slumped over with no sign of life, fearing that the man had already been choked to death by her. Shen Jia turned around and abruptly released Lu Jia. Mother, I have treated you with such kindness. Why have you conspired with Shen Jia to poison father and drug me? Shen Jia smiled and remarked, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from engaging in the act. Shen Jia advanced step by step, only to witness the man lying on the ground suddenly lunging towards her. Dying woman, since you have no intention of sparing me, I shall make you weep and plead for your release. The man's overwhelming strength bore down upon Shen Jia, his hands tightly gripping hers. In matters of strength, one must concede that men invariably hold the upper hand over women. Found herself pinned beneath Lu Jia, unable to move. Today, I shall reveal to the entire city of Nan what manner of person you truly are. The man secured her with one hand while effortlessly retrieving his phone with the other, declaring, I will show everyone how you, this wretched woman, appear beneath me. Shen Jia was taken aback. Lu Jia was live-streaming. It appeared that a man, when devoid of shame, could indeed disregard even his own reputation. A nearby woman was stunned, observing the two individuals on the ground grappling with one another, and hurriedly left while cradling her child, muttering to herself, this has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with me. By the time her close friends arrived, Shen Jia's clothing had been utterly torn apart by Lu Jia. Lin Rant's eyes instantly filled with tears. That scoundrel, she thought. Just wait until I make you pay for this. As Shen Jia turned her head and saw her best friend arriving, a faint smile finally graced her pale lips. Thank goodness you're here. Thank goodness for your presence. In the face of the apocalypse, she had long suffered from severe psychological turmoil since her rebirth. Lu Jia lay battered and bruised, his face swollen from Lin Rant's blows, while her friends, their eyes glistening with tears, removed their own garments to drape over Shen Jia. Shen Jia fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Ran as he mercilessly pummeled Lu Jia, as if she had found her salvation in that moment. The livestream Lu Jia had been hosting continued, a flood of viewers pouring in, curious about the unfolding chaos. As Zhou Yu wept and turned off the stream, Lin Ran delivered a final, brutal kick that shattered Lu Jia's legs. You despicable man, I warn you once more. If you dare to harass Jia again, I will crush your skull. Lu Jia lay in a pool of his own blood, the excruciating pain in his legs rendering him nearly unconscious. He stared blankly at Shen Jia, who was looking at him with a mixture of shock and disdain. You filthy, just wait. Lin Ran delivered a resounding slap to his face. Scoundrel, I will end you. Upon seeing Shen Jia faint, her friends swiftly lifted her into the car. The doctor warned that she must not be emotionally agitated. He Nian stated solemnly, I fear Jia may be hiding something from us. Chapter 50. The premonition of the apocalypse. Lu Jia, lying in his own blood, was about to use his phone to report the women who had attacked him when a tremendous sound erupted. The sky seemed to tear apart, and the crowd instinctively recoiled. A massive fissure appeared beside Lu Jia, and Shen Jia's pupils dilated in horror. This was the harbinger of the apocalypse. The once starry sky was now shrouded in ominous, dark clouds, and the night, which should have been pitch black, was enveloped in an eerie orange glow. The world around them trembled as Shen Jia, disregarding her pain, turned to grasp her best friend's hand tightly. Before them, where Lin Ran and Lu Jia had stood, a colossal crack split the ground. Shen Jia's heart sank, and before she could call out Lin Ran's name, chaos erupted around her. The air was thick with suffocating heat as a tempest loomed on the horizon. Shen Jia, in terror, gazed at Lu Jiaming, whose legs had been broken by Lin Ran's kick, yet now stood upright. It was the zombie virus. Those initially infected would lose consciousness within 5 minutes, only to awaken as mindless, breathless, low-level zombies. No, she had to save Lin Ran. With a mere thought, Shen Jia summoned several individuals into the space. She rummaged through her storage box and retrieved a well-prepared backpack. Gently pressing her wristwatch, the tattered and worn garments were instantly replaced by a sleek, form-fitting black outfit. Her long, lustrous hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail. and the bloodstains that had marred her face were completely healed, thanks to the mystical spring in this realm. Turning to her close friends with a serious expression, Shen Jia declared, "The apocalypse has arrived early. I must rescue Ran Ran. She is not with us, and her spatial jade ornament lacks energy." Before her companions could fully comprehend her urgency, Shen Jia vanished from their sight. At 12:35, considering the apocalypse had arrived a month early, the first wave of infected individuals would likely have begun their transformation into the undead. Lu Jia was undoubtedly among them. However, Lin Ran, protected by her spatial jade ornament, should not succumb to infection so swiftly. Shen Jia was determined to locate her before Lin Ran fell victim to the zombie virus. As she deftly navigated the chaos around her, fleeing individuals grasped at nearby eaves and sturdy trees, calling out for help. Shen Jia regarded them with indifference, recalling how many had watched her with eager anticipation moments ago. Activating her magnetic wristwatch, a vast net descended upon a nearby truck. Utilizing the truck's momentum, she soared upward, landing gracefully atop its roof. She had observed that this location offered the best vantage point and was least likely to be detected by spatial rifts. She recalled that Lu Jia and Lin Ran had been in this very direction moments earlier. Shen Jia lifted her gaze, a grotesque and decayed visage, with eyes ablaze in crimson, materialized not far away. Emerging from the apocalypse, her senses were heightened beyond the ordinary. Lu Jia, with his maw dripping with blood, was gnawing on a piece of flesh, the origin of which from the human body remained a mystery. Shen Jia seemed to detect a nauseating stench wafting through the air. Without the slightest hesitation, she withdrew the long knife from her waist and swiftly ran towards Lu Jia. The individuals standing on the opposite bank appeared not to have had the time to discern the expression of the woman atop the large truck before her blade plunged into the man's decayed mouth. This was not her first encounter with the undead, yet was undeniably her most audacious and fearless moment. Shen Jia could distinctly sense the potent energy within her body stirring with fervent anticipation. She unsheathed her long blade and brought it down with ferocity upon the man's head. Lu Jia, a life for a life. Such a conclusion is nothing short of perfect. Shen Jia calmly inhaled the essence of Lin Ran that lingered in the air. The reason she had spent so much time with her close friend was to allow the extraordinary elements within her body to become familiar with their scent. It was evident that the flesh in Lu Jia's mouth did not belong to Lin Ran. However, at this moment, there was no trace of her friend's presence to be sensed in the vicinity. Shen Jia felt a surge of anxiety, for this was merely the initial wave of the virus. Should the subsequent waves evolve into a mutated zombie virus, the possibility of rescuing Lin Ran would be utterly extinguished. Shen Jia opened her backpack and retrieved the precious orb she had acquired at the exorbitantly priced auction, an item of great significance in the apocalyptic world. With her eyes closed, she gently caressed the orb with her left hand, and within merely 2 seconds, she discerned Lin Ran's location. This is the essence of a reincarnator. It is a secret Shen Jia has not shared with her close friends. Reincarnators are endowed with formidable supernatural abilities, serving as purifiers of humanity amidst the apocalypse, which entails the necessity of eliminating those infected by the virus, be they zombies or mutants. However, reincarnators possess a fatal vulnerability. They must not be discovered by the overlords of the apocalypse. Should they fall into the hands of these lords, they would forfeit everything of utmost importance to them. This is why Shen Jia felt helpless as she witnessed her friends perish before her eyes. Due to Lu Jia's betrayal, she was subjected to the violation by 3 of the Apocalypse Lord's subordinates, who also forcibly stripped away the supernatural abilities within her. As Shen Jia's mind raced with thoughts, she swiftly landed beside Lin Ran. Lin Ran had taken refuge in a nearby residential building, and upon seeing her, Shen Jia noticed her remarkably calm demeanor. Jia, I finally comprehend why you subjected us to such grueling training. Those little zombies can run like the wind, especially that useless man. He chased me relentlessly. Shen Jia gazed at her calm best friend and thought to herself, truly, my dear friend is a great source of misfortune, while others scream in terror as they are pursued by zombies. It seems that this one is entirely preoccupied with thoughts of the villa and the scenes of their rigorous training. Judge, I don't know why, but I always have a premonition that you would come. However, I must say, you look incredibly dashing. You resemble the heroine of those apocalyptic films, do you not? Shen Jia nodded perfunctorily, gesturing for Lin Ran to be silent. Ran, lower your voice. You will attract the zombies. Jia, I must share with you some rather unfortunate news. My jade ornament has been swallowed by that scoundrel Lu Jia. Initially fixated on the door, Shen Jia turned her head in surprise to look at her. Ran, do you know how the heroines in movies typically meet their demise? They fall victim to their incompetent allies. Shen Jia rolled her eyes in irritation, contemplating the gruesome sight of Lu Jia's mangled remains. Thinking to herself, why didn't you say something sooner? Chapter 51, Awakening of Abilities. In truth, the loss of the jade ornament was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the spatial jade bracelet that generated a subspace. It was fortunate that it had not fallen into the hands of those with ill intentions. Should it be discovered by humans who had long since lost their humanity in this apocalypse, all their previous efforts would be rendered futile. No, this cannot happen. Lin Ran was acutely aware that the current circumstances did not permit her to act recklessly, although she was eager to experience the thrill of vanquishing zombies. Yin and Zhou Xiang glared at Lin Ran as she descended from the sky, scolding her in exasperation. Ran, can you be a bit more ladylike when you make your entrance next time? Lin Ran was clearly taken aback that her closest friends were criticizing her. Just as she was about to retort with her characteristic bluntness, Shen Jia's voice echoed from above the space. Sisters, take care of yourselves. Under no circumstances should you come out. Shen Jia's words resonated in the hearts of her close friends like a commanding decree. They held unwavering faith in her. Aware that she always fulfilled her promises, they nodded earnestly, resembling obedient young brides. Jia, we shall be compliant. Hey, Yin, don't you think you resemble a little bride at this moment? Is your sexual orientation all right? While the conversation flourished with fervor, an imminent threat loomed nearby. The earlier commotion from dispatching Lu Jia had attracted a horde of zombies, their stench mingling with the scent of blood. Shen Jia could not help but pull a long scarf from her bag to cover her nose. One of the fallen zombies, drawn by the sound of the scarf, stirred. It is often said that the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse is natural disasters. However, that is not entirely true. It is these zombies, endowed with senses beyond the ordinary. Evolved zombies can even distinguish between the sound of falling rain and boiling water. They possess the ability to accurately assess and disguise themselves, posing a formidable challenge for the survivors. Before her stood a zombie clutching a bloodied organ, incessantly shoving it into its mouth while writhing grotesquely. The sight of its blood-soaked maw and contorted body elicited a frown from Shen Jia. If that is the case, then let it come. Shen Jia drew a long blade from her waist, and with a deft motion of her other hand, she retrieved a silenced pistol prepared in advance from her spatial realm. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, she aimed at the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shattered the zombie's skull, piercing through to the head of another rising zombie behind it. Crimson blood erupted like a torrential flood, gushing forth in the wake of the bullet's passage, which carved an eerie arc through the air. Shen Jia gently blew at the gun's muzzle, and a series of zombies collapsed in an instant. The tremendous noise attracted even more of the undead. Shen Jia's lips parted slightly, as a gust of wind tousled her raven hair, and a bloodthirsty smile graced her face, reminiscent of a cinematic killer poised to strike. I knew you would be so sensitive to sound. Shen Jia strode confidently towards the approaching horde of zombies, the gleam of her jade ornaments particularly striking. With a smile, she thought, it is time for the powers within me to awaken. Shen Jia deeply carved a gash in her wrist with a long knife, the scent of human blood not only invigorating the zombies, but also causing the exquisite treasure in her bag to grow increasingly warm. In the blink of an eye, her blood dripped onto the jade orb, emitting a dazzling radiance, and all the zombies that approached the source of light vanished without a trace in an instant. Shen Jia stood within a colossal beam of light, feeling the awakening of the formidable powers inherent to those with abilities. At that moment, her body felt immensely fulfilled. Indeed, the sensation of becoming a person of great strength far surpassed that of a woman perpetually yearning for protection. As the light dissipated, a flash of blue and purple gleamed in her eyes. In that instant of awakening, the former Shen Jia had perished. The being she was now was a reborn entity possessing extraordinary powers in a ravaged world. Endless hordes of zombies surged from all directions, yet with a mere gesture, they vanished into thin air, and the curve of Shen Jia's lips widened. Zombies, it is now my time to hunt. The exquisite orb sensed the woman's indomitable fighting spirit and transformed into a perfect replica of Shen Jia, the only distinction being their differing skin tones. Shen Jia gazed in astonishment at the identical figure that had suddenly appeared beside her, momentarily forgetting to fire her weapon at the oncoming zombies. You can't lose focus. Admonished Shen Jia too. Hello, I am your clone. I have automatically generated myself upon detecting your formidable fighting spirit. Now, let us embark on a delightful hunt. The blue-hued Shen Jia playfully addressed her black counterpart. Goodness, can this gem evolve alongside my growth? Zombies surged towards the two women with frenzied aggression, some even trampling over one another due to the sluggish pace of those in front. You're incredible, original, the blue Shen Jia began to praise, prompting Shen Jia to turn her head and contemplate, is this creature truly my derivative? She remarkably resembles those conspicuous friends of mine. Be careful, the blue-violet Shen Jia shouted, as a zombie lunged directly at Shen Jia, its bloodied maw wide open as if to devour her whole. Gazing into its ashen eyes, Shen Jia swiftly drew her long blade, plunging it deep into the zombie's throat. Blood sprayed across her face, yet she smiled. In the next instant, her blade extended with ferocity, allowing her to stride past row upon row of zombies, witnessing as the upper halves of their bodies separated completely from their lower halves. Care to give it a try? She beckoned. With a thunderous rumble, the gem materialized immediately behind her in her backpack. The horde of zombies continued to swell, an unending tide. In her previous life, she had expended far too much energy combating the undead. This time, she could not afford such recklessness. The paramount objective in this life was to conserve energy and survive, for she had loved ones to protect. Chapter 52, Advanced Zombies vs. Lin Rant's powers upon returning to the sanctuary. Shen Jia found her friends lounging on a soft bed, engrossed in an online PS game. The icy demeanor she had worn moments before transformed into a gentle warmth. The observant Zhou Xiang quickly noticed Shen Jia had silently positioned herself near the spiritual spring within the space. Shen Jia nodded, realizing that she had not yet had the chance to enlighten her close friends on surviving in this apocalyptic era. To her astonishment, the apocalypse had arrived ahead of schedule. The maintenance of their space required energy. They could not remain there indefinitely. They must venture out, for only by extinguishing the lives of zombies or mutated creatures could they acquire the energy necessary to sustain the mystical space bracelet and the exquisite treasure orb. At this juncture, the most pressing matter was to ensure that her friends could awaken their supernatural abilities. However, the awakening of these powers was not something she could facilitate. It required them to accomplish specific tasks within designated scenarios. Those endowed with talent would be selected, while the untalented would either meet an untimely demise or evolve into formidable zombie progenitors. Shen Jia gazed solemnly at her friends, understanding that this was a choice they must make for themselves. Jia, are you concealing something from us? He Nian inquired, turning to Shen Jia with a serious expression. I had initially intended to wait until we had completed stockpiling supplies before revealing this to everyone. However, it seems that such a delay is no longer feasible. We must venture out to seek energy. The spatial bracelet demands a substantial energy source for its sustenance, and we must gather energy swiftly. Or else her friends were evidently unnerved by Shen Jia's grave demeanor. What will happen if we don't? They asked in unison. If we fail to secure it, we shall find ourselves exposed in this apocalyptic world. At present, we are amidst the frigid climate brought forth by the onset of the apocalypse. Shen Jia gazed upward, earnestly addressing her close friends. Initially, she had hoped to safeguard them through her own abilities, but it now seemed she too required their assistance. Each individual harbored immense latent powers, and it was only within specific moments and settings that they could awaken these extraordinary abilities. Shen Jia attentively scrutinized the expressions on her best friends' faces, pondering that if any signs of fear or concern emerged, she would not press them further. However, to her surprise, they appeared utterly exhilarated. Jia, are you going to take us to tackle a dungeon? After conquering it, will we evolve? Just like the magical girls in the animated series we watched during our childhood? Shen Jia was utterly bewildered, and after a moment of reflection, she thought, indeed, she is a woman I have known since childhood, possessing such audacity and spirit. Truly remarkable. That was nearly the essence of it. Upon contemplation, Shen Jia realized that her best friend's metaphor was far more vivid and illustrative than her own. Lin Ran chuckled, jokingly asserting, "Come on, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo, you know." Shen Jia could only shake her head in exasperation. These girls were completely oblivious to the gravity of the situation. If the mission were to fail, their lives would be at stake. Shen Jia spoke heavily, stating that this was not a survival game within electronic machinery. It was the real world, a post-apocalyptic realm where those who could not endure would perish. Lin Ran certainly understood Shen Jia's sentiments, having watched numerous dystopian-themed science fiction films, which had not been in vain. "It's all right, Jia. Everyone need not worry about me." Several friends stepped forward to embrace her. In that moment, Shen Jia discovered an extraordinary energy emanating from her companions, an energy known as love. Before long, Shen Jia had led Lin Ran out of the confines of their safe haven. The frigid climate had instantaneously encased numerous flora and fauna in ice, with atmospheric temperatures plummeting below -30 degrees Celsius. Under such harsh survival conditions, few dared to venture outside. Clad in a specially designed apocalyptic protective suit from Shen Jia's backpack, Lin Ran gazed at the scene before her, her expressive eyes brimming with curiosity and astonishment. Shen Jia turned to observe her as she curiously reached out to touch the zombies frozen into blocks of ice, resembling exquisite sculptures. Shen Jia was only aware of how to embark on a dungeon with her close friend, yet she remained oblivious to the specific abilities her companion possessed. Just as Shen Jia was enveloped in her perplexities, the stone sculptures that Lin Ran had touched began to melt and shatter. The sound of cracking stone echoed through the air. A grotesque zombie emerged from the fragments, causing Lin Ran to retreat in alarm. "Jia, is it possible for all these zombies to be unleashed?" Before Shen Jia could fully comprehend the situation, a long-haired zombie had already materialized before her. She swiftly drew a long knife from her waist, and in the blink of an eye, before Lin Ran could grasp what was happening, the long knife had transformed into a long sword and plunged forcefully into the zombie's mouth. Lin Ran nodded in understanding. So the key to defeating zombies lay in thrusting a blade into their mouths. However, wait a minute. Wasn't it always depicted in films that zombies perished in flames or had their brains obliterated? Why then? Did it seem that her dear friend opted for a mere stab to the neck? No, that couldn't be right. Could these zombies truly choose their own demise? As Lin Ran was lost in contemplation, she suddenly realized that the area she had just touched had now astonishingly transformed into something entirely different. "Ranin, don't lose focus. Quickly, look behind you," Shen Jia shouted, tossing a long whip towards Lin Ran. Standing at an impressive height of 186 centimeters, Lin Ran effortlessly caught the whip with a gentle tiptoe. "Jia, could it be that we have already activated the instance?" Lin Ran inquired as he skillfully wielded the whip. Shen Jia fell silent, her attention drawn to the ever-increasing number of zombies emerging from the ice. It was evident that she needed to awaken Ran's extraordinary abilities as soon as possible. Shen Jia's long blade precisely pierced the throat of each approaching zombie. However, behind her loomed a colossal mutant zombie, its crimson eyes bulging as if they might burst. Sensing imminent danger, she spun around, only to be effortlessly swatted away by the creature's hand, sent flying 10 meters. As she skidded across the icy ground, leaving a long gash in the surface, Lin Ran noticed Shen Jia was in peril. With a powerful flick of her whip, the supple length transformed into a sharp blade, stabbing fiercely into the throats of the advancing zombies. The mutant zombie began to charge towards Shen Jia, its fist the size of a snowball poised to strike her down. At that critical moment, an immense surge of energy erupted within Lin Ran's body. From the direction of the Shen family residence, a formidable wave of fiery energy burst forth from Lin Ran. A pillar of crimson light shot skyward. And Shen Jia gazed in astonishment at her friend's awakening of fire-based powers, her mind conjuring images of a phoenix rising from the ashes. The legendary creature reborn from flames was the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. In her eyes sparkled a blend of surprise and comforting joy. Who said only divine beasts could wield the power of fire? Now, her dear friend had awakened her own extraordinary fire abilities. Standing amidst the blaze, Lin Ran's once jet-black hair had transformed into a vibrant red, and the whip in her hand ignited with flames. Shen Jia beamed with pride at her friend's metamorphosis. It turned out her companions were truly formidable. In her past life, she had scarcely witnessed anyone successfully awaken fire powers during the apocalypse. And such abilities were the pinnacle among the 5 elemental powers, capable of incinerating and annihilating both zombies and mutated beings. It was astonishing that the seemingly unreliable Lin Ran harbored such immense potential within. With a casual flick of her wrist, Lin Ran summoned a brilliant flame into her palm, exclaiming, "Jia Jia, I'm here to rescue you." Before Shen Jia, a horde of zombies vanished in an instant, akin to roasted grasshoppers leaving not a trace behind. Lin Ran gracefully leaped forward, her astonishing speed matching Shen Jia's long legs of 1.7 meters. And before Shen Jia could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Ran was already by her side. "Jia Jia, are you all right?" Lin Ran inquired anxiously, her face etched with concern as she gazed at her. Shen Jia shook her head and said, Ran, you are truly remarkable." Hearing Shen Jia praise herself for the first time made Lin Ran's heart feel as sweet as if it were coated in honey. While it is not uncommon for boys to compliment girls, receiving such praise from her best friend was undeniably one of the happiest moments she could experience. Shen Jia struggled to rise to her feet. "Fool, your abilities have awakened," she exclaimed with a smile, surprised by how swiftly Lin Ran had completed the task of awakening his talent. As the two engaged in their warm conversation, they suddenly found themselves surrounded by a throng of densely packed zombies, some of which appeared even more terrifying than those they had encountered at the outset. Shen Jia furrowed her brows, sensing the impending danger. These zombies had undergone a secondary evolution. What does secondary evolution entail? In this apocalyptic world, even zombies strive for survival. Faced with the scarcity of sustenance, some of them resort to consuming their own kind. Lin Ran's wide eyes were filled with disbelief. Who would have thought that lounging in a safe house while binge-watching apocalyptic zombie dramas could be so exhilarating? Yet here she was, thrust into the very heart of a real-life biohazard crisis. A smirk graced Lin Ran's lips as she exclaimed, "Jia Jia, what are we waiting for? Let's charge." No sooner had she spoken than her fiery whip descended with great force upon the horde of zombies charging toward her. The zombies, clad in tattered garments stained with blood and grime, bore grotesque visages, their eyes hollow and devoid of life. Shen Jia understood that these were indeed the newly evolved zombies. Ran, exercise caution. Those now before us are the secondary evolved zombies. Shen Jia exclaimed loudly, as the frigid weather was intermingled with torrential rain and fierce winds, creating a scene of utter chaos. "I have never before experienced the sensation of fighting alongside you." Shen Jia and Lin Ran both smiled, their lips curving upwards in unison. Shen Jia chuckled softly, declaring, "This time, I am no longer alone." Shen Jia moved gracefully to the side, her right leg slicing through the air with precision as she executed a powerful kick that struck a zombie lunging towards Lin Ran. The impact was akin to a hammer crashing down, forcefully colliding with the grotesque visage of the undead creature. Lin Ran, taken aback by Shen Jia's remarkable strength and lightning-fast agility, could only watch in astonishment. With each swift kick, her long, slender legs resembled hammers armed with razor-sharp blades, toppling countless zombies beneath her. In a fluid motion, Shen Jia retrieved a silenced pistol from her bag. With a sharp crack, The heads of the zombies exploded in rapid succession, their putrid brain matter mingling with blood, splattering across her. Shen Jia exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Ran, who intuitively extended her hand to ignite the large chunks of corpses strewn across the ground. As long as these zombie remains were eliminated, the initial batch of infected zombies would lose their capacity for further mutation. Standing amidst the biting cold wind, the two exchanged a triumphant high five, while Shen Jia crouched down to collect the energy crystals that had fallen from the mutated bodies of the zombies. Suddenly, a faint cry for help echoed from ahead. Shen Jia and Lin Ran exchanged bewildered looks. How could any human possibly survive in such extreme weather? Jia, did you just hear a voice? Lin Ran inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Although she was indifferent to the existence of living humans, she couldn't shake the feeling that her hearing had become remarkably acute. Shen Jia nodded. She not only heard the voice of a person, but she also found that the voice was strikingly familiar. Shen Jia quietly pulled Lin Ran towards the direction from which the voices had emerged. Danger lurked everywhere, and it was highly probable that numerous zombies remained. They could not afford to make any excessive noise that might attract the surrounding horde. Lin Ran was utterly indifferent to whom might still be alive. In this brutal world of survival of the fittest, as depicted in films, only the strong could endure. Relying on the charity of others to attain salvation was utterly futile. Wait, I feel that this voice is familiar, Shen Jia said, waving her hand. Upon hearing Shen Jia's words, Lin Ran pondered deeply and found the notion remarkably familiar, as if he had encountered this person not long ago. In that moment, a profound curiosity filled Lin Ran's heart. To survive in such a harsh environment indicates an extraordinary will to live. Perhaps this individual is also endowed with special abilities. Help me, save my child. As he drew closer, the voice grew increasingly vivid, belonging to a middle-aged woman. There, trapped beneath the eaves, a throng of zombies clawed at the crevices of the stones. The woman braced herself against the stones, yet the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming, and her strength was visibly waning. Please help me. Shen Jia's pupils dilated. This person, she recognized. Chapter 54. I am not a saint. I am a stepmother. I am the very stepmother who coldly witnessed my own humiliation at the hands of man. The zombies on the cobblestones were drawn to Shen Jia's voice, their expressions fierce as they staggered towards the two of them. With a smile gracing her lips, Shen Jia encouraged, "Let us begin, Ran. Lin Ran, who had just awakened her extraordinary abilities, was evidently more exhilarated than Shen Jia. She relished the overwhelming sensation of power, especially as she witnessed the zombies being reduced to ashes at her command. In that moment, she felt akin to a fierce and compelling heroine from a movie. With a swift motion, Lin Ran lunged forward. The fiery whip in her grasp danced like a delicate ribbon. With each rise and fall, the gore of the zombies splattered around her, some even losing their heads, while their bodies continued to writhe uncontrollably. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow, realizing that she no longer needed to worry about the lack of fire sources in the apocalypse. Jia, these zombies are hardly sufficient to satisfy my appetite, Lin Ran remarked with fervor. Shen Jia shook her head. This apocalypse was merely the overture. The woman cautiously peeked out from between the stones, noticing the absence of zombies. Just as Shen Jia turned to leave, the woman called out to her, Jia, please save your brother. Lin Ran understood that Shen Jia had longed for maternal affection, as she instinctively reached out to grasp Shen Jia's hand. Jia. Suddenly, a smile graced Shen Jia's lips as she strode purposefully towards the stone pile and crouched down. The biting cold wind mixed with pouring rain, illuminating Shen Jia's exquisite face with the flashes of lightning from the distant horizon. Save you? On what ground should I save you? Do you regard me as family? I am no saint. Allowing you to perish in this storm is already the extent of my mercy. Shen Jia rose to her feet, the wind tousling her hair. Yet her face bore no trace of emotion. This world held no fairy tales, and she had never been one to forgive those who had caused her harm. Moreover, she was no longer the Shen Jia she once was. Jia, actually, Lin Ran wished to say more, but a chilling glance from Shen Jia silenced her instantly. Shen Jia is but an innocent girl newly stepping into adulthood, in a bid to curry favor with her father. Her stepmother drugged her and delivered her into the hands of a business associate. Had it not been for a fortunate last-minute call from Lin Ran, her life might have been irrevocably ruined on the very day she came of age. However, her stepmother harbors no intention of letting her go, whether through the guise of concern, while secretly poisoning her, or orchestrating Lu Jia's appearances to usurp the inheritance left by her grandparents. All signs indicate that her stepmother's intentions are solely calculative. If, in her previous life, her stepmother had merely instructed Lu Jia to abandon her to the Doomsday Lord, perhaps her resentment would not have been as profound. Yet, the thought of those men's actions upon her fills Shen Jia with an anguish she knows will take a lifetime to heal. The bitter cold swiftly claims the lives of both, and Shen Jia departs with unwavering resolve, leaving Lin Ran gazing at her upright silhouette with a twinge of sorrow. Jia, wait for me. Shen Jia gently tossed her jade ornament into the air. However, come with me to find someone. Shen Jia turned and quietly murmured, while Lin Ran distinctly sensed a menacing aura emanating from her eyes. Jia, you wouldn't be contemplating murder. The word murder had scarcely left his lips when Shen Jia's astonished gaze fell upon the colossal figure that had appeared behind Lin Ran. Is that not the fire spirit fox? During her time in the organization, when she was endowed with the power of the anomalous factor, she had once heard the doctor speak of the 7 divine beasts of the apocalypse. These 7 divine beasts were considered guardians, and it was said that anyone chosen by divine beast harbored the potential to be a savior. Shen Jia harbored little interest in salvation. She even believed that as long as she possessed ample resources, enduring the apocalypse was entirely feasible. However, her friends obviously held a different perspective. Jia, what is this? Lin Ran exclaimed joyfully as she gazed upon a diminutive fire fox that had appeared before her. Girls have an inherent fondness for plush creatures, particularly one as adorable as this vibrant fire fox. Without hesitation, Lin Ran scooped up the little fox in her arms. The energy aura surrounding the tiny creature was faint, and at the moment Lin Ran embraced her, the fiery red snow fox opened her eyes. Its fluffy little paws were translucent, and the pair of delicate, furry ears appeared lively and charming. The little snow fox emitted a series of delightful sounds, leaving Lin Ran both thrilled and astonished. Jia, come quickly. This little fox seems to be calling me mama. Lin Ran exclaimed, cradling the little fire spirit fox. Shen Jia shook her head in exasperation. Fool, this is a divine beast. Lin Ran blinked her large eyes in confusion. Divine beast? What is a divine beast? Clearly, none of the friends were adequately prepared for the impending apocalypse. Shen Jia sighed. She could hardly blame them, as the time was so pressing. Who could have anticipated that within mere hours of the apocalypse, she and her friends would awaken their extraordinary powers and encounter their divine beasts? It's a creature that can protect you, akin to the spirit beasts you see in those dramas. So that is how it is. Jia, do you have one? Do you possess your own spirit beast? Shen Jia shook her head. The adorable little fox before her, with its fluffy coat, had once sought her as its master, but she had declined. Divine beasts have the ability to choose their masters, just as masters can select them. However, once a successful bond is forged through a contract, one bears the weighty responsibility of the divine beast's mission. The divine beast is destined to safeguard the world. Shen Jia harbored no desire to safeguard the world. She loathed those supremely hypocritical individuals, detesting the sycophants who were ensnared in their daily machinations. Shen Jia shook her head, saying, let it go, Ran. Lin Ran gazed at Shen Jia in confusion, questioning how such an adorable little fox could fail to elicit her fondness. It's not that I dislike it, she replied, but we simply cannot allow ourselves to be fond of it. As Shen Jia spoke, she grasped Lin Ran's hand, intending to depart. The little spirit fox seemed to sense Shen Jia's hostility and, with a swift motion, bit down on her wrist with a fierce snap. Startled by the pain, Shen Jia swatted the small fox away, her brows furrowing in discontent. If her memory served her correctly, this fox had approached her before. With a soft thud, the little spirit fox landed on the ground, and Lin Ran regarded Shen Jia with a hint of indignation. Jia, while it is acceptable for you to dislike it, you must not harm it. Chapter 55. Divergence emerges. Shen Jia cast a frigid glance at her close friend. Lin Ran, sensing the chill emanating from Shen Jia, wore a bewildered expression. Jia, what is the matter with you? Shen Jia shook her head in resignation. Ran, do you comprehend the implications of choosing a divine beast? Lin Ran responded with a shake of her head. It is often said that a newborn calf fears no tigers. She knew nothing of the unknown apocalyptic world. Should you accept the request to select a master, you must fulfill the mission alongside it. The mission of a divine beast is to safeguard this realm. Lin Ran blinked, pondering this reasoning, which seemed rather unproblematic. Ran, do you understand what it means to protect this place? Lin Ran shook her head again, recalling that in movies, it often culminated in sacrifice. Wait a moment. Sacrifice? She wished to live for several more years. Jia, it wouldn't entail life-threatening danger, would it? Lin Ran inquired. Shen Jia, aware of her penchant for science fiction films, nodded. Setting aside whether her own life was at stake, she merely felt it was not worth it. Shen Jia cast an exasperated glance at Lin Ran and said, Sister, we are in an apocalyptic world, not your neighborhood's stray animal rescue center. With a hint of reluctance, she added, All right, little fox, it seems this lovely lady has taken a disliking to you. It appears you cannot accompany us after all. Lin Ran reluctantly set down the small spirit fox, which was evidently taken aback by the sudden change in demeanor from the woman who had just moments ago shown it affection. The little creature fixed its fiery red eyes, filled with indignation, upon Shen Jia. Shen Jia brandished the long knife in her hand towards the fluffy little fox, which, in its fright, retreated repeatedly until it vanished from the sight of the two. Shen Jia scattered all the energy crystals she had discovered into the spiritual spring. Under the spring's intensification, the crystals gradually dissolved, merging into streams of energy that flowed into the space jade bracelet. At last, Shen Jia revealed a long-awaited smile, and the heavy stone of anxiety that had lodged in her heart was finally set free. She cupped her hands to gather water, gently wiping her cheeks. All the minor abrasions sustained during the recent skirmish healed instantaneously. Even the spot where the mythical beast had bitten her bore no trace of injury. A sudden realization struck her. Oh no, Shen Jia exclaimed. Given Lin Ran's temperament, she was undoubtedly pursuing the direction in which the little spirit fox had fled. Jia, has something happened to Ran? Shen Jia remained silent, while Lin Ran merely awakened the extraordinary abilities within her. However, the impending apocalypse raised doubts in Shen Jia's mind regarding the differences from her previous life, causing her a moment of unease. Do not fret, I shall seek her out, Shen Jia declared, filling a bottle with spring water from the spiritual spring. Regardless of the external threats, the spring would at least ensure the safety of both her and Lin Ran. With a single thought, Shen Jia departed from the space. Hinyan and Zhou Xiang were quite anxious, worried that Lin Ran's carefree nature would inevitably lead to trouble for Shen Jia. Hinyan turned to Zhou Xiang and suggested, Shall we go and check on them? Zhou Xiang shook her head, replying, We promised Jia we would remain here. We must trust her. At that moment, Zhou Yu, exhausted, had fallen asleep. Though she too was concerned for Lin Ran, her greater worry was for her sister. Understanding Zhou Xiang's reluctance to leave stemmed from her concern for her sister, Hinyan proposed, How about this, Xiang? I will go find them, and you stay here to safeguard our home. Yin, do not go. Zhou Xiang grasped Hinyan's hand tightly. She did not voice the intense unease she felt, merely gazing at Hinyan in a daze. Hinyan recognized that Zhou Xiang, typically the most composed among them, must have something significant to say to prevent her from leaving. Xiang, what troubles you? Hinyan asked, gently patting her head. Fear not. As long as we sisters stand united, nothing will befall us. Hinyan, oblivious to Zhou Xiang's heightened vigilance, assumed she was still adjusting to their current environment. Xiang, there is land over there. If you feel bored, you can cultivate it. And here, there are numerous electronic devices. If you fancy, you may play with them. Jia has sourced many globally limited edition games within this space, and there are also your favorite books. Hinyan earnestly advised, but Zhou Xiang merely shook her head. What she desired was not any of these distractions. Zhou Xiang remained silent. Yin Yin's expression turned serious as the two friends faced their first disagreement regarding their decisions. Xiang, why you not wanting to go find Ran and Jia Jia? Yin Yin questioned, genuinely puzzled by Zhou Xiang's sudden opposition to their previously united front. Yin, I know what you are thinking. It is not as you presume. Zhou Xiang insisted, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. I heard Ran and Jia Jia mention something about zombies. Yin, I'm simply afraid that you may encounter danger out there. As she spoke, Zhou Xiang recalled the terrifying descriptions of zombies from the books and shivered uncontrollably. Yin Yin chuckled softly, realizing that was the source of her fear. Yin Yin had always recognized that Zhou Xiang was the most timid among them, though at times she feigned bravery. With Shen Jia previously protecting them, their individual weaknesses had not been laid bare. However, with the apocalypse arriving ahead of schedule, once separated from Shen Jia, each person's flaws and vulnerabilities were starkly exposed. Chapter 56. The Security of the Little Tail. Yin Yin appeared unguarded amidst the frigid weather. Shen Jia crouched in the snow, sensing Lin Ran's position, yet somehow, she became aware of another person's warmth. Jia, why is it so cold out here? Shen Jia glanced back at her friend, who was unprotected yet thriving, momentarily questioning whether they were truly in the same realm. Yin Yin, am I seeing things? No, it couldn't be. Perhaps this was a manifestation of Yin Yin's innate talent. Shen Jia rose, her hand gracefully sweeping through the air, and a black equipment bag brimming with gear materialized in her grasp. How did you come out? Did I not instruct you to stay put? Shen Jia remarked, as Yin Yin lowered her head in embarrassment. The vibrant aura of life emanating from the two soon attracted the attention of a nearby zombie, which was ravenously shoving a bloody organ into its mouth. In truth, the initial wave of zombie infections was not extensive, yet the alarming speed of the virus's transmission posed a grave threat. Many remained oblivious to the dire situation unfolding before them, with some even succumbing to curiosity and venturing outside. Reports have indicated that within a single night of the apocalypse's onset, nearly 1/3 of the global population had transformed into zombies. However, there were individuals endowed with exceptional abilities. These rare souls, upon sustaining injuries, not only resisted zombification, but also managed to awaken their latent powers. Nevertheless, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and the awakening of abilities required time. The zombies seemed to sense the intensifying scent of the two, and the blood splattered across their bodies made the already terrifying visage of the creature all the more grotesque. In the frigid night, it appeared as a fearsome specter emerging from the depths of hell. The zombie lunged violently at the pair, its blood-soaked hands flailing wildly. Shen Jia narrowed her eyes, positioning Yin Yin behind her as she drew her long knife from her waist. With a deft motion, she retrieved a silenced pistol from her spatial storage. The shot rang out, and the zombie before them collapsed lifelessly. Yin Yin, still in a state of shock, watched as Shen Jia swiftly holstered her weapon. Casting a glance at the ghastly remains of the zombie, its neck withered to what seemed like mere bone, and its head grotesquely tilted to one side. Shen Jia smiled, noting that she had saved a few precious bullets. Surveying her surroundings, she realized that searching for Lin Ran on foot was not a viable option, especially since she was now responsible for Yin Yin. Her gaze fell upon an electric motorcycle parked outside a guardhouse, and after a moment's contemplation, she strode purposefully towards it. Shen Jia was just about to enter the guardhouse to retrieve the keys when a faint clicking sound suddenly emanated from within the small room. Shen Jia furrowed her brows, swiftly drawing her long knife and gun, commanding in a low voice, "Come out. Don't shoot." The door creaked open, revealing a face filled with panic. It was not a zombie. Shen Jia paid no heed, reaching for a set of keys before turning to leave. Observing her intention to depart, the person inside ceased hiding, hastily flinging the door wide and dashing out. It appeared to be a clean-cut young police officer who, it seemed, had yet to succumb to the fate of zombification. Shen Jia cast a cold glance at her. He was merely a young man, clad in a security uniform, appearing no older than 18, with a somewhat naive demeanor, though his physique was quite robust. "You should hurry inside. It's perilous out here. The weather outside is hardly bearable," Yin Yin urged, noticing the young guard's evident chill. The young guard, seemingly taken aback, paused momentarily, only to lower his gaze and realize he stood amidst a pool of blood, with entrails and skull fragments strewn across the ground. Terrified, he scrambled aside, a wave of nausea surging from his stomach. "Oh, Uncle, how could you be dead, ugh? Uncle." At that moment, a sudden wail erupted from the doorman, as he retched and sobbed, looking utterly disheveled. Shen Jia furrowed his brow, realizing that if he wished to survive, he must refrain from wailing. Should he continue his lamentations, the zombies from 10 miles away would surely be drawn to him. He turned once more to gaze at his uncle, whose body lay mangled and torn upon the ground. And despite his resolve, he could not suppress a few quiet sobs. However, as if steeling himself for the challenges ahead, he lifted his sleeve and vigorously wiped away his tears, rising unsteadily to his feet. Shen Jia gazed at the sky. The frigid weather had finally subsided. Her eyes darkened with urgency as she realized the pressing need to locate Ran. For now was the time of the viral tempest. Before long, Shen Jia noticed a small shadow trailing behind her. It was the young security guard, who had mounted his electric scooter to follow closely in her wake. Shen Jia disregarded everything, simply adjusting the vehicle's speed to its maximum setting. Along the way, she frequently encountered various accident scenes reminiscent of cinematic disasters. The anguished cries from shops in the corners of the streets were a constant backdrop, yet she paid them no heed, for Lin Rant's presence drew ever closer. Occasionally, she stumbled upon a few staggering zombies wandering the roadside. As she rode past, she would effortlessly swing her blade, severing their heads with a casual flick. On one occasion, a young security guard followed too closely, and the head of a decapitated zombie nearly landed in his arms, startling him to the brink of losing control of his vehicle. Henceforth, whenever he spotted a zombie ahead, he would instinctively brake, waiting for her to dispatch the threat before hastily resuming his pursuit. Without interruption, Shen Jia soon arrived at her destination, a vast storage supermarket. Where Lin Rant's essence felt most potent, she could not be mistaken about her presence here. Yin followed closely behind Shen Jia, noting that this supermarket, with its wholesale nature, boasted a far greater array of products than a typical store. The supermarket was equipped with its own power generator, and at that moment, a solitary light illuminated the parking lot before it. Shen Jia turned to Yin and remarked, "Look, doesn't it resemble a lighthouse guiding us forward?" Yin nodded, still immersed in the vivid image of Shen Jia effortlessly dispatching the clawing zombie moments earlier. Shen Jia parked her electric motorcycle in a secluded corner, withdrew the key, and cast a glance at the security guard who had followed her in. With a cold snort, she thought to herself that the little fellow had some skills. The supermarket entrance was completely shattered, indicating that someone had clearly been there before. Passing through the threshold, Shen Jia swiftly pulled Yin into a corner and deftly slipped into the hidden space. Shortly after, the security guard rushed in, wielding a wooden stick that he had seemingly procured from nowhere. Upon realizing that Shen Jia and Yin had vanished, his expression turned anxious. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously ventured into the supermarket. Chapter 57, Rescuing Lin Ran. Shen Jia deftly evaded her pursuer, allowing her to slip out into the open. She hastened her pace as she exited the supermarket, with Yin trailing closely behind. They navigated around the parking lot and approached the rear entrance of the supermarket. This expansive warehouse-style supermarket spans approximately 20,000 square meters, offering an immense space. Half of it is accessible to the public, while the other half serves exclusively for unloading and distribution, where the atmosphere is most palpable. Shen Jia contemplated for a moment. The small electric scooter from earlier was of no assistance to her friends navigating the challenges of the apocalypse. Her attention was drawn to a large truck before her. Shen Jia has always been fortunate. When the apocalypse descended, it coincided perfectly with the nighttime unloading at the warehouse. A large truck was stationed right at the entrance. And while half of the bags of rice had already been offloaded, the driver had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Jia removed her self-defense gloves and approached the vehicle. She swiftly stored both the car and the rice into her spatial pocket before drawing her long knife from her waist, cautiously stepping into the warehouse. The first sight that met her eyes was a floor stained with blood, alongside two mangled corpses that had been partially devoured. The air was thick with a pungent stench of decay and blood. After a brief assessment, Shen Jia surmised that these two bodies had recently fallen victim to the onslaught of zombies. Shen Jia crouched down, observing a corpse with an intact spine that had succumbed to the horrors of zombification. The skin on its face had begun to manifest a ghastly grayish hue, with a significant patch of flesh peeling away from its cheek, revealing darkened, purplish decay and yellowish-black gums. Its gaze was vacant, too ashen, murky eyes fixed intently upon Shen Jia. Upon noticing her presence, it emitted a guttural roar of excitement from its throat, using its still relatively intact hands to grotesquely prop itself up and gradually advance toward her. With each step, it dragged along entrails that had been gnawed upon by other fiends. Nearby, disheveled footprints stained with blood led ominously toward the interior of the warehouse. Shen Jia shook her head, noting that the trail of footprints extended deep into the shadows of the building. Shen Jia took a few steps back, ensuring that Yin was in a safe location before she advanced a few paces. Leaning down, she plunged her blade into the zombie's skull. "You were destined for hell. I am merely sending you there," Shen Jia declared coldly, as the long knife penetrated the zombie's throat, impaling it thoroughly. After dispatching the creature, Shen Jia turned her attention to the footprints on the ground, which led her further inside. The prints continued to stretch onward, ultimately leading into the staff passage of the supermarket ahead, where faint, chaotic sounds could still be heard emanating from within. Shen Jia contemplated. It appears that those zombies were drawn away by the living who had previously invaded the supermarket to hoard supplies. Without further hesitation, Shen turned and took Yin's hand, urging her to commence their swift efforts. Yin and Ran should be nearby. Shen Jia nodded and turned towards the cold storage, her heart suddenly racing. Could the mythical beast have lured Lin Ran in here? Lin Ran possessed the ability of fire. If he were to encounter the cold storage, this would not end well. Shen Jia gripped her long knife tightly as she forcefully swung open the door, swiftly retreating a few steps. A thick cloud of white smoke surged toward her, prompting a displeased furrow of her brow. Jia, upon witnessing Lin Ran, whose body was frozen and turned a deep shade of purple, Shen Jia shook her head in irritation. Fortunately, she had equipped her with apocalyptic protective gear. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have succumbed to death by now. The little fire-red spirit fox gazed at them, feeling somewhat aggrieved as it noticed Shen Jia's cold demeanor and quietly withdrew. Shen Jia pulled Lin Ran out and, after confirming that no zombies were lurking inside, she first retrieved a work cotton jacket from the wall by the door and draped it over Lin Ran's shoulders. After awakening her unique abilities, Lin Ran quickly regained her energy. However, Shen Jia was now more concerned about Yin, as Yin had yet to awaken her own powers. Upon hearing that Yin had accompanied Shen Jia, Lin Ran hastened her pace to follow her. Shen Jia was already dressed warmly, and after a series of movements, she was drenched in sweat. Entering the cold storage would easily lead to chills, and she realized that in such extraordinary times, prioritizing her health was paramount. Just then, she noticed a man lying on the floor of the frozen goods area, which Yin had organized. Yin, too, had observed the situation, gazing at the man with curiosity and a hint of confusion directed toward Shen Jia and Lin Ran. "I am truly worried." The man appeared to be in his early 30s, clad in a supermarket uniform beneath his thick winter coat, with a delivery note beside him. He was likely the warehouse manager of the cold storage. It was uncertain how long he had been frozen here, as a thin layer of frost had formed on his insulating coat. Lin Ran, noticing his flushed complexion, reached out to touch his forehead, discovering it was burning hot. He was clearly suffering from a fever. It seemed he had collapsed while handling the goods in the cold storage, inadvertently falling at the corner of the shelf, which explained why they hadn't noticed him upon entering. Shen Jia was at a loss as to whether to deem him fortunate or unfortunate. Although he had escaped the zombies outside, he was equally at risk of freezing to death at any moment. After contemplating, she decided to drag him to the refrigerated room outside. She switched off the refrigeration system, and Lin Ran removed her own coat to cover him before turning to open the door. However, Just as she managed to crack it open, a cacophony erupted from outside, suggesting the arrival of numerous individuals. Damn it, wasn't it said that this warehouse was well-stocked? Why is it filled with trash, with nothing edible left? How reliable are your sources? A burly man's voice echoed with curses. This is infuriating. It's been nothing but trouble all night. The coarse male voice was accompanied by the sounds of items being kicked over from time to time. Leave a few people to search thoroughly. Aren't there 2 trucks parked outside? Hurry up and pry them open to check. The rest of you get moving. But there's zombies ahead. Another voice timidly interjected. Zombies? What do they matter? If you dare to confront the living, why fear the dead? The burly man continued to scornfully curse. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll toss you out to feed the zombies. Hearing the footsteps approaching, Shen Jia's gaze sharpened as she glanced at the unconscious man on the floor, then swiftly exited the cold storage, locking the door behind her. The newcomers did not seem benevolent. If they discovered the cold storage had been plundered, they might unjustly direct their wrath toward her. Although Shen Jia was not a saint, she never indulged in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. She held respect for every laborer. Chapter 58. Not afraid of godlike teammates, just fear pig-like once the warehouse was well-stocked. But anyone arriving at the supermarket during this time was undoubtedly there to seize food. A larger crowd signified greater danger, and Shen Jia had no desire to join the fray. Shen Jia followed closely behind Lin Ran and He Nian, the latter of whom immediately began to raid the toiletries, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they had already stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. Shen Jia shook her head helplessly. Indeed, women are all shopping enthusiasts. Shen Jia, while in motion, remained acutely aware of her surroundings. She observed a multitude of individuals rushing towards the snack area, but soon, anguished screams and the sounds of conflict erupted from that direction. With a resigned shake of her head, she reflected on the essence of humanity. In the apocalypse, everyone is engulfed in trepidation. Even in the absence of calamitous natural disasters, the radiant spark of humanity among individuals is utterly absent. Shen Jia chose to ignore it, thinking that since she was already out, she might as well accompany her friends in stocking up on supplies. Just as she was finishing collecting the rolls of paper from the shelves, a putrid and grotesque face suddenly appeared on the other side, locking eyes with her. A pair of grayish-white pupils gleamed with excitement, while viscous, yellowish-green saliva dripped from the gaping maw, which was twisted in a horrific snarl. Shen Jia was suddenly startled, instinctively retreating while her right hand rested upon the scabbard at her waist. Evading the grasp of the approaching claw, she whispered urgently, "Be careful. There are zombies." With that, she swiftly drew her long blade from her waist, her arm slicing through the air with fierce intensity, the sharp edge severing the hands in an instant. Putrid, decaying flesh erupted from the gaping wound, the foul blood splattering across her face and head. Shen Jia observed her friends standing behind her, and Lin Ran spoke with unwavering resolve. Jia, do you require my assistance? Shen Jia casually waved her hand, her gaze unwavering as she confronted the zombies. She lifted her foot, striding past the shelves, delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of a zombie. The blade in her hand gleamed ominously, and with a swift motion, the long knife plunged fiercely into the creature's skull. Accompanied by the doctor's anguished cries, the zombie instantly collapsed, rendered motionless. At that moment, a deliberate, muffled sound of footsteps suddenly echoed in her ears. Shen Jia abruptly drew forth the long knife at her waist, her gaze sharp as an eagle's as she focused on the source of the sound. In the next moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed her features. For the individual approaching was none other than the young security guard who had been trailing them earlier. At this moment, he bore a bulging backpack on his back, seemingly filled with a bountiful harvest, and in his hand he grasped the wooden stick she had noticed earlier. However, it appeared devoid of any traces of blood. Shen Jia distinctly observed the uncontainable joy in his eyes upon seeing her. However, the very next moment, as he beheld the ghastly visage of her subordinate, his countenance paled instantly, and he clutched his mouth, beginning to retch. Shen Jia chuckled as Lin Ran and He Nian emerged from the shadows, their faces adorned with playful mockery directed at her. Jia, what's this? Do you now have a little follower? Shen Jia felt a sense of exasperation. How could this fellow persistently linger around? Yet, unbeknownst to her, the very individual she found so bothersome had, since their separation, never ceased in his quest to seek her out. Shen Jia furrowed her brows as Lin Ran rose to her feet, retrieving a towel from a nearby shelf. She approached Shen Jia, gently wiping away the congealed blood that marred the area around her eyes. Fortunately, Shen Jia had been wearing a hat and mask earlier, so the blood had not splattered excessively. After cleansing her face, Shen Jia casually wiped the knife and discarded the towel, turning to leave. However, the young security guard persistently trailed closely behind her. Shen Jia felt a throbbing headache as she encountered numerous men, but the little security guard before her, who appeared almost childish, seemed intent on clinging to her. How were they supposed to gather supplies now? A surge of unnameable anger welled up within her. Shen Jia turned abruptly, fixing him with a piercing glare. The young guard, lost in a daze while staring at the back of her head, was taken aback when she suddenly turned and glared at him with such ferocity. He instinctively took a few steps back, trembling uncontrollably. However, before Shen Jia could utter a word to dismiss him, she felt a chilling breeze sweep past her. A zombie, lurking in the shadows, lunged towards her with alarming speed. Simultaneously, the panic scream of the little guard pierced the air, nearly cracking from terror, startling Hing Yin and Lin Ran. "Jia Jia!" they exclaimed in unison. In an instant, Shen Jia pivoted, drawing the long knife from her waist. With a swift motion, the blade cleaved through the zombie, severing it in two. Shen Jia shot an exasperated glance at the guard. Had he intended to attract every zombie in the vicinity with his ear-piercing shriek? Sure enough, within moments, they were surrounded by a horde of zombies, each more grotesque than the last. Some had their entrails exposed, while others bore distorted forms. Shen Jia frowned, rolling her eyes in frustration, echoing the adage, "It's not the godlike opponent one fears, but rather the pig-like teammates." Lin Ran swiftly grasped Hing Yin's hand and made her way to Shen Jia's side. The sisters had vowed to share both hardship and fortune, and with the staggering number of zombies before them, Lin Ran knew that Jia Jia would undoubtedly require her assistance. With a resigned shake of her head, Shen Jia urged, Ran, ensure their safety." Before her words had fully dissipated, Shen Jia swiftly maneuvered, her right leg propelling her into the air, tracing a flawless semicircular arc. In an instant, her right hand, gripping the long blade, transformed into a lethal weapon, plunging toward the neck of the zombie. With a graceful turn, the heads of a multitude of zombies tumbled to the ground, leaving the young security guard retching at the gruesome sight. Shen Jia sheathed her long knife and spoke. "We must depart from this place swiftly. Just now, your shout likely attracted a considerable number of zombies in our direction." She turned a glance at the young security guard, a hint of exasperation evident in her expression. At this moment, the most challenging dilemma lay in how to persuade him to leave. The young guard appeared to be still entranced by Shen Jia's earlier bravado, his gaze shifting from a vacant stare to one of admiration. "Are you certain you wish to follow me persistently?" Shen Jia inquired, observing his somewhat childish demeanor with a touch of irritation. Upon hearing her words, the young guard sensed her underlying discontent, leaving him momentarily dejected and bewildered. In such a perilous world, where could he possibly go? The young guard reluctantly nodded. "Heroine, I promise not to be a burden. I can assist you with laundry and cooking. I can also help with various tasks. I cook quite well, actually," he said, his expression dazed. Before Shen Jia could respond, Lin Ran and Hing Yin chimed in unison. "All right then, you shall be our beloved little security guard from now on." Shen Jia turned around and cast an annoyed glance at her two friends, shaking her head in dismay at how these two women were still so easily swayed by appearances. Chapter 59. Teaching the young security guard to fight zombies. Meanwhile, the group was enveloped in a warm atmosphere, but the earlier cacophony of battling zombies had attracted a considerable number of the undead to converge around them. Shen Jia furrowed her brow. The situation of the first wave of infected zombies during the viral storm of her previous life had not been so dire, nor had their numbers been so overwhelming. With little time for contemplation, she exchanged glances with her close friends before swiftly turning to flee. They understood that the zombies here were relentless, As long as someone entered the supermarket to stock up, an increasing horde of the undead would emerge. The young security guard, abandoned and still in a daze, had yet to gather himself when the women around him had already vanished from sight. Shen Jia glanced back at him, urging, "Hey, aren't you going to run?" It was only then that the guard snapped to attention and hurriedly followed the girls. They dodged and weaved through the throngs of pursuing zombies. But after only a brief escape, a few more zombies unexpectedly emerged before them. Sensing the presence of the living, the creatures lunged at them with outstretched claws and menacing growls. Shen Jia felt agitated. These zombies clung to her just like the little security guard from before, refusing to be shaken off. Shen Jia let out a cold laugh. "You truly are eager to court death." The silenced pistol had mysteriously appeared in her hand. With a shake of her head, she lamented the impending waste of several precious bullets. As her left hand wielded the blade, her right hand unleashed a volley of gunfire. The formidable zombies before her resembled feeble lambs, utterly defenseless. Yin and the young security guard gazed at her with admiration. And Shen Jia felt her heart race for the first time in 20 years, something she had never experienced for a girl before. "Isn't my best friend impressive?" Yin chuckled. The young guard nodded vigorously. "She truly is magnificent." The two engaged in light banter, the scene entirely incongruous with the apocalyptic backdrop, resembling starstruck fans at a concert. However, the situation for Shen Jia and Lin Ran was far from optimistic. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. As Shen Jia aimed her long blade at a zombie's neck, she was unexpectedly jostled by another creature lunging from behind, causing her strike to veer off course. Along with her gunfire, Lin Ran, having been previously encased in ice, found her abilities significantly diminished. She could no longer summon the flames to incinerate the zombies, but instead resorted to wielding her whip with ferocity. Just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air, filled with terror. Shen Jia and Lin Ran turned their heads in unison, only to witness the little zombie, previously knocked askew by Shen Jia, lunging towards a nearby security guard. Lin Ran swiftly positioned herself beside Yin. Recognizing her limited abilities meant she could only save one person. Her best friend was a chosen family member, while the security guard was merely a stranger she had just met. Such is the reality of a post-apocalyptic world. Without allies, survival becomes an arduous endeavor. The eyes of the young guard were filled with terror and despair, prompting Shen Jia to recall her past self, who had severed ties with her close friends. With a furrowed brow, she prepared to rescue him. However, at that moment, the fallen zombies surged towards her, leaving her with no surplus energy to save him. Shen Jia rolled deftly to the side, skillfully evading the lunging claws of the zombies. Gripping his long knife tightly, he thrust it forcefully into the necks of the undead, eliciting piercing howls of agony. The weakness of the zombies lay in their throats. A precise and powerful strike to that vulnerable area rendered them swiftly incapacitated. After dispatching the undead, Shen Jia turned to see that the small security guard had been cornered against a shelf. Ingeniously, he had toppled a long shelf to create a barrier between himself and the zombies, taking refuge in the narrow space while brandishing a wooden stick with fervor. Shen Jia smiled lightly, a futile attempt at provocation. The young security guard repeatedly turned his head in her direction, his eyes brimming with earnest pleas for help. Shen Jia furrowed her brow. She did not approach immediately. The first-tier zombies had not fully evolved. Their reactions and movements were sluggish, devoid of any self-awareness. They merely possessed the typical lethality of zombies and the capacity to infect humans with their decay. However, the young security guard exhibited a remarkably strong will to survive, suggesting that he was not entirely without the ability to retaliate. Shen Jia understood that her ability to save him once in this apocalyptic world was mere coincidence, twice a stroke of fortune, but she could not perpetually rescue him. In the brutal realm of the end times, the weak, devoid of survival skills, were destined for elimination. As the zombie's claws lunged once more towards her, the young security guard's pupils dilated, barely evading a fatal encounter with his arm. What should he do? He found himself unable to restrain a desperate scream. "Help me. Please save me." Their weakness lies in the neck. If you wish to survive, strike there. With a mere thought, Shen Jia summoned a technologically advanced blade from her space and hurled it towards him. No, I can't do it. The security guard gasped in terror as the menacing claws drew ever closer. Please, I beg you, save me. Shen Jia gazed at him with an icy indifference. The creature before them was no longer human. If one wished to survive, it was imperative that the monster perished. Should it continue to exist, it would be the very lives of those he sought to protect that would be at stake. The thought of those he yearned to safeguard weighed heavily upon him. The young security guard's eyes gradually transformed, assuming a semblance of calm. Every individual is confronted with an immense courage when faced with the necessity of slaying a zombie for the first time, yet this courage must be self-forged. In a world ravaged by despair, relying on others for survival is nearly an impossibility. This very realization underscored Shen Jia's determination to awaken the latent abilities within her friends. I truly cannot bring myself to do it. The young guard reflected upon the towering, grotesque figure mere inches away, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Just hours prior, this monstrous entity had been a living, breathing human being. Then you may as well await your demise. Shen Jia approached Yin, confirming that her dear friend bore no marks of having been clawed or bitten by a zombie. With a firm grip, she urged her companion to move forward. If he truly lacked the courage, then perishing here would simply be his fate. The undead drew ever closer, their foul stench mingling with their grotesque visages. The young security guard, witnessing Shen Jia and her friend stride forth without hesitation, finally reacted. In the next moment, he plunged his blade fiercely into the zombie's throat, again and again, delivering numerous strikes. The foul ichor quickly splattered upon him, revealing the veins on his exposed arms as he gripped the sword with unwavering determination. The nearby corpse had long ceased its movements, yet the guard continued to fixate on it, shouting defiantly, his eyes conveying a message. Come at me. I am no longer afraid of you. Shen Jia felt an involuntary smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Indeed, she had not misjudged the individual. Shen Jia smiled softly and turned to walk over. Here you go. Chapter 60. Zombies everywhere. The young security guard looked up in confusion, noticing the person who was about to leave, now offering him a clean long towel and a bottle of water. She understood that he was unaccustomed to this kindness, and had even taken the effort to retrieve a bottle of water from her space for him. Strangely enough, upon seeing Shen Jia's clear, bright eyes, his previously anxious heart slowly began to calm. After twisting off the bottle cap and taking a few hearty sips, he spread the towel on the ground and poured some water over it. With a cheerful expression, he used the towel to wipe the blood off his body. Finally, he shyly approached Shen Jia and stammered, Thank you. Lin ran, and Yin could not help but tease. Why are you so shy about saying thank you? The young guard's face turned crimson in an instant, the veins on his forehead twitching involuntarily. Shen Jia turned around, casting an annoyed glance at her friends, unsure of why she felt a pang of softness in her heart. Remember, here, you can never rely on others to save you. The only one who can save you is yourself. Her voice was cold as she finished speaking. Then she turned back and continued to lead her friends briskly toward the entrance. The young guard watched Shen Jia's slender yet determined silhouette, feeling something coalesce within him. Just moments ago, she had mentioned wanting to protect someone. His gaze sharpened with resolve as he tightened his grip on the long knife and recklessly pursued her. However, when Shen Jia and her friends reached the cashier area near the entrance, they were met with the sight of zombies continuously pouring in through the supermarket doors. At least 30 zombies had gathered at the front, not accounting for those already inside or outside. The speed at which the zombie virus spread was truly alarming. If she were alone, she would have the confidence to charge out. At least, when faced with danger, she could retreat into her space for safety. She turned to glance at the man behind her, the one she could not shake off. If she brought him along, they would undoubtedly be walking into a fatal banquet for the zombies. The young guard, hearing Shen Jia's words, did not hesitate for a moment. He followed her lead and turned back. Along the way, numerous zombies lunged at them from all directions. With swift and decisive movements, Shen Jia dispatched the zombies, severing heads and bodies with ease. Her actions were sharp and efficient, reminiscent of the skilled heroines in television dramas. The young guard stared in awe. wondering when he would become someone as formidable as her. Shen Jia did not always intervene. When she encountered feeble zombies or those skewered by her long blade, she would intentionally leave one or two for the individuals behind her. Through this method, she sought to impart the lesson of confronting zombies without fear, while simultaneously honing his close-quarters combat skills. At first, the young security guard trembled with trepidation, at times forgetting the zombie's fatal weaknesses. Shen Jia refrained from offering reminders, while Lin Ran and He Nian, akin to spectators, would exuberantly exclaim at the thrilling moments. The neck. The neck. The young guard often mustered his courage to strike, yet he frequently missed the vital points. After considerable effort, he finally managed to cleave a skull, only to be overwhelmed by the stench of putrid blood, causing him to nearly faint. It seemed that the act of slaying zombies required a certain aptitude. However, under such duress, the young guard gradually acclimated to the situation, especially after he had dispatched several zombies. Upon witnessing a rare smile tugging at the corners of Shen Jia's lips, his resolve to survive grew ever stronger. He wielded his long knife with decisive ferocity. Some zombies lunged directly for his neck, while others he skillfully dispatched with a swift slash. Lin Ran and He Nian nodded in approval, realizing why action films predominantly featured men. There appeared to be an innate talent in such endeavors. Despite having been timid and cowardly just moments before, the young guard now executed his task with earnest determination, muttering to himself, "Damn it. Just watch how I obliterate these repulsive creatures." The once tense atmosphere lightened with his growth, and Shen Jia found herself smiling wider as she observed him. As they neared the artificial passageway, shouts and sounds of conflict erupted nearby. Suddenly, a group of individuals burst into Shen Jia's view. "Dongge, there are people here." One of them had evidently spotted them and, while running towards their direction, called out to their companions behind. However, before they could advance further, a zombie sprang forth unexpectedly, tackling one of them to the ground. The creature's sharp teeth sunk viciously into the back of his neck, and from Shen Jia's vantage point, she could see flesh being torn away. "Ah, help! Help!" The man cried out in desperation as he lay on the ground. Shen Jia furrowed her brow. Did these individuals not watch apocalyptic sci-fi films? Were they truly unaware that louder noises would only attract more zombies? Shen Jia was lost in thought when a zombie, seemingly appearing from nowhere, materialized to her right. With a swift motion, she plunged her knife deep into the creature's skull, which had attempted to ambush her. Grasping the little security guard's arm, she led their group into the safety passage. However, as they rushed into the warehouse, they soon discovered that it was also infested with numerous zombies. The little security guard felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his stomach churning. Yet he understood the necessity of silence. He clamped his hands tightly over his mouth, gritting his teeth resolutely. A cacophony of chaotic footsteps echoed behind them, causing Shen Jia to frown. It was likely the group from earlier. "Quick, hide here." The speaker deliberately lowered his voice. But upon raising his gaze to the scene before him, he found himself swallowing hard, unable to utter a sound. Shen Jia glanced up briefly, observing that there were approximately 7 or 8 individuals approaching, each wielding machetes and hammers. The one who had spoken was a young man with yellow hair, tall and imposing, exuding an air of ferocity. It seemed he was the brother Dong they had mentioned. The man scrutinized them, noticing that among the 4, only 2 were armed, indicating they were likely fleeing. When his gaze fell upon Shen Jia's cold, phoenix-like eyes, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. He felt an uncanny familiarity with this woman. Chapter 61. Breaking through the encirclement. Brother Dong momentarily lost his focus as Shen Jia's serene gaze shifted to the individuals beside him. The man felt a jolt of alarm. This striking woman was truly extraordinary. Her tranquil demeanor in the face of the approaching zombies suggested that her combat capabilities should not be underestimated. At that moment, the zombies in the corridor had caught the scent of the living, their excitement heightened by the fresh blood of the recently injured. Some of the zombies, who had not feasted sufficiently, immediately howled and charged toward them. "Let us rush forward before they reach us," Shen Jia proposed, her gaze fixed on Brother Dong. She understood that the hammer in the man's grasp would serve as an excellent weapon against the undead. All right, you lead the way. Brother Dong, seasoned in the ways of the world, appeared somewhat dim-witted but was not lacking in intelligence. Though he agreed with the young woman's suggestion, he was reluctant to become a mere stepping stone against the oncoming horde. Shen Jia nodded in agreement, harboring no dissent. Although these individuals might not necessarily be virtuous, the pressing concern at hand was to swiftly vacate the premises, particularly given the impending surge of zombies. They must break through the encirclement without delay. Stay close to me, Shen Jia whispered, while Lin Ran held tightly onto He Nian's hand. The young security guard trailed closely behind Shen Jia, gripping his long knife with a firm resolve. Shen Jia positioned herself behind her companions and surged forward with determination. With a sudden burst of strength, her arm swung, and the blade gleamed as it sliced through the air, severing the zombie's head from its body with a decisive crack. Shen Jia's form was agile and radiant, slicing, striking, stabbing, and thrusting with her long blade, which in her hands seemed to unite her spirit with the weapon itself. The onlookers behind her were mesmerized, as if witnessing a personal performance by Shen Jia. A young security guard closely followed in her wake, intent on safeguarding her. His eyes, once filled with trepidation, now burned with determination and resolve. No longer timid, he wielded his long knife and firearm with vigor, ultimately seizing the axe from one of Dong Ji's subordinates and delivering a fierce blow to the approaching zombies. The two fought in concert. While the security guard confronted the zombies charging from the front, Shen Jia deftly targeted those emerging from all directions. It was as if the scene had transformed into a battleground for the pair, their coordination surprisingly effective. Dong Gu, with his bleached hair, observed them with a deepening gaze, realizing that this woman was indeed formidable, and the young guard was no ordinary man. "Let us go," he commanded, urging his men to wield their weapons and follow. United in purpose, they quickly navigated through the safe passage to the entrance of the supermarket, only to find that outside, the staggering figures of zombies were plentiful. "Damn it! Where did all these wretched creatures come from?" Dong Gu exclaimed, spitting on the ground in frustration. One of his subordinates, recalling something, turned pale and said, "Dong Gu, when we came through earlier, wasn't there a train car overturned by the tracks? Could have come from there?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jia's gaze darkened, and her expression changed dramatically. If what they said were true, the number of zombies would undoubtedly exceed those visible before them. With the capacity of several thousand passengers on a single train, if all these individuals were to transform into zombies, it would equate to a small-scale horde in an apocalyptic scenario. Furthermore, the current weather was exceedingly conducive to the spread of the zombie virus. Shen Jia shook her head. She needed to hasten her departure with her friends. Given such a quantity, they urgently required a vehicle. With so many people around, it was impossible for them to extract a vehicle directly from their spatial storage. Casting a swift glance around, Shen Jia noticed two trucks parked not far to her left, surrounded by only 5 or 6 zombies. Just as she contemplated going there alone, a piercing scream echoed behind her. "Help me! I'll help!" A zombie had somehow given chase, and it was evident that it had pounced on one of Dong Ji's companions, sinking its teeth into his throat. As blood gushed forth, Shen Jia's brow furrowed. A group of individuals in such close proximity posed significant danger, and the zombies were acutely sensitive to the scent of blood. She thought to herself that it wouldn't be long before this place became a gathering site for the undead. Indeed, the commotion and the scent of blood quickly attracted nearby zombies. In an instant, those contorted figures appeared around them, especially a few large zombies that emitted desperate, ravenous growls as they lumbered toward them. The previously scattered zombies began to converge, with them becoming the focal point of the encirclement. Shen Jia could no longer afford to worry about anything else. She grabbed her best friend, Lin Ran, while He Nian was carried on Lin Ran's back. With her right hand, she seized the small security guard and leaped into the air. "Run quickly!" Shen Jia let out a low shout, pulling several individuals as they leapt onto the top of the truck. The young security guard, astonished by his own sudden elevation, gasped in disbelief at Shen Jia's remarkable talent, only to find his feet landing atop the truck. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies continued to surge toward them. Fortunately, Shen Jia, having survived in this apocalyptic world, remained resilient, though her friend and the young security guard had nearly exhausted their strength by this point. Shen Jia turned around, observing the young security guard, whose forehead was beaded with perspiration, and his hand, wielding the axe, appeared to lack the strength of conviction. Shen Jia shook her head, realizing that if this continued, everyone's stamina would be utterly depleted. Just then, several zombies surged forward, struggling as they lunged towards her. Shen Jia reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping to evade the claws of one zombie, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick that toppled another. In a fluid motion, her long knife plunged fiercely into the neck of yet another adversary. However, unbeknownst to her, a zombie lurked behind, seizing the opportunity to leap towards her back. Shen Jia felt a chilling breeze sweep across her back, causing her heart to skip a beat. Before she could react, a dark claw seized her arm, gripping it with such ferocity that it felt as though her bones might shatter. Observing this, Hinyan suddenly erupted with a powerful cry, and a flash of blue light illuminated the sky. Her hands shimmered with a gentle azure hue, enveloped by a wave of coolness. A smile finally graced Shen Jia's lips, for it appeared that Nian's extraordinary ability was of the water element. With her eyes gleaming with blue radiance, Hinyan elegantly waved her hand, summoning a towering column of water that surged forth from an unseen source, sweeping away the horde of zombies in a magnificent display of force. Shen Jia rose to her feet, realizing that their small squad battling the zombies was about to welcome another member. Nian you. Lin Ran was evidently astonished by Hinyan, who stood beside her, transformed from the girl she once knew into a strikingly different figure. While surprise filled her heart, a greater sense of joy emerged. Look, Chapter 62. Hatred for betrayal. In Hinyan's hand, an ice crystal blue longbow materialized. With a gentle tug, she loosed an arrow, its crystalline tip soaring directly toward a zombie's skull. The relentless tide of zombies seemed less daunting to Shen Jia, buoyed by Nian's extraordinary ability to manipulate water. A technological firearm appeared in the hands of the young security guard, his gaze toward Shen Jia tinged with astonishment. She nodded slightly, indicating that he could discard the iron hammer he held. The guard complied, yet was unprepared for the sudden attention drawn by the gunfire aimed at the zombies. Upon witnessing the firearms in their possession and the decisive blue-haired Hinyan, Huang Mao Dongji's eyes sparkled with avarice. The zombies before them were indeed an endless challenge. But if he could possess these women, would he need to fear the undead any longer? Stealthily, Huang Mao Donggu exchanged glances with his two subordinates, who, while wielding their blades against the zombies, edged closer to Shen Jia's position. At this moment, Shen Jia remained completely oblivious, believing that as they converged towards her, they understood her intent to break free together. She beckoned her friends to swiftly approach one of the small trucks. Smashed the rear window. Shen Jia raised her hand and delivered a fierce strike with her dagger, cleaving a zombie in two. The young security guard used his elbow to shatter a hole in the car window, while simultaneously, Donggu and his group rushed towards another small truck. Just then, Donggu, who had appeared behind Shen Jia without her notice, suddenly swung the iron rod in his hand, aiming a vicious blow at her head. However, in the next instant, Shen Jia's figure vanished. With a resounding thud, the iron rod lost its target and struck the car door, denting the metal significantly. Dongji's heart skipped a beat at the sharp sound, his expression frozen in disbelief. Where had she gone? The woman who had been right before him just moments ago? Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A chilling cry escaped Dongji's lips, mingled with the sound of the iron rod clattering to the ground. With a face full of terror, he gazed at Shen Jia, marveling at the uncanny appearance of the woman who had inexplicably disappeared only to reappear and shoot through his arm. Shen Jia gazed at him with an expression of indifference, shaking her head. This is the essence of humanity in the apocalypse. In one fleeting moment, they may collaborate. In the next, they could be plotting your demise. Her attention had been solely focused on the relentless swarm of zombies surrounding them, and she had never anticipated the treachery of Dongji's faction, nor could she have imagined he would attempt to strike from behind. Had she not caught a glimpse of his reflection through the car window, just in time, She might have already met her end. Please, please, do not kill me, Dong Gu lamented, clutching his arm in anguish, as the woman before him appeared far more terrifying than the undead. He stumbled backward, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Heroine, this is a misunderstanding. I merely wish for you to accompany us. Shen Jia did not wish to listen to his ramblings. A bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of her lips. Throughout her life, she had despised betrayal more than anything else. Since this yellow-haired fool had shown no mercy, she too would not easily let him off the hook. Shen Jia lifted her gaze to the relentless swarm of zombies encroaching from all directions, and a cunning plan formed in her mind. She raised her weapon, aiming at the location of his heart, and smiled. In this apocalyptic world, it was far more tormenting to render a person's existence worse than death than to simply end their life. With a mocking grin, Shen Jia reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall not kill you." Immediately afterward, she pulled the trigger twice, the bullets piercing swiftly into the kneecaps of the man known as Dong Gu. His anguished cries echoed as he collapsed to the ground, his pant legs rapidly soaked in crimson. The surrounding zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, clamored eagerly toward them, while Dong Gu was engulfed in a painful blend of fear and despair, rendered utterly immobile in his current state. Shen Jia's lips curled into a smile. She turned away, disregarding everything else, and swiftly opened the car door to climb inside. Shen Jia had no intention of offering any explanation. She simply pried open the protective cover beneath the steering wheel, forcibly extracted 3 wires, connected 2 power lines, and touched the ignition with a live wire, causing the vehicle to roar back to life in no time. This skill was second nature to Shen Jia from her previous life, and now she executed it with effortless finesse. In the astonished gazes of her companions, she successfully restarted the broken-down truck. A woman capable of driving a Ferrari was undoubtedly also adept at maneuvering a large truck. That was Shen Jia. Yan and Lin Ran watched their earnest friend in front of them, unable to suppress their admiration. Jia, has anyone ever told you how incredibly cool you are? Jia, I truly admire you. Shen Jia remained silent, yet the smile at the corner of her lips betrayed her emotions. With both hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, she pressed down on the accelerator. A gentle application of force sent several zombies crashing beneath the tires. The vehicle jolted momentarily, leaving a grim trail of shattered bones and putrid flesh in its wake. Another truck roared to life, and upon witnessing their leader on the ground, having failed to fend off the zombies, the 2 underlings aboard exchanged anxious glances. With an ever-growing horde surrounding them, they dared not linger any longer and hastily followed suit towards the exit. The truck sped forward as Shen Jia pressed the gas pedal with determination, mowing down the advancing zombies beneath the vehicle. Only after they had distanced themselves from the supermarket and merged onto the city streets did Shen Jia finally exhale. The tension that had gripped her throughout the ordeal began to ease, and she glanced back at her friends, reassured to see them in good spirits. Turning her gaze, she observed the young security guard, who appeared utterly exhausted, slumped in his seat, lost in a daze. Shen Jia extended a hand into his backpack and retrieved a bottle of water, offering it to him. "Oh no. Thank you. I have." The young security guard quickly waved his hand, but when he patted his back, his expression suddenly changed. He recalled that when he set out, his backpack was brimming with supplies he had meticulously planned to stockpile. What to do now? He was utterly unaware of when he had misplaced it. This was a predicament. Shen Jia gazed at his expression, one of silent despair, and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Men could indeed be troublesome. She tossed the bottle of mineral water into her lap, removed her hat and mask, then rested her hand on the steering wheel as she opened the bottle, rinsing her mouth before taking hearty sips. Shen Jia was sipping water while contemplating how to rid herself of this little tale. Chapter 63. Did I accidentally pick up a big shot? Where are we going? The timid security guard beside her inquired, trembling slightly. Shen Jia tilted her head, gazing at him with curiosity. That question should be posed to you. Where are you headed? The security guard, taken aback by her sudden query, paused for a moment, only to quickly grasp her implication. Please don't send me away. I can protect you. Shen Jia furrowed her brow. Although the young security guard was not lacking in intelligence, she had no intention of incorporating a man into her apocalyptic plans. After some contemplation, she recalled that the guard had, in a sense, saved her life. Perhaps it would be best to escort him to his family. After all, he was still a normal person at this moment, and reuniting him with his loved ones while he retained his humanity could be her way of repaying his act of salvation. "Do you have any relatives or friends?" she inquired. The young guard shook his head and hesitated for a while before responding, My parents passed away early, and I grew up with my grandparents. Eventually, they too departed, and my uncle, seeing how difficult things were for me, brought me to the city to work as a security guard, but he is gone now. He has turned into one of those zombies. This was quite reminiscent of her own situation, Shen Jia thought. No, she admonished herself. Feeling sympathy for a man could spell disaster for a woman. Is there someone you care about or wish to protect? She pressed on. If you do, I could ensure your safe passage to them. The young guard looked at Shen Jia in surprise. He had not anticipated her meaning. Noticing his silence, Shen Jia drove aimlessly for another 10 minutes in the truck. It was now around 3 or 4 in the morning, the world shrouded in a hazy mist. An oppressive atmosphere rendering it difficult to breathe. On the roads, distorted and staggering figures were visible everywhere, and Shen Jia shook her head. This was the apocalypse. Fear, zombies, viruses, natural disasters, extreme cold. The entire world was saturated with blood and screams, and this was merely the beginning. At that moment, the young guard suddenly turned to Shen Jia, his expression tense. May I accompany you?" Shen Jia raised an eyebrow and instinctively rejected the idea amidst the camaraderie of the two girlfriends, abruptly halting her words. Jia, with both Nian and me voting. The minority must yield to the majority. You have no right to refuse, Lin Ran teased. Fully aware that Shen Jia harbored a unique sentiment towards the young security guard before them. Moreover, it was evident that they indeed required a man to assist with the laborious tasks at hand. Shen Jia gazed ahead, contemplating the challenges of traversing a post-apocalyptic world. It was evident that their small group of girls could not survive solely on their own. This was precisely why she had previously distributed numerous business cards. Their team needed to expand, and thus, recruiting new members was imperative. However, the prerequisite for such recruitment was that the newcomers must be formidable rather than burdensome. The young security guard, sensing her hesitation, grew increasingly anxious, his voice trembling slightly as he implored, "I won't be a burden. I can fight those zombies. I can scavenge for food and water, and I can assist you all. Just tell me what to do, and I will do it. Please, take me with you." "What did you just call me?" Shen Jia was taken aback by his address, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him, ultimately deciding to halt the vehicle by the roadside. Boss, the young guard stammered, startled by Shen Jia's formidable aura. Who said women were less intimidating than men? This woman before him possessed a commanding presence far surpassing that of any man he had encountered in his 20 years of life. "You say you will do whatever I ask?" Shen Jia mused, stroking her chin. It sounded rather appealing. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and with a sly smile, she inquired, "What if I were to ask you to kill someone? Would you dare?" The young guard was evidently taken aback by her unexpected query, his eyes widening in shock. After a moment of contemplation, he adopted a resolute expression, declaring, "If they're no longer human and they deserve to die, then yes, I would dare." Shen Jia smirked, recalling a recent encounter. "Just now that thug attempted to strike me with a metal rod. Do you think he deserved to die?" The young guard quickly grasped the situation. It became clear that Shen Jia had fired her weapon because of that very thug, and he realized the imminent danger they had faced. Thankfully, his boss was unscathed. The thug must have intended to inflict serious harm. Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously, affirming, he deserved it. Possessing a discernible sense of right and wrong was indeed commendable, particularly in a world where self-preservation was paramount. "I am Shen Jia. The one with blue hair is He Nian, and the red-haired one is Lin Ran. Hey, can we at least introduce ourselves properly in front of this handsome guy?" The two girls complained light-heartedly, yet they felt a sense of relief for the young guard. By introducing themselves, Shen Jia had effectively acknowledged his request. "I understand, boss," the young guard exclaimed, grinning broadly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He truly was like a playful puppy, utterly adorable. Shen Jia found the address of boss quite fitting, and she nodded. "What is your name?" The overlooked best friends expressed their displeasure, feeling that this fellow prioritized handsome men over friendships. "I'm Bai Mu," the young security guard said with a cheerful smile. Bai Mu. Upon hearing that name, Shen Jia couldn't help but feel astonished. She raised an eyebrow and scrutinized him closely. In her previous life, she had also encountered a supernatural being named Bai Mu. He possessed a unique affinity for the mutated wood element and was regarded as one of the most formidable abilities within the organization. Shen Jia had once embarked on a mission alongside him, witnessing firsthand the manipulation of mutated plants in their battle against the ravenous zombies. Upon closer inspection, she realized the striking resemblance in his facial features. What should she do? It seemed that, quite inadvertently, she had stumbled upon someone formidable. As Shen Jia was lost in thought, she had clearly neglected the fact that the truck parked by the roadside could easily become a target for the undead. Just as she was pondering, a grotesque face suddenly appeared at her window, startling her to the core. Alarmed, she swiftly started the vehicle, pressing the accelerator and violently shaking the zombie off. How was she to inform him about the matter of the spatial jade bracelet? As Shen Jia contemplated this, Yin and Lin Ran abruptly interjected, Jia, we might be in trouble. Xiang could be in danger." At that moment, Shen Jia was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind their words. As she turned her head to gaze at them, she was startled to see that the skylight had been pried open by a sharp claw, though she could not recall when it had happened. Shen Jia's gaze turned icy. Before she could act, she witnessed the young security guard brandishing a long knife, striking at the claws of the zombie. Ran, Yin, speak quickly. What has happened to Xiang? Chapter 64. The spiritual spring can cure zombies. It turned out that when Shen Jia retreated into the space, she inadvertently brought a zombie along with her. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiang remained oblivious to the chaos outside, mistaking the fearsome woman before her as merely injured. Shen Jia sensed a disturbance in the energy emanating from the space bracelet, her heart racing with alarm. This is not good. There was no time left to explain to the young security guard. The group closed their eyes, their thoughts coalescing gently, and when they reopened them, they found themselves within the realm of space. Beside the ethereal spring, a woman stood alongside Zhou Xiang. Shen Jia found the woman somewhat familiar, yet she could not immediately recall who she was. Xiang, are you all right? Yin felt a pang of guilt. Had she not insisted on going out to search for Shen Jia and Lin Ran, Zhou Xiang would not have been left alone in that space. Jia, come quickly and see who this is. Shen Jia, accompanied by a bewildered young security guard, approached the spirit spring. The woman's bloodied face emerged before Shen Jia. I remember. You are the new teller. Your name is Chu Ran? The woman nodded excitedly. Moments ago, she had sought refuge in a supermarket, only to be bitten by a zombie. Just as she was on the brink of transformation, Zhou Xiang had splashed her with the spring water. In an instant, clarity returned to her mind, and the wounds on her body were miraculously healed. Gazing at this unfamiliar world and the woman she barely recognized, she was momentarily puzzled as to why someone would save her, until she laid eyes on Shen Jia. Are you Miss Shen Jia? Chu Ran's voice trembled slightly, eliciting surprise from Shen Jia. It was astonishing that she still remembered her after all this time. I saw you earlier, convulsing. I witnessed you using the spring water to heal your wounds. I wondered if this water could also restore her. So I took a scoop and splashed it on her. And then she was healed. Shen Jia was astonished. To think that the spiritual spring possessed such remarkable properties. It could heal viruses and purify zombies? May I inquire as to where this place is? The young security guard could no longer contain his astonishment. He was utterly taken aback. This place felt as though it had been meticulously crafted for the apocalypse, especially with the faint sight of numerous budding shoots emerging from the dark soil nearby. Only then did the group recall the presence of the almost imperceptible young security guard behind them. Seeing his inquisitive expression, Shen Jia decided not to keep him in the dark. After all, this fellow had once referred to her as a superior. This is a space. She pondered how to vividly and effectively convey this concept to him. Lin Ran spoke, likening it to a cheat code in the games that you boys enjoy. The young security guard raised an eyebrow. What? Is there such a thing? His superior is indeed extraordinary. Jia Jia, what should we do now? Let us take a moment to rest. Observing the house half-built, she felt relieved that she had ordered the furniture in advance. Although the space lacked a day-night cycle, having a home always provided a sense of comfort. They needed to work together to complete the construction of the house. And the vegetables and fruits in the black soil required harvesting. However, most importantly, they needed to venture out in search of resources to sustain the energy of their spatial sanctuary. Shen Jia lay upon the soft sofa, lost in thought, until slumber overtook her. Those moments constituted the happiest times of her life. Alas, such joy was fleeting. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically, and amidst the chaos of a collapsing world, Shen Jia could no longer perceive the presence of her beloved grandparents. Surrounding her was an abyss of darkness, and with a jolt, she awoke from her reverie on the sofa. She felt a profound sense of contentment simply for having experienced a beautiful dream. The enticing aroma of food wafted from the small kitchen, prompting Shen Jia to realize her stomach was beginning to grumble. The young security guard had heated several portions of the hot meals they had previously stored, fragrant mushroom curry rice, curry fried rice, and a few other homestyle dishes. Shen Jia gazed at the lavish spread of delicacies adorning the table, her brow slightly furrowed. The impending apocalypse had arrived sooner than anticipated, and she pondered the duration of their trials ahead. There remained countless supplies yet to be gathered. Indulging in such a feast could easily deplete their resources for the future. Observing their leader lost in thought, the young security guard hesitantly inquired, "Boss, did I?" Shen Jia waved her hand, indicating that it was not your fault. It was simply that she had not anticipated the apocalypse would arrive earlier than expected. Shen Jia took a sip of warm milk and noticed Bai Mu standing cautiously. She gestured for him to take a seat. "Go ahead and eat." "Thank you, boss." With her permission, Bai Mu came to life, for he had been ravenous for some time. In her previous life, she had witnessed the most gruesome scenes, even amidst the surrounding dismembered corpses exuding a putrid stench. She could calmly munch on steam buns. Thus, facing such circumstances again hardly affected her. She would eat and drink as needed, for their journey ahead was still long. However, her close friends were not as composed as she was. "Jia Jia, I can't shake the feeling that this food has an odd taste," Lin Ran remarked, pushing her Yangzhou fried rice away. Bai Mu thought it was an issue with his reheating and was about to rise to investigate. But Shen Jia reached out and pulled him back, indicating he should focus on his own meal. Shen Jia coldly raised her gaze to Lin Ran and remarked, "If you cannot consume it, you may choose to never eat again." Lin Ran was taken aback that a single statement could provoke Shen Jia. A sense of grievance and resentment welled up within her. After all, she was a girl too. Did Jia truly wish for them all to be as indifferent as brutes? Shen Jia discerned Lin Ran's thoughts and spoke. "I made it abundantly clear before the apocalypse that we have come to this desolate world for refuge, not for indulgence. If you desire a better life, you may establish your own independence." Shen Jia exudes an aura of quiet authority, particularly when her enchanting peach blossom eyes are cast in a frigid glare. Bai Mu felt that she was more suited for leadership than any man he had ever encountered. Lin Ran was clearly taken aback by Shen Jia's unexpected words, for in her eyes, Shen Jia had always been remarkably indulgent towards her close friends. "Our team is growing ever stronger, and I sincerely hope that everyone can survive." Chapter 65, A Hell on Earth. With that, Shen Jia lifted her gaze to the young security guard Bai Mu, who she assumed would be too disgusted to eat, only to be surprised to find him devouring his food voraciously, bite after bite. Shen Jia curled her lips into a smile. This fellow displayed quite a remarkable adaptability. Chu Ran, evidently, had not comprehended much of the conversation, having even lost her prior memories from outside. She simply gazed at Shen Jia with a beaming expression, exclaiming, "Miss Shen, it is truly wonderful to see you again." Shen Jia nodded, deftly spearing a bun with her chopsticks before placing it into her mouth. The bun was indeed delectable, particularly the delightful combination of fresh meat and fragrant mushrooms. It was tender and not greasy, offering a wonderfully refreshing sensation with each bite. Upon witnessing Bai Mu's manner of eating, Shen Jia's mood improved slightly. Indeed, The most delectable dishes often require only simple preparation. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, a profound sense of fatigue enveloped the group. Bai Mu, in particular, struggled to keep his eyelids from fluttering uncontrollably. Fortunately, the house had already taken shape during the initial construction, prompting her to urge him to rest in the guest room outside. Shen Jia briefly recounted the situation outside to Zhou, Xiang, and Chu Ran, allowing them to prepare themselves mentally. Upon hearing about the zombies, Zhou, Xiang spoke up, Jia, can't we use the spiritual spring water to save these zombies? Save? Shen replied with a cold scoff. In this apocalyptic world, the last thing we need is human kindness. By 6 a.m, the sky outside was already bright. Through the spatial barrier, the weather appeared quite peculiar. Despite it being November, the sun shone brilliantly in the sky. She could almost smell the stench of decaying bodies wafting through the air. Shaking her head, she wondered when the extreme weather storms would finally cease. She utilized her spatial jade bracelet to observe the external conditions. Faced with the grotesque and twisted forms of zombies, there were burly men abandoning their families to flee alone, men who pushed their girlfriends into the hoard to save themselves, and sisters who, in their attempts to protect their younger brothers, found themselves ensnared in treachery. So many tales unfolded. This is the essence of humanity. Shen Jia, through the ethereal jade bracelet, sensed every street beyond her view. The scene was one of utter devastation, with no survivors in sight. A constant murmur of lamentation filled the air, intertwined with the grotesque sight of zombies rising to their feet. In the span of merely 2 days, the once vibrant and beautiful city had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, transforming the entire world into a hellish nightmare. The blood-red hue that blanketed the surroundings was more intense than the twilight glow on the horizon. Although Shen Jia had long been accustomed to such horrors in her previous life, her heart felt burdened in this moment. An inexplicable sorrow unfurled within her, leaving her somewhat powerless and momentarily at a loss for words. It was not that she lacked compassion. Rather, she understood the futility of her ability to effect change. Shen Jia's jade bracelet caught her attention as the sound of gunfire echoed in the distance. It turned out that a conflict had erupted between the military and the crowd over supplies. Shen Jia shook her head, aware that such loud noises would only attract more zombies. Observing the soldiers stationed at the warehouse entrance falter under pressure, she let out a resigned sigh. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a familiar sight, the Zhang family's silhouettes appearing within her line of vision. In her previous life, she had fled to the safe zone alongside them. However, they soon realized that without military support, the meager provisions they had stored were insufficient to sustain them. Just as Shen Jia feared being abandoned by this family, it was Xie Xiaorong who firmly grasped her hand and reassured her, "Child, do not be afraid." They were perhaps the few glimmers of hope in her recollections of the apocalyptic past. Yet ultimately, they had succumbed to the zombies, as Shen Jia could not bear to witness their slow starvation. No, as she watched history threaten to repeat itself, Shen Jia resolved to assist this family once more. Shen Jia rummaged through the storage box and found some provisions and water. Although it would not sustain them for long, it was sufficient to ensure their safe departure from this place. With a mere thought, Shen Jia materialized within the vehicle of the CF family. They stood there, brandishing wooden sticks, gazing at the relentless tide of approaching zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Jia unsheathed her long blade from her waist, while a silenced pistol materialized in her hand. Utilizing the strength of her right leg, she executed a graceful aerial spin, her long knife slicing through the throats of the surrounding undead like a flowing ribbon. The CF family was left astonished, unable to fathom that this slender young girl possessed such formidable prowess. After dispatching the zombies encircling them, Shen Jia leapt from the vehicle to inspect the car door. Upon confirming that she was not one of the undead, Xie Xiaorong opened the door and swiftly pulled her inside. "Little girl, you truly possess remarkable courage. There were so many zombies just now." Shen Jia shook her head, retrieving the prepared provisions and resources from her backpack and placing them into their hands. "Follow this path ahead. You can take the mountain trail to City H, where it remains relatively safe for the time being." The family of 3 listened to Shen Jia with bewilderment, momentarily uncertain whether the young girl's words bore truth or falsehood. Xie Xiaorong's husband exhibited a pronounced sense of wariness. Inquiring, "Who are you? Why are you sharing this information with us?" Shen Jia smiled softly, "For you had once saved me." Without the courage and ability to combat the zombies, even if Shen Jia had chosen to keep them, it would have led to certain doom. At present, their best course of action was to flee to a safer haven. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they parted ways. Shen Jia turned to gaze at the retreating vehicles, her heart overwhelmed with myriad emotions. Standing atop the high-rise, she surveyed the city below. The cacophony of honking cars filled the air, while the streets were teeming with vehicles hastily fleeing the urban confines. Reckless driving and rear-end collisions were rampant, and the once observed traffic order had dissipated, leaving everyone ensnared in this chaotic predicament. She witnessed an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, desperately fighting to secure a fleeting chance of escape for his beloved companion. A mother clung tightly to her child, now lifeless, her embrace stained with blood, and a man, resolute in his determination, audibly lured the undead to protect his family. Shen Jia shook her head, wishing she were stronger. "Boss," the young security guard by Mu, had appeared at her side unbeknownst to her, causing Shen Jia to startle. "What are you doing here? I have been following you since you left." Bai Mu replied cautiously, his eyes sparkling with sincerity. "I promised to protect you." Suddenly recalling something, the young guard looked earnestly at Shen Jia. She smiled, the wind lifting her long hair, and Bai Mu thought she looked extraordinarily beautiful at that moment. "Thank you for protecting me. If only I could safeguard everyone." Bai Mu stared at her, a peculiar sensation blossoming in his heart. Chapter 66. Mutated zombies. Shen Jia and the young security guard stood atop a towering edifice, gazing down at the ravaged cityscape before them. A sudden wave of fatigue washed over her as she surveyed the desolation. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, a staggering zombie had materialized behind them. The creature was unmistakably drawn by the scent of the living, and with an insatiable hunger, it lunged forward. The arduous climb had depleted its strength, and now it desperately sought to replenish its dwindling energy. Shen Jia sensed the impending danger behind her and swiftly pulled the young security guard aside, narrowly evading the creature's lethal claws. In a fluid motion, she drew a long knife from her waist, while Bai Mu, the young security guard, felt a heavy silence settle over him. Standing on the 32nd floor of the towering building, both understood without words the dire implications of a zombie having managed to ascend to their height. With a swift sweep of his long knife, Shen Jia plunged it fiercely into the creature's eye socket, instantly causing a splatter of putrid blood, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Shen Jia's movements were swift and graceful, as if a lady elegantly twirling her flowing sleeves. In the blink of an eye, she dispatched the nearby zombie with a few deft strokes of her blade. A sense of unease washed over them as they stood at the edge of the tall building, gazing downward. There, a relentless tide of zombies was ascending towards the rooftop. This was dire. The creatures had caught the scent of her presence. "Ah!" Shen Jia turned her head and beheld a zombie lunging towards the nearby young security guard. Its agile movements were a stark contrast to the typical rigidity of other zombies, perhaps explaining the successful ambush. They had underestimated their foe. As the creature's deadly claws were mere moments away from the guard's face, Shen Jia, with remarkable swiftness, drew her knife and plunged it forcefully into the zombie's eyes, simultaneously tearing it apart and delivering a powerful kick that sent it sprawling to the ground. Shen Jia's heart raced with alarm. Although she had previously encountered mutated zombies in her quest to find Lin Ran, the mutated creature before her displayed an unmistakable level of accelerated evolution. They were distinctly different from ordinary beings. An unrelenting horde of zombies surged towards them, prompting Shen Jia to issue a stern warning to remain vigilant, for they were all mutated zombies. These creatures were acutely aware of humanity's vulnerabilities. One must not be entranced. Their weakness lay in their eyes. Unlike their lesser counterparts, mutated zombies possessed remarkable speed and heightened sensory perception. To effectively eliminate them, one must first sever their connection to the external world, for once their gaze met that of a human, they would respond as if receiving a signal and launch an attack. Their sense of purpose and capacity for destruction were significantly amplified, rendering mutated zombies particularly formidable adversaries. Shen Jia swiftly advanced, driving her blade forcefully into the neck of the staggering zombie. The young security guard stood momentarily stunned, bewildered by the uncanny resemblance to a video game, where the adversaries seemed to evolve on their own. A mutated zombie, attempting to flee, found its escape blocked by Shen Jia, who boldly faced it with her piercing phoenix eyes. The zombie, unaccustomed to such defiance, opened its gaping maw to roar at her. Shen Jia, with a playful smirk, relished the reaction she provoked. Before her stood a towering zombie, its pale eyes glinting with malice, as it lunged at her with its razor-sharp claws. In a graceful leap, Shen Jia propelled herself upward, her right leg springing off her left. "Look at your feet," she taunted. The zombie, seemingly compelled by her words, glanced down, only to realize too late that it had been lured into the air by her cunning maneuver. Before it could comprehend how she had vaulted to the rooftop of a nearby building, it plummeted downwards. Unlike the initially infected zombies, the mutated ones exhibited agility and swiftness that often surpassed that of ordinary humans. Yet, Shen Jia remained unfazed. For the greatest distinction between humans and zombies lay in the fact that at least humans possessed a brain. Another colossal zombie emerged, and with a swift sweep of her blade, Shen Jia severed its foul, dark arm in an instant. The zombie, devoid of pain, staggered but continued to swing its remaining claw in an attempt to seize her. With remarkable reflexes, Shen Jia evaded its dismembered limb and circled behind it, thrusting her blade with precision into its most vulnerable neck. With a resounding thud, the blade penetrated, and the zombie trembled before collapsing to the ground as Shen Jia withdrew her weapon. "Are you all right?" Shen Jia inquired, turning to the young security guard. "I'm fine," he replied, clearly taken aback by the notion of evolving zombies. Panting, he shook his head, his legs trembling as he sank to the ground, his face ashen. Shen Jia raised her gaze to observe him. They had completely transformed into the undead. These mutated zombies, classified as first-level zombies, had evolved from their primary counterparts, each possessing a crystal of death within their skulls. Shen Jia swung his long knife, cleaving through the skull of the zombie. The blade stirred slightly, and indeed, it extracted a crystal from the corpse. This crystal was markedly different from those they had previously discovered. It appeared to be enveloped in a misty white haze, resembling a piece of agate. The first-level zombies exhibited agility comparable to that of a normal human, and they were even more swift and ferocious. Shen Jia remarked that such zombies would only proliferate, and as their evolutionary levels escalated, they would become increasingly formidable adversaries. The young security guard felt a chill run down his spine. The exhilaration of finding the crystal was entirely washed away by this grim revelation. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. The rapid evolution of the zombies was undoubtedly a cruel blow to their already harsh existence, and his own abilities remained stagnant. The two swiftly descended from the rooftop. Strangely, in the short span of 40 to 50 meters, a considerable number of zombies emerged intermittently. It seemed as though something was drawing them forth. Shen Jia and the young security guard collaborated seamlessly, effortlessly dispatching both the undead and excavating crystal corpses along their path. Encountering little difficulty, as they turned the corner, they arrived at a fork in the road, only to discover a dense congregation of zombies amassed along the left passage. Shen Jia extended her hand to stop the young security guard and quietly slipped into the corner. She had initially planned to gather more corpse crystals with him while honing his skills, but she had not anticipated encountering such a horde of zombies at that moment. "Boss, look over there. There's someone," the young guard by Mu whispered, pointing towards a 3-story shop surrounded by zombies. Just moments ago, he had been lost in thoughts about the mutated zombies, but the sight of a person waving from the window instantly captured his attention. Chapter 67. Collecting corpse crystals while rescuing others. As Shen Jia observed, indeed, several silhouettes were swaying against the second-rate glass window, while below, a veritable horde of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, gathered densely, instilling a sense of dread. A few agile zombies had already begun to relentlessly batter against the iron door. Without a doubt, Shen Jia recognized that these were not ordinary zombies. They were mutated beings. "Boss, should we go rescue them?" the young security guard inquired, still clinging to his benevolence. Shen Jia shook her head, understanding that compassion and foolish kindness were the most futile attributes in a post-apocalyptic world. The shop's entrance was crafted from tempered glass, and the external rolling door had already been bent by the incessant assaults of numerous zombies. It was only a matter of time before they breached the threshold. Although Shen Jia could vividly envision that scene, she felt no concern whatsoever. In the month preceding the apocalypse, remnants of goodwill lingered in people's hearts. It was entirely natural for the young security guard to wish to save his fellow humans. Shen Jia was not inclined to concern herself with such matters. Rather, she found herself captivated by the crystallized essence of the mutated zombies. The energy contained within the crystals of first-tier zombies far surpassed that of their lower-tier counterparts. As the number of mutated zombies continued to rise, she believed that stockpiling a greater quantity of these crystals would alleviate her fears of depleting the energy within her spatial jade bracelet. Shen Jia glanced around and noticed a bathhouse not far behind them. The entrance was intact, suggesting it had not been visited by anyone. It seemed like a rather suitable refuge. She pondered for a moment. It was not particularly difficult to slay zombies and rescue a few individuals in passing. The primary concern, however, was the presence of a companion. She had to worry about his safety in times of peril. If she ventured forth alone, she could extricate herself from any situation more easily. "You can't possibly handle so many zombies alone. Let me accompany you." "I am quite capable." The young security guard expressed his unease, clearly unsettled by the notion of a girl needing to protect a boy. "No need. Your staying here is already a significant help to me," Shen Jia replied coldly, handing him a walkie-talkie and earpiece from her bag. "Rest assured." With the sight of the zombies ahead widening the gap between the bars, Shen Jia wasted no time and swiftly maneuvered into action. She stealthily circled behind the newsstand across from the shop. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, she propelled herself forward, pushing off forcefully with her feet. Gripping the edge of the eaves, she leveraged her momentum and rapidly ascended to the rooftop. At that moment, the individuals trapped in the building opposite had clearly noticed her presence. A young man leaned out of the window, frantically waving his arms and shouting for help. Shen Jia exerted all her strength on the rock face, casting an exasperated glance at the man beside her. Had he never watched a science fiction film before? Did he not realize that a hysterical scream would attract the zombies? The man's desperate cries had completely captured the attention of the horde below, where a throng of first-tier zombies began to thrash about wildly, their claws flailing. Fortunately, one of the man's companions rushed forward just in time to cover his mouth. What a fool, Shen Jia thought to herself. At last, the crossbar of the rolling shutter door opposite had been torn away, and the zombies began to slam against the tempered glass door within. Now was the moment. Shen Jia swiftly retrieved two small items from her surroundings, two rubber figurines adorned with whimsical cartoon designs. She grasped them in her hands, pressing her thumbs gently, and in an instant, two piercing sounds shattered the stillness of the night. In the next moment, she sprang to her feet, hurling the figurines with all her might to the right. The sound sources traced a perfect arc through the air, landing one after the other on the eaves of a building several hundred meters away. The zombies, drawn by the sharp noise, began to rush eagerly towards the vibrant objects. Shen Jia curled her lips in a faint smile, relieved that she had ordered numerous compact personal alarms during her initial stockpiling. Such high-decibel alarms are the most effective means of diverting zombies. However, this method, Shen Jia rubbed her aching ear, contemplating whether it would be wiser to use just one next time. The cacophony had drawn a significant number of the surrounding zombies, yet a persistent dozen or so continued to relentlessly batter against the door. This was perplexing. Zombies of this tier lacked self-awareness. Such a high decibel level should have captivated their attention. Could it be that something more compelling than sound was luring them within the building? Shen Jia, somewhat perplexed, nimbly dismounted from the newsstand. The alarm's battery reserve was minimal, especially under the incessant blaring of the siren. She estimated that the two small devices could last no more than 15 minutes. 15 minutes, Shen Jia mused, would suffice. She would be able to eliminate the remaining level 1 zombies within that time. At that moment, the 4 individuals hiding on the second floor peered through the window to observe the scene below. They beheld a woman clad in a form-fitting black athletic suit, her face largely obscured by a hat and mask, leaving only her icy, piercing eyes visible. With unwavering courage, she brandished a long knife and charged fearlessly into the throng of approaching zombies. The onlookers above clamped their mouths shut, astonished. It was the first time in a long while that they had witnessed a human daring to confront the undead. Their gaze fixated on the woman, seemingly oblivious to the fact that they themselves were in the most perilous of predicaments. Shen Jia's swift agility, coupled with her lethal precision, transformed the skepticism of those above into unabashed admiration. The onlookers, finding the view through the glass increasingly disconcerting, opened the window, seemingly oblivious to their perilous situation. In no time, over a dozen zombie corpses lay sprawled upon the ground below. Shen Jia lifted her gaze, her striking eyes coldly commanding, "Hurry down." Only then did the others react, hastening down the stairs. Meanwhile, Shen Jia was still engaged with the last 2 first-tier zombies. The distant wails of sirens began to diminish as more zombies were drawn to the commotion. Before her stood a particularly towering and agile mutated zombie. With a deft swing of her long knife, she severed the claws lunging towards her, then plunged her hands directly into the zombie's eyes. The creature's agonized howl caught the attention of another nearby mutated zombie. Quick to respond, Shen Jia rolled to the ground, evading the pincer attack of the 2 zombies, transforming her long knife into 2 short blades. Amidst the chaos, hurried footsteps echoed as a damaged door swung open from within. A zombie that had initially targeted Shen Jia turned its attention towards the newly arrived individuals. The terrified occupants, upon seeing the grotesque figure before them, screamed and fled, their focus distracted. In their panic, one stumbled, falling to the ground before they could utter another cry. Shen Jia let out a cold snort, her disdain palpable, yet her reflexes were remarkably swift. The zombie's claw lunged directly at the man sprawled on the ground. In a split second, Shen Jia dashed forward, wielding her long sword with precision and severing half of its skull. A mixture of yellowish brain matter and foul blood oozed forth, accompanied by a grisly, grayish eyeball that tumbled down. The young man, now fallen to the ground, gazed in horror at the lifeless corpse not even a meter away from him, his face draining of color. Shen Jia finally discerned the individuals within, for people comprising 3 men and 1 woman. Aside from a middle-aged man, the other 2 men appear to be in their early 20s, and the lone girl seemed to be of a similar age. However, as her gaze swept over the girl cowering in the back, a flicker of cold intensity crossed her eyes. The girl was clad in a red and black checkered shirt, the sleeve of her right arm conspicuously stained with bright crimson blood. No wonder the zombies outside were in such a frenzy. It all made sense now. Perhaps due to the aggressive nature of Shen Jia's gaze, the girl's complexion paled, and she instinctively lowered her head to hide behind her companions. Please don't misunderstand. She accidentally cut her hand. It wasn't a zombie bite, the middle-aged man hastily interjected. Shen Jia cast him a cold glance, her voice icy as she warned. If you wish to avoid death, tend to your wounds. With that, she turned on her heel and exited the room. The young security guard instinctively followed her, and she nodded in acknowledgement, both of them slipping into a state of heightened vigilance. It had been clearly stated that she should not accompany them, yet he insisted on doing so. The man who had fallen to the ground rose, spitting on the floor in disdain as he continued. What use is this woman? If she cannot assist, then she nearly jeopardizes our lives. The girl standing behind her companion paled further, her lips quivering as she stammered, I am sorry. The man beside the woman wore a grim expression, wrapping his arm around the girl's shoulders while glaring at the man who had shouted at her. Shen Jia shook her head, for she had no time to indulge in the internal strife of this group. Enough, enough, cease the quarrel, spoke a young man with glasses, exuding an air of scholarly demeanor. Howsy, do make arrangements to tend to your girlfriend's wounds. Ming shall accompany me to offer assistance. Shen Jia raised her hands in a gesture of exasperation towards the young security guard, her voice barely above a whisper. See, this is the person you're trying to save. As she observed the zombies that had just been dispersed, now converging upon them, a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips. Bai Mu, are you ready? The young guard's expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve. I am ready. From behind them, the sounds of an altercation erupted, and with a mere thought, Shen Jia summoned a silenced pistol into her right hand. She aimed it directly at the approaching zombies lurking behind the arguing men, and with a sharp report, the shot rang out. Blood splattered across the men, abruptly silencing their bickering. Shen Jia coldly gazed at them. The louder the noise grew, the more zombies surrounded them. The man was clearly taken aback. What was this? Was the woman before him threatening him? Damn it, you wretched woman. Enough. The deep voice of a middle-aged man interrupted him. What kind of people were these? A stranger was out there fighting for her life, while this group of grown men was bickering amongst themselves as death loomed closer. Those of you who wish to live, follow me. The middle-aged man brandished a machete and approached Shen Jia. She glanced up at him, noting that he possessed a certain audacity. Behind them, a young woman tugged at the sleeve of the man beside her. Brother, you should help too. I can manage my wounds on my own. Are you sure you can handle it? Yes, I can. You should go. She nodded, unwilling to be a burden. With the addition of 2 more individuals aiding her, Shen Jia felt a noticeable alleviation of her burden. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Just as Shen Jia sensed her strength waning, a long arrow and a fiery whip struck down the heads of the encroaching zombies. It was Nian Nian and Ran. Shen Jia raised her gaze, and indeed it was them. A smile of joy graced her lips. She was no longer alone. Jia, little security guard, how have you been? Lin Ran leapt gracefully to Shen Jia's side, having not seen her for quite some time. Both of them had been somewhat anxious and were just about to venture out to search for her when the spatial jade ornament promptly transported them to this very place. Shen Jia smiled. I can still fight. The young guard Bai Mu also wore a joyful grin. I am almost exhausted. The 3 of them burst into hearty laughter, creating an atmosphere so warm that it seemed as if the surrounding dangers had vanished. Suddenly, a level 1 zombie lunged from the left, nearly clawing Shen Jia's arm. Shen Jia turned around and saw the young security guard swiftly dash towards the zombie, plunging his long knife forcefully into its eyes before cleaving it in 2. Shen Jia elegantly arched her beautifully shaped brows, acknowledging, you have saved my life once more. The young guard Bai Mu smiled shyly, replying, Boss, it is only right to save you. All right, the 3 echoed in unison. The sight of several young women united left the trio of men and 1 woman nearby momentarily stunned. Despite being of the same species, how could they exhibit such camaraderie? Suddenly, Shen Jia darted forward, while Lin Ran and He Nian coordinated seamlessly, with the young guard trailing behind Shen Jia to fend off the zombies that lunged unexpectedly. Their synchronization resembled that of seasoned special forces, executing their maneuvers without uttering a single word, yet exuding an unspoken understanding. The middle-aged man tightened his grip on the long knife, feeling a pang of inadequacy as he gazed at the slender figure of the girl before him. Just then, a small truck appeared before them. Quick, get out of the way! The truck sped towards them, crashing through the oncoming zombies, scattering and crushing them beneath its wheels. Shen Jia smiled, realizing that they should have learned to use such formidable vehicles to deal with these zombies long ago. Get in the car. As the doors swung open, 2 armed men emerged. Shen Jia furrowed her brows. Was this not the battle attire of the Lord of the Apocalypse? Chapter 69. The Lord of the Apocalypse. Shen Jia remained silent in the presence of the Doomsday Lord. She lacked a formidable team capable of contending with him. Absorbed in her task, she focused on excavating the corpse crystals from the ground. He Nian and Lin Ran exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by Shen Jia's demeanor. Let us select the corpses that have been zombified for a longer duration. Their remains yield superior crystals, Shen Jia stated earnestly as she rose to face them. The current zombies had only recently begun their evolution, and a thorough search of the bodies would likely yield only a few viable crystals. Meanwhile, those behind her appeared intent on boarding the vehicle of the Doomsday Lord's entourage, and they did not forget to express their gratitude to her before departing. Shen Jia waved her hand dismissively, acknowledging that everyone had their own motives, which hardly constituted any genuine assistance. Upon returning to their space, the group was so fatigued that they hardly felt inclined to speak. Zhou Xiang thoughtfully prepared some delectable dishes for her companions and attentively served them with the nourishing spring water. After devouring her meal, Shen Jia began experimenting with the cultivation of plants using quartz crystals. To her astonishment, she discovered that the liquid extracted from the dissolved crystals could remarkably accelerate plant growth. "Come quickly and see," Shen Jia exclaimed with delight, as the vegetables and fruits in the soil began to blossom before her eyes. Upon hearing her voice, several individuals gathered around, amazed to witness such a spectacle of rampant plant growth in this apocalyptic world. Lin Ran was equally astonished, realizing that the seemingly grotesque zombies possessed such a remarkable ability. Jia, does this mean that as long as we continue to hunt zombies, we can perpetually harvest corpse crystals for our farming? Lin Ran pondered aloud, reflecting on the myriad benefits of slaying zombies. She even contemplated venturing out daily to engage in battles with the zombie brethren. Shen Jia chuckled. "Did you see the individuals who just disembarked from the large truck?" Several nodded in response, while the young security guard nearby stood in stunned silence. The two individuals who had just arrived were subordinates of the Lord of the Apocalypse. The Lord of the Apocalypse. He is the most formidable entity in this post-apocalyptic world. The Lord of the Apocalypse, the one she has dreamt of defeating. This is precisely why Shen Jia felt compelled to prepare supplies in advance with her friends. The Lord of the Apocalypse? That name evokes the image of a final boss in a video game. The young security guard pondered for a moment before speaking. After all, boys often revel in adventure games, where the ultimate challenge culminates in a confrontation with a final boss. He could not ascertain whether the person mentioned by his superior was indeed the same as he envisioned. It could be interpreted that way. Shen Jia rose to her feet. Therefore, when we venture out to seek corpse crystals, we must strive to remain undetected by the Lord of the Apocalypse's followers. For we can rely on ourselves to survive. There is no need to depend on others or be exploited. Shen Jia pondered for a moment, uncertain whether the two guards who had seen them in the small truck would inform the Lord about their encounter with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. If he were to discover that humanity had begun to awaken such powers, the consequences could be unimaginably dire. After some contemplation, Shen Jia decided that she and her friends would refrain from venturing outside for the time being. No one should leave the confines of their home. She conveyed her thoughts to the group, and her friends nodded in agreement, acknowledging her leadership. After all, for them, Jia was the cornerstone of their camaraderie, possessing unparalleled insight into the intricacies of their post-apocalyptic reality. Jia, I truly believe our daily lives are quite extraordinary. One of her friends mused as they lay on the spacious bed, reflecting on the events of the day. Shen Jia smiled, a wave of profound drowsiness and fatigue enveloping her, and she peacefully succumbed to slumber amidst the gentle murmurs of her companions. After a restful night, when dawn broke the following day, the young security guard was already out in the fields, equipped with tools to gather vegetables. Shen Jia gazed at her friends sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in their games, and was suddenly enveloped by a sense of tranquility that time had bestowed upon them. Jia, you're awake. Yan's voice rang out, casually gesturing toward the sandwiches on the table. These were specially saved for you by Xiang. Do indulge yourself. Shen Jia nodded, relieved that she had constructed a grand villa beside the community according to the housing design model. Although they all resided together, at least they were within sight of one another, which provided a semblance of safety. Shen Jia peered through the spatial jade bracelet, observing the dire situation outside. The circumstances had worsened, as a viral storm swept through, accompanied by the scorching heat of the sun. Numerous zombies outside had begun to undergo mutations, adapting to their harsh environment. Shen Jia shook her head, uncertain about how long this apocalypse would endure. Jia, come and take a look at this. Lin Ran shouted, pointing at a corpse crystal on the table, radiating a purplish-red glow. Shen Jia contemplated for a moment, realizing it must be the unmelting corpse crystal they had left behind yesterday. She approached it, noting that the crystal, which had emitted a faint blue glow just the day before, now radiated a deep crimson light. Shen Jia quickly searched her memories for information about the corpse crystal, certain that she had never encountered such an unusual object in her previous life. She had never come across a corpse crystal capable of self-transformation. Look, in no time, the crystal began to emit a green luminescence, which from Shen Jia's perspective resembled the hue of green jade. This, Shen Jia shook her head, acknowledging that she had never experienced anything quite like this. However, something felt amiss. She sensed that this corpse crystal might actually be a seed. A young security guard, drawn by the commotion, chimed in unexpectedly, capturing everyone's attention. "Look at you, little security guard, with your innocent demeanor. What do you know?" Lin Ran retorted, casting him a disdainful glance. "Actually, I read about such energy crystals in a book. I am quite certain this is unequivocally a seed that requires incubation." Shen Jia raised her gaze earnestly at the young security guard. "Hatching? Seeds? Goodness, is that an egg of zombie? Can zombies even lay eggs?" The group quickly engaged in a brainstorming session, while the young guard, amidst their astonished stares, approached the glowing corpse crystal. With both hands, he placed the crystal into the spiritual spring, and in a mere moment, the scene before them left everyone in awe. Chapter 70. The Gifted One. Please continue updating. Please add to your bookshelf. Thank you, everyone. Before their eyes, the once luminous corpse crystal shattered instantaneously, releasing a surge of immense energy that entered the body of the young guard, Bai Mu. A familiar sensation blossomed in Shen Jia's mind. This scene felt eerily reminiscent. Shen Jia attentively observed the subtle transformations in the young guard Bai Mu, pondering whether the corpse crystal could indeed be his extraordinary ability. A surge of green light erupted from Bai Mu's gaze. Was that Earth affinity? Astonishingly, it appeared that the Earth ability was awakened through the corpse crystal. Jia, has Bai Mu's talent finally awakened? Lin Ran and He Nian were certainly well acquainted with this scene, yet Zhou Xiang was clearly witnessing it for the first time. She expressed a hint of astonishment. Zhou Yu also stood rooted to the spot, taken aback. Shen Jia shook her head, uncertain whether this could truly be classified as the awakening of supernatural abilities, for in the apocalypse, there existed another class of humans. They referred to these individuals as gifted ones. The most significant distinction between gifted ones and those with supernatural powers lies in their consumption of energy crystals. Gifted ones possess innate talents, whereas supernatural abilities require awakening to manifest such gifts. Bai Mu's ability to assimilate corpse crystals into his own body marked him as anything but a mere supernatural being. The energy from corpse crystals ordinarily necessitates transformation through spiritual springs in the surrounding space. Yet this individual astonishingly converts it directly into his own energy. "I feel as though my meridians have been unblocked," Bai Mu exclaimed with excitement. "Wait, do you hear that sound?" A tremendous noise reverberated around them, causing Shen Jia to furrow her brow involuntarily. Could it be the Apocalypse Lord? Impossible. Each of them had disguised themselves and assumed false identities. Those within the space. "Come forth." The energy field surrounding them trembled once more, and Shen Jia, resigned, realized that encountering the forces of the Apocalypse Lord rarely boded well. "What is happening? Has our space been compromised?" Bai Mu inquired, his awareness heightened. Lin Ran and He Nian exchanged worried glances with Shen Jia. For them, their space should have remained hidden from this world. Being discovered rendered the entire situation even more enigmatic. They gazed at Shen Jia in confusion. Shen Jia's brow was furrowed tightly. This impending apocalypse was starkly different from the one she had previously encountered. It seemed we had been detected by the Lord of the Apocalypse. What exactly is the Lord of the Apocalypse? A highly intelligent being that governs the entire end of the world. In truth, I am uncertain whether he can be classified as human. Let us disguise ourselves before venturing out, for our space has already been exposed. Shen Jia donned a black hat and mask, initially intending to lead her friends through the apocalypse in relative peace. However, it now seemed uncertain whether that dream could ever be realized. After a careful disguise, the group emerged outside their sanctuary. They unanimously decided to retain the presence of Zhou Xiang, Zhou Yu, and Chu Ran, three individuals not previously encountered by the army. After all, it was prudent to have a contingency plan should they truly face peril. these women might still have a chance to survive. Before them stood a group clad in apocalyptic battle gear, and Shen Jia could distinctly sense Lin Ran and He Nian preparing for confrontation. She raised her hand to signal them to halt, shook her head, and boldly approached the man at the forefront. These are the corpse crystals we have collected. We hope the Lord does not find them lacking. The leader of the group smirked with a touch of wicked charm, acknowledging her with a semblance of appreciation. We have come to investigate the local populace, having sensed a powerful energy barrier in this vicinity, and sought to inquire further. Shen Jia smiled lightly, stating that they had just utilized corpse crystals to create a safe haven. Perhaps it was the potent energy emitted by the crystals that disturbed everyone present. Therefore, she decided to dismantle the corpse crystals and gift them to those assembled. Upon hearing the mention of corpse crystals, the soldiers were instantly intrigued. Such treasures were invaluable in the apocalypse. With a casual gesture, Shen Jia rummaged through her bag, and soon a pouch brimming with corpse crystals materialized before the soldiers. Examine this and see if there is any energy you require, she offered. He Nian and Lin Ran exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Shen Jia's demeanor. The leading man, however, was evidently less interested in the corpse crystals. His attention was captivated by the striking woman before him. She possessed an alluring figure, and her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with an icy allure in the night. Despite her hat being pulled low and her mask obscuring much of her face, he could palpably sense the formidable aura and energy that radiated from her, something the crystals could not provide. He extended a finger towards Shen Jia, realizing that living beings, rather than lifeless objects, would surely delight the Lord. Presenting this stunning beauty to the Lord might very well secure his own promotion. Before Shen Jia could utter a single word, a security guard brandishing a long knife appeared before the two. "She cannot accompany you," declared the leading soldier, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Shen Jia frowned, contemplating how this individual always seemed to cause trouble. Clearing her throat, she spoke coldly, "Indeed, I cannot accompany you." She lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes intently on the man before her. "Because we still need to cooperate, do we not?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to scrutinize this audacious woman. He had encountered a myriad of women in this apocalyptic world, yet she was the first to negotiate terms with him. Intrigued, he crossed his arms and regarded her with interest. "Then to enlighten me, how shall we cooperate?" It was amusing, having just been captivated by her formidable presence. He had not anticipated that a woman capable of procuring so many corpse crystals would indeed prove to be an excellent ally. At the very least, he was in dire need of those crystals at this moment. "I can provide you with corpse crystals," she stated, "but you must furnish me with information about the Lord of the Apocalypse. I am aware he exists everywhere, yet he is yet to fully materialize, correct?" Shen Jia's words astonished everyone present. Omnipresent? Formless? Could it possibly be a monster? Shen Jia smiled, yet the soldier's face betrayed a flicker of fear. This woman was anything but ordinary. She possessed knowledge of the Doomsday Lord's true form. "Who exactly are you?" The man pondered for a moment, seemingly grappling with a decision, while Shen Jia remained unhurried, observing him with calmness. "Very well." The soldiers trailing behind the man gasped in shock. Is the boss actually contemplating betraying the Lord? Although they had long been unaware of the true nature of the Doomsday Lord, the respect their leader exhibited indicated that he was indeed a formidable figure. The thought of a beautiful woman potentially selling him out was unsettling. Should he discover this betrayal, the consequences would surely be dire. They regarded their leader in astonishment, reluctant to see him make such a foolish choice for the sake of a woman. Yet, it appeared their leader harbored his own intentions. The two clasped hands tightly, and Shen Jia understood. In this game, she had narrowly triumphed. Chapter 71. The Evolving Apocalypse. After a brief conversation with Shen Jia, the man was intrigued by her identity. She smiled gently, declaring, "I am merely an inconspicuous woman." The man shook his head, asserting, "No, you're destined for great things." Shen Jia smiled silently, while Lin Ran, He Nian, and the young security guard seemed to feel as though they were entirely in a different realm from Shen Jia. As the man departed, he left behind a small object that resembled a surveillance camera. He raised his hand toward Shen Jia and said, "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Bo. Shen Jia smiled and greeted, "Hello, I am Shen Jia." And Bo was somewhat taken aback by Shen Jia's self-introduction, and his interest in her intensified momentarily. Once the man departed, Shen Jia turned around, her expression grave as she regarded her close friends. Our space has now become perceptible to others. We must urgently locate the energy crystals to conceal it once more. Yin and Lin ran exchanged puzzled glances. Exposed? Shen Jia nodded. The magnetic field induction in the post-apocalyptic world differs significantly from that of the former reality. Particularly, when the corpse crystals and the jewels from the original world were placed together in the spatial bracelet, it transformed into a colossal vessel capable of containing multiple energy crystals. This, indeed, explains why it was discovered. The others clearly did not comprehend the principles Shen Jia elucidated, yet they placed their trust in her. Jia, where should we search for the requisite energy crystals now? Shen Jia's lips curled into a smile, and she remarked, "This will require our esteemed Bai to assist us." "Are you speaking of me?" the young security guard inquired, utterly bewildered. Shen Jia's previous remarks had left him feeling as if his brain cells were on the verge of combustion. Now, as they mentioned relying on oneself to procure energy crystals, he was at a loss. "It is because you possess an affinity for the wood element. I require the energy crystals from mutated plants." Bai Mu stroked his head, perplexed by why women tend to complicate simple matters with convoluted expressions. "But I am utterly inept." He had no comprehension of the wood element affinity, nor did he grasp the meaning of the term affinity user as mentioned by Shen Jia. Shen Jia raised her hand to her forehead. Jia, could you please turn around and take a look behind you?" As Shen Jia turned, she was confronted by a colossal zombie, its gaping maw twisted in a grotesque snarl, emanating a putrid stench that made her stomach churn. How could such a massive aberration exist? Moreover, it had stealthily appeared behind her. However, the energy crystals embedded within its form appeared to be quite valuable. With a swift leap, Shen Jia gracefully maneuvered behind the creature. The zombie's skin was already festering and decayed, with numerous bizarre organisms sprouting from various parts of its body, complicating matters significantly. Encountering a typical level 1 zombie would have been manageable, but this was a mutated entity, and it was uncertain how many aberrant life forms it harbored. Should she recklessly attempt to eliminate it, the potential for the mutated organisms to absorb energy could lead to unpredictable and perilous consequences. In a post-apocalyptic world, the most lethal threats are those that remain unforeseen. Caution was paramount. As she brandished her long blade, an array of verdant tendrils suddenly sprouted from her being. A smile played at the corners of Shen Jia's lips. This was the true manifestation of a gifted individual unleashing their full potential. The immense zombie posed a challenge that neither water nor fire could resolve effectively. Water would merely facilitate the rapid spread of the virus coursing through its veins, while fire would incinerate its precious energy crystals. At this juncture, only the wood-based abilities of the junior security guard could provide the means to exert control over such a massive mutated zombie. Shen Jia possesses a unique set of methods in her approach to handling matters. Jia, this little security guard with his slender arms and legs. Should we not lend him a hand? Shen Jia shook her head, realizing that some things must be accomplished independently. It was akin to the moment when she first instructed him on how to slay a zombie. Bai Mu appeared taken aback, clearly unaware that after unblocking his meridians, he possessed such capabilities. As he gazed in astonishment at his own hands, the mutated zombie's claws were already swinging towards him. Shen Jia exerted tremendous force with her left leg, and in the blink of an eye, the long blade at her waist was drawn from its sheath. "Quickly, ensnare it with your branches." Shen Jia did not strike at it. Instead, she leaped into the air, using the massive bulk of the mutated zombie to propel herself above its head. As her long blade pierced the creature's dual eyes, it erupted with a tremendous roar. This is not good. Such a commotion will surely attract more mutants. In the blink of an eye, several individuals vanished, and the zombies, seemingly driven mad, surged toward the direction they had just occupied. In the midst of this chaos, a serene tranquility enveloped the space. "We must devise a careful plan," Shen Jia remarked, seated around the grill while savoring a flatbread. Bai Mu, evidently famished, caught her glance, but he waved her off, indicating that he would wait until she was satisfied. Xiang, you must accompany us. Remaining here poses a danger. Indeed, the four of us must stay united. Yes, we can protect you. Do not be afraid. The hands of several girls clasped tightly together. In this place, they could only rely on one another. The young security guard, intimidated by the earnest atmosphere, inquired, "What is happening? Are you all embarking on a journey towards death?" Shen Jia let out a soft chuckle. Yin and Lin glared at him fiercely. "You insufferable straight man, if you can't speak, perhaps you should donate your mouth to those in need. Just eat your cake." Both of them were filled with disdain. This fellow was truly unbearable. Despite the tender atmosphere shared among the sisters, he insisted on shattering the emotions they had cultivated for so long. "All right, please stop scaring them." Shen Jia gently interjected, her heart racing as the most pressing matters remained unresolved. "Jia, what on earth is happening in this apocalypse?" Lin, understanding Shen Jia's character, knew that her previous hoarding of supplies was a preparation for a stable survival through the end times. However, now there were apocalypse lords and mutated zombies. What was more, each of them possessed extraordinary abilities. Along the way, they even encountered adorable, fluffy little beasts. Everything felt exceedingly bizarre, utterly unlike the typical scenes of an apocalypse. In fact, I sense that the apocalypse has evolved. What? The apocalypse has evolved? They exclaimed in unison, and Shen Jia solemnly nodded. The laws of survival and nature apply to all living beings. The same holds true for humanity and the environment. The onset of the apocalypse was not a mere coincidence. Its early arrival was undoubtedly due to humanity's transgressions reaching a critical point. Yet, previously, mutated zombies did not evolve at such an accelerated pace, and those with extraordinary powers were exceedingly rare during the apocalypse. Most crucially, the apocalypse lords did not manifest so swiftly. Yet now, everything had been hastened and had grown significantly more formidable. Shen Jia was momentarily taken aback, further affirming her earlier thoughts. Chapter 72, Evasion of the Zombies. Dear readers, please make sure to read until the end. Have you ever encountered a world that arrives prematurely? The group was rendered speechless. If what Shen Jia had just stated was indeed true, then the apocalyptic scenario they were currently experiencing could very well be a result of human manipulation. This was reminiscent of scenes frequently encountered in science fiction films, where someone alters time, yet claims that time has advanced. The more they pondered, the more they felt an unsettling chill creep over them, while Shen Jia gradually arrived at a conclusion. Could it be that all of this was the handiwork of the Lord of the Apocalypse? Yet, in her previous life, he had clearly been a mere automaton. Could it be he too had arrived ahead of time? Could it be that the close friend before her and everything surrounding her were subject to manipulation by others? Shen Jia gazed blankly at the group, momentarily ensnared in a web of confusion. How was this apocalyptic world so different from what had come before? Jia, what did you mean by that earlier? Shen Jia found herself at a loss for how to explain the chaotic situation to her close friends, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. If the world truly operated as she suspected, they might be ensnared in a cataclysmic cycle of doom. A cycle suggesting that they would be doomed to repeatedly confront this ordeal. Nevertheless, perhaps she was merely being overly vigilant and overthinking the matter. Shaking her head, Shen Jia decided that the priority was to collaborate with her friends to devise a plan. Let's formulate a strategy. She proclaimed, I have reflected upon it, and we must secure the energy crystals from the mutated plants before the impending extreme storm for the extreme storm. In Shen Jia's mind, vivid images of colossal sandstorms and tsunamis emerged. A single event had already caused countless individuals to lose their homes. This extreme tempest, which persisted for a fortnight, seemed insurmountable given their current circumstances. Therefore, in the face of such overwhelming forces, the only recourse was to seek refuge, for in doing so, they could ensure their safety. Shen Jia glanced at the time. According to the calculations based on the impending apocalypse, there were merely 10 days remaining until the storm would arrive. 10 days. For the 6 of them, the remaining 2 would be constructing a safe haven within the confines of their space. That should suffice. Bai Mu, Utilize your extraordinary gift to sense the locations of the nearby mutated flora. After Shen Jia spoke, she approached the Linquan and retrieved the exquisite pearl. She recalled that in her previous life, this object possessed formidable healing properties. When confronting mutated plants, the exquisite pearl might harbor a distinct energy field. In Xiulan Mountain, mutated plants are not merely those that survived in the apocalypse. They're flora altered by the blood or energy fields of mutated zombies, developing unique magnetic fields and energies that render them exceedingly harmful. It seems they must now prepare vehicles and supplies, as the treacherous 18 bends of the mountain road await them. We must venture out to procure a vehicle, specifically a 3-room caravan, within the next couple of days, for their destination lies quite far from here. Bai Mu, take a moment to rest before setting off with me to find a vehicle. The young security guard, still basking in the satisfaction of a hearty meal, was swiftly brought back to the reality of his duties by Shen Jia's command. "Yes, boss," he replied obediently. That was all that was needed. Shen Jia recalled the supermarket's cold storage she had visited previously, where large trucks were present. As long as they could navigate through various obstacles to reach the vicinity of the truck, they could adapt the vehicle for their needs. "Are you afraid?" Shen Jia was adjusting the newly acquired survival vest, a creation she had recently enhanced with energy crystals, designed to better protect against the mutated zombies lurking outside. The young security guard, Bai Mu, took the vest from his leader's hands and shook his head. He remembered his original intention, to safeguard her. This was the very reason he had joined her team. "What is our mission for this outing, leader?" Bai Mu clearly had not paid attention to Shen Jia's earlier explanation. She smiled wryly. "We need to go find a vehicle." "Find a vehicle?" Shen Jia nodded. "Are we not going to Gunung Snow?" Bai Mu believed that with his current abilities, accompanying Shen Jia to Gunung Snow posed no difficulties. "Let us first find a vehicle. We shall go together afterward." Shen Jia's rare display of tenderness caught Yin and Lin Ran's attention, and they gazed at her with curiosity. "Jia, I've noticed a change in you." "Changed?" Shen Jia tilted her head. "What has changed? Am I more beautiful?" "It's your attitude towards him." The two exchanged playful banter, causing Shen Jia's cheeks to flush. "Are you all still making jokes at my expense?" Laughter erupted among them, dispelling the previously somber atmosphere. "Remember, our mission this time is to find a vehicle, not to rescue anyone." As the mention of rescue lingered in the air, Shen Jia's gaze darkened. Bai Mu nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves at the entrance of a supermarket. Despite having faced various circumstances during the apocalypse, Shen Jia still felt a jolt of surprise. This, Shen Jia pondered for a moment, recalling that there had indeed been numerous individuals present when they departed. The image of those people, driven by their greed for resources, ultimately attracting zombies and succumbing to their own demise, caused her brow to furrow slightly. If humanity were to face annihilation, it would be at the hands of its own kind. "Be cautious. This is for you." Shen Jia tossed a rubber keychain alarm bell towards him. The young security guard gazed at her in confusion, wondering if it was truly appropriate for her to be making jokes in such a dire situation. Shen Jia felt a sense of helplessness. She pondered what on earth this fellow was thinking. She remarked, "This is an alarm. It can attract the attention of zombies." Bai Mu chuckled to himself, thinking, "Boss, I actually do not require this contraption at all." The zombies, engrossed in their feast, suddenly sensed the two of them and abruptly raised their heads. Before them stood these ghastly creatures, their bodies smeared with viscous blood, their gaping maws revealing sharp, menacing teeth. Mischievously, Bai Mu made a face at them, while Shen Jia merely shook her head. In that fleeting moment as he diverted the zombies, Shen Jia caught sight of a relatively intact large truck. However, she wondered whether there were any zombified humans aboard the vehicle. Shen Jia extracted a rubber doll from her backpack. Rising to her feet, she swiftly retreated into the shadows. Numerous luminous rubber dolls scattered across the rooftops like fireworks. The foolish zombies appear to be pondering which direction to follow the sounds. A smile graced Shen Jia's lips as she thought, "You silly creatures. This is the grand gift I have prepared for you." A sweeping robot, adorned with an array of rubber dolls, came to life as she pressed the activation button, unleashing a cacophony of sounds. Shen Jia pondered for a moment and decided to commence with a gentle and romantic prelude. She pressed the play button on her mechanical watch, and the young security guard stared in astonishment at the woman on the rooftop, laughing with abandon. Suddenly, a familiar melody filled her ears. Sweet, sweet. Your smile is so sweet. Bai Mu found himself utterly at a loss. Boss, even my mother doesn't listen to this song anymore. Chapter 73. The mutant rabbit Shen Jia toyed with the zombies for a moment before finally recalling the matter at hand that had prompted their venture outside. Boss, do we still require a vehicle? Shen Jia cast a disdainful glance at the young security guard, questioning his intentions, wondering why she felt as though he was mocking her. Bai Mu repeatedly waved his hands in a gesture of surrender, exclaiming, Boss, I would never dare. Shen Jia gazed thoughtfully at the horde of zombies surrounding the truck. It would be manageable if there were only a few zombies nearby. However, the multitude encircling the vehicle clearly exceeded 30. Not to mention the potential presence of first-level and super-mutated zombies within. Boss, with so many zombies, are you certain we should engage them one-on-one? Shen Jia cast an exasperated glance. Engaging in a one-on-one confrontation under such circumstances, was it a recipe for disaster? With so many adversaries, a different strategy was imperative. A duel was no longer feasible. It seemed that only one alternative remained. Suddenly, Shen Jia raised her hand to the air, and, in the blink of an eye, a myriad of fluffy little rabbits materialized around the two of them. Shen Jia's ears turned slightly crimson, and she felt a fleeting sense of embarrassment. The young security guard gazed in astonishment at the plethora of plush rabbits before him, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Boss, what is this? Shen Jia blushed and nodded. These were the mutated rabbits she had once nurtured. Indeed, they belonged to her previous life. Moments ago, she had conceived a brilliant idea. Yet she was uncertain whether the mutated rabbits she had cared for in her past existence were still around. Thus, she whistled, and to her astonishment, they all came rushing to her. Bai Mu was taken aback by the sheer number of adorable rabbits with their bright red eyes. He was not only astonished by the vast rabbit army, but also by Shen Jia's transformation from her previous persona. In his mind, she had always been a resolute and decisive woman of strength. Yet now, it appeared that these rabbits, exceeding even the number of zombies, were all her beloved pets. Shen Jia offered an awkward smile, saying, please don't let this matter slip out. Bai Mu wore a mischievous grin, clearly amused by his superior's unexpected concern for image. The rabbits can assist us in combating the zombies. These rabbits have been nourished by my blood. The scent of human blood on them is a favorite among the undead. Bai Mu nodded thoughtfully, then looked up in surprise. What? These rabbits were raised on your blood? Goodness, I've encountered absurdity before, but this is something else entirely. Yet, he remained perplexed, wondering if these little rabbits could truly contend with the horde of zombies outside. Shen Jia clearly perceived the doubts swirling in his heart. The mutated rabbits, though diminutive in size, possess remarkable reproductive capabilities. The reason zombies attack humans lies in the presence of the apocalyptic virus within them. During a previous mission, I unexpectedly discovered that these rabbits have the ability to neutralize the virus. I have kept them in captivity, nourishing them with my blood. Not only have they grown affectionate towards me, but they can also assist in combating the zombies. Bai Mu listened in stunned silence, pondering the implication of the leader's words. Could these tiny creatures truly counteract the zombies? He let out a resigned chuckle, incredulous at the notion. Who would believe such a thing? Certainly, he did not. Shen Jia speculated that he surely did not believe her. She bit her middle finger, offering a few drops of blood to several of the little rabbits. Sensing the scent of their master, the rabbits' crimson eyes sparkled with excitement. Alongside the exhilaration of the rabbits, there were also the zombies drawn by the alluring aroma of human blood. Shen Jia casually fed a little rabbit, and all the rabbits, as if receiving a command, rushed towards the zombies. Bai Mu gazed in astonishment at the chaotic scene before him, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. It turned out that his leader possessed such remarkable abilities. Shen Jia pulled him along and leaped to a higher vantage point. The chaos below was overwhelming, and it was prudent for the two of them to remain concealed. Boss, when did you acquire such remarkable skills? Bai Mu found Shen Jia increasingly intriguing. As he turned to gaze at her perfect profile, he noticed a faint blush on her ear. I bet you're curious, aren't you? Did my boss learn some arcane art? It's as if she can read my thoughts. He pondered why, despite merely feeding a single rabbit, all the rabbits would charge at the zombies. How could these rabbits possibly triumph over the towering undead? A smile danced upon Shen Jia's lips. This exemplified the most profound difference between the human world and the apocalypse. This was also the reason why humans appeared so insignificant in the face of such devastation. The lineage of the rabbits was passed down through generations, particularly the mutated ones. They bore the blood of their kin, as well as a portion of my own essence. In essence, a fragment of my will resided within their consciousness. The zombies possessed immense destructive power and aggression, rooted in their very blood, which harbored an inherent consciousness of annihilation. Bai Mu listened intently as Shen Jia spoke with an air of nonchalance, though he found himself utterly bewildered. Wait a moment. Rabbits? He began to grasp her meaning. Much like a robotic vacuum lacks its own purpose until programmed by humans. The blood of his boss served as a directive for the little rabbits. He couldn't help but admire the slender figure of Shen Jia beside him. In that instant, he felt a surge of reverence. Truly, she was his boss. Such audacity was beyond the courage of an ordinary person. Moreover, the reproductive capacity of the rabbits was formidable. Thus, even if they bravely sacrificed themselves, as long as the original remained, it wouldn't be long before a new legion of rabbits emerged. Goodness, his boss was extraordinarily clever. Shen Jia observed the intriguing expression on Bai Mu's face, feeling somewhat perplexed. At that moment, she found it difficult to decipher what thoughts occupied his mind. As they gazed down at the lively clash between the horde of zombies and the army of rabbits, their previously tense emotions lightened considerably. It was no wonder she understood the look of awe on Ran's face when encountering the fire spirit beast. Indeed, if this little creature were to appear again, she would likely refrain from intervening. The mutated rabbits, with their petite stature, exhibited remarkable agility, inciting the zombies to fury as they darted about like flashes of white. The zombies, enraged, roared in unison, drawing even more of their kind. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Shen Jia rummaged through her bag and produced a few rubber dolls. A mischievous grin spread across her face. These toys had been upgraded. As she released the dolls into the air, they plummeted with a resounding crack of thunder. Watching the zombies freeze in their tracks, Shen Jia chuckled softly. Evidently, these creatures were quite intimidated by the cacophony. Did you see that? They dare not approach. Shen Jia beamed like a child, and Bai Mu nodded in agreement. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, why are we even out here? Boss. It seems we came out with a mission. Shen Jia finally realized, indeed, they still needed to handle the truck. At such a critical moment, it was you who proved reliable. Shen Jia smiled, leaping gracefully onto the adjacent truck. Bai Mu could sense her joyous mood, and unconsciously, the corners of his lips curved upward. As long as the boss was happy, he felt elated too. Chapter 74. Special Forces with the assistance of the little security guard Bai Mu, Shen Jia experienced for the first time the genuine meaning of the saying, teamwork alleviates toil. In the past, when she was with Lu Jia, she handled everything on her own. Strangely enough, having this little sidekick turned out to be more beneficial than having a boyfriend. This only served to validate a saying, having a devoted admirer is better than seeking a partner. Hey, can you manage this on your own? Observing the little security guard standing beside the large truck, she pondered. He was indeed quite capable now. But after all, this was a massive truck. Could he truly handle it? Boss, there's no need for concern. Bai Mu seemed determined to prove himself to her. Shen Jia shook her head, thinking, he may be charming, but he still lacks experience. Without hesitation, she jumped to his side, declaring, I'll join you. Just then, the suddenly opened back door of the truck revealed several zombies leaping out. Shen Jia furrowed her brows, exclaiming, You seem to be everywhere, supporting herself against the door handle. She addressed the young security guard, I'll leave this to you for practice. After all, these were merely a few uncomplicated, low-level zombies, and with Bai Mu's current strength, there was no cause for concern. Boss, what about you? Don't worry about that. Bai Mu replied, nodding, and with a swift motion, he charged forward to engage in combat with the zombies. Shen Jia sidled up, and pride, opened the truck's door with her long knife. Inside lay the gruesome corpses of two men, their bodies a grotesque mess. A putrid stench wafted through the air, causing her stomach to churn with nausea. Suddenly, the man slumped in the driver's seat, his body already exuding a foul odor, opened his grayish-white eyes. Sensing the scent of blood nearby, he twisted his neck a full 180 degrees, facing Shen Jia directly. Goodness! At that moment, the previously grotesque zombie, which had gaped with a cavernous mouth, fell silent. A smirk tugged at the corners of Shen Jia's lips. Was that all? It hardly posed a challenge. Boss, I've taken care of it. Bai Mu appeared at Shen Jia's side, just as she completed her examination of the truck's various functions, confirming everything was in order. I've wrapped things up on my end as well. She raised her hand to shield herself, just as several figures leapt down from the truck's door. Shen Jia furrowed her brows slightly, sensing the unfriendly demeanor of the newcomers. Indeed, the individuals who leapt from the vehicle paid no heed to them. Instead, they brandished their firearms, unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward the zombies engaged in combat with the mutated rabbits ahead. The moment the mutated rabbits caught sight of the fully armed men wielding guns, they vanished in the blink of an eye. While the young security guard remained in a state of astonishment, Shen Jia, with a resigned shake of her head, opened the door and stepped outside. Old Qin, Shen Jia called out to one of the men, who turned with curiosity to glance in their direction. It was peculiar. The woman before him evoked a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. The man, known as Lao Qin, possessed a tall and robust physique, clad in attire reminiscent of a special forces operative, exuding an aura akin to that of a cinematic counterterrorism elite. The young security guard's gaze was transfixed. He was captivated by the very embodiment of the man he aspired to become. Boss, do you actually know this person? As their rapport deepened, the young guard's demeanor began to reflect a newfound boldness. Shen Jia turned her head and cast a cold glance at him, bidding him to be silent. Indeed, he was the leader. His aura emanated an imposing presence that commanded respect even in the absence of anger. Despite being dismissed, the young security guard bore no trace of discontent upon his face. You are. The man approached Shen Jia, observing her slender figure amidst the swarm of zombies. Was she not afraid? Hello, I am Shen Jia. She extended her hand towards the man, who tilted his head slightly, though hesitant. He ultimately reached out to shake her hand. The young guard hurried over to introduce himself as well. Hello, I am Bai Mu. The man appeared somewhat bewildered by the unfolding situation. Who were these two? How did this woman immediately refer to him as Lao Qin? The pressing question lingered. How did she know his name? Hello, my name is Qin Jiang. Shen Jia nodded with a smile, for I had long been aware. How is it that you two have appeared here, with so many zombies around? Are you not afraid? Qin Jiang inquired, voicing the doubts that lingered in his mind. Shen Jia curled her lips into a mischievous smile. Old Qin, I have been waiting for you. At this moment, both Qin Jiang and Xiao Hong were taken aback in astonishment. What on earth was happening? Shen Jia broke into a bright smile and said, I was just teasing you. Qin Jiang shook his head, pondering how audacious this woman was. A fully armed soldier approached from the side and reported, Boss, the zombies have been completely eradicated. By the way, have you taken the corpse crystals? Shen Jia and Bai Mu exchanged silent glances, both taken aback. The corpse crystals had been painstakingly acquired from the mutated rabbits, so how could they now be the meal of the man before them? The young security guard grew increasingly indignant. This was unacceptable. Those fluffy little rabbits had fought hard for these crystals, and she resolutely refused to part with them for anyone else. These corpse crystals were rightfully theirs. Qin Jiang raised an eyebrow, feeling quite displeased. How could people today even resort to seizing corpse crystals? Old Qin, he proposed, let's make a compromise. What do you say to splitting it 50-50? Shen Jia stepped forward, wrapping her arm around the man's shoulder. This fellow is rather tall. Boss, the young security guard kindly reminded him, only to find himself at a loss, casting a rather resentful glance at his superior. 50-50? Ha, woman, how dare you utter such words? Qin Jiang's face was cold. It was the first time a woman had dared to negotiate terms with him. Old Qin, don't be so quick to anger. I won't disclose your fondness for snail noodles. If you are willing, I could even give you a whole box. Shen Jia spoke languidly, astonishing everyone present. The surrounding zombies were bewildered. Shen Jia could hardly believe that this woman was aware of even his most secretive hobby. Could she be some sort of prophet? In this chaotic world, where absurdity abounds, the emergence of yet another bizarre female seer hardly seems out of place. Chapter 75. Both foe and friend in this apocalypse. We find ourselves as both adversaries and allies. As Shen Jia observed Shen Jia calmly utter this statement, he reaffirmed in his heart her identity as a prophet. After all, only a deity would articulate such words, conveying sentiments he could scarcely comprehend. Shen Jia, do enlighten me on how you came to know of my fondness for snail noodles. Shen Jia gazed at her in sheer admiration, realizing that even his wife remained oblivious to this particular inclination. It was rather uncomfortable for a man to have his little secrets exposed, wasn't it? Because I'm a prophet. What? The man's eyes widened in astonishment, grappling with the enigma of this woman's true nature. Just as the conversation heated up, a large truck appeared before them. Goodness, the situation at hand was still unresolved, and now new arrivals were complicating matters further. Boss, this in the aftermath of the apocalypse. With the absence of local officials and the rule of law, an increasing number of opportunists capitalized on the chaos. Shen Jia found herself unperturbed by the unfolding scene before her. The car door swung open, revealing a burly man emerging from within. In his grip, he wielded a metal rod and a cleaver, flanked on either side by two accomplices, effectively encircling them. While Shen Jia was still entangled in addressing the woman's concerns regarding her privacy, the man on the other side had already commenced creating trouble for himself. The leader of the group, a tall and lean figure seemingly in his 30s, sported a shock of dyed blonde hair, and his eyes gleamed with a sinister glint as they fixated on Shen Jia. Shen Jia furrowed her brows, sensing that yet another fool had come to court death. He approached with a loud call, "Little sister, would you like to accompany your brother?" Although Shen Jia harbored doubts about the identity of the woman before him, he could not tolerate the appearance of the ruffian standing nearby. The yellow-haired man, noticing Shen Jia's disregard, edged closer and remarked, "Well, this little girl is quite the catch. I say, brother, how about you finish your fun and let me have my turn? You seek your own demise." Before Shen Jia could utter a word, the young security guard, Bai Mu, darted past him like a bolt of lightning. "You are utterly unworthy to converse with my boss." With a fierce swing of his long blade, Bai Mu viciously lunged at the earlier mentioned young man with yellow hair. Before Shen Jia could discern what the assailants bore, Bai Mu was forcefully slammed to the ground by the opposing party. Shen Jia released her grip on Shen Jia's hand and coldly approached Bai Mu, assisting him to his feet. "What do you intend to do?" The yellow-haired youth exchanged glances with his companion, smirking in a mocking manner. "Do not be afraid, little sister. We are here specifically to protect you." "Oh, protect me?" As Shen Jia rose to her feet, she resolved to safeguard herself diligently. The man with yellow hair gazed at Shen Jia as she leapt up, pondering to himself, "It has been quite some time since I encountered such an exquisite beauty." Merely observing her ignited an uncontrollable desire within him. It would indeed be a lamentable loss if he did not take the opportunity to indulge. Meanwhile, the bald man beside him expressed his concerns, advising, "Let us first capture her. The boss has insisted that she must be brought in alive." Shen Jia let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. "Damn it, let go of me, you filthy bitch." The yellow-haired man instinctively attempted to curse, but his hand was firmly trapped by Shen Jia, rendering him immobile. Shen Jia's gaze turned icy, and with a forceful flick of her fingers, she yanked backward. The resounding crack echoed, a sound reminiscent of shattering bones. The left wrist of the yellow-haired man was brutally broken. The young security guard stared blankly at Shen Jia, bewildered by the immense power of his superior. "Oh, I will kill you." After a piercing scream, the yellow-haired man's eyes turned bloodshot, tears streaming down his face from the pain. He fumbled in his bag with his right hand, retrieving a loaded gun. Shen Jia caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye, clearly unwilling to grant him that opportunity. With a thunderous bang, those nearby were left utterly astonished. As Shen Jia forcefully slammed the car door, it brutally fractured his entire left arm, while a bullet mercilessly penetrated his lower body. What a repugnant and foul man. Shen Jia cast the man's gun onto the ground, gazing at the several trucks, which were evidently far superior to the one they had set their sights on. Shen Jia waved her hand and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, departed in her vehicle accompanied by the young security guard. At that moment, the bald man, unable to endure witnessing his companion being bullied any longer, charged fiercely towards the car door. "You wicked woman!" With a resounding clang of metal, the backlash of power struck. Shen Jia's cold eyes filled with astonishment. This individual, too, possessed extraordinary abilities and was, in fact, endowed with tremendous strength. This was a formidable adversary indeed. With a sudden chill in her gaze, Shen Jia offered no time for her opponent to react. In a swift motion, she pivoted sharply, delivering a powerful kick that propelled a fierce gust of wind directly towards his abdomen. Her speed was astonishing, leaving the bald man no opportunity to respond as he was sent flying 3 meters away. It was as if he could hear the sound of his own ribs fracturing, the sensation of his internal organs being pierced by shattered bones overwhelming him. The pain rendered him incapable of rising again. In less than 3 minutes, 2 individuals had been incapacitated, one of whom possessed extraordinary abilities. Qin Zhang's eyes glimmered with profound interest. This woman was indeed extraordinary. "Miss Shen, do you require assistance?" he inquired, feigning politeness. If such a formidable woman were to join their ranks, his burdens would be significantly eased. Little did he know, Shen Jia had already perceived his thoughts and intentions. Beside the bald man, a heavily tattooed individual, endowed with speed-related abilities, witnessed his comrade's defeat and charged angrily towards the woman before him. Shen Jia helplessly shook her head. Speed abilities? Huh. In this apocalyptic world, who could possibly match her swiftness? Suddenly, a flash of silver appeared, and a cleaver was poised at Shen Jia's neck. The young security guard, Bai Mu, shouted in alarm, urging her to stop. Shen Jia curled her lips into a smirk, taking the initiative. What if she were to catch them off guard? In the next instant, Shen Jia's figure flickered, and before the tattooed man could react, she brandished a long knife towards him. "Are you challenging me to a race?" she taunted. A chilling scream soon shattered the air. The tattooed man collapsed to the ground, his right shoulder a mere gory sight, void of anything else. Witnessing this, the last of the red-haired thugs fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Boss, please spare me. This has nothing to do with me." Shen Jia approached the man with an ethereal grace, resembling a specter. With a voice as chilling as that of Satan, she declared, "Why should I spare you?" In a swift motion, she ruthlessly raised her firearm and discharged 3 shots at him. As the man collapsed to the ground, a cold smile crept across Shen Jia's lips. "Boss, let us depart," she stated, turning to Lao Qin. "We shall continue our conversation next time." The truck roared to life and drove away. The man stood frozen in place, momentarily stunned, realizing that Shen Jia had taken all the evidence with her. So, this is what you meant by being both foe and friend? Chapter 76, The Final Hot Pot, wishing everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. In this world, many may wish you well, but few desire for you to surpass them. Boss, what do you suddenly mean by that? Shen Jia cast a fleeting glance at the young security guard, steering her vehicle aimlessly towards the outskirts of the city. Unpleasant memories from her previous life surged into her mind. In that life, in a desperate bid for survival, she had joined forces with Old Qin and others to establish a survival brigade. Yet, at a critical juncture, Old Qin betrayed her, seeking resources from the Lord of the Apocalypse, sacrificing her exceptional talents. The rationale behind this treachery was astonishingly simplistic. A woman need not possess such strength. Shen Jia forced a smile, realizing as she watched the man's retreating figure that not everyone wishes for your well-being. "Boss, what are you thinking?" The young security guard observed Shen Jia's aimless demeanor, momentarily curious about their destination. "I apologize. I was lost in some rather unpleasant thoughts." She felt a twinge of regret, for this was hardly the time for her to be distracted. "Boss, if you don't mind, perhaps you could share your thoughts with me." Bai Mu expressed his curiosity, for men are invariably compelled to learn more about the women who pique their interest. Shen Jia shook her head. She had no desire to revisit the past, as it was merely a collection of bygone events. Bai Mu nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the next moment, the two found themselves in a vast expanse. Hin Yin was the first to notice the colossal vehicle before them. My goodness! Such a massive truck. Jia, are you capable of driving it? Shen Jia gazed at Hin Yin's astonished expression and chuckled softly. Yin, have you ever heard the saying? What is it? A woman who can drive a Ferrari is equally capable of operating a large truck. The group circled around the truck, sharing laughter. Shen Jia expressed her intention to modify the vehicle, transforming it into a camper van. The others harbored skepticism, as they, being young women, possessed little understanding of mechanical matters. Fear not, we have a professional at our disposal. Shen Jia surmised the thoughts of her friends. Who? They chorused in unison. Why, it's me. Bai Mu, the security guard, replied with a bashful smile, proudly mentioning his background in mechanical engineering from university. You? The girls exchanged glances at his slender frame, shaking their heads in disbelief. Please, we might as well rely on ourselves. Lin Ran retorted disdainfully, noting that there was only one man present. Bai Mu, looking somewhat handsome, appeared rather delicate. Hin Yin and Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement, prompting Shen Jia to chuckle, taken aback by how feeble Bai Mu seemed in the eyes of her friends. Hey, don't underestimate me. Bai Mu felt the disdain directed at him and was quite displeased, reminding himself that he was, after all, a gifted individual. Shen Jia gazed at the warm scene before her, only to turn and notice the inconspicuous Chu Ran in the corner. It appeared that he had been infected by the zombie virus, as he looked utterly haggard and pale. Shen Jia recalled the previous encounters between the two and walked over directly. Chu Ran, in the corner, heard someone calling her name and cautiously raised her head to see who it was. Upon seeing Shen Jia, her eyes sparkled instantly. Sister Jia. Shen Jia gently patted her shoulder and suggested they take a seat to converse. Shen Jia furrowed her brows, pondering the tribulations this young girl must have endured. She had never been one to offer comfort to others and found herself at a loss for words. Sister Jia, will I become a zombie? The little girl's voice trembled. I feel unwell every day, plagued by nightmares. I dream of becoming a zombie and biting many people, including my parents. At this point, Chu Ran could no longer contain her sobs. Shen Jia embraced her gently, offering soothing words. Do not fear, you will heal. The apocalypse had abruptly disrupted all her plans. The circumstances of this world were no longer identical to those of her previous life, and an unsettling feeling loomed over Shen Jia as she questioned whether the spiritual spring could indeed cure the zombie virus within the human body. Jia, come quickly. Lin Ran called out loudly from the corner. Shen Jia retrieved her favorite cotton candy from her bag and offered it to Chu Ran. Indulge in something sweet. It might lift your spirits, she suggested. Chu Ran obediently nodded in agreement, while Shen Jia turned to rejoin her friends. Wow, that little security guard is quite impressive. Shen Jia gazed in astonishment at the once filthy and dilapidated truck, now transformed into a pristine marvel. She exclaimed, this fellow is remarkably efficient. Boss, take a look at this, Bai Mu said with unwavering confidence. Shen Jia chuckled, oh my, not bad at all. Laughter erupted among the crowd. As they had never witnessed Shen Jia's playful banter before, they were thoroughly amused by her imitation of a certain someone. Jia, I never knew you possessed such a charming side, they exclaimed. Ha! Jia, you're simply delightful. Amidst the light-hearted teasing, Shen Jia felt her stomach rumble incessantly. All right, I'm famished. What shall we eat today? How about hot pot? Shall we try Haidi Lao? The group nodded in unison, expressing their recent weariness of noodle dishes. Without further ado, they set off to enjoy their meal. Shen Jia retrieved the hot pot ingredients previously stored by Lin Ran from the storage box, while Zhou Xiang and Hin Yin went in search of beverages. Lin Ran busied herself with setting the dining table. What would typically take half an hour to complete was accomplished in under 10 minutes through their collective efforts. As they gathered around to savor the delectable dishes, Bai Mu found himself attentively observing Shen Jia's preferences. He could not fathom why he felt an inexplicable urge to learn more about his superior, a curiosity that perhaps even he was unaware had already blossomed into a profound interest. Wow, it feels like ages since I last indulged in hot pot. Indeed, I feel as though I have truly come back to life. Shen Jia smiled as she picked up several succulent slices of meat from the red hot pot and placed them in the dipping sauce bowl. You all should indulge a bit more. We may not have the luxury of time to enjoy such moments again. Shen Jia sampled the sesame sauce, which, as always, proved to be delectably delightful. The others looked at her in confusion. What did she mean by not having time? Once we ascend the mountain, our safety will be significantly compromised. What? They exclaimed in unison. Shiwalon Mountain has always been the highest peak in South City, and during this apocalyptic era, its elevated terrain has attracted numerous rare and exotic beasts. Although we have awakened our talents and abilities, the treacherous mountain paths pose significant threats, and we are but mere mortals, uncertain of the dangers that await us along the way. Shen Jia's words hold truth. The distance from Shiwalon Mountain to the urban center of Nan City exceeds 100 kilometers, and it is said that unusual entities and flora frequently manifest upon its slopes. Previously, Shen Jia harbored little interest in such phenomena. However, now she must confront them. Chapter 77. The Super Mutant, wishing a joyous festival to all. Humanity often harbors a heightened sense of trepidation towards the realms of the unknown. Shen Jia gazed at the varied expressions of those around her, suppressing the unease that stirred within. Perhaps I shall accompany Bai Mu on this journey, she proposed. The others looked up in astonishment. Jia, we promise to share both joys and hardships together. Shen Jia shook her head, deciding that having her close friends by her side was far better than leaving them in a space that could be exposed at any moment. She nodded and retrieved several silenced weapons that she had prepared long in advance from a black storage box. After distributing some equipment to her companions and confirming everything meticulously, she finally felt at ease. We shall depart tomorrow. For now, let's all rest well tonight. This statement held truth. Although Shen Jia had been formidable in her past life, she had heard whispers about Shiwalon Mountain from members of the organization. They merely spoke of it as a place of terror, where those who ventured there Shen Jia felt a deep unease in her heart, yet they had no alternative. Throughout the night, everyone struggled to find solace in sleep. Lin Ran and He Nian were anxious about whether they could locate the corpse crystal, while Zhou Xiang fretted over her sister, Zhou Yu. Chu Ran feared the onset of her own illness, and Bai Mu was preoccupied with concern for Shen Jia. After all, their leader had been unwell since the previous day, and he was uncertain about her condition on this day. When Shen Jia descended from the truck, Bai Mu was filled with concern, fearing that she might have abandoned them to venture up the mountain alone. Well then, where's your leader? He Nian mockingly pointed at Shen Jia as she stepped down from the vehicle. Upon seeing Shen Jia, Bai Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Jia gazed in bewilderment at the playful and teasing glances exchanged among her sisters, momentarily perplexed by their intentions. Jia, if you don't get off the car soon, your little tail might just call the police, Lin Ran remarked, causing both their faces to flush involuntarily. Shen Jia cast a fierce glance at her close friend. When did these women start to enjoy making jokes at their own expense? I just checked in the car, and we have brought everything we need. Bai Mu, thank you. Your modifications to the vehicle are truly impressive. This was the first time Shen Jia sincerely expressed her gratitude to Bai Mu, who appeared somewhat taken aback. He clearly did not expect the boss to thank him. He shyly rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. It's nothing, boss. I'm just glad you don't mind. The friends behind her erupted in playful teasing, causing Shen Jia to blush even more awkwardly. You all should hurry up and tidy up. Though her tone was clearly irritated, it sounded endearingly playful to her friends. TSK. Ever since Jia got a little sidekick, she's become more feminine. Indeed, Shen Jia chose to completely disregard them, unable to comprehend the absurdity of her conflict with the little security guard. Suddenly, a piercing scream emanated from the direction of the spiritual spring, sending a chill down Shen Jia's spine. It seemed something dreadful was unfolding. As they entered, they beheld Chu Ran, her face contorted with rage, her formerly delicate features now shrouded in darkness. She appeared to be under some form of control, alternating between laughter and tears. Help me. Ha. Foolish girl, you shall never escape me. Jia. Sister, save me. No one can rescue you, ha ha ha. What is this? Could it be a highly intelligent, mutated entity with a semblance of humanity? And what of Zhou Xiang and Zhou Yu? The two behind her began to convulse simultaneously, their originally graceful visages now marred by streaks of dark, murky blood. Shen Jia furrowed her brow. This was not good. Both had been assimilated by the virus that plagued Chu Ran. Lin Ran and He Nian seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, prompting Shen Jia to slice open her wrist with a swift motion. Blood gushed forth, and she forcefully poured it, mixed with the water from the spiritual spring, into the mouths of the afflicted. Bai Mu, witnessing this scene, was suddenly reminded of the mutated rabbit. Could it be that the leader's blood could transform the virus? Curiosity piqued within him. Jia Jia, what are you doing? He Nian exclaimed, alarmed as she watched Shen Jia use a sharp blade on her own flesh, then forcibly administering her blood mixed with water to the others. The virus has mutated. My talent lies in my unique constitution. My blood can resolve all afflictions. The group was taken aback by Shen Jia's declaration. What did it mean that her blood could resolve all? It implied that she possessed the power to save all, should she choose to do so. They had long pondered why Shen Jia had not awakened her innate abilities. It turned out her very being was a colossal entity of extraordinary powers. Beside them, the now lucid Zhou Xiang displayed a fleeting glimmer of malice in her eyes upon hearing these words. The shift in her expression was so rapid that the others failed to notice before she reverted to her usual demeanor. Jia Jia, what has happened to us? Shen Jia cast a fleeting glance at her, the pain radiating from her wrist causing her to furrow her brow. She realized that she had long been unfamiliar with the sensation of pain, indicating that her body was gradually returning to a state of normalcy. Boss, what troubles you? Bai Mu's eyes were constantly fixed on her, filled with concern for her well-being. Shen Jia shook her head. At this moment, her greater concern was whether they could successfully ascend a mountain. Sister Jia Jia, quickly look at Churin, exclaimed Zhou Yu, who had just regained consciousness, as she gazed at the woman by the spiritual spring. In the next instant, the woman raised her gaze, glaring fiercely at them. Suddenly, she let out a chilling laugh. Ha ha! Today has truly been a bountiful harvest. The group was completely bewildered by the current situation. Just as they stepped closer to the woman, Churin had fully transformed into a female zombie. Her contorted and grotesque face was marked by a pair of blood-red, murky eyes that fixated intently on Shen Jia. You are exceedingly naive, woman. Do you not realize that using your own blood will lead to a backlash? Shen Jia offered a pale smile, surprised by your cunning intellect as a mutant. Chu Ran had entirely transformed into a different visage. Bai Mu could absorb nothing, only recalling the words of the woman sprawled on the ground. Backlash. The image of the leader nourishing the mutated rabbits with his own blood flooded his mind. Could it be that the leader would face a backlash from the mutated rabbits? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Bai Mu failed to notice the approaching zombie lunging toward him. Be careful, Shen Jia cried out, positioning herself in front of Bai Mu. As the zombie's vicious claws sunk deeply into her flesh and bone, Lin Ran and He Nian were momentarily stunned, but in an instant, they swung their weapons and brought the zombie crashing to the ground. Yet, the creature before them proved as resilient as an indestructible cockroach, no matter how fiercely they attacked. It relentlessly regenerated new tissue and limbs. Even when they attempted to separate its head from its body, it continued to writhe on the ground, crawling like a maggot. At that moment, Chapter 78. The Lord of the Apocalypse approaches. A tremendous noise resonated from outside the space. Boss, the individuals out there are formidable. Ever since Bai Mu had transformed into a gifted individual, her sensory abilities had grown significantly stronger. Shen Jia nodded in agreement. Those individuals had managed to detect her concealed spatial magnetic field, clearly indicating their intent to cause trouble. Meanwhile, the menacing female zombie beside them appeared unfazed by the tumult outside, with a fierce gaze fixed on Shen Jia. It was evident that the zombie had developed a sense of purpose in its attacks. Shen Jia realized that this creature was attacking her with intention, but the identity of the person issuing the orders from behind remained a mystery. Shen Jia felt a tumultuous confusion enveloping her mind. That unsettling sensation surged back once more. Observing this, the young security guard sternly cautioned, Boss, You must not lose focus at this moment. Everyone relies on you. Shen Jia gazed at the handsome jawline of the young security guard, momentarily taken aback. Memories of a time when he trailed behind her, utterly inexperienced, flooded her mind. Now, a sense of comfort blossomed within her, and Shen Jia resolutely steeled herself for the impending confrontation. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Xiang finally spoke. Jia, this address is what I provided to the Lord of the Apocalypse. Not only Shen Jia, but everyone in the space was astonished by her revelation. No one could have anticipated that Zhou Xiang would betray them. Moreover, it was unfathomable that someone who had always been perceived as fragile possessed such capability. Xiang, have you lost your mind? Lin Ran exclaimed in disbelief, for in her heart, Zhou Xiang was the last person she would have expected to undertake such an act. Xiang, do you have some hidden reasons? Hing Yin, too, was evidently incredulous. Shen Jia merely stared at her in a daze, and gradually, her gaze grew increasingly frigid. Bai Mu could sense the chilling aura emanating from her leader. She was truly angry. Shen Jia never anticipated that the person she deemed least likely to betray her would indeed do so. Yet, she cannot comprehend why Zhou Xiang felt compelled to act in such a manner, or what benefits the Lord of the Apocalypse had bestowed upon her. I am sorry. Everyone, I wish to say my mother. Zhou Xiang lowered her head in shame, yearning to know the fate of her mother. The Lord of the Apocalypse had assured her that if she complied with his directives, he could assist her in locating her mother. Despite her close friend's suggestion that her mother might no longer be alive, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. After all, she had not laid eyes upon her mother's remains. Shen Jia was acutely aware of Zhou Xiang's thoughts. With a resigned sigh, she contemplated the possibility of revealing the entire truth to her dear friend. Initially, she had feared that they would be unable to accept the reality. Yet she had not considered that this matter had been weighing heavily on her friend's heart all along. Xiang, do you realize that you have been used by him? With a sense of helplessness, Shen Jia lamented that the Lord of the Apocalypse must have promised to assist her in searching for her mother. However, she had already encountered her mother, transformed into a ghastly figure during the early stages of the zombie virus outbreak. Just as she hesitated on whether to disclose this distressing information, Zhou Xiang suddenly let out a piercing scream. The female zombie, which had been glaring menacingly at Shen Jia moments before, swiftly turned and lunged toward Zhou Xiang. Zhou Yu rushed forward, attempting to separate the two, but the zombie clamped down on her with an unyielding grip, as if obeying an unspoken command. Shen Jia furrowed her brows, pondering the implications. Could it be that Charn had already arranged for the advanced zombie to be by her side, a harbinger of doom? Bai Mu extended her hand, and tendrils resembling long strands of hair emerged around the zombie. In an instant, the tendrils pierced through the chest of the zombie that was tightly gripping Zhou Xiang. Utilizing the strength of the vine-like appendages, Bai Mu forcefully pulled the zombie aside. Seizing the moment, Shen Jia leapt forward, drawing her long blade from her waist. With a flash of silver, the gleam of the sword barely had time to be comprehended before the woman cleaved the zombie in two with great ferocity. Yet, the life force of an advanced zombie proved to be remarkably resilient. Shen Jia understood that this would not lead to her demise. Thus, she thrust her long blade, aimed at the lifeless eyes of the zombie, using the hand that had just been wounded. The zombie's murky eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated upon her. Shen Jia let out a cold chuckle. You are still unaware, aren't you? My blood is the source, the backlash. Huh, the source? Bai Mu's eyes grew wide with astonishment. Could it be the kind of source he imagined? Zhou Yu, witnessing her sister collapsed in a pool of blood, rushed to Zhou Xiang's side, tears brimming in her eyes. Sister, please don't sleep. You promised mother you would take care of me. Zhou Yu's anguished cries echoed, her fear palpable as she looked upon the fading Zhou Xiang. Xiang. Several rushed to her side, yet Zhou Xiang seemed devoid of the strength to speak. She grasped Zhou Yu's hand tightly. Shen Jia approached, her gaze indifferent as she regarded the girl lying in the bloodied remnants of her existence. She understood that Zhou Xiang had made her choice the moment she decided to trust the Lord of the Apocalypse. Xiang, I never expected you would doubt me. Your mother has long since turned into a zombie. I did not reveal this to you. Forgive me. A single crystalline tear glided down Shen Jia's cold visage. It was her failure for not disclosing this truth to her dear friend. But now, while they were consumed with concern for Zhou Xiang, danger had stealthily crept up behind them. A vast rift in space emerged from an unknown origin, and soon a battalion materialized not far behind them. Shen Jia, I have finally found you. Shen Jia turned around. Although the corners of her lips were uplifted in a semblance of a smile, it failed to reach her inner self, instead enveloping those around her in an overwhelming chill. You have finally arrived, she thought, referring to the Lord of the Apocalypse, her recurring nightmare. In her previous life, this man had ruled over the entire wasteland of the end times. Shen Jia had merely wished to survive alongside her family. However, upon discovering her formidable talents and extraordinary abilities, a few individuals betrayed her, selling her to the Lord of the Apocalypse in exchange for inexhaustible resources. Shen Jia was unknowingly transformed by this group of individuals. Just as she rejoiced in her escape, she was once again betrayed by Lao Qin. The Doomsday Lord cast her aside to his subordinates, and it was in that moment that her resentment began to accumulate. Perhaps, in her rebirth, she would carry not only the guilt towards her close friends, but also an immense hatred for this man. Shen Jia initially planned to find a source of energy that could render their space invisible for an extended period before seeking him out, but unexpectedly, he appeared at her doorstep today. Shen Jia let out a cold laugh. This time, she would not allow these men to escape her grasp. Oh, isn't this the girl we had fun with last time? One of the men jeered. Isn't it true that this little girl is dead? Shen Jia's eyes burned crimson with rage. How could they remember? How dare they? Bang, bang, bang. Shen Jia raised her gun, aiming it at the group of men before her. The once formidable weapon now appeared to lose its potency in their presence, eliciting only amused smiles from them. Among them, a silver-haired man scoffed. I never anticipated that a filthy wench like you possessed any prowess. He advanced menacingly, while Shen Jia regarded him with a cold, unwavering gaze. Suddenly, Chapter 79. The elusive truth you dare to bully my boss? You must first contend with me. The young security guard, Bai Mu, brandished his long knife and lunged at the man. However, the man merely extended his hand, effortlessly deflecting the blade to the side. With a condescending smile, he remarked, "Oh, have you found yourself a new companion? How truly heart-wrenching. I recall, you were quite enchanting back then." Shen Jia was acutely aware that the man before her sought to provoke her, yet she regarded the silver-haired figure with an air of indifference. You could never have imagined that I have discovered a more fitting demise for you. As the chilling corpse crystal pierced the man's innards, Shen Jia distinctly perceived the terror reflected in his eyes. In an instant, a dull thud echoed as he collapsed to the ground, prompting a smile from Shen Jia. To confront a monster, one must inevitably transform into a monster oneself. The man behind her was evidently stricken with fear. A corpse crystal? This woman could extract it directly from her body? It was well known that in this apocalyptic era, mastery over corpse crystals equated to dominion over an entire horde of zombies. Indeed, in the next moment, the advanced zombie that had just been cleaved in twain by Shen Jia reverted to its original form. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the very fabric of space seemed to vanish, and the scene that unfolded left everyone in shock. A horde of colossal zombies encircled the Lord of the Apocalypse and his army. Just moments before, they had questioned whether they could possibly contend with these foes. Yet the next instant, a multitude of mutated rabbits and rats materialized beside Shen Jia. Lin Ran and He Nian were utterly astounded. When had their friend acquired the ability to command animals? It became evident that Shen Jia had long been aware of Chu Ran's existence and had anticipated Xiang's choice. It was clear now. She had been playing them all along. The two exchanged glances, realizing that Shen Jia had known everything all along. Shen Jia gazed at the fallen Bai Mu, a twinge of sorrow stirring within her heart. The cold-lipped Lord of the Apocalypse curled his mouth into a slight smirk. How intriguing, truly intriguing. This woman, she consistently exceeded his expectations. Initially, his intent to transform her stemmed from the fact that she was the first human to discover her place, and moreover, she was a woman. He pondered the extent of the survival instinct that compelled her to seek him out, Or perhaps this woman was inherently formidable. With a playful mindset, he aimed to reshape her, only to find that he had unwittingly bestowed her with extraordinary abilities. Surely, you never imagined that I would emerge as the most successful of your transformations. Shen Jia hovered in the air, immense energy radiating from her surroundings. It is not merely the invasion of this planet that marks the arrival of the apocalypse. Rather, it is I who chose to summon it. You merely sensed my formidable power and hastened the inevitable. You have continually dispatched individuals to spy on me, aware that I possess memories of a past life. You know that I am not the true Shen Jia. Indeed, you have imposed upon me a multitude of resentments, desiring nothing more than a more powerful being of your own design. The memories of the past unfurled in Shen Jia's mind like scenes from a film. The genuine Shen Jia has long since perished. The entity that exists now is merely a colossal vessel driven by hatred and indifference. Indeed, she is the aberrant progenitor, the ultimate embodiment of all zombies. The undead tremble before her. All perils of the apocalypse are rendered ineffective, for she is the very essence of its existence. The voice of the doomsday overlord resonated, affirming, "You truly are my most cherished creation." Shen Jia cast a cold gaze at the alien man standing behind the troops. She narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing the magnetic field surrounding him. Shen Jia understood that he had no intention of engaging her in battle today. What lay before her was merely an illusion conjured by the man, while the individual whom Shen Jia had dispatched with her corpse crystal was nothing more than an inconspicuous character of his own fabrication. She had no desire to expend energy on him. Stooping to lift the white wood from the ground, Shen Jia remarked icily, "I presume you did not come merely to reminisce today?" The corners of the man's lips curled into a proud smile. "Shen Jia, we meet again." In an instant, everything returned to normal. Shen Jia coldly regarded the lifeless body on the ground and, in irritation, kicked the man aside. She strode over to Zhou Xiang, whose powerful magnetic field and energy roused her from unconsciousness. Shen Jia then approached the spring to collect some water for her to drink. Upon noticing the scar on her neck had vanished, Shen Jia silently turned to leave. Jia. Zhou Xiang's voice was laden with remorse. Shen Jia remained silent. Xiang, actually, I'm sorry. Shen Jia turned to face her closest friend. I always believed that if I didn't share my past experiences with you, you would remain safe. Yet perhaps, having you by my side is the most perilous thing of all. I will ensure you reach a safe place. And once I have resolved my own matters, I will come to find you. She truly ought to handle these affairs alone. She could not allow her friends to share in the danger she faced. Jia, what are you saying? Lin Ran was clearly taken aback by Shen Jia's words. The image of their past promises of unwavering loyalty still lingered in her mind. Jia, we can accompany you, He Nian exclaimed passionately. Having overheard the conversation with the Lord of the Apocalypse, they were unconcerned about the zombie progenitor or the impending apocalypse. Their foremost worry was whether they could remain together as sisters. I'm so sorry, Jia. Zhou Xiang felt an overwhelming sense of shame. If her erroneous decision caused Jia distress, she would be consumed by guilt, especially since their mother was no longer around. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Xiang's eyes involuntarily reddened. Beside her, Zhou Yu seemed to sense her sister's emotions. She softly approached her sister from now on. I can take care of myself. Jia, I truly love you all. Zhou Yu could feel Jia's deep concern for her friends, and she envied both her sister and Shen Jia. Having been introverted and solitary since childhood, she longed to be a cherished friend like Shen Jia was to Zhou Xiang. Yeah, please take good care of your sister. Shen Jia seemed to sense Zhou Yu's feelings and smiled gently at the little girl. Sister Jia will always consider you a friend. No matter who gets hurt, I will save them. It's just, I do not wish to place you in danger because of my own issues. The Lord of the Apocalypse is no longer who he once was. Could it be that even the Lord of the Apocalypse has evolved? Or perhaps she had arrived in this future apocalypse with the burdens of her past. Everything swirled around Shen Jia's mind like a dense fog. These matters grew increasingly enigmatic. She could not guarantee the safety of everyone. The only thing she could do was to send them to her secret sanctuary within this apocalypse. That place was none other than the Fifth Prison. Chapter 80, The Fifth Prison, Happy Dragon Boat Festival, dear friends. Whoever said that prisons must be filled with inmates? After the disappearance of the Lord of the Apocalypse, Shen Jia climbed into a truck laden with supplies she had previously gathered with her friends. The truck, modified by Bai Mu, had transformed into a mobile home. They casually brought along some provisions before boarding. The truck's cargo area had been converted into a cozy dormitory, complete with bunk beds and a small bathing area. Shen Jia glanced around and noticed that the thoughtful little security guard had even adorned the beds with pink velvet sheets and warm-toned curtains. Help! Who still likes pink these days? Lin Ran was the first to voice her complaint, although she was quite satisfied with Bai Mu's design. After all, he had included her favorite PS console in the partition between the beds. She found the color choice lacking. How about we change the color? Hing Yin suggested, looking at Lin Ran. Rather than lamenting verbally about her dissatisfaction, she preferred to take action to express her feelings. Bai Mu, clearly taken aback by the unintended burden his gesture had caused, lowered his head apologetically. Nian Nian, Ran, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what colors you preferred. I thought girls would like pink. Shen Jia approached from the driver's seat, gazing at her frowning best friends, and exclaimed, "You two lazybones. If you have the ability, why not change it yourselves?" It must be said that Shen Jia's words struck a chord. They truly lacked the skill to do so. He Nian and Lin Ran observed her protective demeanor and teased her playfully. Shen Jia shook her head helplessly, while Zhou Xiang and her sister tidied up the belongings of the group nearby. Although their chatter was boisterous, it exuded a sense of warmth. The tense and oppressive atmosphere from earlier had dissipated entirely. Shen Jia smiled, thinking to herself, perhaps this is the essence of home's warmth. Shen Jia and Bai Mu took turns driving through the city streets, which lay in disarray. The wandering zombies, upon hearing the roar of the truck's engine, rushed towards the vehicle. However, this particular truck had been meticulously engineered by Bai Mu, just as the zombies seemed poised to pounce. An accompanying intelligent robot would emit a warning, danger, danger. Additionally, a rubber doll would be tossed out. The zombies, initially intent on attacking humans, were diverted by the sound of the doll. Shen Jia turned her head in surprise to glance at Bai Mu, realizing that her little companion possessed quite a bit of cleverness. Occasionally, they would encounter scenes of zombies feasting upon humans. Shen Jia would slightly raise her gaze. Although the little security guard had grown accustomed to such sights, he occasionally displayed signs of physiological discomfort. With kindness, Shen Jia would remind him that there was a garbage bag beside his seat. In the trunk, the lively group appeared far from the desperate survivors one might expect in an apocalyptic world. Rather, they seemed more like thrill-seekers enjoying an unusual experience. Shen Jia was perplexed as to why such thoughts crossed her mind, prompting her to inquire of Bai Mu. Do you think they resemble individuals striving for survival in a post-apocalyptic world? The young security guard, rarely breaking into a smile, replied, Chief, it is precisely because you have safeguarded the sisters so well that they perceive no imminent peril in this world. To them, it merely feels as though they have relocated to a different place to remain together. Shen Jia stared at him in astonishment, never expecting this fellow to utter such words. Shouldn't they be afraid of me? As a zombie progenitor and a transformed human, did her friends truly not fear her upon learning the entire truth? After all, they had never heard of an apocalypse nor witnessed any zombies before. The young security guard, Bai Mu, seemed to sense Shen Jia's thoughts. After a moment of silence, he spoke a profound statement. Boss, is it certain that the prison holds only criminals? Shen Jia was taken aback. The fifth prison did not resemble the typical perception of a holding facility. Rather than being a prison, it bore a closer resemblance to an antiquated hospital. Each inmate was confined to an individual chamber, each secured with formidable iron chains. Unlike the collective confinement found in conventional prisons here, researchers assigned each person a unique identification number upon their arrival. Moreover, each individual was equipped with a magnetic device around their neck, designed to prevent escape. Shen Jia vividly recalled that it was her final experiment. Numerous individuals filled the room, each inserting various test tubes into her. Lying upon the frigid operating table, she observed a man injecting a crimson reagent into her body, acutely aware of the transformations occurring within her. Boss, what are you pondering so deeply? Bai Mu remarked, unable to reconcile the dilapidated Chinese-style building before him with the notion of a prison typically reserved for those guilty of wrongdoing. It was indeed the fifth prison. As Shen Jia's gaze deepened, she alighted from the passenger seat. Her friends had seemingly prepared themselves well in advance. Shen Jia smiled as she observed them donning their specially crafted apocalyptic attire. You all are quite enthusiastic. Jia, you have no idea. Ever since we vanquished those zombies, I've felt an overwhelming sense of being a savior of the world. How wonderful it would be if I could become a heroine in a movie, rescuing the world. Moreover, I can finally apply the martial arts I've studied for years. I am truly looking forward to this. Lin Ren chattered incessantly, delighting the group. Is this a prison? Came Yin's voice from nearby. Indeed, this place is surprisingly not reminiscent of a prison at all. It resembles a laboratory that confines formidable villains, much like in the movies. Lin Ran's remark was striking, to which Shen Jia chuckled. Isn't she, in fact, the villain? Observing the immense energy field radiating from the prison complex, Shen Jia closed her eyes to attune herself. It appears that this location has yet to be visited by anyone. This is excellent. At least, it should be safe for now. This is the place where I was once held. Shen Jia spoke with an air of indifference, then walked to the entrance and opened the grand door. Ever since that fateful incident, this place had transformed into a colossal magnetic field of suspended energy emanating from her very being, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to discover its existence. Come inside with me, she beckoned. But, boss, what about our RV? The young security guard, Bai Mu, gazed wistfully at the brand-new vehicle parked to the side, feeling a twinge of sorrow. It is often said that women cherish their handbags while men are fond of their cars, and indeed, this seemed to hold true. Shen Jia smiled gently, reassuringly stating, Do not fear, I shall not abandon anything. As she spoke, a formidable energy enveloped the group, revealing that Shen Jia, who had never before showcased her talents and abilities, possessed the extraordinary power to manipulate magnetic fields. The expressions of those around her were etched with terror. Before their eyes, a large truck and everything surrounding it appeared to float as if gravity had relinquished its hold. Observing Shen Jia's somewhat reluctant demeanor, it became evident that she had confined these objects within her spatial bracelet. But wait, the truck was ominously positioned beside the small garage at the entrance. Could it be that Jia could also alter the physical form of objects? Chapter 81. The replica, when one day you find yourself different from others. Perhaps you become a monster in their eyes. Do not worry. This object has merely undergone a transformation in its form, she reassured them. The astonishment among the crowd was indescribable. If she possessed the ability to alter forms, then, could she not transform them into the likeness of others for their safety? Shen Jia discerned the thoughts of several individuals. It mattered not what form I transformed you into, for they did not rely on appearance to distinguish humanity. What could that be? Shen Jia was about to respond when the young security guard, Bai Mu, had evidently already grasped the underlying principle. It pertains to the energy magnetic field. Shen Jia nodded and turned to enter the gates of the fifth prison. As she stepped inside, a sharp pain pierced her head. It was an odd sensation, yet she felt an unsettling awareness that something awaited her here. Jia, what's wrong? Yin noticed Shen Jia's discomfort, and upon hearing his inquiry, the others finally observed the pallor of her complexion. I'm fine. It's just that I have this persistent feeling that something is anticipating my arrival, and this sensation is becoming increasingly vivid. Oh no, it's here. Shen Jia extended her hand, shielding everyone behind her. In the blink of an eye, before they could discern what was happening, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Shen Jia appeared before them. Mother Body number 1, it has been quite some time, she said, a provocative smile curling at the corners of her lips. The group sensed an ominous intent. Something was amiss. She seemed to be targeting Jia. How is it that you are still alive? Shen Jia asked coldly. How disheartening. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, the woman replied seductively. Although they shared similar features, there was an unmistakable difference between them. Are you waiting for me to eliminate you? Shen Jia's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly. Before the onlookers could discern her actions, they beheld her long hair being delicately severed by the tip of Shen Jia's blade. After all this time, how have you made no progress at all? The woman sighed. The spectators barely grasped how the woman had struck before witnessing Shen Jia's long knife being effortlessly twisted and broken. Impossible. How could a clone surpass the original? Laughter, sharp and piercing, echoed through the corridor as the woman cackled. Shen Jia understood her intentions. This could not be allowed. Catching a glimpse of a fire extinguisher within a nearby safe, Shen Jia swiftly gestured, causing the red canister to tumble to the ground. Sensing the woman's speed, Shen Jia realized that rather than matching her brute strength, it would be wiser to employ cunning strategies to outpace her. In an instant, Shen Jia transformed into a mutated rabbit, leaping onto the rolling fire extinguisher and dashing toward the woman. Just as the woman reached out to seize Hin, Shen Jia unleashed her water-based abilities, aiming a lethal strike at the woman's head. Jia, do not fear. We are here to assist you. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of the woman's mouth. Do you little ones think you can rid yourselves of me? Such arrogance is laughable. Huh? A mere clone attempting to create chaos. Shen Jia shouted into the air, and in that moment, countless mutated rabbits materialized around them, their crimson eyes fixated on the woman, seemingly poised to devour her whole. With a frigid smile gracing her lips, Shen Jia remarked, "Do not forget, you too originated from something small." Shen Jia extended her long blade, allowing her own blood to drip onto the surrounding mutated rabbits. Goodness, Jia, if you won't let me keep a pet, why have you amassed such a large group for yourself? Shen Jia turned to Lin Ran with a gentle smile. Ran, I never said you couldn't keep a pet. The woman's eyes flickered with a fierce determination as she beheld the mutated rabbit, and Shen Jia understood the thoughts racing through her mind. She extended her right hand, conjuring a ball of flames. While these little creatures were undeniably adorable, one could only wonder how delightful they would be once roasted. Shen Jia gently arched her brow, contemplating the absurdity of the notion that she could incinerate my mutated rabbits. How naive! Amidst the flames, the mutated rabbits appeared to don some sort of protective garb, valiantly charging toward the woman, particularly the one that had tasted Shen Jia's blood, which led the charge with remarkable fervor. Bai Mu, initially believing he would need to intervene and summon vines to assist his leader, was taken aback as the rabbits continuously emerged before him. Rabbits, surge forth. Go forth and vanquish her. Lin Ran and Hin had evidently transformed into fervent cheerleaders. Shen Jia turned to gaze at them, bemused by their conspicuousness. The woman, sensing the turn of events, glared back with eyes ablaze with fury. You wretched woman! How dare you wield control over mutated beasts? A subtle smile graced Shen Jia's lips as she contemplated whether to reveal her ability to not only control mutated beasts, but also nurture them. Suddenly, a group of individuals emerged behind the woman. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed alongside her piercing screams. Before Shen Jia could discern the identities of the newcomers, they vanished without a trace. It was inconceivable. This place evidently lacked any other magnetic field. Who then were those people? Shen Jia gazed at the woman sprawled on the ground, a deep sense of bewilderment enveloping her. This figure was presumably a replica created by those who had previously transformed her, yet the absence of any magnetic aura emanating from the woman perplexed her. Boss, who were those people just now? Bai Mu inquired, evidently taken aback by the earlier scene. Shen Jia shook her head, equally eager to uncover the identity of those individuals. Thank you all for your hard work today, she said, gently stroking the small rabbit before her. Would you like to have this? One of the little rabbits gazed longingly at the corpse crystal in Shen Jia's hand, its round eyes seemingly pleading for a taste. Shen Jia smiled and dissolved the corpse crystal in the spiritual spring water she had brought in her backpack. Before long, she sprinkled the water onto the ground, softly encouraging, "Go ahead and eat." Bai Mu found it rare to witness Shen Jia's gentle side, momentarily mesmerized by the sight. Meanwhile, Hin and Lin Ran, intrigued, leaned closer to observe the little rabbits earnestly licking the corpse crystal solution. Jia, is this all transformed from those lovely little rabbits? Shen Jia nodded. The individuals who had transformed her had spared neither humans nor animals in their cruel endeavors. Upon her escape, Shen Jia rescued these small rabbits, and inexplicably, The rabbits exhibited cognitive abilities akin to those of humans. She established a magnetic bond with them, and whenever she was in need, the rabbits would appear to safeguard her. However, these rabbits required sustenance from their own blood. Although Shen Jia understood that this was the inherent nature of mutated creatures during those solitary days devoid of companionship, these little rabbits became the sole beacon of light in her desolate existence. These were all transformed rabbits, remarkable in their own right. Shen Jia spoke with pride, as if these little rabbits were her own children. However, while they were immersed in this heartwarming scene, they remained oblivious to the impending danger that silently approached. Chapter 82. Have some garlic. What a splendid display of sisterly affection. A familiar voice echoed from behind her, causing her delicate brows to furrow. Could it be Lu Jia? Hadn't she killed him on the very first night of the apocalypse? The man's once handsome visage had morphed into a grotesque mask, and his formerly bright, clear eyes now appeared drenched in a sinister bloodlust. Shen Jia, you must be wondering why I am not yet dispatched, he remarked, bursting into a maniacal laugh that reverberated down the corridor. She shook her head in disbelief. No, this was not right. This premature apocalypse was a stark contrast to the one she had previously experienced. Have you forgotten? You neglected to eliminate your brother. The man spoke with a significant tone, and then from his side emerged a boy, ravaged and unrecognizable, who said nothing but whose eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Shen Jia coldly surveyed her surroundings. As the divine confronts the divine and the Buddha counters the Buddha, a formidable energy emanated from her being. Her friends gazed at her in astonishment, having never witnessed her in such a fierce state. Lu Jia, the more you speak, the swifter your demise, she declared with an air of chilling certainty. Once adorned with raven locks, Shen Jia now presented an entirely different visage. Her purple hair floated ethereally around her, encased in the armor of a female warrior. Unlike the armaments worn by female generals on the battlefield, Shen Jia was clad in energy armor, derived from the decomposition of the original corpse crystals within her. Her slender waist was enveloped in dark purple armor, and flashes of violet light danced in her piercing phoenix eyes. Lu Jia's expression darkened. This time, he was determined to ensure that this woman would find no rest in death. Shen Jia, you are nothing but discarded refuse, he shouted as he lunged toward her. A disdainful smile curled at the corners of Shen Jia's lips. Perhaps in this world, the number of indestructible scoundrels was as abundant as cockroaches. You are doomed, Shen Jia, Lu Jia bellowed. Shen Jia raised her gaze to the energy in the man's hand, scoffing at such a trivial trick aimed at her demise. With a swift motion, she evaded his attack, catching him off guard as he had not anticipated her ability to discern the direction of his force. In his astonishment, Shen Jia launched her long blade directly toward his eyes. You! The man turned, narrowly avoiding the blade that whizzed past him. Umph! Lu Jia, perched above, let out a cold laugh. Shen Jia, do you know who bestowed this energy upon me? Have you become foolish in your rebirth? The man's attire was unmistakably that of the Doomsday Lord's army, prompting Shen Jia to shoot him an exasperated glance. Did the Doomsday Lord extract your mind when he revived you? Shen Jia's relentless mockery gradually contorted Lu Jia's handsome visage. Shen Jia, just you wait, he warned. The man retrieved a black box from the hands of another behind him, his eyes gleaming with malice. You could never fathom what lies within. Shen Jia felt utterly speechless. She had never perceived this man as particularly loquacious, yet now he seemed excessively verbose. Observing Shen Jia's indifference towards the object he held, Lu Jia, in a fit of indignation, flung the box open. A swarm of tiny insects emerged around him. Shen Jia, do you think you alone can command the mutated beasts? Shen Jia's gaze darkened. A sense of foreboding washed over her. These corpse worms posed a lethal threat to the crystal within her body, particularly given that she still inhabited a living, breathing form. The man noticed the shift in her expression, his lips curling into a smirk. Are you frightened? Perhaps if you were to kneel and plead for mercy, I might contemplate granting you a more merciful demise. After all, those who fall victim to these wretched creatures are often left as nothing more than mere bones. Shen Jia shook her head. She had no desire to engage in further conversation with this man. Lu Jia, have you been eating garlic? As the man pondered the meaning behind Shen Jia's words, She gracefully leapt in front of him. The zombies empowered by the Lord of the Apocalypse were typically advanced mutations, each possessing distinct vulnerabilities. Every mutated zombie harbored a unique energy essence, particularly now, as some exhibited human-like cognition. Unfortunately, she knew Lu Jia all too well. Even if he were to be resurrected countless times, she could swiftly defeat him each time. "You wretched woman," Lu Jia began, but Shen Jia's violet eyes glimmered menacingly. The long blade that had fallen to the ground seemed to respond to a silent command, hurtling towards him. With both hands, Shen Jia firmly grasped his chin. "Has your master not informed you? I am a progenitor." The blade, imbued with Shen Jia's distinctive energy, pierced into the back of his head. "Lu Jia, do you not realize? From the moment you betrayed me, your demise at my hands was inevitable. Do you still believe you can threaten me with that person? Have you mistaken me for the foolish woman I once was?" Shen Jia regarded the man, now ensnared by her power, with a queenly disdain. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the soldiers he had brought were restless. "You." The man seemed to struggle for words, but as Shen Jia tightened her grip, he found himself unable to speak. When had this woman become so formidable? "You have said much. Now it is my turn to speak." She tilted her head, her left hand directed toward his eyes. "How about I start by removing your eyes?" As she spoke, a pale purple crystal emerged from her palm, a remnant of the undead, yet appearing regal in her grasp. "You," the man began, but just then, the insect from the black box surged toward her, accompanied by soldiers clad in the Lord of the Apocalypse's attire. "Wait a moment." Her voice, though soft, resonated with authority. "I need to handle a personal matter first." In an instant, the approaching insects were swept to the ground by her wielded blade, transforming into various small crystals. The soldiers, witnessing the purple-haired woman before them, were momentarily captivated by her presence. With a wave of her hand, a shard of crystal, sharpened to a blade-like edge, appeared in her grasp. "Lu Jia, I no longer wish to play with you. Next time, perhaps your master should train you to be stronger before returning." The crystal pierced his eyes, dark crimson blood trickling down his cheeks. Shen Jia chuckled softly. "Oh, so he even infused you with human blood. What? Is this a grand gift for me?" Before the man could respond, Shen Jia exerted force in opposite directions with both hands. As she kneaded, his head crumpled like a deflated balloon. She smiled, satisfied as his head separated from his body, nodding in approval. "All right, you may proceed." Chapter 83. Hinyan enters the instance the soldiers hesitated, gazing at the formidable woman before them, though they were all empowered zombies. Witnessing their leader being reduced to fragments instilled a sense of dread. They realized they were no match for her. After exchanging glances, Shen Jia smiled. Could those who had betrayed her still expect her salvation? How utterly impossible. Shen Jia shook her head and departed without the slightest hint of compassion. "Sister," the boy's voice echoed behind her, for if his sister did not come to his aid, he would truly be doomed. Shen Jia turned away coldly, saying, "Do not call me sister. We are not acquainted." The boy, upon witnessing this, recalled his mother's advice. In times of danger, he should remain close to Shen Jia. His face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, "Sister." Mother said. A beam of violet light shot towards the boy. Shen Jia glared at her furiously. "Who do you think you are?" The boy was evidently intimidated by Shen Jia's expression. "Sister, it's what Mom said." In a swift motion, Shen Jia approached the boy, gripping his collar tightly. "Listen closely, you brat." Shen Jia had contemplated seeking vengeance against her father, yet her grandparents had once revealed to her that her father never intended to harm her mother, particularly that phrase which she was reluctant to comprehend. However, since the passing of her grandparents, she had been engulfed in despondency. Had it not been for the unwavering support of her close friends, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. The term mother felt both alien and unfamiliar to Shen Jia. At least, she no longer harbored any belief in the notion of motherhood. "Sister, if you do not save me, I shall perish." The boy perceptibly noted the desolation etched on Shen Jia's face and continued to speak. "Do not call me sister. We are not acquainted." With a swift motion, she cast the boy onto the ground and vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Alongside Shen Jia's disappearance, the crystalline remnants from the diminutive insects also vanished. Shen Jia smiled faintly, her current abilities insufficient to unleash her full energy, leaving her weak and collapsing to the ground. Bai Mu was taken aback by the sight of his leader, fearing that she might be dead. Yin cast a cold glance at him, then lowered her head, acknowledging that Jia must be exhausted, having not rested properly of late. Lin Ran nodded in agreement. We cannot always rely on Jia to protect us, Zhou Xiang suddenly interjected. Since being saved by Shen Jia, she had felt somewhat invisible. The two had assumed she harbored some reservations, yet in this pivotal moment, she was willing to stand up for Shen Jia. Let's allow Jia to rest properly. From now on, we must learn to safeguard ourselves. Yin and Lin Ran nodded in unison, realizing they should no longer depend on their friend. For survival was not solely Shen Jia's desire. Their shared aspiration from the beginning was to live together. I could do it too, Bai Mu exclaimed. These sisters were those whom their leader tirelessly protected. Now that she had fainted, he could also shield them. The others glanced at him and chuckled. You should take good care of your leader. Yin and Lin Ran approached the spirit spring nearby. This was the place where corpse crystals were stored. The two girls sensed with their powers, locating the suitable corpse crystals for themselves. After placing the crystals in the spring to dissolve, they drank the concoction, recalling Jia's words that the power of the crystals was too intense, while the spring's essence was gentle, capable of adequately dissolving the crystal's energy and allowing for its acceptance. Exchanging glances, they consumed the solution, and in an instant felt an overwhelming surge of energy, akin to the sensation of having all their meridians unblocked as in a martial arts novel. However, we should not linger here. It may not be safe. We ought to relocate. Before they could finish their sentence, a massive spatial rift appeared before them, and a pair of hands emerged, dragging them into different realms. The unconscious Shen Jia furrowed her brows, sensing danger. Not good, Ran and Yin. She struggled to open her eyes, but an overwhelming fatigue rendered her immobile. The true purpose of reviving Lu Jia was not for him to kill her, but rather to incite her wrath. For only by provoking her could he awaken the hatred and all the painful energies within her. It dawned on her that the Lord of the Apocalypse intended to completely turn her into a corpse. It was known that all mutated beings were inferior to the original host. Indeed, he planned to exploit her hatred to control her. Shen Jia felt a surge of anxiety. It appeared that the Lord of the Apocalypse had grown even stronger this time. Meanwhile, Yin, who had been thrust into a confined space, was taken aback. Having received a commendable education and guidance from her family, she was taught to remain calm in the face of danger. Thus, as she entered this otherworldly dimension, she maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. What on earth is this place? She attempted to manipulate the water element within her, but to no avail. There seemed to be no energy field in this space, as if the one who brought her here wished to suppress any latent power she possessed. Yin. The visage of Yin's mother materialized on the walls of the space. Yin hurried towards her mother. Mom. Yin, what are you doing? Yin's mother, a stunning beauty in her youth, radiated an aura of timeless grace. Mom. Yin, please come to me, leaving everything behind. Yin, we all miss you dearly. As she spoke, various heartwarming scenes from Yin's home flickered across the once dark walls, causing her eyes to well up with tears. It had been so long since she'd seen her family. Indeed, she truly longed for them. Mom, I miss you all so much. Yin reached out to touch her mother's face. Suddenly, an overwhelming darkness enveloped her, and amidst the thick fog, she heard a voice. Yin, come with me. I will take you to your family. Family? Yin's eyes flickered uncertainly. Come with me. Your family is waiting for you. Unconsciously, she began to move forward. Shen Jia, observing everything in her dreams, shook her head frantically, her heart screaming, Yin, no. That is an illusion. Before Yin lay an abyss of emptiness. Engulfing darkness surrounded her, and Shen Jia felt as if she could no longer sense her presence. Chapter 84. The Mirror Ability. Yin, help me. No. Is that not Jia's voice? Yin turned around, searching for the source of the voice, which seemed to resonate with her location. Jia, where are you? What happened? Remembering how weak Jia had been when they parted, Yin's worry intensified. Her instinct told her that Jia would not deceive her. Suddenly, the once quiet space was illuminated by tiny flying insects, reminiscent of a summer evening when fireflies danced along the lakeside. Most girls are drawn to shimmering things, and Yin was no exception. She walked towards the direction of the little insects. Nyen nyen, nyen nyen. Voices seemed to echo around her, including those of her parents, teachers, and her dearest ones throughout her life. At that moment, Yin truly felt a longing for home. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, wait for me," she exclaimed, moving along with the fireflies. As she looked around, she realized there were no glowing insects. Instead, she could finally see what this space comprised. It was mirrors. Yet, why did she lack a reflection? "Come in quickly," a woman, noticing Yin's gaze, smiled sweetly. Yin felt a jolt of unease, as though the woman were piercing her very soul. "Little sister, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." The woman's voice was playful, yet laced with malice. Yin understood that this woman was no benevolent figure. Suppressing her fear, she demanded, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" "I am a water element user, and I have devised a special method just for you." Yin was taken aback. The woman in the mirror not only recognized her identity, but could also access her memories. This woman was undoubtedly formidable. Although Yin currently lacked her powers, she recalled Jia's words. In the most perilous situations, maintaining composure was paramount. As long as their hearts were connected, they need not fear. Yin smirked derisively. "You still think you can confront me?" The woman remained silent, but the mirror beside her suddenly displayed an image. In the scene, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Yin was desperately combating the dark entities in the mirror using her water abilities. However, she was soon encircled by an increasing amount of black mist, and within seconds, her figure vanished entirely. Yin, quick-witted, grasped the implications of this. She understood the woman's special method. A water element user commanded water, the essence of all, possessing immense power and fluidity. In an infinite space, water was supreme, but confined within a limited space, its energy was severely curtailed. Realizing this could be advantageous, Yin deduced that her powers were not extinguished but rather cloaked. "You don't truly believe you can confine me here, do you?" Yin laughed lightly. "What if I have a way to make you disappear?" The alluring woman was clearly taken aback by Yin's audacity. As the mirror queen in this apocalypse, eliminating a water element user was a simple task. She had initially questioned why the Lord had sent her to deal with this seemingly frail human. Now she pondered, perhaps it was due to the girl's overconfidence. The woman's power was the mirror itself. She was the mirror, and this space was her manifestation. Those drawn into her realm found their abilities diminished, which likely explained the many who perished here, ensnared by the mirror's deceptive allure. Once fear took hold, the resolve to fight would dissipate. A smile crept onto Yin's lips. If the woman could create an energy field using mirrors, she too could establish a space with her water abilities. "Old woman, stop smiling," Yin said coolly. "Has no one ever told you how unappealing you look when you smile?" Attacking the woman's appearance was the surest way to provoke her, and indeed, the woman's anger flared. "What did you say?" Yin smirked. "That's exactly what I wanted." From her earlier observations, Yin had discerned the woman's weakness. Within the vast mirror space, the woman herself was vulnerable. Yin calculated the number of times the woman had reached out, no more than 3. In her mind, she estimated that this tactic held a 10-fold chance of success. "Old woman," Yin continued as the woman's form began to seep from the mirror. Yin's hands were hidden behind her back, where her water spirit bow gradually materialized. In that moment of explosive blue energy, the woman stood frozen. Her long, dark curls cascaded to the ground, and her flowing red dress intertwined with darkness. In truth, she was not unattractive. "You wretched." Before the woman could finish her sentence, the sound of shattering glass echoed, and her eyes widened in horror. "No." Chapter 85. The Power of Water. A woman's shrill voice echoed through the space, accompanied by the shattering of countless black mirrors. Yin's energy was unleashed as a blue column of water enveloped her completely, transforming her hair into a hue reminiscent of the sea. With a gentle wave of her hand, the once fluid water instantly crystallized into a multitude of azure mirrors. To her astonishment, Hinyin realized her mastery over the water ability had ascended. She had not anticipated that the true strength of her water manipulation lay in its capacity to morph into myriad forms. You. The woman gazed incredulously at the figure before her, a woman adorned with short blue hair and clad in simple, yet elegant blue attire. This was not. Before she could finish her thought, Hinyin's water spirit bow released a long arrow of ice, piercing her heart. Clearly, however, the heart was not the woman's fatal weakness. After a pained shriek, the shattered mirrors began to heal, showing no signs of their previous fractures. No, this could not be the woman's Achilles heel. Drawing upon her calm intellect and formidable prowess, Hinyin meticulously surveyed her surroundings. She recalled Jiajia's words, in the apocalypse. Every entity possessed a vital point. In the face of danger, one must remain composed and avoid wasting energy on targets that could not deliver a lethal blow. This woman's strength derived from her connection to the mirrors. Eureka! Hinyin raised her bow anew, aiming decisively at the location where the illusion had manifested within the black mirror. Rather than inflicting harm upon her physical form, it would be more effective to. You. The woman, caught off guard by Hinyin's astute identification of her vulnerability, attempted to rush toward the original mirror for protection. Yet, Hinyin's ice crystal arrow had already penetrated the mirror's surface. Pain radiated from the woman's being, prompting another agonized scream. Hinyin smiled, relieved that her intuition had proven correct. The sheer number of mirrors was overwhelming, and since they were all derivative reflections, their energy emanated from a single source. If she could locate the original mirror and shatter it with a single arrow, the energies of the other mirrors would inevitably diminish. With a casual flick of her wrist, the ice-blue liquid transformed into enormous mirrors. The blue mirrors pressed down upon the black mirror, and Hinyin sensed she could siphon even more energy from the woman's dark reflections. It dawned on her that water could also dissolve and heal various abilities. Moments later, Hinyin stood before the crowd. The sight of the woman with short blue hair left everyone momentarily bewildered. You, Hinyin? Zhou tentatively called out. Hinyin nodded and reached out to grasp her best friend's hand. Shen Jia's brow unconsciously relaxed, indicating that Hinyin had grown stronger. How is Jia? Hinyin emanated a tranquil energy, a force that resonated with all living things, particularly attracting Bai Mu, who sensed her innate with elemental affinity and felt an irresistible urge to draw closer. You are a water elemental practitioner? The man's voice carried a hint of disbelief. He was unaware that his boss's friend possessed such prowess. Hinyin raised an eyebrow. What? Do I not appear to be a formidable character? Bai Mu chuckled at Hinyin's feigned seriousness. Sister Nyin, I just didn't expect you to be this impressive. Huh, you little rascal, you actually underestimated me. At that moment, Shen Jia quietly opened her eyes. Nyin. Upon hearing Shen Jia's voice, Hinyin rushed forward to embrace her tightly. Jia, I almost thought I wouldn't see you again. Nyin, by the way, where did you go just now? Lin Rand finally recalled to inquire about Hinyin's earlier disappearance. Hinyin lowered her head in contemplation, unsure of how to articulate the situation. Well, I was trapped in an elemental space by an elderly woman. She continued, then I utilized my formidable intellect to defeat her. Hinyin spoke calmly, while Shen Jia looked at her in astonishment. Nyin, are you saying it was a space? Hinyin nodded. Was there a multitude of black mirrors in that space? Shen Jia's description was remarkably precise. Had she not been in a state of unconsciousness earlier, Hinyin would have almost believed that Shen Jia had accompanied her inside. Jia, how did you know? Hinyin asked, genuinely surprised. As she had sensed no presence from her friends, there should have been no one else in that space. Shen Jia smiled gently. I have encountered the realm you mentioned. In a past life, those who betrayed her lured her into the Mirror Queen space of supernatural abilities. That woman gazed at her with a face full of regret, saying, Shen Jia, such a powerful being as yourself never imagined that your betrayal led you to this place. Did you? Hinyin nodded, understanding that Shen Jia had endured much. A pang of sympathy surged within her, prompting her to embrace her dear friend. Jia Jia. I feel as though my energy has grown stronger. Shen Jia nodded, acknowledging that your extraordinary ability could indeed accommodate her spatial energy. What? Several individuals expressed their astonishment, pondering whether Yin Yin's power could contain another's energy. Yin Yin, at a loss for how to elucidate this to them, nonchalantly waved her hand, causing numerous ice crystal blues to materialize around them. See for yourselves, she suggested. Yin Yin proceeded to display the scenes of her triumph over the Mirror Queen through the reflections, and the group beheld the spirited woman in the images, increasingly impressed by her prowess. It seems we are all extraordinary beings, Lin Ran remarked, playfully delivering a punch to Yin Yin's shoulder. She winced and looked up at her friend. Ran, I might be extraordinary, but I am not a man. Lin Ran chuckled merrily, the atmosphere appearing warm and harmonious. Does anyone have any cravings for tonight? Zhou Xiang's voice chimed in from the side. Yin Yin raised her hand first. Well, I wish to savor. The group looked at her with eager anticipation. I long for the dishes lovingly prepared by Xiang. Lin Ran and Zhou Yu clapped in agreement, fully aware of Zhou Xiang's exceptional culinary skills. Shen Jia observed the joyful expressions of her close friends, and a smile inadvertently crept across her lips. How delightful it would be to sample the flavor of the vegetables grown from the corpse crystal seeds. Sounds splendid. Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement and turned to the fertile black soil to gather the vegetables. Shen Jia felt a pang of hunger in her stomach. She wandered over to the storage box and carelessly rummaged through it, retrieving some snacks to satiate her appetite. Bai Mu followed closely behind her, speaking cautiously. Boss, you finally woke up. I almost thought you no longer wanted me. Chapter 86. Teasing you indeed. I no longer want you, Shen Jia replied, her spirits soaring as she seized the opportunity to jest. Bai Mu, clearly taken aback by her words, widened her large, watery eyes in surprise. Shen Jia's smile widened as she playfully urged, I'm just teasing you. Hurry and help me up. Bai Mu nodded, yet his ears betrayed him, flushing a shade of crimson. Jia, these plants are thriving. Shen Jia approached at the sound, realizing her earlier assumptions were indeed accurate. The flora nurtured by the corpse crystal and spirit spring flourished at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary plants, exhibiting remarkable vitality. Observing the lush greenery spread across the ground, the group marveled at the astonishing prospect of indulging in fresh vegetables amidst such a desolate world. Let us have a splendid dinner tonight, Zhou Xiang exclaimed, approaching with a basket. The others nodded excitedly, eager to taste the vegetables cultivated with spirit spring water. Zhou Xiang plucked several cucumbers from the earth and gathered an array of vegetables beloved by all. She also sought out those rich in vitamins, thinking that even in this apocalyptic setting, her friends deserved to replenish their nutrients. Everyone busied themselves, each with a defined role, and soon the aroma of delectable food wafted from the kitchen. Shen Jia watched her friends bustling about, feeling as though it had been ages since she had experienced such warmth. Dinner is ready. Zhou Yu's voice rang out, light and carefree, a stark contrast to the earlier tension. Yin Yin and Lin Ran exchanged smiles, realizing this is the essence of home. Boss, would you like to have some fruit? Bai Mu suggested, recalling the strawberries he had seen sprouting in the field, knowing that the girls would surely enjoy their sweet tart flavor. Strawberries? Shen Jia replied, astonished. I didn't see any strawberries just now. Bai Mu, equally surprised, insisted, Boss, the field was just filled with strawberries. Somewhat fatigued, Shen Jia stood and ventured into the field, searching diligently, but finding no trace of the berries. Frustration bubbled within her. Bai Mu, are you teasing me? Bai Mu followed her, and upon seeing her dismay, knelt down to pick some himself. To his astonishment, the moment his hands touched the soil, numerous plants appeared to bask in sunlight and rain, visibly growing before Shen Jia's eyes. She was taken aback. She anticipated that an Earth-type ability user could wield such power. Boss, look! Bai Mu exclaimed, revealing several enormous strawberries in his hands, resembling the grotesque, artificially enhanced varieties produced by unscrupulous vendors. Shen Jia scrutinized the fruits, then glanced back at the soil, ensuring her eyes had not deceived her. In a hushed tone, she remarked, You're quite fortunate. Startled, Bai Mu dropped the strawberries in shock. Why has the boss become so eccentric since waking up? Bai Mu, what do you mean by that? He asked, utterly bewildered. Who would have imagined that their usually stoic leader would lean in and whisper with such an animated tone? Bai Mu found the situation utterly absurd. Shen Jia, with her hands tucked into her pockets, turned away after revealing a meaningful smile. Boss! Boss! Bai Mu shouted from behind. Shen Jia's lips curved into an attractive arc. He seems unaware that his talent can interact with plants. It appears I have an opportunity for some mischief. Shen Jia was taken aback by her own thought. A prank. She shook her head vigorously. No, she had always maintained an aloof persona. Jia, little security guard, come and eat. Zhou Xiang kindly reminded the joking duo as she brought out the final dish from the kitchen. All right, coming. Bai Mu had gathered a plethora of strawberries from the grass. It didn't matter that the boss hadn't informed him. After all, she was the boss, and whatever she said was justified. Jia, do you see this? Shen Jia caught a whiff of a strong aroma of snail noodles from afar, and as Zhou Xiang prompted, her stomach almost audibly growled in response. This is my favorite snail noodles. Indeed, but what is that foul smell? Bai Mu placed the strawberries on the table, only to be greeted by an unpleasant odor reminiscent of excrement. He pondered for a moment. The restroom was not nearby. Could it be? No, that couldn't be right. Surely no one had soiled themselves. As he approached, the source of the smell became evident. He was taken aback to see a steaming bowl on the dining table. It was this. He hurried to the tableware, where he found a well-balanced and colorful array of noodles. It looked quite familiar. Little security guard, you've never eaten snail noodles, have you? Lin Ran inquired, surprised that Zhou Yu was considered old-fashioned, only to discover someone even more antiquated who had never tasted snail noodles. Huh, this is snail noodles? The others nodded in agreement. Yes, is there a problem? Zhou Xiang appeared puzzled. This was the super snail noodles she had specially prepared for Jia, complete with fried eggs and an abundance of vegetables. Was there something amiss with the pairing? Bai Mu scratched his head and said, Sisters, the thing is, my uncle said this is junk food. A decorative pillow struck the white wooden surface, causing it to wince in pain while rubbing its forehead. Isn't this? Boss, isn't this just junk food? Shen Jia cast a sharp glare at her. Indeed, this is junk food. Your boss enjoys indulging in such fare. Bai Mu observed Shen Jia's increasingly dark expression, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. It seemed he had misspoken. Hing Yan, Lin Ran, and Zhou Xiang exchanged discreet chuckles. It was rare to see Jia provoked without her retaliating, aside from the little security guard. It seemed there was no other. Shall we have a meal first? The uncle suggested, believing that the best remedy for embarrassment is to change the subject. By introducing the topic of dining, he hoped to navigate the situation without further issue. The group nodded in agreement. Yes, let us dine. Shen Jia gazed at him with an exceedingly poor complexion. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke. Come here. Bai Mu pointed to himself, bewildered. Boss, are you referring to me? Shen Jia rolled her eyes in exasperation, wondering if she was indeed referring to zombies. Bai Mu walked over, somewhat disgruntled. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Shen Jia's mind. This fellow seemed oblivious to the connection between his talent and the plants. By the way, I just noticed a large cabbage in the field. Why don't you go and pick it? Shen Jia suggested, her phoenix eyes glinting mischievously. Surely, he was unaware of the pile of dung beside the cabbage. Chapter 87. You'll also find happiness, boss. What do you need the cabbage for? Bai Mu queried, embodying a multitude of questions. Shen Jia gazed at him with a cold and stunned expression, remarking, You seem rather talkative lately. Bai Mu, sensing the displeasure of his superior, quickly nodded and scurried to the side of the land. Indeed, there stood a large cabbage in the soil, yet the dark object beside it appeared, well, rather ominous. Never mind, it was ultimately something the boss desired. It surely wouldn't bring him harm. Bai Mu reached out to pluck the cabbage from the earth, while Shen Jia raised an eyebrow, preparing to witness the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, the cabbage seemed to sense the man's presence and power. Be careful, Zhou Yu exclaimed, unable to comprehend why Jia had instructed Bai Mu to retrieve that particular cabbage. Shen Jia turned to glance at Zhou Yu, as if she caught a whiff of gossip in the air. Is everything all right? Zhou Yu inquired, dashing over with a tissue in hand. The others observed the two squatting on the ground, their expressions resembling that of curious bystanders. Bai Mu had originally intended to pluck the cabbage and leave, but upon touching it, the cabbage seemed to react to him and grew wildly, transforming from a mere cabbage into a veritable cabbage plus. Boss, you can't be doing this on purpose, can you? Noticing the smile on Shen Jia's face, Bai Mu, though struck by a playful jab, found his spirits lifted. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I did it intentionally. All right. You all hurry and eat, or else the dishes I painstakingly prepared will go cold, Zhou Xiang remarked, placing a piece of sweet and sour pork rib into Shen Jia's bowl, knowing her fondness for tangy flavors. The sweet and sour ribs had become her signature dish. Xiang, you are biased. You serve food to Jia, but not to me, Lin Ran pouted, her expression adorably pitiful. Zhou Xiang shook her head helplessly. All right. I'll serve you too. Hin Yin watched the playful interactions with a smile. Why do I feel like you all are becoming more childish? She pointed at Shen Jia. Especially you. Shen Jia spread her hands in surprise. Oh, is that so? Hin Yin nodded and switched to a hearty eating mode. Do you all want some milk tea? Shen Jia pondered for a moment, realizing that enjoying snail noodles without milk tea hardly constituted happiness. Yes, I want some too. Several voices chimed in as they nodded in agreement. Shen Jia stood up, counted the number of people desiring milk tea, and walked into the space to retrieve a few cups. Wow, Jia, you remember our favorite flavors. Lin Ran expressed, clearly taken aback that her friend, despite their previous fallout over Lu Jia, still recalled her preferences. Shen Jia smiled. Of course, I cherish you all. What about me, boss? Don't I count? Bai Mu stood behind Shen Jia, looking quite pitiful. Actually, I love milk tea too. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow. Let me tell you, she said, gazing into Bai Mu Shui's watery eyes with a playful smile. Milk tea is also junk food, you know. Bai Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. What, you? Shen Jia raised an eyebrow and gracefully turned away, declaring that she would choose her own drink as she was unsure of others' tastes. Bai Mu then donned a charming, puppy-like smile and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, boss. After a hearty meal filled with laughter, the group collaboratively tidied up the table. I noticed that my skin had deteriorated recently. Me too. Perhaps it's due to the harshness of the environment outside. How about we do face masks together? Shen Jia observed Lin Ran and Hin Yin's casual banter and thought that since there was nothing pressing at the moment, it would be a good idea. Sure. I remember, Jia, you bought a plethora of skincare products. Yes, let me find them for you. As Shen Jia spoke, she suddenly recalled that Hin Yin's birthday was approaching and suggested, why not celebrate her birthday together? Upon entering the space, Shen Jia picked up her phone and sent a message to her friends. Jia doesn't tea eat garlic. Sisters, it seems like Hin Yin's birthday is coming up. Before long, her friends appeared, with Bai Mu, who had been dragged over by Lin Ran while washing fruit, looking bewildered at his boss and her sisters acting conspiratorially. Should we celebrate Hin Yin's birthday in advance, just in case something comes up later? They pondered, realizing that celebrating a birthday early was indeed a possibility, though they were uncertain if it was appropriate. I remember Xiang bought a lot of desserts. Let us use them to make a cake for Hin Yin. Great. As the group busied themselves in the space, Hin Yin lay on the sofa, wondering why no one had come to see her. Momentarily anxious, she considered the trouble she had faced before and instinctively quickened her pace towards her friends. Just as she reached the doorway, her friends emerged, holding a cake. Yin, happy birthday. Looking at her friends, her eyes brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. Birthday? Perhaps due to the tense atmosphere of the apocalypse. She had completely forgotten about her own birthday. Yes, it's your birthday, Shen Jia exclaimed, waving her hand to summon a flurry of glowing mutated insects fluttering around. Who says only men can prepare romance for women? Hin Yin felt deeply touched by the spectacle of lights. She stepped forward and embraced her friends, saying, thank you all. Having grown up enveloped in love, she had not felt cherished since learning of her parents' fate in the apocalypse. Shen Jia understood that Hin Yin, though outwardly tough, possessed a tender heart, and thus had always wished to comfort her. Yet, a gentle soul requires an appropriate opportunity to reveal their vulnerabilities. Merely presenting the truth might yield unsatisfactory results. Yin, happy birthday, Bai Mu and Zhou Yu appeared in adorable mascot costumes, leaving Yin astonished. Where did these costumes come from? And it's my favorite, Dormon. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt tears welling up. I'm so touched. Shen Jia wrapped her arms around her. Bai Mu watched the warm scene with a pang of sadness, wishing he could experience such happiness. However, as an orphan, he could not even recall when his own birthday was. Little follower, what are you thinking about? Shen Jia noticed the forlorn Dormon standing still. Boss, I think Yin is so happy. Bai Mu voiced his true feelings. Shen Jia smiled gently, stroking the head of the Dormon costume. Don't worry. You will be very happy too. Chapter 88. He seems to like you. Shen Jia has always harbored thoughts of her close friends in her heart. So when the young security guard gazes at her with such intensity, she instinctively chooses to evade. Betrayed by a man in the past. Shen Jia resembles one who has been bitten by a snake. She is now wary of wells for 10 years. Bai Mu believed he had conveyed his feelings clearly enough. Yet, the boss. It seems Bai Mu still had something to express. Shen Jia turned away, denying him the opportunity. In a world ravaged by disaster, emotions are the last thing one needs. Shen Jia herself cannot articulate the nature of her feelings towards Bai Mu, but she is acutely aware that she lacks the capital for romance at present. Gentle as Zhou Xiang, bright as Lin Ran, and embodying kindness. She feels there is little about herself that would endear her to a man. Jia, what are you pondering? Yin, holding a small bowl of cake, approached Shen Jia. Sensing her preoccupation, Shen Jia found herself at a loss for words, uncertain whether to share her thoughts with her friend. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Observing Shen Jia's silence, Yin took a seat beside her. Jia, it seems he likes you. Yin pointed to the downcast man at the table, who appeared to be watching them. Shen Jia's face visibly transformed from pale to crimson, and Yin could not help but chuckle softly at her. Jia, you are blushing. Yin, having spent the most time with Shen Jia, perceived her as a child who struggled to articulate her affections. Yin. Shen Jia's tone carried a hint of playful reproach. Her bright phoenix eyes sparkling in a way that inexplicably stirred one's heart. Jia, I speak with sincerity. Yin's expression was earnest. She understood what her best friend wished to convey. Well, but, Yin, I feel I no longer have a right to. Yin sharply interrupted Shen Jia's words, exclaiming, what do you mean by right? To be loved is a privilege everyone deserves. Why would you claim you lack the right? A flicker of anger crossed Yin's brow, her heart aching at the sight of her dear friend belittling herself. Shen Jia turned to look at her serious friend. In truth, she simply wished to relinquish her expectations. Who said one could not thrive alone? Is she not doing well now? Yin, of course, understood her friend's thoughts. With a sigh, she said, Jia, I hope we do not make decisions we may later regret. Regret? Yin, do not worry. Remaining as we are is quite satisfactory, and I am truly happy. Shen Jia rose to her feet, and Yin recognized her as a person of strong will. Once she had made up her mind, no amount of persuasion would sway her. In Yin's heart, the essence of their friendship lay in understanding and support. This was why, even when Lu Jie and Shen Jia had a falling out, Yin steadfastly remained by her side. What are you two whispering about? Lin Ran called out as the pair approached, her tone playful. You, the birthday star, are hardly fulfilling your duties, running about like this. Yin and Shen Jia exchanged smiles. Lin Ran was always the jester among them. Come quickly and see this. Zhou Xiang, who had recently developed a curiosity for PS games, was eagerly pulling her sister to play a game titled Survival in the Apocalypse. As she engaged, she increasingly felt that the game's scenarios mirrored their current experiences. The only distinction, perhaps, was that the protagonist in the game was solitary, while they were a collective. What's going on? Lin Ran was the first to dash to Zhou Xiang's side and sit down. Yin chuckled. Ever since Jia fainted, Lin Ran felt an overwhelming sense of duty to protect everyone, and now, whenever anything occurred, her first thought was whether her friend might be in danger. Wow, this game is eerily reminiscent of what we are currently facing. After playing alongside Zhou Xiang for a few minutes, Lin Ran exclaimed, it feels less like a game and more like an immersive role-playing experience. Lin Ran's description struck a chord, and Zhou Xiang nodded in agreement. Jia, why don't you come and take a look? Upon hearing her friend's invitation, Shen Jia felt a surge of excitement. I believe the game's designer might have experienced a rebirth as well. I share that sentiment. The background effects of this game are incredibly vivid and lifelike. The two engage in a lighthearted exchange while Shen Jia settled down to play. At that moment, Bai Mu, who had been silent until then, appeared behind Shen Jia. The others exchanged teasing glances as he consciously took a seat beside her. "Boss, may I join you in playing?" Shen Jia played earnestly, not sparing him even a glance, merely nodding in response. "Boss, which character did you choose?" Bai Mu inquired, observing the character selection on the game interface before turning to gaze intently at Shen Jia. The profile of the woman resembled an exquisite sculpture, with a refined nose, delicate pink lips, and fair complexion. For reasons unknown, Bai Mu felt a stirring sensation within. Questioning his own emotions, feeling a surge of heat in his chest, he hastily retreated to the restroom. In a mirror, the youthful visage reflected flushed cheeks and a heavy breath, as the primal desires of man were awakened by the faint scent emanating from Shen Jia. In that moment, Bai Mu became acutely aware of his longing to possess her, not merely to be with her. He realized there existed a fundamental distinction between the two aspirations. Immersed in the world of the game, Shen Jia was oblivious to Bai Mu's turmoil. Her focus remained steadfast on the screen. Strangely, since she began playing, a sense of déjà vu enveloped her. What could be the cause of this feeling? The game's scenery shifted rapidly, soon arriving at the fifth prison, a location Shen Jia had previously visited with her friends, which she had believed to be secure. However, from the protagonist's perspective, it was evidently a trap laid for the unwary. A sudden pang pierced her heart, causing her hands, which had been manipulating the PlayStation, to lose strength. Shen Jia collapsed, clutching her chest, experiencing discomfort in her heart for the first time since her transformation. "Jia Jia," her friends exclaimed in unison, as Shen Jia's beautifully arched brows furrowed in distress, her speech becoming labored. The spring. Hin Yen discerned Shen Jia's words and rushed to the spring to fetch water, only to be astonished by the apparent signs of depletion. "What?" Hin Yen stifled her surprise. "Yen, what are you doing? Hurry!" Lin Ran urged, helping the fallen Shen Jia to the sofa, where the soft cushions provided a modicum of relief, though the pain persisted. Hin Yen carefully collected what little water remained from the spring, which had appeared full moments ago, but now lay nearly exhausted. Though perplexed, she recognized that her friend's well-being was paramount. At that moment, the restroom door swung open. Chapter 89. Lin Ran enters the instance. Bai Mu stood before them, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. Lin Ran had yet to inquire about his condition when he abruptly enveloped Shen Jia in a tight embrace, repeatedly murmuring, "Possessor, possessor." Having watched numerous science fiction films, Lin Ran instinctively sensed that Bai Mu was not himself. "Hey, little security guard, pull yourself together," Hin Yen exclaimed, appearing from behind with the water bottle, only to find the scene in disarray. The game interface displayed an image of the group, particularly the woman sprawled on the ground, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Shen Jia. In a flurry, they administered the spring water to Shen Jia, and her furrowed brow began to ease. "Bai Mu," Hin Yen gasped, witnessing the little security guard approach Shen Jia. The man's strength was surprisingly formidable as he gripped Shen Jia's neck with both hands, his power significantly surpassing that of a woman. Shen Jia gazed in astonishment at the man before her, whose eyes burned crimson, filled with disbelief reflected in his icy phoenix gaze. Hin Yen, noticing that Bai Mu appeared oblivious to her calls, directly reached out and struck him with a water spirit bow, as if to jolt him awake. Bai Mu looked at the woman before him in surprise, as if suddenly roused from a deep slumber. "Sister Yen, what is wrong with me?" he stammered. "Bai Mu, what are you doing?" Shen Jia, already troubled, felt her agitation intensify upon witnessing Bai Mu's bewilderment. "Boss, what is wrong with me?" Bai Mu, seemingly sensing something amiss, stared blankly at the group with his large, watery eyes, questioning what just happened. "Why can't I remember anything?" As he spoke, he sank to the ground in distress. "I don't know. I was washing my face in the restroom, and I saw a dark mass in a mirror. When I reached out to touch it, everything went blank. His words were sincere, devoid of fabrication. The restroom? Yin sensed that the situation was more complex than Bai Mu had described. After pondering for a moment, she resolved to investigate, for Jia Jia was currently in a frail state and could not afford to have any foreign energy entities invade their space. You all take good care of Jia Jia here. I'll go take a look. For some inexplicable reason, a wave of anxiety washed over Shen Jia, a sense of loss creeping into her heart. Watching Yin's determined silhouette, she felt an overwhelming urge to call her back. Nian Nian, Shen Jia shouted, but Yin had already moved too swiftly, clearly unable to hear her voice. Quick, go help Yin. Shen Jia urged Lin Ran, and Bai Mu beside her, you must assist her. It was as though she had foreseen impending danger, and indeed, her instincts proved accurate. Upon opening the restroom door, Yin was confronted by a swirling mass of black mist that seemed to materialize with intent. She scrutinized the woman before her, confirming that she was not the one the mist sought, and thus it drifted away. With a swift motion, Yin summoned the water spirit bowed to her right hand. Her energy now restored and no longer feeble. Hey, what are you doing? She shouted at the black mist, confident that it could hear her words. Yin. Lin Ran's voice echoed from a distance, causing a sinking feeling in Yin's heart. This was troubling. Ran had yet to advance like herself, and likely would not be a match for this entity of energy. Shen Jia once engaged Yin in numerous discussions about various matters pertaining to the apocalypse. Yin vividly recalls that the black mist symbolizes energy crystals, commonly referred to as willpower. These entities emerge accompanied by certain directives or missions, and typically, they will not depart until their tasks are fulfilled. Stay away from me. Yin could not restrain herself from shouting. It was far too late to enlighten her friends about these phenomena. Suddenly, a misty black entity materialized beside Lin Ran, and Yin cried out in alarm, but it was too late to intervene. Bai Mu witnessed the dark mist enveloping Lin Ran, and he attempted to summon his innate powers, only to find himself unable to do so. What is happening to me? He exclaimed, staring at his empty hands in disbelief, as chaos erupted in the space around them. Jia. Shen Jia appeared behind them, her complexion pale and frigid. In a cold tone, she inquired, "Where is Ran?" Silence was her only response. She recalled that this was the 5th prison. Jia mentioned that this was once her confinement, and Lin Ran gazed curiously at the familiar surroundings, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Suddenly, a playful fire spirit beast appeared before her. Lin Ran crouched down, hoping to coax the little creature closer, but it seemed frightened of her. Confused, she wondered if something terrifying lurked behind her. Her attention was absorbed by the fire spirit beast, completely unaware of the danger that had materialized behind her. Be careful. The television screen displayed Lin Ran's figure, and Shen Jia gasped at the sight of a horde of zombies standing ominously behind her. The zombies not only bore identical appearances, but were also high-level undead. Shen Jia rubbed her temples, attempting to use her maternal energy to locate Lin Ran, only to realize her efforts were in vain. Jia, do not worry, I trust Ran. Yin recalled the moment she was drawn into the mirror's powers, feeling inexplicably that this was a test of their abilities. Perhaps it was their anxious emotions affecting her friends, but Shen Jia nodded, choosing to place her faith in Yin. Jia, Yin, Ran will not encounter any issues, will she? Zhou Xiang expressed her concern, fully aware of the dangers that accompanied the apocalypse. She had previously witnessed Jia encounter Lu Jia and various zombies in the 5th prison, and wondered if Ran could manage alone. Zhou Yu shared her apprehension, recalling how they had always been together, and now Lin Ran was on her own. Isn't this the 5th prison? Bai Mu finally noticed the scene displayed on the screen. Lin Ran was crouched down, gazing at the trembling fire spirit beast, entirely oblivious to her presence in her friend's monitor. Little creature, haven't we met before? Do you not recognize your sister? Lin Ran approached the fire spirit beast, when suddenly, a wailing sound emanated from behind her. Chapter 90. Division of Labor. The group focused intently on the television screen, observing Lin Ran's every movement. So engrossed were they that they failed to notice the emergence of numerous dark, misty energy entities, reminiscent of those that had previously clung to Bai Mu. Until, a A piercing shriek from the girl pierced through the air, capturing their undivided attention. Sister, Zhou Xiang called out softly, heavy with concern. Be careful, Xiang. Shen Jia swiftly moved to Zhou Yu's side. The girl had never faced such a perilous situation, and Shen Jia felt an acute sense of urgency. Zhou Yu, who rarely spent time with them, lacked an energy field, making her, in this apocalyptic setting, the most vulnerable ordinary person susceptible to danger. Shen Jia furrowed her brow, contemplating the fact that using her powers could easily harm her. Jia, please save my sister, Zhou Xiang implored, her eyes filled with a desperate plea, unable to bear the thought of losing her sister after already losing their mother. Xiang, do not worry. Shen Jia tightly grasped He Nian's hand, and before He Nian could fully comprehend the situation, an unusual magnetic field enveloped both of their hands. This magnetic field radiated a prismatic glow, resembling the ethereal beauty of the aurora from a distance. The others were drawn to this energy, momentarily forgetting the peril surrounding them. Bai Mu, witnessing his leader activating yet another skill, felt a surge of admiration. However, when he turned to look, he saw the very black mist that had engulfed him moments ago looming behind his leader. He reached out, intending to use vines to shield her from the assault of the energy mist, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Bai Mu stared in disbelief at his empty hands, questioning, "What has happened to me?" A smile played at the corners of Shen Jia's lips. The energy black mist, one needn't ponder to ascertain its origin. Has that individual truly grown so formidable? Jia, be cautious, He Nian said, her gaze fixated on the dark mist crystallizing behind her friend, gradually morphing into a human form. This apocalypse increasingly resembled a scene from a science fiction film or novel. Shen Jia winked at her companion, reassuring her not to worry. The radiant, rainbow-hued glow emanating from the two of them seemed to sense the impending danger lurking behind. In an instant, the energy surged, and as they beheld the entire space illuminated by the iridescent light, a wave of healing washed over their hearts. Shen Jia's features were as exquisite as a painting. Indeed, the extraordinary powers of both she and Nian could harmoniously intertwine. Shen Jia smiled, intending to thoroughly explain the underlying principles to her close friends. But Lin Ran on the television had seemingly vanished. The energy black mist appeared to be unharmed, as these small entities once again divided into even smaller clusters and surged towards the group. Upon perceiving the precarious situation, Shen Jia promptly evaded and led her friends outside the space. This entity must have been brought into the realm by Chu Ran. At this juncture, the extreme weather outside had abated. As they gazed at the horizon, where the sun was descending, a wave of unspoken sentiments washed over them. Shen Jia, it has been a long time. A man clad in apocalyptic military attire stood in the twilight, waving at her. Had their allegiances not diverged, Shen Jia might have extended an invitation for him to join them, for his imposing stature exuded a remarkable sense of security. This is the 50-50 agreement I promised you. Now, I require something from you. Oh, Shen Jia raised an eyebrow, pondering that in the real world, men typically desired 3 things. However, in this realm, she was unfamiliar with his intentions. I still recall you producing a bottle of water last time. I would like another. Upon hearing the mention of the spiritual spring water, He Nian, who had just regained her composure, recollected the vision of the spring she had witnessed earlier. She softly approached Shen Jia, saying, Jia, it seems the spiritual spring has dried up. Shen Jia turned, disbelief etched on her face. What? The spiritual spring symbolizes the energy of this space. If something were amiss with it, the entire realm. Her brows knitted in concern as she thought of Ran's uncertain fate and the emerging issues within the space. Just as she felt overwhelmed, Bai Mu approached her. Boss, how about I search for Sister Ran? Shen Jia regarded the man before her, for the first time perceiving him as a man. After contemplation, she acknowledged that while consolidating manpower was a sound strategy, Bai Mu was still too young to undertake such a perilous venture alone. Jia, I will accompany him. He Nian, having listened to Bai Mu's suggestion, studied him seriously before affirming, yes, he should not be a hindrance. Shen Jia contemplated. Nian is a water-based ability user. while Bai Mu is a gifted individual. The combination of the two should pose no issues, and with an additional person for mutual support, she felt quite reassured. Moreover, Nian Nian had recently absorbed the mirror ability, significantly enhancing her powers. Thus, alongside a gifted companion, their safety should be well assured. Shen Jia solemnly nodded, sensing the irritation of the man who felt overlooked as he cleared his throat with displeasure. Shen Jia, could you please fetch me a bottle of water? He requested, revealing his busyness. Shen Jia shot him an exasperated glare, thinking to herself, are you the only one busy in the world? After watching the two depart, she took out a jade bracelet. Hey, you can't be serious? Can you? At this time, you're still thinking about wearing gold and silver? This woman truly fails to grasp the situation. Come with me. Shen Jia understood the thoughts swirling in the man's mind, but chose to remain silent, as explaining was not her forte. In an instant, the man appeared alongside Shen Jia in a different space. Looking at the grand house before them, he couldn't help but exclaim, you are quite wealthy, aren't you? With another eye roll, Shen Jia mimicked his tone, saying, hey, you can't be serious, can you? The man raised an eyebrow charmingly, remarking, you, my dear, are rather stingy. Shen Jia presented a cold and indifferent silhouette to the man. Have you not heard that only gentlemen and women are difficult to nurture? In truth, Shen Jia wished to express, initially, I encouraged you to pursue your studies, yet you chose to engage in butchery. Nevertheless, let it be. The paramount concern now is to ascertain the nature of the issues within this space. Most crucially, she needs to determine whether the enigmatic black mist still lingers. Shen Jia closed her eyes to sense her surroundings, and only when she confirmed that there was no lingering black mist of energy did she finally feel at ease. Old Qin, welcome to my space. The man widened his eyes in astonishment. What? Your space? It is widely acknowledged that those who possess their own space in the apocalypse are formidable beings akin to the lords of the end times, especially someone like Shen Jia, whose space is replete with resources, something he had never encountered before. He gazed at the woman in surprise, then surveyed the space around him. When did you become so powerful? Shen Jia felt 3 lines form on her forehead. What on earth? Was I really that weak before? Chapter 91, A Sisterhood Above All. Shen Jia, it seems you've been quite successful since you ventured out on your own, the man teased, pointing to a plethora of valuable Chanel bags in the corner, which must have consumed quite a bit of resources. I never realized you had this vulnerable side. You tough woman. Shen Jia shot him a cold glance, her expression serious. What did you just say? Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed, and her arms crossed, clearly indicating her annoyance. Do you know the greatest difference between men and women? Shen Jia coldly remarked, perplexed as to why, in a man's eyes, a woman purchasing designer bags equated to vanity. Women possess intellect. Men? Shen Jia scoffed disdainfully. They are merely driven by base instincts. The man clearly disagreed with her assertion, yet she did have a point. The priority now was to swiftly acquire the spiritual spring water. After all, thinking of the brothers in the military afflicted by that strange virus, it was curious that he had escaped unscathed after consuming the water Shen Jia provided. All right, let us hurry and collect the water, Shen Jia said, glancing back at her companion, Xiang. Confirming that there was no dangerous energy lingering near them, she softly instructed, Xiang, you, please wait for me here. I sense that area is unsafe. The two nodded obediently, and Shen Jia proceeded with Qin Hao towards that direction. As they walked, Shen Jia slowly spoke, oh, right, Lao Qin, I forgot to mention, there seems to be an issue with my spatial spring, implicitly suggesting that she might not be able to guarantee obtaining the water today. What? The man's eyes widened like a startled goldfish, his expression clearly conveying 6 words. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shen Jia smiled, yet perhaps things were better now. She was not particularly concerned about what the man intended to do with the spiritual spring water. Rather, at this moment, she felt that having another man around could provide protection for Zhou Xiang and the others, who had yet to awaken their abilities or talents. She felt a twinge of guilt over this small desire, yet she sincerely hoped that the man would succeed in obtaining the spiritual spring. The man's pace unconsciously quickened. The space was vast, adorned with mountains and rivers, making it an ideal place for habitation. He mused that, should Shen Jia not mind. He intended to bring his brothers to pledge their allegiance to her, provided, of course, that they remained alive. He could discern Shen Jia's care and cherish for the girls around her, and reflecting on his own brothers with whom he shared life and death. He realized their sentiments were likely aligned. The man declared that brothers are akin to one's own flesh and blood, to which Shen Jia wholeheartedly agreed. However, for women, there exists a saying, a sisterhood surpasses all. Zhou Xiang gazed at Shen Jia with concern, with Bai Mu gone. She could not fathom why she felt such a persistent lack of security. Jia had only recently recovered, and while Zhou Xiang believed in her strength, an inexplicable sense of foreboding lingered. Shen Jia, have you considered expanding your team? The man turned to admire the woman's flawless profile, reluctantly acknowledging her undeniable beauty. Shen Jia lowered her head in contemplation. In truth, she had pondered this matter deeply, yet she harbored a profound distrust towards the man before her. Very well, Shen Jia replied nonchalantly, though her heart did not acquiesce. The man, standing by the spring, was taken aback, for the well before him bore no semblance of containing water. He gazed at Shen Jia, perplexed. This, Shen Jia affirmed with a nod, is precisely as you perceive it. Shen Jia, I genuinely require that vial of water. If possible, I would be willing to offer you an additional fragment of my crystal. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow, questioning what? Can this water save your life? The man's eyes glistened with emotion as he solemnly nodded. It is not my life that this can save, but the lives of my brothers. Memories from a past life surged into Shen Jia's mind like an unstoppable torrent, rendering her momentarily speechless as she gazed at the man before her. She could feel the despair radiating from him, reminiscent of her own in a previous existence. Very well, I promise you. I shall help you find the spring anew. Throughout this prolonged period, they had not taken the time to thoroughly explore this space. As Shen Jia approached Zhou Xiang to retrieve the fragmented jade pendant and placed it in the corresponding frame beside the spring, astonishment filled the eyes of the others. What is this? The once spacious area expanded even further, and following the direction of Zhou Xiang's finger. Shen Jia was astonished to see numerous mountains and waters in the distance. Were you all astonished by? The man observed the girls, their expressions filled with disbelief. And for a moment, he was curious if they had witnessed something extraordinary. Shen Jia raised her hand, pointing towards the endless mountain range ahead. Old Qin, do you see? There are mountains here. The man gazed at them in astonishment. Do you mean you cannot see them? Now it was the women who were taken aback. What? He saw them as soon as he entered? Shen Jia's face was etched with disbelief. How is that possible? This is my space. How could he perceive something I am unaware of? I assumed you all could see them, the man replied, seemingly surprised that they had only just noticed. Shen Jia pondered for a moment. Perhaps bringing the man into her space was not such a bad idea after all. I feel that this space should be larger. His casual remark sparked a realization in Shen Jia. Indeed, when the space bracelet had split into several pieces of spatial jade, she had merely thought of them as keys to enter and exit the space, not realizing they held this additional significance. Jia, I have a strange feeling that something on the mountain is watching us, Zhou Xiang remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu, who was listening intently beside her, was instantly covered in goosebumps. Something is up there? She glanced ahead, noticing the distant, ominous shadows that seemed rather frightening. Now that you mention it, I feel as though I could see it too. The man followed Zhou Xiang's gaze and noticed something in the distance on the mountain peak that appeared to be glimmering. Perhaps they could venture into the mountains to see if they could discover a spirit spring? Shen Jia seemed to comprehend the man's intentions. If you're interested, we welcome you to join us. Qin Hao understood that Shen Jia was a woman who valued loyalty, which was why he had always perceived her as one of the men. However, he found it peculiar that he felt she had changed, though he could not articulate in what specific way. He only recalled that when he had let her go, she had been quite vulnerable, and now she had grown strong enough to protect those around her. Yet, I must preface my words with a warning. Should we fail to locate the spirit spring upon our arrival, do not cast blame upon me. Shen Jia spoke coldly, having grown accustomed to the fickleness of men. To prevent such occurrences, she resolved to establish the rules before their departure. Chapter 92. The Queen of Blue star the few individuals who had reached an agreement brought along some supplies as they ventured into the mountains. Along the way, Shen Jia's concern for Lin Ran and He Yin's distracted demeanor led her to miss several attempts by Zhou Xiang to engage her in conversation. Shen Jia, what are you pondering? Shen Jia offered a perfunctory smile, unwilling to divulge her thoughts to Qin Hao. I can't shake the feeling that you are different. The man spoke first. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow. Oh, is it that 3 men have changed their views? The man chuckled softly, his voice low. I had no idea you were so cultured. Shen Jia shot him an annoyed glance. That's merely because you have such a narrow view. Before long, the 4 of them reached the foot of a mountain. After some contemplation, Shen Jia declared, let me lead the way. This considerate gesture only deepened Zhou Yu's admiration for her. Reflecting on her previous disrespect towards Shen Jia, she felt a wave of shame wash over her and lowered her head. The man clearly did not anticipate Shen Jia's willingness to take the lead, as typically, such roles were assumed by oneself. He waved his hand dismissively. With your slender arms and legs, you should stay behind me and focus on protecting yourself. Shen Jia, weary of engaging in endless disputes, understood that the paramount objective at present was to swiftly ascertain whether there existed a spring of spiritual water upon the mountain. Jia, did you hear any sounds? Zhou Xiang inquired, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. She was certain she had just heard a group of individuals reciting something in a language she could not comprehend. Shen Jia shook her head and turned to Qin Hao, asking, did you hear it? The man likewise shook his head. How peculiar. What, then, was the source of the sound she had perceived? Shen Jia turned to Zhou Xiang, who wore a serious expression. Logically speaking, she too should possess her own talents or abilities. Having survived in the apocalypse for quite some time, Shen Jia had an extraordinary perceptiveness towards her surroundings. She suspected that the sounds Zhou Xiang was hearing at that moment might indeed be her unique ability or gift. Zhou Xiang released her sister's hand, the sound seemingly emanating from the south. Perhaps if she ventured a little closer, she would be able to discern it. Observing Zhou Xiang's retreating figure, the man expressed his confusion. Hey, Shen Jia, what is your good friend up to? Shen Jia, engrossed in her surroundings, failed to notice Zhou Xiang's transformation. By the time she realized, Zhou Xiang had already distanced herself significantly. Zhou Yu cautiously followed her sister, for without their mother, it was only the 2 of them relying on one another. Shen Jia's indifference to her calls filled her with anxiety. Xiang. Shen Jia's heart skipped a beat. It appeared that within the spatial mountains formed by the jade ornament, there was something she could not hear, yet Zhou Xiang could perceive. The man, still oblivious to the woman's whereabouts, suddenly saw her appear beside the girl. Qin Hao shook his head and quietly lamented, women are truly troublesome. Shen Jia, my brothers are in dire need of your spring water to survive. The most urgent matter is for you to lead me to the spring. I will provide you with everything you desire. The man's mouth moved animatedly, but Shen Jia found the noise unbearable. She turned to him with a cold glare. If you're anxious, go find it yourself. The man felt stymied. Her audacity had clearly grown, as she would never have spoken to him this way before. What is wrong with your friend? The man attempted to shift the topic, his eyes filled with concern. Only then did Shen Jia suppress her urge to silence him. She reasoned that something in the mountains had captivated Zhou Xiang. Following Zhou Xiang's pointed direction, it seemed her best friend was beckoning them to advance in that direction. Jia, is my sister all right? Zhou Yu inquired cautiously. Shen Jia placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, your sister is fine. Yet, she herself was uncertain whether Zhou Xiang would remain unharmed once they entered the mountains. Zhou Xiang's gaze fluctuated between clarity and emptiness, and the man observed her, feeling as if she resembled those figures in television shows who were possessed by spirits. Shen Jia, carrying Zhou Xiang, utilized her extraordinary abilities to arrive at the mountainside. The man stood at the base of the mountain, gazing at the woman above him. Goodness, he thought, not only does she dare to oppose me, but she has also mastered the art of agility. He found his attention perpetually drawn to her, shaking his head vigorously in disbelief. After all, this woman was renowned for her formidable strength. Meanwhile, Shen Jia, perched on a mountainside, had no time to concern herself with the man below. However, she could not abandon him. for she had entrusted Zhou Yu to his care. Peering down, she observed the young girl quietly following the man, seemingly enjoying their companionship. A smile graced Shen Jia's lips. "Old Qin, it seems you are finally proving your worth." "Jia," Zhou Xiang suddenly spoke up. Shen Jia gently set her down, only to see her face pale dramatically. "Jia, be careful." Unbeknownst to them, a multitude of zombies had appeared on the slope. Shen Jia furrowed her brow, perplexed by the presence of so many zombies in her vicinity. The creatures before her were not the low-tier zombies she had encountered previously. They were scaling the cliffs with astonishing speed. They did not launch an immediate attack, merely observing from a distance, and it seemed their preferred prey was no longer human. Shen Jia contemplated for a moment, extending her hand to summon a colossal corpse crystal. The zombies, seemingly frenzied, lunged towards them. It appeared that the crystal was their sustenance. Shen Jia was taken aback, recalling how she had been informed that zombies, upon gradual evolution, ceased to prey on humans. In other words, there are no humans left in this place. A world devoid of humanity has its merits and demerits. The advantage lies in the ability to command these advanced zombies to serve her, while the downside is the irrevocable absence of kin. "Shen Jia, are you ready yet?" A man called out from the mountainside, his voice echoing with impatience, questioning why women always took so long to accomplish tasks. Watching the zombies shatter the corpse crystal and absorb the energy within, Shen Jia sensed a unique energetic field emanating from Zhou Xiang. This energy field bore a striking resemblance to that of the nearby zombies. Zhou Xiang stood dazed, gazing at the ravenous zombies on the ground. "Were you summoning me just now?" Zhou Xiang's voice broke the silence. As the zombies turned their gaze towards them, Shen Jia's heart fluttered. Upon closer inspection, these creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, the only distinction being the blue crystal embedded in their foreheads. Shen Jia recognized its significance, just as Zhou Xiang did. Indeed, most esteemed queen of the Blue Star, the zombies knelt before Zhou Xiang in reverence. Blue Star, is that not the abode of the superhumans? Chapter 93. She seems changed. Zhou Xiang regarded the zombies, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Go fetch me the spirit's spring water." "Yes." The zombies vanished in an instant. Shen Jia turned to Zhou Xiang, her eyes wide with astonishment. Xiang, what is this?" Zhou Xiang was taken aback to discover that Shen Jia was unaware of the situation. Stunned by Shen Jia's serious demeanor, they exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. Xiang, I truly did not expect you to be the Queen of the Blue Star." Zhou Xiang gazed at the distant, shimmering blue crystals, knowing the zombies were aiding her in the quest for what she desired. "Recently, I have felt a voice in my mind, yet I could not decipher its meaning until we arrived here." Zhou Xiang paused before continuing. "The moment they appeared before me, I understood they were seeking me. Perhaps I am no longer the Zhou Xiang I once was." Shen Jia grasped her best friend's hand tightly, pondering that perhaps this was destined by fate. "Hey, I say, could you refrain from being so sentimental?" A man appeared before them, panting heavily. The mountain, which appeared to be quite modest in height, had proven to be a strenuous climb. The warm atmosphere was disrupted by the man's presence, prompting Shen Jia to roll her eyes at him in exasperation. "Old Qin, when I next encounter your brothers, I shall regale them with tales of your fondness for snail noodles." "Hey, where's the spiritual spring water?" the man demanded sternly. As he had invested a significant portion of resources, surely this woman wouldn't deceive him, would she? A group of zombies, illuminated by blue light, emerged before them, each exhibiting various grotesque forms. The man was momentarily rendered speechless by shock, while Shen Jia chuckled softly. "Old Qin, it's a pity I didn't bring my phone." The man immediately grasped the implication of her words. "Shen Jia, just wait." Their banter continued, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others around them. The zombies, having consumed Shen Jia as corpse crystal, curiously observed the duo. Shen Jia stuck out her tongue at the man before turning her attention earnestly to Zhou Xiang. "Have they found it?" Zhou Xiang nodded, as a silver-haired man stepped forward, placing a vial into her hands. Shen Jia smiled, feeling reassured at last. "Here, this is for you." She tossed the item to the man, who received it with a sheepish grin. "Thank you, Sister Jia." Shen Jia turned, momentarily stunned. Sister Jia? Am I really that old? Zhou Xiang burst into laughter, realizing that since the arrival of the young security guard, Bai Mu, Shen Jia had become endearingly charming. Perhaps she herself was unaware of the transformation she had undergone. Thank you both. The man addressed Zhou Xiang, who appeared gentle yet unexpectedly formidable. Indeed, the anomalies within this scenario were simply too numerous to count. Shen Jia smiled. You are quite considerate. After the group resolved the man's issue, they noticed that the sky had begun to darken. Although this was a different realm, its ecological environment bore a striking resemblance to the familiar world they once knew. After some contemplation, Shen Jia decided to spend the night in the mountains. Let us stay in the mountains for the night, she suggested. Though this mountain was not the same as the ones they were accustomed to, it was still a mountain, and she believed there would be no significant problems. Besides, as she glanced at the horde of zombies standing behind Zhou Xiang, she felt reassured that their presence would ensure their safety. Is it really appropriate for just the two of us to spend the night here? The man questioned, looking somewhat aggrieved. Shen Jia shot him an exasperated glance. Make sure to wear your pants tightly while you sleep tonight. Shen Jia, I've noticed that with Lu Jia absent, you seem to have completely let loose, he remarked. Lu Jia? Shen Jia's tone instinctively rose, her heart sinking at the mention of a name she wished to never hear again. How could he so brazenly invoke the name of a man who had long since betrayed them? What did you just say? Shen Jia was on the verge of anger when she saw Zhou Xiang step forward, confronting the man. Please repeat what you just said. Observing Zhou Xiang's usual calm demeanor now tinged with irritation, Shen Jia appreciated the protection her friend offered. Upon realizing Zhou Xiang was the queen of the Blue Star, the man became exceedingly respectful, awkwardly chuckling, beautiful sister, I misspoke earlier. Shen Jia smiled, and even the usually serious Zhou Xiang couldn't help but join in the laughter. Shen Jia stepped forward, linking arms with her close friend. Old Qin, do you know how villains typically meet their demise in movies? The man shook his head, puzzled by her sudden mention of films. Shen Jia shot him a glance and continued. Villains in movies usually perish due to their excessive verbosity. The two friends burst into laughter, while Qin Hao stood there, looking rather aggrieved, which struck a comical chord. Shen Jia was acutely aware of the urgency in his heart. She turned to Zhou Xiang and Zhou Yu, suggesting, why don't we send him out? Both were taken aback, looking at her in disbelief. Jia, since when did you start to care for men? Shen Jia chuckled softly. It's not that. I merely find him rather feeble. The atmosphere lightened considerably due to Shen Jia's jest. The man, evidently aware that engaging in banter with women was unwise, reached into his bag and produced the remaining 10% of the corpse crystal. I promised you this, plus an extra 10%. Shen Jia was somewhat taken aback. She understood that acquiring corpse crystals in the apocalypse was no simple feat. The man, as companions, had clearly been infected during the process of obtaining the crystals. If she were to take their scarce resources, their survival would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Thank you, the man said before vanishing into thin air. Shen Jia gazed up at the stars, lost in thought about Lin Ran and the fate of him. How were they faring? Chapter 94. The appearance of the young boy with their assistance. Lin Ran's situation improved rapidly. Although the number of zombies was substantial, the group had awakened their abilities and talents, swiftly concluding the battle. As dawn broke, Lin Ran appeared before Shen Jia, cradling the fire spirit fox. She thought she must have been mistaken and lay back down in disbelief. It seemed she had risen too abruptly. Was she now experiencing hallucinations? Shen Jia tugged at Zhou Xiang, and the two of them lay drowsily in the tent, continuing to sleep. It seemed they had no desire for her attention at all. It appears you no longer love me. Lin Ran pouted, and Shen Jia's playful demeanor brought a smile to Lin Ran's face. Shen Jia and Zhou Xiang were finally convinced that they were not imagining things, and they promptly leaped out of bed. Xiang Xiang, Jia Jia. The two of them rose and scrutinized the others. Lin Ran and He Nian appeared merely fatigued, while Bai Mu seemed to be in a rather dire state. What is wrong with you? Shen Jia approached him and inquired softly, feeling an inexplicable concern for him. Bai Mu feebly shook his head. It was not that he was unwilling to speak, but rather that he was utterly drained. Is there nothing you wish to share with me? Shen Jia's gaze intensified, as she resolved to ask him in a different manner. Bai Mu looked into the eyes of the woman, filled with worry, and for some reason, his heart warmed. No one had ever cared for him to such an extent before. She was the first. What did you encounter on the road? Clever as Shen Jia was, she sensed the underlying meaning in Bai Mu's words as soon as they left his lips. We saved many people along the way, Bai Mu said weakly, and Shen Jia felt as though he might faint at any moment. Shen Jia was aware that her best friend's thoughts diverged from her own, yet she felt no authority to impose restrictions upon them. Are there still many people outside? The apocalypse had persisted for nearly a month. Were there still lives to be saved? What was truly happening beyond their confines? Shen Jia yearned to comprehend the situation unfolding outside, her words sharp and incisive. Bai Mu was taken aback by the demeanor of her leader, exclaiming, "Leader, you..." Shen Jia did not believe that there were still many people outside. She turned and swiftly departed from the space. No, she had to venture out to discover what had transpired. The outside world was a scene of carnage, littered with corpses and drenched in blood. Among the remnants of shattered walls, bodies lay dismembered, their mangled entrails and shattered marrow strewn across the ground. The sight was utterly harrowing. The stench of blood permeated the air, which felt distinctly thick and oppressive. How had the outside world descended into such chaos again? Wasn't the viral storm supposed to have ended long ago? At that moment, a child's cry emerged from the ruins and debris. Approaching the sound, she found a boy of 3 or 4 years old sitting amidst the wreckage, surrounded by grotesque, bloodied corpses, his own body splattered with blood. "Are you all right, little one?" Shen Jia spoke softly, for the boy appeared pitiable. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her. Turning, she saw a grotesque zombie, its mouth filled with flesh, staggering toward them. Shen Jia's expression darkened. The zombie was merely a few meters away, and if she left, the boy would undoubtedly perish. In her hesitation, the zombie lurched closer. Instinctively, she dashed to the side of the creature, drawing her long knife just in time to plunge it into the zombie's eye, blood gushing forth in an instant. "Sister! Sister!" The boy's voice trembled, filled with fear. Shen Jia pondered for a moment before conjuring a packet of candy from her space. "This is for you." His eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected the beautiful sister to offer him candy. He hesitantly extended his trembling hand, uncertain whether to accept. His mother had always warned him against accepting gifts from strangers, yet the sister did not seem to be wicked. The thought of his mother caused the boy's big eyes to brim with tears. His mother, she was nowhere to be found. Shen Jia gently reached out to stroke the little boy's head, offering a soft smile. "Do not be afraid. Take this." After a moment of thought, she continued to inquire, "Where is your mother, little one?" Mother was eaten by a monster while trying to find food for me," the boy replied, his large, tearful eyes seemingly on the verge of spilling over. "Do not worry. Sister will protect you." Shen Jia tenderly cradled the boy in her arms. Though she had never been particularly kind, the sight of a 3 or 4-year-old child who had lost their mother was heart-wrenching. She then produced an assortment of snacks from her space, placing them in the boy's hands. "These are all for you." The boy's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow. The beautiful sister in front of me not only fights zombies, but can also conjure up delicious treats. She must be the most formidable superhero from the cartoons." "Sister, may I stay with you?" The boy's eyes sparkled with childlike innocence, and Shen Jia felt an overwhelming urge to acquiesce. "Sister, I am not afraid of danger," he declared with determination. The child, so young and naive, simply believed that this beautiful sister before him was a good person. "You." Shen Jia sighed, shaking her head in resignation. What can one do with such an adorable child? She squatted down and hoisted the boy onto her shoulder. Her cold eyes softened with indulgence. "Sister, did you promise to let me stay with you?" the boy asked cautiously, and Shen Jia, observing the harsh environment around them, nodded in vigilance. "Yes, from now on, you shall be my little brother." The boy clapped his hands excitedly, as if he had finally received the long-awaited toy. And Shen Jia couldn't help but smile at his delight. "Sister, you have such a beautiful smile," he remarked, tilting his head, just like a fairy. Shen Jia felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. It was peculiar how she could remain unfazed by compliments from men, yet feel shy when praised by a little boy. "Thank you. What is your name?" Shen Jia noticed her voice had softened. The boy reached up to wipe the bloodstains from her face and replied, "Sister, My name is Lu Chi-Chi. Shen Jia smiled. Chi-Chi is also very adorable. The scent emanating from the fallen zombies attracted a horde of the undead nearby, and soon a dark mass of zombies began to rush toward them. Chapter 95. The return of Lu Jia. Shen Jia, holding the little boy, was taken aback by the sheer number of zombies surrounding them. The boy gazed at the distant swarm with wide, curious eyes. Sister, what are those? He pointed towards the approaching zombies, clearly unfamiliar with such scenes. She yearned for the crystal shard from the zombies, but prioritized Chi-Chi's safety. Just as Shen Jia furrowed her brow in concern, a wave of blue crystal zombies surged forward, clashing with the dark horde. Shen Jia chuckled. It seems my friends have arrived. You all came. The wind tousled Shen Jia's long hair, and Chi-Chi saw warmth reflected in her eyes. Jia, have you ever considered when we might have parted? Lin Ran turned with a radiant smile, her red attire striking against the night. Hing Yin and Zhou Xiang stood nearby, while Bai Mu lingered at the edge of the group. Sister, are all these beautiful ladies your friends? Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the lovely women, and the once tense atmosphere dissipated due to the boy's innocent remark. They're not just friends, they're family. Jia, when did you have such an adorable love child? Lin Ran teased, and the others began to notice the little boy perched on her shoulder. The boy appeared to be around 3 or 4 years old, with round, bright eyes and a face brimming with youthful vitality, making him irresistibly charming. Shen Jia rolled her eyes in exasperation. Am I supposed to conjure one from a rock? Chi-Chi tilted her head in contemplation. Isn't the Monkey King born from stone? Could it be that the beautiful sister is claiming to be the Monkey King? No, she has a mother after all. Regardless of where it came from, if it were true, someone would undoubtedly feel uneasy about it. As Lin Ran spoke, she cast a casual glance at Bai Mu, whose expression oscillated between hues of blue and red, a most captivating sight. Do you think this is an appropriate moment for jest? Hing Yin sighed, observing her two bickering friends. Whenever they encountered one another, they would chatter incessantly, and if they ever found themselves apart, their hearts would be entwined with worry for one another. All right, Chi-Chi, this is Sister Yu. You can play with her. Rest assured, it's quite safe here. Zhou Yu raised a handheld gaming console in her hand, lamenting her solitary gaming experience. Zhou Yu stood nearby, astonished, having never witnessed such a gentle side of Jia, especially directed toward a child. The woman's penchant for gossip stirred within her. Could this boy possibly be Jia's? She quickly shook her head. No, with Jia's prowess and beauty, there was no need for her to conceal the existence of a child from them. Shen Jia swiftly departed from the confines of the space, where several individuals were engaged in a fervent battle. Zombies surged forth relentlessly, and with deft movements of her knife, Shen Jia felled several of them to the ground. Bai Mu utilized vines to ensnare the zombies in one location, while Hing Yin harnessed her spatial abilities to trap them within different mirrors. Lin Ran, accompanied by her fire spirit beast and a long whip, dispatched them with great efficiency. And finally, Zhou Xiang's blue new zombies shattered them to pieces. In a short span, numerous crystal corpses littered the ground, and a smile graced Shen Jia's lips, her cold phoenix eyes sparkling with delight. With all of you here, I need not exert myself at all, she remarked with a bright smile, mirrored by her friends. The initial level zombies posed little challenge for them, yet the sheer number raised a troubling thought. Could these be the very individuals they had rescued earlier? Lin Ran understood Hing Yin's unspoken concern. Her fiery red eyes surveyed the fallen zombies. If they're indeed them, we should never have saved them. The modifications on the zombies were evident, marking a stark contrast to the lower tier ones. Be careful. Bai Mu leaped forward, and in a swift motion, Shen Jia found herself ensnared by a mass of vines as a zombie's sharp claws pierced the man's chest. Shen Jia's gaze remained fixed on Bai Mu as he plummeted before her. This was the first time she felt a pang of panic. No, she could not allow her companion to come to harm. The vines around her retreated rapidly as her friends, having dealt with the zombies in the mirrors, rushed to her side. Upon seeing the true visage of the zombie that had injured Bai Mu, they were momentarily stunned. Luye. They recalled that Shen Jia had previously defeated him. Ha ha, Shen Jia, how does it feel to have your new man killed by me? Lu Jia's almost manic laughter echoed throughout the mirrored space. Yin, both astonished and contemplative, realized that this man could traverse her spatial realm with ease. "You bastard!" Lu Jia, Lin Ran exclaimed as she swiftly appeared before him. The altered man's appearance was even more grotesque, just a glance at his eyes, reminiscent of Zhou Xiang's blue star zombies, sent chills down Shen Jia's spine. "Be careful, Ran. Lin Ran wielded her fiery whip, ensnaring the man. But in the next moment, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, shattering the fiery whip as if it were nothing. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Shen Jia exchanged a knowing glance with Yin. They were not yet a match for this scoundrel. Their utmost priority was to save Bai Mu. Yin understood Shen Jia's silent plea, but found herself unable to control her abilities, as if Lu Jia's presence had entirely sealed her powers. Zhou Xiang felt a similar sensation. She could sense the diminishing numbers of her blue crystal zombies, but was at a loss as to why. Lu Jia seemed to read their thoughts, his ghostly eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Shen Jia knew she was his target. After stitching Bai Mu's wound with her own crystal, she boldly approached the man. "If you have anything to unleash, direct it at me." Chapter 96. I've always been a madwoman. Lu Jia's intentions were evidently not limited to Shen Jia alone. He summoned a powerful surge of dark energy aimed at Lin Ran. "No!" Shen Jia cried out, but Lin Ran lay incapacitated on the ground. Ran. The others glared fiercely at Lu Jia, who regarded them with disdain, clearly unimpressed. "Lu Jia, I'll fight you." Lin Ran, pale and weak in a pool of blood, summoned all her strength. Yin leaped into the air, aiming her water spirit bow directly at the man's heart. A scoff curled upon his lips. "Yin, you really need not rush to your demise." An orb of elemental fire appeared in Lu Jia's hand, and Shen Jia's pupils dilated in shock. This man possessed apocalyptic flames. Ever since their last encounter, Shen Jia had harbored a disquieting suspicion that Lu Jia's revival was not merely a simple pact with the Apocalypse Lord. Now, having been transformed again and wielding formidable apocalyptic flames, she pondered who sought her demise and what fueled such hatred towards her. As Yin observed Lu Jia's fire, a flicker of surprise crossed her features, and she deftly sidestepped, the flames shooting towards the mirror space behind her. Lu Jia's gaze turned malevolent. He anticipated that this woman possessed such skill. "Yin, I have no intention of killing you," he stated absently. "I remember when I was with Shen Jia. Though you detested me, you did not disdain me. I do not wish to trouble you now. Be wise and step aside." Shen Jia gazed at him in astonishment. The transformed Lu Jia retained memories from his past life, even recalling the reasons behind her friend's quarrels. Who exactly was this man? "Lu Jia, what are you trying to achieve?" Yin, equally taken aback by his words, scrutinized the emaciated yet power-infused figure before her. A foreboding thought creeping in her mind. Wouldn't he dare to kill Jia, would he? Summoning every ounce of her energy, she transformed her longbow into a sword and slashed at the man. With a mere sidestep, he muttered something incomprehensible, and the sword's blade turned to strike towards Yin's own chest. "Yin," Zhou Xiang exclaimed in horror, but before Shen Jia could comprehend the situation, she witnessed Zhou Xiang being brutally knocked to the ground, spitting blood as she slumped, barely conscious. Lu Jia glared furiously at the weakened Yin. "Yin, it seems you wish for death." With a wave of his hand, Shen Jia swiftly moved to his side, her body trembling uncontrollably. Once, she had endeavored to protect her friends, but now they all suffered injuries because of her. A profound sense of defeat washed over Shen Jia. Perhaps she should never have been reborn. Lu Jia's attention shifted to Shen Jia, and he grasped her neck, lifting her into the air. In unison, her friends cried out, "Jia." Tears glistened at the corners of Shen Jia's eyes, while the man laughed maniacally. "Shen Jia, you wretched woman. You have driven me to madness." A tremendous energy surged from Shen Jia, enveloping her in a radiant spectrum of colors. Her friends, lying on the ground, clasped their hands tightly, seemingly attempting to channel their own extraordinary powers into her. "Jia, you must live well. Jia, live for us. Boss, I truly care for you, but I wish for your happiness, not for you to be lost in the past. Meeting you has been the greatest joy of my life. If, I implore you to take good care of you. As the familiar voices of her friends echoed in her ears, tears streamed uncontrollably down Shen Jia's face. No, she couldn't let her friends leave her. They had promised to dominate the apocalypse together, to create their own paradise. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind, "Run." Before the man could contemplate further, the woman's long blade had already thrust fiercely towards him. In the moment the knife pierced his heart, he felt the powerful energy within him dissipate, everything reverting to its former state. And he realized he was merely a man long dead. The man gazed at her in sheer terror. "Shen Jia, what are you doing?" The formidable aura emanating from the woman compelled him to retreat, and observing his fearful demeanor, she chuckled, "Just as you treated my friend, so shall I return the favor." With that, the woman conjured a ball of extraordinary fire. What could the flames of the apocalypse do? She now possessed 5 types of talents and abilities. This modified man was nothing in comparison. The flame shot directly towards his eyes, causing Lu Jie to clutch at his bleeding sockets, plunging his world into darkness. The unseen fear is the most terrifying. Shen Jia understood him all too well. This man was weak yet prideful. She not only desired his demise, but also sought to torment him thoroughly, for only then could her own anger be quelled. "Shen Jia, you madwoman!" The man shouted her name, to which she shook her head in affirmation. "Yes, I have always been a madwoman. Surely, young Master Lu has just realized this? Today, I shall show you just how insane I can be." Her voice grew increasingly ominous as Lu Jie found himself with nowhere left to retreat. Chapter 97. Shen Jia's vulnerability. Shen Jia coldly regarded the man. "Lu Jie, I have never contemplated harming you, yet you persistently betray me." Lu Jie, reclining on the ground, shook his head in a frenzy, astonished by how much this woman knew. "Shen Jia, have you ever pondered why I would betray you? Have you considered why your closest friends chose to sever ties with you? Do you truly believe all of this is merely coincidental?" His words jolted her into clarity, as the implication that her friend's estrangement was not by chance resonated deeply. She crouched down, her right hand gripping the man's chin, demanding, "What do you know?" The man laughed heartily, initially intending to reveal everything to her today. However, seeing that she had no intention of sparing him, he resolved to keep the secret to himself. Shen Jia observed that Lu Jie harbored no intention of speaking. Her phoenix-like eyes were tinged with anger. "Very well, since you choose to remain silent, I shall oblige." Shen Jia forcefully pried the man's mouth open, poised to silence him once and for all when a chorus of voices echoed in her ears. "Sister, I believe you are a good person." The earnestness of their words momentarily captivated Shen Jia, causing her to lose her desire to torment him further. "Lu Jie, our story concludes here." A sharp blade plunged into the man's chest, and he ceased to breathe in an instant. Shen Jia confirmed that Lu Jie was truly dead this time. "Wait for me." With a swift motion, Shen Jia sliced her hand with a long knife. Blood cascading from her palm. She harnessed the energy of the corpse crystal to awaken her dear friends, but their injuries. The sight of her wounded companions left Zhou Yu in utter disbelief. "Sister, what has happened to you?" Zhou Xiang gasped, her lips stained with blood, clearly taken aback by the formidable sisters encountering such fierce adversaries. Sister. The children rushed to Shen Jia's side, reassured upon finding no significant injuries on her, before scurrying to the table to retrieve the delicious candies they had just savored to share with her. "Sister, eat." The boy's innocent voice rang out. But Zhou Yu was struck by the sight of their injuries, her eyes brimming with tears. "Be silent," she cried, her heart aching at the sight of her sister, who had never before been harmed, now in such a state. Shen Jia held onto the candy in Chi-Chi's hand and led him to the spring. "Chi-Chi, could you please help your sister bring over that bottle?" Chi-Chi, with his big watery eyes, blinked and responded, "Okay." Zhou Yu, filled with heartache, wept bitterly. "Sister, you must not be in any danger." Yan staggered to her feet, murmuring, Your sister is fine." Her voice lacked strength as she turned to gaze at the unconscious Bai Mu, her emotions a tumultuous blend. They had all heard Bai Mu's words to Jia Jia. He had sacrificed himself to protect Shen Jia, this seemingly inconspicuous little security guard, always saving her dear friend in critical moments. More importantly, Shen Jia had given him the mother crystal of her body. The existence of this crystal was undoubtedly the source of Shen Jia's powers. To save him, they had both sacrificed their most precious possessions. Yin felt a surge of emotion. She wished to help them, but was at a loss as to how. Jia, what are you doing? The Linglong pearl appeared in Shen Jia's hand as she forced a pale smile. This is the only way to save him now. Jia, without the Linglong pearl, our space may very well cease to exist. Yin understood the significance of the pearl, especially in their current state of injury. The space was their sanctuary for healing. If they transformed the pearl into energy for the man, they might face the apocalyptic environment outside at any moment. There's no way. My mother crystal is too powerful to dissolve in his body. Shen Jia spoke with a quiver in her voice, bewildered by how things had escalated. Yin, do you think that perhaps I shouldn't have been reborn? Maybe if I just died, all of this would have ended. She murmured, looking down, unsure how to console her. Yin, I never intended for anyone to save me. Bai Mu is dying because of me now. I feel like a sinner. Her tone was heavy with guilt, and Yin looked at her with compassion. Jia, you have done remarkably well. At least we have survived in this apocalypse for a considerable time. Yin reflected that without Shen Jia, they might not have lived past the week before the apocalypse struck, as in their previous lives, they had perished due to a lack of resources. Shen Jia had prepared everything for them in advance. Jia, encountering that scoundrel Lu Jia was not your fault. We will never blame you, not ever. Yin stepped forward and embraced her tightly, feeling Shen Jia's vulnerability seep through. As Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang, who had drunk from the spring, slowly opened their eyes, their wounds had healed, but the fatigue in their bodies caused them to frown. Jia, what happened to you? They were surprised to see Shen Jia's eyes, red like those of a little rabbit. Hearing their concern, Shen Jia looked at her friends with tear-filled eyes, truly fearing she might never see them again. Jia, why are you crying? What's wrong? They looked at her with genuine concern. Shen Jia, rarely showing her frailty in front of others, must have encountered something tremendously difficult. Xiang. Shen Jia embraced her friends tightly, relieved that the spring water could heal their injuries. If it hadn't tea, she genuinely did not know how she would cope. Don't cry, we're all here. Lin Ran held Shen Jia closely, her heart aching for her. Sister. Zhou Yu, seeing her sister finally awake with tear-streaked eyes, looked at her in surprise. Shen Jia lifted her gaze to everyone. All had awakened, except for Bai Mu. What should I do now to save him? Shen Jia looked at her friends' pale faces. The Linglong pearl could not simply vanish, but she could think of no better solution. Beautiful sister, have you been crying? Chi approached Shen Jia and softly inquired. As she gazed at him, a bold idea suddenly surfaced in her mind. Chapter 98. Blue Star is said that during the apocalypse, one can transfer consciousness, which means transferring the awareness of those who have not fully become zombies into another person. Shen Jia gently reached out to stroke the little boy's head, realizing that perhaps this was the only method left to save Bai Mu. She shared this notion with her close friends, yet they all shook their heads in disapproval, deeming it unfeasible. Firstly, the vessel being transferred was also a life. Should they proceed with such an action, it would contravene the fundamental laws of existence. Moreover, this concept had never been successfully executed by anyone. Should they falter, none among them could bear the weight of such an outcome. Shen Jia was acutely aware of her friend's concerns, yet she found herself at a loss. She could not bear to witness Bai Mu's demise before her eyes. There had to be some solution they had not yet contemplated. Jia, let's venture to Blue Star, Zhou Xiang's voice chimed beside her. Given that those peculiar zombie-like beings referred to her as the Queen of Blue Star, she yearned to take her friends to explore the planet that was rightfully hers. It was said that the technological civilization there was remarkably advanced, and reviving Bai Mu should pose no significant challenge. Lin Ran rummaged through the storage box, retrieving the supplies they had previously stockpiled: hemostatic agents, bandages, pain relievers. While their efficacy was minimal, she understood that everyone was united in their desire to save him. Shen Jia nodded, and Yin promptly encased the man in a frigid stasis, momentarily suspending his life force. As they conversed, the group clasped hands and vanished from the vast expanse. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar realm, where everything was imbued with shades of blue. Even the inhabitants of this planet donned a uniform azure hue. They were diverse in form, but strikingly different in appearance. Upon the sight of Zhou Xiang, they fell to their knees in reverence. Zhou Xiang acknowledged them with a nod and gestured for them to rise. Her noble and commanding presence contrasting sharply with her previously gentle demeanor, as though these memories were innate to her being. In the blink of an eye, they were led by Zhou Xiang into a laboratory. Blue Star was a highly advanced planet, and Zhou had already experienced 3 episodes of palpitations during their journey. Zhou Xiang seized this opportunity to bestow her sister with extraordinary abilities. Turning to the elder, a glimmer of warmth flickered in her clear, shallow eyes. "This is my sister. I wish for her to become one of Blue Star's inhabitants." The elder nodded in agreement, revealing that the man possessed wood-based talents, and they needed to venture to Jupiter. It appeared that Blue Star could only salvage those with life-saving abilities or innate talents. As Shen Jia surveyed her surroundings, her conviction solidified. The impending apocalypse was not merely a collapse of Earth's ecological system, but rather the result of deliberate destruction. She had long pondered why the apocalypse had arrived prematurely, why there were targeted viral storms and extreme weather phenomena aimed at humanity, and why beings with rebirth, talents, and extraordinary powers emerged. It became clear to her that the annihilation of humanity was the true objective. They were merely puppets manipulated by unseen forces. Shen Jia's cold eyes were filled with fury. Although she preferred solitude, she had no desire for anyone to maliciously intrude upon her sanctuary. Previously, she remained an outsider because the matter seemed unrelated to her. However, it now appeared that she had been destined for this mission all along. The fire of fury within Shen Jia grew increasingly intense as she gazed from the perspective of Blue Star towards Earth, which had once appeared blue and green, now shrouded in a pall of gray. The major planets surrounding Earth, if her guesses were correct, should include Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, and Blue Star. Shen Jia turned to the elder with a serious expression, realizing that her reincarnation was merely a tool for the malevolent scheme to initiate the destruction of Earth. But who was the mastermind behind this? Who possessed such grand ambition and capability to manipulate the entirety of the universe? Jia, what is the matter with you? Zhou Xiang's tone became distant. Shen Jia coldly regarded her, saying, "Zhou Xiang, do not forget your original identity." A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes, soon replaced by warmth within her once icy gaze. "What is happening to me?" Noticing the shift in atmosphere, the elder ceased his pretense. The frail appearance he had just exhibited transformed instantaneously into that of a towering warrior. Shen Jia understood that they were outmatched here, as the hordes of zombie-like beings behind them revealed their true, sinister visages. It became evident that their forms were mere replicas of humans before infection, implying that these beings had existed on Earth long before the apocalypse descended. Shen Jia positioned herself protectively in front of her friends. "Let's strike a bargain," she proposed. The man raised an eyebrow. "Very well." To him, humanity appeared as a lesser species, yet he and his kind possessed an extraordinary allure and physique, which was precisely why they sought to replicate their own kind. If they could retain a couple of human girls to wed, the offspring born from such unions would undoubtedly be exquisite. He contemplated, his gaze landing on the stunning woman before him. "I know what you're thinking," she continued. "If you wish for me to remain, you must ensure his survival." Shen Jia gestured towards Bai Mu, explaining that the young security guard had transformed in order to protect her. She was unwilling to become indebted to anyone, especially not in matters of the heart. With a mere look, she commanded the soldiers beside her to detain Shen Jia, but the woman had already pressed a sharp blade against her own throat. "Release them," she declared coldly, refusing to let her friends join her in this grim fate. At that moment, Shen Jia resolved herself to the certainty of death, oblivious to her friends' concerns. Regret washed over her for having been reborn. Perhaps without hatred in her heart, there would be no regrets. Had there been no regrets, their home would not have been destroyed. But it was too late for such thoughts. Her only desire now was to save as many as possible. As long as one human remained, there was hope for rebuilding their home. Jia, her friends called out in unison, and as Shen Jia looked at them, her heart ached. Yet, she could not afford to shed tears. The situation demanded her composure. She could not show weakness before the enemy, nor let her friends worry for her. Yan stubbornly refused to leave, unwilling to abandon Shen Jia. Seeing her resolve, the others stood firm as well, unwilling to advance. The man's lips curled into an alluring smile. I have offered your friend an opportunity, yet it seems they prefer to stay and accompany you. Chapter 99. Let us sever our ties. Shen Jia's eyes were red with anxiety. Shen Jia shook her head, declaring that it was all a deception. She merely sought to exploit them for her own benefit. How could she possibly survive alone in this apocalyptic world? She intended to transform them into beings of extraordinary power, making them the harbingers of destruction. She wanted them to regret their choices. Despite the sorrow in her heart, Shen Jia uttered words that cut deep. The man squinted, recognizing that this beautiful human woman possessed a fair amount of cunning. Shen Jia uttered words so harsh that even she could scarcely believe them, while her friends shook their heads in disbelief. Jia, whatever difficulties you face, we shall confront them together, Yan said, reaching for her water spirit bow, only to be astonished to discover that her abilities, much like when she encountered Lu Jia, had been inexplicably restricted. The few friends had already endured severe injuries. Should they engage these adversaries head-on, their chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Shen Jia was unwilling to let them risk their lives because of her, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. Let us sever our ties. Her friends gazed at her in shock, recalling her assertion that friends are the family one chooses. They had shared countless experiences together and understood Shen Jia's character. What could possibly compel her to make such a heart-wrenching decision? Jia, do you truly comprehend the gravity of what you are saying? Yan inquired softly, her tone laced with cautious probing. Jia, regardless of what transpires, we will stand by you. Indeed, a man remarked with a wry smile, since you are so reluctant to part, let it be that you remain together forever. Shen Jia tightened her grip on the long knife, a sense of resignation washing over her. If you do not leave, I will perish before your eyes. The blade pierced her neck, crimson blood flowing swiftly, and she could distinctly sense the heat radiating from the bodies of the blue star beings surrounding her. Yan's face was already stained with tears. She had never imagined they would find themselves in such dire straits. Reflecting on the earlier moments when she felt utterly secure under Shen Jia's protection, she suddenly realized their own inadequacies. They could no longer rely solely on Shen Jia for their safety. They must cultivate their own strength to safeguard her as well. Originally 6 of them had arrived, and now only 3 remained. Where is Zhou Yu? Yan's eyes sharpened with clarity, while Zhou Xiang appeared to be in a daze. Xiang, what is the matter with you? Yan reached out, shaking her gently, but Zhou Xiang merely stared blankly, tears streaming down her face without uttering a single word. Zhou Xiang, can you not snap out of it? Your sister is missing. Lin ran, unable to bear the sight any longer, shouted at the vacant-faced woman. Zhou Xiang seemed not to have heard, and Yan gritted her teeth, swiftly delivering a sharp slap across her face. Slap! The woman glared at the person before her. Yan, what are you doing? In an astonishing display of ferocity, the usually gentle Zhou Xiang seized Yan by the throat, as if they were bound by some profound enmity. Zhou Xiang, what is wrong with you? Lin Ran struggled to pry Zhou Xiang's hands away, her taekwondo training giving her remarkable strength. What do you mean by that? I want to know what you all are doing. My sister. She was just devoured by those beasts. Yes, it was because of your stubbornness in trying to save that wretched little security guard that my sister was torn apart. Zhou Xiang screamed in agony, while Yan and Lin Ran looked on with heavy hearts, wanting to comfort her, only to see her push them away and run in the opposite direction. I hate you all. I hate Shen Jia. Zhou Xiang spat through gritted teeth, her face becoming increasingly unfamiliar to the 2 women. Xiang, Yan called out with concern, but Lin Ran remained unusually composed. Let her go. She needs to find her own clarity. But, Yan began, but Lin Ran's gaze turned icy. There is no but. We must not forget what is most important right now. You are fortunate to have that beautiful woman risking her life to protect you. One of the blue star beings mocked. They could not comprehend why that woman would sacrifice herself for others. To them, the lives and deaths of individuals were inconsequential, as they merely sought human women. You are not worthy to mention Jia, Yin retorted fiercely. Were it not for her powers being suppressed here, she would have already turned this place upside down. By the way, what do you mean by she is doomed? Lin ran, shedding her earlier harshness, spoke gently, her eyes shimmering like rippling water, enticing the two blue star men. Do you not know that our leader intends to keep her and transform her into a blue star life form? Women are merely tools for reproduction on blue star. Once they can no longer bear quality offspring, they will likely meet the same fate as those women over there. They gestured towards a glass jar filled with female corpses suspended in liquid, periodically releasing a chilly mist to preserve their remains. The sight of the exposed women stirred a deep anger within them, as it became evident that this planet held no respect for femininity. Turning to survey this technologically advanced world, Yin was momentarily taken aback by the backwardness of their ideology. Lin Rand chuckled lightly. It seems that men hold great power on your planet. The blue star beings nodded in agreement, although they were among the lowest ranks. They were permitted to have 2 robot wives, which they considered a delightful arrangement. Indeed, our civilization has been dominated by men since its inception. Did you see that elder earlier? He is the most powerful being on this planet. The notion of a blue star queen is merely a ruse to deceive you human women. Many have fallen for it. It seems human women yearn for power. Lin Rand nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Do you have any effective methods to gain strength? Chapter 100. The frantic woman to gain power. One must possess something of value. The blue star beings replied cryptically, leaving Lin Ran and Yin bewildered. What should we do now? Yin inquired, glancing at the remarkably composed Lin Ran. With only 2 of them left, and burdened with the injured by Mu, they were at risk of attracting the attention of the Doomsday Overlord. Lin Ran surveyed their surroundings with a calm demeanor. She recalled that Bai Mu had modified a truck, which might assist them in their immediate survival. However, Lin Ran shook her head. Without Jia, I cannot even sense the spatial orientation, let alone find a hiding place. A wave of sorrow washed over Yin, mirrored by Lin Ran's own confusion. Yin, do you remember what those 2 said about needing to offer something to become stronger? Yin warily scanned their surroundings and nodded in acknowledgement. The truck Bai Mu had modified was red, making it easy to locate in the dim aftermath of the apocalypse. This means that the one who can make us stronger is right here. The only question is whether we can find him, Lin Ran speculated quietly. While Yin whispered her agreement, her thoughts consumed with concern for Bai Mu and Shen Jia's safety. After sending off their friends, Shen Jia stood before the man, her expression ashen. With a casual motion, he snapped the long knife from her grasp, leaving her incredulous as she watched the fragments fall to the ground. This knife had been forged from thousands of crystals infused with powers. You are Shen Jia? The man locked his gaze onto hers, and she clearly saw a blue light flicker in his eyes as he spoke her name. Shen Jia nodded slightly. She had always understood the virtue of enduring humiliation in the face of an unpromising situation. What do you wish to extract from me? She inquired, her piercing phoenix eyes fixed coldly upon the man. Though she was acutely aware of his intentions, she sought to negotiate a little more time for herself. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. We merely require a specific part of your anatomy. The man gestured towards Shen Jia's lower abdomen, and her gaze darkened. The body part he referred to must surely be her womb. Even if you acquire my womb, it would not guarantee the birth of superior offspring, Shen Jia retorted icily. The man chuckled nonchalantly. What? Do you truly wish to bear a child with me? He tilted his head, seemingly pondering what humanity calls the fragile new life. You are the most perfect female specimen I have ever encountered, he uttered, his words laden with a patronizing admiration, as if in their eyes women were merely inconsequential female entities. A wry smile curled at the corners of Shen Jia's lips. Should I express my gratitude for that? Within her, the blood surged restlessly. The mutated beast she had nourished with her own essence seemed to detect her scent, signaling to her incessantly. You have indeed reminded me. When it comes time to dismember her, Do remember to preserve her brain intact. The man waved his hand dismissively, momentarily recalling the cute little rabbits of the human world as he beheld Shen Jia's fierce glare. You ought to consider yourself fortunate to have been chosen by us, he added, reaching out to stroke her head with a tenderness akin to that of a caretaker tending to a domesticated pet. Shen Jia let out a cold smile, suggesting that they should consider themselves fortunate to have encountered her. The man's eyes flickered with surprise and admiration, tinged with a hint of pity. For a woman as obstinate as this, they had myriad ways to torment her. The man waved his hand, and several oddly shaped beings from the blue star appeared before her. They reached out to restrain her, seemingly fearful of her escape, deliberately positioning themselves both in front and behind her. Ah, you truly overestimate my abilities, she thought. Turning her gaze outward, from the vantage point of the blue star, she could see Earth. Unlike the chains used to bind or transport prisoners, the shackles held by the blue star beings seemed designed to prevent her from fleeing. A realization dawned upon her. If such measures were in place, it indicated that others had attempted to escape before, and some had likely succeeded, prompting the design of these restraints. A smirk involuntarily graced her lips. These monstrous men only recognized the female womb as a powerful vessel for reproduction, yet they seemed to forget that in the animal kingdom, females are often the fiercest hunters. The energy rings embedded in her bones caused her no pain whatsoever. Hey, blue star beings, do you see that? Shen Jia pointed at something outside with her bloodied hands. They seemed momentarily stunned, and in a swift turn, she launched herself into the air, delivering powerful kicks that sent them tumbling to the ground. Your planetary culture is truly disappointing. Despite possessing advanced technology, you choose to serve others. Her hands were gruesomely mangled, energy shards corroding her very bones. A flicker of blue light glimmered in her eyes. You surely cannot fathom how I might free myself from your energy shackles, can you? A cruel, bloodthirsty smile spread across her face. In truth, when women unleash their ferocity, they often instill fear even within themselves. With that, she displayed her mangled hands before the men and, in a shocking display of will, forcefully wrenched her decaying hand apart. A smile lingered on her lips as the blue star beings lay on the ground, utterly astonished. They had never encountered such a deranged woman, especially one capable of self-repair. Quick, we must find the boss, one exclaimed. I'll go summon him. Just as they turned, a swarm of mutated rabbits appeared, baring their teeth menacingly at the duo. Shen Jia chuckled, surprised that her maternal identity could transmit her bloodline to these mutated rabbits. She approached them silently. What shall we do? My little bunnies think you look quite delectable. The blue star beings shook their heads in a frenzy, though they were unsure of what exactly they feared. The mutated rabbits, having caught the scent of blood, charged toward the source, darting past the men. Shen Jia observed as the once hideous creatures were clawed and mauled by the rabbits, leaving them battered and bruised, blue liquid oozing from their wounds. She crouched down, inhaling the scent of their blood. Oddly, it felt familiar, as if she had encountered it before. Yes, it was the scent from those mutated zombies. Chapter 101. The differences between men and women. Shen Jia, what are you doing? A man's voice echoed from afar. Shen Jia rose to her feet. You have finally arrived. The man glared at the woman before him with malice. Yet Shen Jia appeared entirely harmless, her face adorned with a smile. You mad woman, he spat. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow. Just moments ago, did you not claim I was merely a female animal fit only for reproduction? The man's expression faltered momentarily, a flash of malevolence crossing his features. He turned to nod at the blue star beings behind him, and soon Xiang was carelessly lifted by the man, her face still stained with remnants of tears. Xiang? Shen Jia exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't she supposed to leave with Lin Ran and He Yan? Unbeknownst to her, someone had brought Xiang to a shadowy place, where she had resigned herself to death, only to unexpectedly encounter Jia. Shen Jia's gaze darkened. Now is the opportune moment to deal with the man. Once an adversary perceives that you possess leverage over them, they typically adopt a defensive stance. Shen Jia, do you recognize who this is? The man was aware that this woman must be inextricably linked to Shen Jia. Initially, he had intended to subdue her, But then he was informed that Shen Jia had escaped from the energy restraint and had brought along a horde of alien beasts. The man's brow furrowed in concern. How could she possibly know that the natural enemy of the Blue Star inhabitants was the alien beasts? In a flurry of panic, he bound the woman. Yet in Shen Jia's eyes, there seemed to be little concern. The fundamental distinction between men and women lies in their perceptions. The man sensed the woman's indifference. Yet only the woman truly understood her own feelings. It matters not. You may kill her if you wish, Shen Jia said, lifting her gaze to meet his. The man was clearly taken aback by her apparent disregard for the fragile human woman before him. With a forceful motion, he hurled the woman, who crashed onto the glass corridor with a resounding thud. Shen Jia's lips curled into an involuntary smile. At times, men often believe they hold the upper hand. Yet in reality, they are outmaneuvered. Shen Jia swiftly darted to Zhou Xiang's side. Xiang, stand behind the little rabbit, she instructed. A group of mutated rabbits surrounded Zhou Xiang, seemingly apprehensive of harming the woman. Their once sharp and menacing backsides had transformed into the soft, plush fur of adorable bunnies. And Zhou Xiang's initial fear gradually dissipated. Shen Jia, since you seek your demise, I shall grant you a swift end, the man declared as he charged toward Shen Jia. A slight smile played on her lips. Is that so? Let us see who truly meets their end swiftly. Shen Jia discovered that her maternal genes were exceptionally potent in this place. It seemed that a certain energy within her body shared a unique connection with the surroundings. Suddenly, a man collided with the interstellar corridor. Shen Jia regarded the incredulous expression on his face and slightly tilted her head. You are remarkably swift. However, your speed cannot surpass mine. In that instant, she manifested before the man, as a voice that surged in her mind revealed that his vulnerability lay within his brain. Shen Jia's long blade plunged mercilessly into the man's brain. In the midst of his terror-stricken gaze, Shen Jia effortlessly cleaved his mind in twain. You are nothing more than this, she declared. The man, even in his final moments, seemed unable to comprehend how the blade, which had been reduced to mere fragments, had somehow returned to its former glory. Shen Jia approached the fallen Blue Star man and inquired, How did you reach Earth? The man gazed at her in terror, stammering, We have a time corridor. With a blade pressed against his temple, Shen Jia commanded, Take us there. On the ground, mutated rabbits seemed disinclined to leave, greedily gnawing at the remnants of the man's body. Shen Jia shook her head in resignation, insisting, Take us there. The man nodded, still reeling from the recent decapitation of his leader. If you wish to avoid death, divulge all that you know. Shen Jia was certain that secrets lay hidden on Blue Star. We don't know. He trembled, casting a cold glance around. She declared, Since you lack knowledge, I shall annihilate this place. No. Is the Doomsday Lord? The Doomsday Lord? Shen Jia's brow furrowed. Her suspicions confirmed. The sudden onset of the apocalypse might indeed relate to individuals like herself who had traversed time. This could elucidate why the cataclysm intensified, while he grew ever more formidable. What connection did Blue Star have with him? We do not know. No one has seen him. He provides us with survival energy. Yet, we on Jinjij Planet must serve him, the man replied, casting wary glances her way. She had not obliterated Blue Star. Rather, she hoped the Doomsday Lord would take notice. Xiang, why did you not stay with Ran and Yin? Zhou Xiang gazed at Shen Jia in despair. My sister was consumed by those people. What? Shen Jia exclaimed in shock. Why did you not inform me earlier? Had I known Zhou you perished here, I would have dealt with those individuals without hesitation. I did not want you to bear further hatred. Zhou Xiang uttered, painfully closing her eyes. This was her first true encounter with the terrors of the apocalypse. But what terrified her more was the nature of humanity. Tears streamed down her face as Shen Jia observed her frail friend, ultimately refraining from embracing her. Zhou Xiang bore the weight of human emotion more than any of them. She possessed responsibility and empathy, yet these qualities were easily crushed in the eyes of the apocalypse and the powerful. Perhaps this explained her lack of innate talents or abilities. In the past, Shen Jia had always admired Zhou Xiang's gentle and kind demeanor, but now she found herself at a loss for how to express her own helplessness. She could not compel her friend to change. yet concern gnawed at her. Shen Jia found herself at a loss for words to comfort her companion, and the two fell into silence. Jia, are you unhappy? Zhou Xiang cautiously inquired, sensing the shift in Shen Jia's emotions. Shen Jia reached out and gently patted her head. Xiang, do not worry. She was deeply concerned about Bai Mu and Lin Ran, and thoughts of Yin surfaced. The words of the Blue Star inhabitant echoed in her mind, mentioning that the Apocalypse Lord had visited Earth long ago, stirring a troubling notion within her. Had he foreseen all that was to transpire? Or perhaps, was everything merely a preordained scheme of his design? Chapter 102. I will not spare you. With her mind clouded by uncertainty, the two departed from Blue Star. The bond between close friends can be paradoxical, at times appearing fragile, yet at others remarkably resilient. You have finally arrived, a woman's voice resonated. Shen Jia's brow furrowed. That voice belonged to her long-deceased stepmother. The woman seemed to sense Shen Jia's confusion. Jia, you recognized me, but why do you hesitate to call out? Shen Jia's hands clenched tightly at her sides. If Lu Jia was the man she despised most, then her stepmother held the title of the woman she loathed above all. This woman had always put on a facade of concern in front of her father, claiming to act in Shen Jia's best interest, while in reality, she unleashed her pent-up resentment under the guise of discipline. She had voiced her desire to rid herself of Shen Jia more than once, yet each time, her father intervened. Shen Jia understood her father's guilt towards her, but if it weren't for the woman's machinations aimed at her grandparents, she might have chosen eternal silence. Come out, Shen Jia stated coldly. If the Apocalypse Lord possessed the means to transform Lu Jia, then surely he could resurrect her stepmother. However, the cost would undoubtedly be steep. Reflecting upon the gruesome remnants of the woman who had been devoured by zombies, a cold smirk tugged at Shen Jia's lips. Her curiosity piqued by the prospect of her stepmother's rebirth. Jia, are you so eager? The woman's voice echoed around them. Shen Jia sneered. It's because I want to kill you once more. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the area, and Shen Jia's gaze hardened in that direction, realizing that the woman must be approaching from there. Indeed, moments later, a figure emerged, a woman adorned with a blue crystal mask. Shen Jia scrutinized her closely, noting that the woman's body bore no signs of wholeness. She scoffed. I wonder who you truly are now, though your voice bears a resemblance. You seem quite anxious to confront me. I presume you wish to resolve our little issue swiftly. The woman snorted in response. Resolve the issue? I intend to kill you. A trace of disdainful amusement graced Shen Jia's lips. Kill me? How many wish to see my demise in this world? Ultimately, they all became souls beneath my blade. With a smile that suggested she held the woman in utter contempt, Shen Jia turned to Zhou Xiang, saying, Xiang, find a safe place and wait for me. I shall return promptly. Zhou Xiang nodded, and the woman's voice echoed. Rest assured, today's struggle is ours alone. I shall not involve her. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow. What is this? After decades of playing the petty villain, you wish to don the guise of a righteous person today? The woman, clearly incensed by Shen Jia's taunt, realized that this audacious adversary must be vanquished before her leader arrived. Otherwise, in a swift motion, the woman appeared beside Shen Jia, her mechanical arm suddenly brandishing a weapon with sharp, protruding spikes that grazed Shen Jia's neck. Shen Jia reached to touch her neck, relieved to find it was merely a superficial scratch. Your speed is commendable, she remarked, her smile unwavering, clearly dismissing her opponent. Sensing the disrespect directed at her, the woman leapt into the air once more, this time altering her trajectory, not charging directly at Shen Jia. Shen Jia smiled helplessly. Indeed, a petty person is merely petty. Fortunately, she had anticipated this. Suddenly, a blue protective barrier enveloped Zhou Xiang. The woman slashed with her dagger fiercely, yet there was not the slightest ripple. You really are foolish, just as before. Her words pierced the woman's heart like a sharp blade, igniting a surge of fury within her. Shen Jia understood that she had genuinely provoked her this time. Shen Jia, you caused my son's death. I want your life in return, the woman declared vehemently. Shen Jia merely smiled. Your son was not killed by me. The woman halted in her tracks, clearly perturbed by Shen Jia's subsequent remark. Not killed by you? Her mutated blue eyes brimmed with disbelief. Shen Jia nonchalantly smiled. Indeed, it was not me. The woman believed that words spoken by those on the brink of death were invariably true. Thus she bore with patience, awaiting Shen Jia to utter that fateful statement. The one who caused your son's demise is yourself, Shen Jia remarked, her disdainful smile revealing a heart that perhaps the woman never anticipated would be so ruthless, especially in the face of an apocalyptic scenario. She presumed that Shen Jia would hold onto old sentiments, or perhaps that she remained the same Shen Jia of yore. Shen Jia shook her head. Kindness and softness had long been forsaken in the memories of her past life. The current Shen Jia was merely a woman who repaid hatred with vengeance. Do you not grasp why I did not save him? Shen Jia's eyes were bloodshot as she gazed at the woman, her voice hoarse. When my grandparents wished to see my father one last time, it was you who obstructed him from going. This was my father's lifelong regret, and it is also the most difficult pain for me to bear in this life. The strain of her emotions caused tears to well in the corners of Shen Jia's eyes. The woman clearly did not foresee that her earlier decision would instigate such hatred within Shen Jia. She opened her mouth to speak, but the energy collar around her neck tightened. The Lord of the Apocalypse was reminding her that now was the opportune moment to eliminate Shen Jia. Her gaze darkened as she lunged forward with her dagger. Shen Jia had long anticipated this moment. Lu Jia had exhibited nearly feminine gestures in the past. She deftly sidestepped, watching as the woman's dagger missed its mark. Shen Jia coldly chuckled. It appears you are still too hasty. You ought to let me finish my words. The woman glared at Shen Jia, retorting, Finish? You have no more chances left. Unlike Lu Jia's prior transformations, the woman erupted with a multitude of energy crystals from her body, launching them towards Shen Jia. Unlike the previous corpse crystals, these were distinctly purple. This time, you are doomed, the woman asserted through gritted teeth. Shen Jia smiled. Is that so? Let us determine who is truly doomed. Suddenly, immense corpse crystal energy surged from Shen Jia, materializing a colossal crystal before her. With a gentle wave of her hand, the crystals cascaded like rain, piercing through the woman's purple crystals while simultaneously striking at her frail form. Chapter 103. The most perfect creation. The woman gazed at Shen Jia in terror, seemingly unable to fathom the immense power concealed within her. It was known that those who wielded such energy were formidable beings in a post-apocalyptic world. Anger surged within her. This woman, so unwilling to rescue her son, was evidently intent on ending her life today. A flicker of ruthless determination flashed in the woman's eyes as she fixated on Shen Jia. The purple crystals suddenly transformed into a massive wave of energy, clashing against the blue crystals. A hint of surprise flickered in Shen Jia's icy gaze, quickly replaced by another emotion. I didn't realize you possessed such intelligence, Shen Jia remarked coldly. The woman, with a demeanor of resignation, declared, Today, it is either your death or mine. Shen Jia nodded in agreement. Very well. Zhou Xiang stood within the energy circle, anxiously observing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Lin Ran and He Nian had intended to use spatial jade ornaments to sense their surroundings when Shen Jia's voice unexpectedly reached their ears. Tears brimmed in their eyes as they exchanged glances, believing they would never see her again. Xiang Xiang, Xiang Xiang? Zhou Xiang's voice faintly echoed, leaving the two uncertain but deducing it was indeed her. Xiang Xiang, where are you? Lin Ran attempted to speak further, but Zhou Xiang's voice faded from their hearing. Lin Ran couldn't discern her words clearly, but caught fragments of Jia Jia. Not good. Instinctively, Lin Ran sensed this was dire news. All right, let us go and investigate. I do not require your belated concern, and I detest your feigned sympathy, Shen Jia coldly stated. You're out of time. A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's face, though her expression quickly returned to normal. You suddenly... The woman let out a piercing scream as the collar around her neck emitted a blinding light. It appeared that she was suffering immensely due to this contraption. Sheng Aji observed her coldly, realizing that even if he chose not to kill her, that individual would not spare her either. A faint smirk of disdain graced Shen Jia's lips as she turned away, unfazed. The man's cold voice echoed in her mind, questioning why she had not taken her life just moments before. It seemed devoid of emotion. She could almost envision the terrifying expression on his face. Before she could even plead for mercy, her breath had vanished. In an unknown realm, a man clad in a blue mask fixated intently on the luminous image that appeared before him. Shen Jia, the woman who had eluded his grasp and astonishingly been reborn, had become increasingly intriguing. Do you have nothing to say? He coldly addressed the cyborgs beside him. They promptly knelt to the ground, their voices steeped in a tone of almost reverent supplication. My lord, we have conveyed your message to her, as instructed. The rest. Before he could finish, the masked man transformed instantaneously into a puddle of liquid energy, revealing that the supplicant who had just knelt was, in fact, a blue star being. The man on the high platform was acutely aware of Shen Jia's intentions. He had resurrected those she despised at any cost, solely to ascertain the extent of her power. After all, he had proclaimed that she would always remain his most exquisite masterpiece. Upon the woman's demise, the world she had known was instantly rendered void. What lay before her was a post-apocalyptic landscape that mirrored, if not worsened, her previous reality. Shen Jia shook her head, realizing that if she did not save this world, Earth's civilization might face obliteration. The darkness? Within the space lay immense energy they had stored. If darkness was perceived, it could only signify the presence of a magnetic field far more potent than the energy within the space. Shen Jia pondered for a moment and suddenly had a thought. Chi-Chi, can you hear the sound of the wind outside? Shen Jia cautiously probed, believing that if her intuition was correct, Chi-Chi should indeed be able to perceive the sound of the wind. This child appeared to be quite extraordinary, as she was capable of communicating with her through spatial energy. It seemed she was either a gifted individual or one endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yes, there's a very strong sound of wind. Shen Jia smiled, confirming that her assumptions were indeed accurate. The most pressing matter now was to locate Lin Ran and He Nian, and also Bai Mu. Shen Jia furrowed her brow, pondering over Bai Mu's foolishness. Why must he always prioritize his own protection? Now, he was on the verge of losing his life in his attempt to safeguard her. Sensing the shift in emotions around her, Zhou Xiang raised her gaze to Shen Jia and reassured her, Jia, do not worry. Bai Mu is fine. Shen Jia turned in surprise to look at her, and Zhou Xiang nodded, extending her hand to grasp Shen Jia's. Their silhouettes elongated as the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the horizon a fiery red. Under the extreme weather, the sun seemed to radiate an unnatural energy, yet the two walked through the streets, exuding an unexpected harmony. Chapter 104. Preparing to open a convenience store. Meanwhile, Lin Ran and He Nian were equally anxious. He Nian sensed Bai Mu's breath weakening behind her. The depletion of energy from the man indicated that he could not endure much longer. We must find him swiftly, He Nian said, her countenance grave as she looked at Lin Ran. Lin Ran nodded, acknowledging Bai Mu's increasing frailty. He Nian agreed, all right. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared in the space. Chi-Chi stared, momentarily bewildered, at the sudden arrival of her two older sisters. Nian Nian, Zhou Xiang's voice rang out, prompting He Nian to turn and see Shen Jia and Zhou Xiang also appearing. Perhaps this was the unspoken understanding that existed among them. Shen Jia's gaze drifted towards the white wood behind He Nian, revealing that his injuries appeared to be quite grave. It was imperative to act without further delay. Shen Jia approached He Nian and gently urged, Nian Nian, please set him down. He Nian nodded, and Bai Mu fell into Shen Jia's hands. The man lay in slumber, and as Shen Jia gazed upon him, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over her. Taking a deep breath, she confirmed her feelings and pressed a tender kiss against his cheek. Jia. A lingering sense of farewell enveloped them, a vague emotion surging within the hearts of those present as they moved closer to Shen Jia. If we are unable to save him, perhaps this will merely remain a regret, Shen Jia murmured, her delicate face betraying her sorrow. Jia, do not worry. Bai Mu will be all right, He Nian said, unable to suppress her desire to console her friend upon seeing her despondent expression. They understood that Bai Mu's significance in Shen Jia's heart had transformed. Let us combine our strengths. I recall that the three of us were formidable together. Shen Jia wished to apply the principle of mutual creation and restraint even in this apocalyptic realm. Although this place differed vastly from the world they knew, she yearned to test her luck. Jia Jia, look. Tears inexplicably fell from Shen Jia, landing upon Bai Mu. A radiance emanated from him, reminiscent of tender grass sprouting in the warmth of spring. This, Shen Jia seemed to sense something. She quickly grasped the hands of Yin and Lin Ran. The three closed their eyes, and a surge of immense power erupted from their grasp. What is this? Zhou Xiang watched the brilliant light, a glimmer of hope kindling in her bright eyes, wishing she possessed such energy as well. Shen Jia sensed this strange transformation coursing through her body, while Lin Ran and Yin also felt a surge of formidable energy flooding into them. This is, Shen Jia nodded, realizing her success. Jia, let's give it a try. With a swift motion, Shen Jia summoned a powerful and extraordinary talent that emanated from her hand. With her eyes tightly shut, she fervently hoped this would save Bai Mu. A beam of radiant energy surged into Bai Mu's body, and the previously stiff form suddenly shimmered with a gentle glow. As the energy flowed, the man gradually opened his eyes. Bai Mu, Shen Jia exclaimed, her heart overflowing with indescribable excitement. The man sat up, gazing at her. Boss. Shen Jia's eyes instantly filled with tears. They had endured so much together, and at last he had awakened. I'm here. Shen Jia immediately positioned herself beside the man, wishing for nothing more than to remain by his side, even if just for a fleeting moment. Sister. Chi appeared before her, clutching a bag of snacks. Observing his innocent demeanor stirred a peculiar feeling within Shen Jia. She felt an urgent need to protect him, to safeguard this world. Shen Jia's gaze grew resolute as she stared intently at her close friends. Rather than hoarding an abundance of possessions in hiding, it would be far more meaningful to utilize them in the endeavor to save the world. Shall we embark on this quest together? With a hint of hope in her voice, Shen Jia posed the question, and her friends, upon hearing her words, were filled with joy. They understood her and empathized with her struggles, recognizing the challenges she had faced along the way. While they held no authority to demand any change from her, they sincerely wished for her well-being, particularly for her happiness. Her friends nodded emphatically, and Shen Jia smiled before turning to the man beside her. Bai Mu, would you be willing to join us? In that moment, 1,000 unspoken words dissipated into the ether. For Shen Jia realized that he understood her without her needing to articulate anything further. The man nodded in agreement. Even in the face of imminent death, he had perceived the urgency in her voice. He had long believed she was indifferent to him, only to discover that her heart had been filled with love all along. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Jia's lips curled into a radiant smile, prompting the man beside her to nod in agreement and join in her laughter. Chi stood nearby, observing them, the little boy oblivious to the reason behind their joy, instinctively mirroring their cheerful demeanor. Perhaps this is the essence of life. When we embark on a decision, it often stems from a seemingly trivial trigger, one that is minuscule in significance to each individual. Yet, when a collective will emerges, that decision becomes immensely powerful, embodying what humanity refers to as the strength of unity. Let's take some time to rest. The Lord of the Apocalypse will soon find us. Shen Jia spoke with an air of tension as if a great battle loomed ahead. The others nodded in agreement, acutely aware that the Lord of the Apocalypse would not easily relent. Xiang, let us reserve some of our supplies. As for the remainder, I have been contemplating. We should establish a convenience store in accordance with Yu Yu's wishes during her lifetime. Xiang gazed at Shen Jia in astonishment, taken aback that she remembered her sister's dream. Sheng Aki chuckled softly, recognizing it as a form of consolation. Xiang, you and Chi shall be responsible for distributing supplies to the survivors, while we confront the Lord of the Apocalypse. Although we remain uncertain of his true intentions, it is evident that his primary goal is to obliterate our home. We cannot allow him to destroy the place we once relied upon for survival, the very ground where we have grown since childhood. The group regarded Shen Jia, sensing a subtle yet profound change in her, though they could not pinpoint its nature. Their faces bore smiles, relieved that Shen Jia had finally emerged from the confines of her own heart. Shen Jia observed the joyous expressions of her close friends and couldn't help but smile along. When I witnessed that woman refraining from being harsh towards me, my heart softened as well. Her friends, aware of whom Shen Jia referred to, exchanged knowing glances. Your stepmother? Shen Jia nodded. In truth, she too had softened her heart. Although Lu Jia's existence had instilled in her a skepticism towards men, he had nonetheless shared a decade of her life. Chapter 105. Bai Mu awakens boss. What exactly are we to do? Bai Mu gazed at Shen Jia, his expression brimming with determination, yet filled with confusion. Shen Jia smiled gently. What you need most right now is to rest. The close friends nearby teased. You used to protect us. Now it's our turn to safeguard you. Bai Mu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. How could I allow you ladies to protect me? If others were to find out, I would surely become a subject of ridicule. His companions did not dispute him. Instead, they provided him with some spiritual spring water, as his body was in a particularly weakened state and needed replenishment. The young security guard was evidently taken aback by his newfound status as the group's darling, especially after his confession to the boss. Wait, confession? What exactly did I do while I was injured? After tending to his wounds, the group proceeded to the storage space to organize their supplies. Despite the dwindling number of humans remaining outside, there were still some who had developed a habit of stockpiling food and had not ventured out of their homes. Shen Jia calculated that it had been approximately a month and a half since the onset of the apocalypse. Our convenience store needs to be relocated. It would be ideal to find a nearby location. Additionally, I plan to utilize the space as a storage area. If we are to protect the remaining humans, we must remain outside for an extended period. I intend for us to establish a base in the open to better prepare ourselves for the impending apocalypse. After Shen Jia earnestly expressed her thoughts, her friends nodded in agreement. The current situation was far from optimistic. The Lord of the Apocalypse had a profound understanding of their fears. Rather than living in constant dread within their confines, it would be more prudent to embrace the reality of the apocalypse, where they could at least freely shift their positions. The group collectively found Shen Jia's suggestion to be quite astute. Sister, do you plan to open a shop? Chi inquired with her large, watery eyes, sincerity etched upon her face. Shen Jia knelt down gently, her gaze softening as she reassured her, do not worry. We are embarking on something truly remarkable. With her emotional barriers lifted, Shen Jia appeared considerably gentler, causing Bai Mu to blush involuntarily. Brother, you are blushing, Chi remarked, nodding in observation. As she turned to gaze at Bai Mu, she found the brother, who had just awakened from slumber, to be rather peculiar. Why did he always turn crimson upon seeing a beautiful sister? Could it be that he fell ill at the mere sight of her? As Shen Jia listened to Chi-Chi's words, she followed his gaze and noticed Bai Mu awkwardly turning his face away, scratching his head. He thought to himself, surely he couldn't confess to the young boy that he had been captivated by a beautiful woman. Are you feeling unwell? Shen Jia asked, observing Bai Mu's bashful demeanor, genuinely concerned about his well-being. Bai Mu shook his head, his eyes avoiding hers. In an instant, Shen Jia understood her clear, cold gaze sparkling with amusement at the adorable shyness of the little security guard. Jia, what are you all doing? The three friends were thoroughly engrossed in their activities. Upon hearing the commotion from Bai Mu's direction, Shen Jia dashed over. The trio felt a sense of defeat akin to young cabbages being uprooted just as they had begun to flourish. Lin Ran called out seriously to her daughter, emphasizing the importance of the moment. I'm coming, just a moment. Shen Jia exclaimed, reaching into Chi-Chi's bag to retrieve a few candies, placing them into Bai Mu's hand. Bai Mu stared blankly at the sweets, a peculiar sensation blossoming in his heart. Is the boss confessing to me? He murmured, captivated by Shen Jia's voice. It was evident that this formidable woman had blushed when she placed the candies in his hand. Could it be? No. It couldn't possibly be as he imagined. Yet, a part of him desperately wished it were true. When Shen Jia rushed to the storage room, she was taken aback by the sheer volume of supplies they had hoarded. The usually diligent Hinyin could not help but voice her complaints. Our combat capability is rather astonishing. Isn't it? Shen Jia smiled lightly and pointed to a bag nearby, saying, "Look at these as well." The others turned their attention to the bag Shen Jia had purchased. Their spirits lifted. Jia, do you think we could make a profit selling bags in this apocalyptic world? Shen Jia shot her a reproachful glance. I am uncertain about the potential for profit, but I can assure you that very few would be inclined to make a purchase. Yin, has your imagination flourished since your visit to Blue Star? Yin gazed helplessly at Lin Ran. Must you express it so childishly? It feels akin to attempting to deceive a 3-year-old. Zhou Xiang observed her sisters joking together, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she lowered her head, an action that did not escape Shen Jia's notice. Xiang, are you missing your sister? Shen Jia spoke softly, and Zhou Xiang stifled her tears. Deep down, she knew that Shen Jia did not favor this fade. Zhou Xiang forced a smile as she looked up, but Shen Jia felt a pang of sympathy for her friend's pretended strength. The pain of losing a loved one is unbearable. It is all right to let the tears flow. Zhou Xiang was somewhat taken aback. The old Shen Jia would never have uttered such words. Xiang, when I lost my grandparents, I felt immense sorrow. I can empathize with you. Shen Jia gently enveloped Zhou Xiang in her embrace. The warmth of her hug enveloped Zhou Xiang, and as she gazed at her friend, she could no longer contain her tears. With her mother gone, her sister was her only remaining family in this world. Now, she felt utterly bereft, overwhelmed by a profound sense of loneliness that weighed heavily on her heart. Shen Jia gently caressed her best friend's back, earnestly assuring her, Xiang, do not worry. We shall always be your family. Yin and Lin Ran appeared behind them, extending their arms to embrace Zhou Xiang. Xiang, we too are your family. Overwhelmed, Zhou Xiang burst into tears, releasing all the pent-up sorrow and indignation that had been confined within her heart. We must expedite our plans. Indeed, holding Zhou Xiang close, Shen Jia softly spoke to Yin and Lin Ran, saying, according to the Blue Star being's hints, the Apocalypse Lord must be engaged in some significant endeavor. The destruction of Earth seems akin to a kind of ritual. Suddenly, Lin Ran recalled the words of the 2 Blue Star beings before their departure. Jia, that Blue Star being told me that to become powerful, one must inevitably make sacrifices. Could it be that the Apocalypse Lord is also human? Shen Jia was awakened by Lin Ran's words. She had never encountered that individual before, and it was quite possible that this person knew them. Or perhaps he had reincarnated alongside them. Could it be? Shen Jia and Lin Ran exchanged glances, realizing that the matter at hand was far from simple. If the Lord of the Apocalypse is not a human residing on Earth, then his emergence must be an unforeseen event. However, if he has been living here all along, what could possibly be his motive for ushering in an apocalyptic world? Or perhaps he seeks vengeance against certain individuals? Chapter 106, Banding Together for a Major Heist. The location of the convenience store was ultimately chosen at a familiar intersection for the group. To facilitate supplies, they divided all items into supply packages, aptly named the Survival Gift Pack for the Apocalypse. Each pack contained sufficient water and provisions for approximately 2 weeks, and most importantly, it included defensive weapons and medications. Since the aim was to save everyone, it was imperative to ensure their survival. Shen Jia also included second-hand communication devices in each package. After completing their tasks, the group selected a suitable site for infrastructure development, a school adjacent to the convenience store, seemingly an elite institution. The foundation still retained a degree of integrity, suggesting it could be repurposed for future use. With newfound motivation and purpose, the group no longer resembled flies buzzing aimlessly within the confines of a room. The RV, refurbished by Bai Mu, was tailored to their current needs. This time, he thoughtfully equipped it with metal sheeting and protective layers. The spacious rear compartment of the vehicle was designated for storing supplies and packages. Shen Jia turned to him, acknowledging the growing rapport between the two. Once the supplies in the storage were prepared for a population of 10,000, a considerable surplus remained. Together, they loaded essential items into the trunk of the truck. Before long, they had accomplished half of their plan. 3 months later, Lao Qin and his brothers wandered through the streets when they unexpectedly stumbled upon a populated area. Just as they intended to investigate whether assistance was required, they heard Shen Jia's voice though it sounded distant. He gazed at her as if she were an old friend, long missed. It seemed not everyone's fate unfolded in the same manner. Shen Jia smiled and shared. I've been planning to establish a base for survival in this apocalypse and have opened a convenience store for supplies. What do you think? Interested? The man observed Shen Jia as she deftly retrieved a pack of women's cigarettes from her bag and placed one between her lips, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Since when did you start smoking? He inquired, reaching out to remove the cigarette from her mouth. Shen Jia swiftly evaded his hand, retorting, "What's wrong? Can't women smoke?" Unlike their previous encounter, this time Shen Jia exuded a sense of chivalry and bravado, a stark contrast to the pristine and orderly appearance she had once maintained, which hardly suggested she was a survivor in a world gone awry. "Oh, have you suddenly developed a heart of gold lately?" In truth, ever since Shen Jia and her companions had saved his brothers with the miraculous spring water, he had been searching for her. He had intended to team up with her in this apocalyptic landscape, but was dismayed to find her missing. He had ventured near the storage area countless times in search of her, only to sense a faint energy each time, and eventually, he had resigned himself to forgetting the matter. Shen Jia held a slender cigarette between her fingers, her gaze imbued with an unutterable resolve. It was not merely an act of benevolence on my part. Rather, we had discovered the essence of survival. As she spoke, a substantial smoke ring escaped her lips, prompting the man to regard her with an intensity that made her seem even more beautiful than before. "Come, join us," Shen Jia beckoned after finishing her cigarette. The man nodded, just as the voice of his comrade, Jiang San, echoed from the vehicle behind him. "Boss, there's a situation on West Street." The man immediately turned, but Shen Jia grasped his wrist. "We will accompany you." He scrutinized her for a moment, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. "Us?" In that instant, the brilliant beams of headlights illuminated the scene, causing him to shield his eyes. Beneath the radiant light stood three girls, their figures graceful, positioned behind Shen Jia, clad in tattered garments and burdened by large bags. Each bore an expression of unwavering determination. To his surprise, they were already prepared. The man, disregarding any further hesitation, nodded and climbed into the vehicle. "Stay close behind us. Be cautious." Shen Jia nodded, and the group swiftly boarded the vehicle. "Here, this is for you," she said, tossing a black bag towards the man. He looked at her in astonishment as she smiled and waved her hand, urging him to see what was inside. Qin Hao, having a background as a special forces soldier, understood the contents of the bag the moment he unzipped it. The man's face was a picture of disbelief. After more than half a year in this apocalyptic world, he wondered where this woman had procured such an array of communication devices. Shen Jia sat in the passenger seat, her face radiant with a smile as she gazed at the man. She playfully shook the black phone in her hand, contemplating whether to give it a try. The man nodded slightly, casually picking one up and pressing the power button. "Where did you acquire this?" Lao Qin's voice was laced with disbelief. Where could a few slender women possibly procure such resources? Shen Jiaman chuckled nonchalantly. "We made it ourselves." The man on the other end of the line expressed incredulity. "You made it?" With a light laugh, Shen Jia replied, "I prepared one for you and each of your brothers, but do be careful not to keep it a secret." As she spoke, Shen Jia hung up the phone. Lin Ran, proficient in electronics, produced a mechanical computer crafted from corpse crystals. She deftly manipulated the device, and in no time, she looked up and nodded at Shen Jia. "Is it ready?" Lin Ran smiled, "Of course. Since the apocalypse's lord seeks to annihilate the earth with his powers and gifts, we shall defeat him through human means." Regardless of his identity, the camaraderie among the friends rekindled their fighting spirit. Who said one must rely on others to become stronger? Could they not band together for warmth? Bai Mu steadily maneuvered the truck, trailing behind Old Qin, while the group monitored the external conditions through the vehicle's energy system. The extreme weather of the apocalypse had improved significantly, yet due to the harsh living environment and the surrounding volatile mutant species, human presence was nearly non-existent. Shen Jia lowered her head in despair, as it seemed that there were no living souls left in this place. Zhou Xiang and Qi Qi were also taken away in the vehicle together. Shen Jia, feeling uneasy about the two of them, specially fashioned several robots using energy corpse crystals. These robots are remotely controlled by them. Although the convenience store has only recently opened, it has already garnered significant attention and online shopping activity. Consequently, Shen Jia and her companions established an online delivery system, yet the deliveries are not made by them, but rather by the endearing mutated rabbits. Simultaneously, they created a poster, hoping that the survivors would adopt a daily regimen of fitness, just as they do, for when true danger arises, only then might they withstand these external forces. Chapter 107. Collaborating with the Blue Star people Jia, there's an energy magnetic field nearby. Lin Ran gazed at the computer screen, where a red halo appeared, feeling a surge of excitement. Previously, they had not considered saving others a source of joy, but now, the mere sight of another person, even just one, brings them immense happiness. Indeed, the armored vehicle ahead came to a halt, just as Shen Jia was curious about how the men sensed the presence of nearby individuals. A horde of mutated zombies suddenly charged at them like rabid dogs. From the armored vehicle emerged a group of men, each a muscular powerhouse. Before Shen Jia could react, Bai Mu swiftly covered her eyes. Jia, don't look. Shen Jia chuckled softly. Although the two had been together for a month, her little security guard still seemed very much like a Na'vi puppy. Shen Jia raised an eyebrow. Since she was forbidden to look, she simply wouldn't. My goodness. With so many muscular men, isn't it reasonable for me to claim 5 for myself? Old Chin? Lin Ran stowed away his laptop, turned, and promptly leaped out of the car. Inyan shook her head helplessly and followed suit. Shen Jia turned her gaze to Chi in the third row, approaching him to fasten his seatbelt securely. They were merely waiting for her sister in the car. She reached out to gently ruffle the boy's hair, though Bai Mu's eyes clearly conveyed his displeasure. This little fellow clung to his wife every day, and Bai Mu had long harbored resentment towards him. Perhaps noticing Bai Mu's expression, Shen Jia turned to him, her gaze inquisitive. What are you thinking? Are you really feeling jealous like a child? Bai Mu raised an eyebrow, affirming, indeed, even children's jealousy I must endure. With that, he stepped forward to embrace the woman's slender waist, and as Shen Jia smiled, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Sister, brother, do your best. Chi piped up in a childish voice. Shen Jia rummaged through her bag, producing a packet of candies to place in his hand. Although children shouldn't consume too much sugar, she reasoned. If it's out of fear, I suppose having a couple more shouldn't matter. She stuck out her tongue and chuckled, while Bai Mu observed her playful demeanor, finding it difficult to reconcile this lively version of her with the stern, unsmiling figure she once was. The mutated zombies had now evolved to possess a semblance of human consciousness. They bore a closer resemblance to humans in form, but crucially, their lethality far surpassed that of the basic zombies. The men donned black protective gear, and the women were clad in specially designed post-apocalyptic outfits. Setting aside other considerations, the compatibility among the group was striking, leaving Shen Jia somewhat enamored. Bai Mu, have you noticed how well they match? Observing the woman beside him, now more intrigued by the idea of couple pairings, he shook his head in exasperation. So, do you think we should descend to assist them? Shen Jia turned her head to glance at the man, stating, we shall descend and rescue those in need. Let the zombies cultivate their affections amongst themselves. A smile graced her lips, while the man shook his head in resignation. The zombies, evidently unwilling to let Shen Jia escape, were quick to confront her, as a particularly grotesque creature appeared before her, blocking her path. Its visage resembled withered wood, and its sunken, desiccated eyes glared menacingly at her. Jia, came the worried voice of Bai Mu from the side. Shen Jia chuckled lightly, pondering if she truly feared being outmatched by a mere zombie. Shen Jia's gaze turned icy, her piercing eyes radiating an aura of lethal intent. The relentless onslaught of these creatures seemed never-ending. With a cold scoff, she drove her long blade mercilessly into the zombie's skull. The creature stood there, momentarily stunned, as it stared at the woman before it, seemingly perplexed by how she had drawn her blade and appeared at its side in the blink of an eye. Shen Jia let out a cold laugh, remarking, you extraterrestrials should refrain from pretending to be human if you lack intelligence. The zombie gazed at her in astonishment, seemingly particularly affected by the term extraterrestrial. The severed zombie was evidently not entirely lifeless. It was a mutated entity with a tenacious vitality. Though the woman was formidable, she was not invincible. You cannot. The zombie opened its mouth, revealing a gruesome array of partially chewed human organs within. Shen Jia, unfazed by the grotesque sight, approached slowly, stating, "Your blue star should no longer exist, right?" The zombie's eyes widened in sudden panic, a profound fear surging within it. Indeed, they had not received any communication from their home planet for an extended period. The zombie stared at her in disbelief. "You know you're from Blue Star?" They had never disclosed their identity to any human, particularly not to a woman. As it observed the strikingly beautiful woman before it, it fell into deep contemplation. "I have not only visited your Blue Star, but have also met your leader," Shen Jia replied languidly, as Bai Mu, under her gaze, turned and dashed into the building to rescue others. Shen Jia gazed at Bai Mu's retreating figure before turning to her friends. She observed Zhou Xiang fiercely trampling a zombie beneath her feet, a sight of Zhou Xiang she had never witnessed before, yet she comprehended the reasons behind it. Watching a throng of zombies surge up the stairs after Bai Mu, Shen Jia instinctively furrowed her brow. She was aware that the inhabitants of Blue Star possessed a telepathic communication system, and she stared blankly at the zombies before her. The Blue Star beings were astonished by the formidable woman in front of them, and even more surprised by her apparent understanding of their kind, nodding in acknowledgement. With a gentle wave of her left hand, an energy panel manifested in the air, revealing to them the image of their homeland being consumed by an insidious black fog. They recognized what it was, and for a moment, their desire to attack humanity waned in sheer shock. Lao Qin also stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. What might have been regarded as special effects in a film now felt palpably real as he witnessed the collapse of a planet, its inhabitants fleeing in despair. A profound sorrow surged within him, for he feared that, before long, Earth too would succumb to similar apocalyptic weather extremes. All present bowed their heads in silence, absorbing the gravity of the situation, while Shen Jia swiftly retracted the energy fluctuations. "We can only collaborate now, for the one who brought destruction upon your planet is none other than your former master." This statement undoubtedly stirred tumult among the Blue Star inhabitants, who were acutely aware of whom Shen Jia referred to as their master. However, they could scarcely fathom that their erstwhile ruler would treat their world in such a manner. A powerful wave of anger surged within the Blue Star beings, rendering them indifferent to the identity of the woman before them. They nodded in understanding, realizing that the enemy of their enemy is indeed a friend. Chapter 108. The survival-based Shen Jia's desire to collaborate with the Blue Star people transcends the adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend. The Blue Star individuals arrived on Earth long before the apocalypse. Prior to the cataclysm, humanity was undoubtedly numerous, but now, amidst the desolation, many are bereft of resources, and countless others have succumbed to the virus from the outset. Thus, Shen Jia urgently requires a cadre of devoted individuals, and it is evident that the Blue Star people, sharing a common adversary, have emerged as the ideal allies. Soon, the living individuals upstairs were rescued. As they beheld the unexpected presence of fellow humans who could save them, their hearts brimmed with gratitude. Thank you," said a middle-aged woman at the forefront. Shen Jia smiled, casually placing a cigarette between her lips, only for Bai Mu to remove it and toss it aside. "I told you to quit smoking," the man grumbled. Shen Jia chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. "Bai Mu, I've realized you have become increasingly meddlesome." Although Shen Jia feigned impatience, her countenance belied no trace of annoyance. "You two should cease your displays of affection. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation?" Lin Ran remarked with exasperation, to which Lao Qin nodded in agreement, finding the couple's intimacy inopportune and rather embarrassing. "What you two are feeling is envy, isn't it?" Shen Jia jested, eliciting laughter from her companions, which in turn lifted the spirits of those they had saved. "This is for you. It contains supplies. Each person receives one portion, so do not drop it. If you do, it will be lost," Shen Jia instructed, leaping into the vehicle and helping the rescued individuals into the trunk before distributing the supply packages. Thank you," they expressed, their eyes filled with gratitude. Shen Jia shook her head, saying it's nothing. "Just remember to stick with us. Don't get lost." With that, she turned and headed to the driver's seat. Suddenly, a man appeared from nowhere, his face etched with desperation as he pounded on the door. Shen Jia frowned, recalling that they had just accounted for the number of survivors. Who is this? Her friends shook their heads, indicating they had not seen him before, deepening her confusion. However, considering that the man was likely seeking his life, she opened the door to let him in. Hello, my name is Xian. The man introduced himself. Shen Jia nodded, replying, Hello, I am Shen Jia, and these are my friends. Were you one of the overlooked survivors? He nodded, explaining, I was preoccupied with using the restroom and heard your voices as you were rescuing others, so I hurried to follow. Shen Jia gestured for Yin to guide him to the back of the vehicle. The man was astonished by the striking blue-haired woman. Yin. Do we know each other? He asked, scratching his head. I'm sorry. You're just too beautiful, and I may have been a bit forward. Yin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head, saying, It's no problem. Let me show you to the trunk. Meanwhile, Shen Jia and Lao Qin had already started the vehicle, heading toward the base. Along the way, the remnants of the city stirred a sense of sorrow within Shen Jia. If given the chance, she vowed to her friends that she would help rebuild their home. Jia, we rescued a total of 35 individuals today, Yin remarked, having counted those seated in the trunk after ensuring Xian was settled. Shen Jia smiled. 35? That's commendable. Then, with a teasing glance at her friend, she added, By the way, that handsome guy also has the surname He. Are you interested? Yin shot her a playful glare. Jia. I've noticed you're becoming increasingly mischievous. Shen Jia laughed heartily. What's wrong with being mischievous? After all, I already have a partner. With that, she planted a kiss on Bai Mu's cheek, a gesture he received with calm composure, having long acclimated to her antics. Yin shook her head. Bai Mu, aren't you going to rein in your wife? Bai Mu smiled wryly. Sister Yin, if I could manage her, do you think I would still be driving? Yin nodded, realizing that indeed, no one could truly govern Shen Jia. Hey, must you both look at me with such disdain? Shen Jia interjected, feigning innocence as she gazed at them. I only aim to bring a bit more joy to everyone. The two exchanged glances at a loss for words, before settling down to mind their own affairs. Shen Jia observed Yin with a sense of futility and then turned her gaze towards Lin Ran and Zhou Xiang. What do you think of that handsome guy who just came up? The two were evidently taken aback by Shen Jia's unusual curiosity, as she typically shunned gossip, and they stared at her in surprise. Jia, what has come over you? Zhou Xiang inquired, her tone laced with concern. Shen Jia shrugged. It's nothing, just a fleeting curiosity. After all, her feminine intuition hinted at a potential story between Yin and Xian, yet it remained merely a hunch. The vehicle soon arrived at the base, and old Qin gazed at the imposing school before him, his expression one of astonishment. Shen Jia, are you certain this is the survival base you mentioned? Shen Jia nodded and glanced around. Well, if we're judging solely by the decor, it indeed doesn't appear that way. It's not as you perceive. Let us venture inside and see. Shen Jia was acutely aware of the man's apprehensions. Yet sometimes, hearing is deceiving and seeing is believing. They would need to enter and ascertain the true nature of the place. Shen Jia possesses unwavering confidence in the base she has established, as it has demanded a substantial investment of both corpse crystals and energy. She is entirely assured that it will meet the survival needs of the survivors satisfactorily. However, Lao Qin harbors concerns regarding this matter. His group is excessively large. Although they currently possess the capacity to rescue individuals, replicating a base to accommodate everyone is still a daunting task. Moreover, their location is perpetually shifting, and the smaller survival bases can only fulfill the most rudimentary requirements. Should they encounter an influx of people or a scarcity of resources, disputes over provisions are inevitable. Thus, when Shen Jia mentioned that she has a significantly large base, he felt a flicker of hope. The weight of responsibility upon him as a man compels him to avoid leading the survivors on a ceaseless flight. Nevertheless, their capabilities are limited, and time is not on their side to seek another viable survival base, which has become a source of lingering regret in his heart. Shen Jia was certainly aware of what men were thinking. You, an archetypical straight man, if I were to beautify the exterior, wouldn't that be akin to revealing hidden intentions? Chapter 109. Sister, how shall I punish you? Before long, the group followed Shen Jia into the premises. Old Qin had not anticipated the vastness of the school prior to entering. Particularly as a survival base, it was remarkably suitable. Lin Ran and his companions escorted the recently rescued survivors to their accommodations, while Shen Jia guided Old Qin on a tour of the base. The first floor had been transformed into a dining area, with each window manned by staff, indicating that some individuals had been here for quite some time. Are they responsible for cooking? Old Qin inquired, observing the bustling activity on the first floor. Shen Jia smiled knowingly, indeed. Many among them not only excel in cooking, but also in cultivating vegetables. Cultivating vegetables? The man gazed at her in astonishment. How is it possible to grow vegetables in a post-apocalyptic world? Shen Jia smiled, relieved that she had stocked up on supplies with her close friend back when they had the chance. Now, they were far from lacking in food resources. Don't worry, you'll see for yourself shortly, she assured the man as they approached the food collection area. Inside, numerous machines were powered by corpse crystals, and the man gazed at Shen Jia in astonishment, completely taken aback by the unexpected utility of the corpse crystals. Did you create all these machines using corpse crystals? Lao Qin inquired, his surprise palpable. Shen Jia was pleased with his reaction and nodded. Many of the furnishings were brought by the survivors themselves. Some we scavenged during our outings, but the majority were indeed crafted from corpse crystals. The man's eyes brimmed with admiration, recognizing the rarity of such bold ideas and vision among women in a post-apocalyptic world. Come, let me show you the second floor, Shen Jia said, striding confidently towards the staircase. The base was commendable in many respects, yet it lacked an elevator. She had initially intended to encourage survivors to exercise regularly, but the result had been that they were now exhausted from constantly running up and down the stairs. The school's expansive grounds had taken them over half a month to clean. Listening to Shen Jia, Lao Qin felt a profound respect for her. In a world where most were preoccupied with their own survival, particularly the selfish, few had considered aiding those still alive. For a long time, rescuing survivors had fostered an atmosphere of mutual suspicion, even among family members hoarding supplies. Thus, the palpable sense of camaraderie in this place left Lao Qin deeply moved. What awaits us on the second floor? He asked, his heart brimming with anticipation. Shen Jia's lips curled into a smile. We'll soon find out. The second floor resembled a vast circular gymnasium, complete with many compartments. Unfortunately, we never anticipated this many people, Shen Jia shrugged. Lao Qin understood her sentiment and echoed her thoughts. Indeed, it's surprising to see so many still alive. Shen Jia nodded and pointed to the fitness area nearby. Every day, survivors are encouraged to come here and exercise, for when danger strikes, good health is the best weapon. Lao Qin nodded in agreement. The harsh weather and extreme conditions of the apocalypse had taken a toll on him. Fortunately, his background as a special forces soldier had equipped him to endure. In hindsight, he realized that his military experience had indeed saved his life. Shen Jia smiled, understanding the gravity of the situation. However, many were oblivious at first, believing that their arrival here would shield them from peril, until a survivor met a tragic fate at the hands of a mutated zombie right at the entrance. Lao Qin regarded Shen Jia with a newfound perception. This woman, who once spoke solely for her own interests, now exhibited a concern for others. He shook his head, realizing that prolonged exposure to the apocalypse could indeed transform anyone. On the third floor, Shen Jia merely offered a cursory glance, stating that the area was filled with rooms of little significance. She then turned and led him to the fourth floor, the pinnacle of the school. This level was distinct from the previous ones. Shen Jia explained that it served as the control center. Lao Qin observed rows of blue crystals being decomposed and reassembled, momentarily perplexed by the activities unfolding before him. Lao Qin, she inquired, if the base were to be compromised and we found ourselves with resources and capabilities, what we still lack? The man pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully, weapons. Shen Jia nodded, affirming their discovery that the corpse crystal could unleash formidable energy, implying that with proper utilization, it could be transformed into a weapon of immense lethality. Lao Qin also nodded, yet he did not anticipate that the corpse crystals he had been saving for supplies could indeed be fashioned into a source of dynamic energy. Who would have thought that this substance could be weaponized? The man acknowledged, realizing that Shen Jia's guidance had significantly broadened his horizons. Curiously, he inquired about their residence. Shen Jia smiled, replying, "Of course, we reside within the spatial realm." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "After all, I invested a substantial fortune to construct a magnificent villa there." The man nodded, recalling that during his previous visit to the spatial realm in search of the spiritual spring, he had indeed glimpsed an exquisite house, which he now learned was not a natural fixture, but a creation of Shen Jia. His admiration for her deepened. He had not expected her to possess such capabilities. Shen Jia chuckled. "Indeed, you may not have noticed, but I have acquired quite an array of skills." At that moment, Bai Mu, having finished his tasks, approached to lend a hand. However, he felt a pang of irritation as he observed Shen Jia engaging so amiably with the man. This woman, why does she always attract the attention of the opposite sex so effortlessly? "Dear," the man addressed her. "What?" Shen Jia exclaimed, her phoenix eyes widening in surprise. Lao Qin mirrored his astonishment. The last time they had met, this security guard had referred to Shen Jia as boss, and now he was calling her dear. Though perplexed, Lao Qin could read the situation, noticing Bai Mu's resentful expression directed at him. The unspoken understanding between men was immediately clear to him. You two continue your conversation. I shall step outside to check on my comrades," Lao Qin said, swiftly excusing himself. Once the man departed, Bai Mu seized the opportunity to pull Shen Jia closer. "Sister, tell me, how shall I punish you?" Chapter 110. The greedy man Shen Jia wrapped her arms around Bai Mu's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek with fervor, her face immediately lighting up with joy. "Do you think this is sufficient?" Bai Mu raised an eyebrow, while Shen Jia gazed upon his robust physique, momentarily lost in contemplation. "Sister, I've realized that you have become increasingly mischievous," the man remarked as he pulled the woman into his embrace. Shen Jia looked at him, momentarily struck by the illusion of a playful puppy having grown up. "Bai Mu, what do you think?" Shen Jia feigned a rising intonation, seemingly attempting to entice him, her hand gently caressing his face. Bai Mu, captivated by her exquisite beauty, felt a rush of fervor surge through his mind. Shen Jia sensed a change in the man's demeanor and offered a light smile. "Little brother, you wouldn't." Before she could finish her thought, he grasped her chin firmly. "Why don't you give it a try?" Shen Jia was clearly taken aback by Bai Mu's unexpected assertiveness. Typically, she was the one who teased him first. The once frigid room now filled with an air of flirtation between them. Shen Jia chuckled softly, while Bai Mu gazed at her with reddened eyes. When He Nian ascended the stairs to find Shen Jia, she stumbled upon this scene. "Am I interrupting something?" she exclaimed. "Oh dear, I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment. Please continue." Like a startled rabbit, He Nian hurriedly retreated, prompting Shen Jia to laugh even more heartily at her departure. "Bai Mu, we've been discovered," Shen Jia remarked, stepping closer to him. Unbeknownst to her, her long blade had been drawn from her waist. The man's gaze had long since caught sight of her hand, his brow arching in intrigue. Was she testing his reflexes today? "Sister, I have already noticed the knife behind you," he said, swiftly approaching Shen Jia. In a heartbeat, he reached for her, leaving her feeling a sudden emptiness as the long blade was no longer in her grasp, but rather in his possession. "You." Shen Jia was taken aback. Since Bai Mu had absorbed the powers of several individuals and undergone a rebirth, he had become extraordinarily formidable. It was less about an enhancement of ability and more a revelation of his innate talents. "Sister, I have always told you," he said, shaking his head with a hint of resignation, "you cannot surpass me." He then regarded her with gentle, affectionate eyes. Shen Jia still had more to say when a group of people suddenly ascended from downstairs. Those individuals spoke with fervor, leaving Shen Jia in a state of shock, while Bai Mu instinctively positioned himself in front of her. "What is it that you seek?" The men appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, and the leader of the group bore a striking familiarity as they clamored for Shen Jia. Bai Mu furrowed his brow, apprehensive that these individuals might be intent on causing trouble. Ever since they established this base, many surrounding survivors had come to believe that the group possessed abundant resources, particularly some men with survival and self-defense skills. "Have you been concealing firearms?" Do you not realize that possessing firearms illegally is a crime? The leader approached Shen Jia, shouting indignantly. Just as Bai Mu was about to intervene, he watched as Shen Jia boldly stepped forward to confront the men. Observing the men's captivated gazes fixed upon Shen Jia stirred an inexplicable sense of jealousy within Bai Mu. "What are you staring at?" he thought, positioning himself protectively in front of her. Although they had been together for quite some time, Shen Jia remained unaccustomed to the feeling of being shielded. "This time, let me handle them." Bai Mu gently took Shen Jia's hand and leaned in to whisper softly in her ear. Strangely, this gesture evoked a sense of reliance within Shen Jia, a sentiment she had not experienced in a long time, especially since her rebirth, where she often felt haunted in the presence of men. Shen Jia gazed up at the tall figure of the man before her, and for a fleeting moment, she truly felt as though he had matured. Upon reflection, the sensation of being protected was indeed quite delightful. A sweet smile graced her lips. As Bai Mu heard Shen Jia's obedient response, warmth surged within him. In the past, he had been devoid of family, and it was she who had rescued him. Being by her side was the source of his utmost happiness, yet he pondered how much longer such days could last. Would they be able to endure until the world transformed for the better? The leading man observed Bai Mu standing protectively in front of Shen Jia, his displeasure evident as he furrowed his brow. Initially, it was the sight of Shen Jia and her companions, alone and vulnerable, that had compelled them to follow her to this place. Otherwise, why would a group of burly men, fresh from the construction site, willingly venture into a school to work? The more the man contemplated, the angrier he became, ultimately opting to spit disdainfully onto the ground. Shen Jia surveyed the scene before her with a detached air. It was precisely this intricate nature of humanity that had dissuaded her from offering assistance in the past. "What is your purpose in acquiring firearms?" she inquired, her gaze fixed upon them. She understood the designs of these men. After all, a handful of women could establish a sanctuary. In a world devoid of leadership and authority, these men aspired to become the paramount power. Shen Jia understood that these men harbored a profound disrespect for women. She shook her head, as if to say they had become increasingly unreasonable. Bai Mu noticed Shen Jia stepping forward, his brow furrowed in concern. His sister was indeed becoming more capricious. However, he knew her well enough to realize that her words were likely accompanied by a strategy of her own. The men nodded, acknowledging the truth of her statement. "Yes, you hoard firearms, but many of our brothers have served in the military." Shen Jia crossed her arms, confirming her belief that men were among the most complicated and harmful species in the world. "If you desire firearms, then by all means, present your terms. What do you have to offer in exchange?" As she spoke, she turned and pulled out a chair to sit down. It was evident that these men sought to take advantage of her. But who was she? She was Shen Jia, and in this moment, she embodied the very essence of authority. To expect to exploit her? That was utterly impossible. Exchange? They had nothing to barter with. What could they possibly offer? Shen Jia clearly comprehended this aspect of men. "I can grant you time to search," she remarked, casually gesturing towards a closed door nearby. "What you seek lies within. As long as you can procure something to exchange, you may take as much as you desire." "Sister," Bai Mu could not help but exclaim, "that room contains all of our weapons." Her words were intended to dissuade these men from effortlessly acquiring the resources they had painstakingly gathered. Shen Jia turned her head lazily to glance at him, raising her index finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. Chapter 111. Together. The man was evidently taken aback by Shen Jia's unexpected generosity, for in the apocalypse, everyone yearned to possess greater resources. Shen Jia discerned the thoughts swirling in the mind of the man before her. She gazed at him in a daze. "As for this exchange, I shall speak only once time." She feigned contemplation and finally suggested, "Perhaps 3 days?" Shen Jia lifted her gaze and regarded the man with a detached demeanor, as if their agreement or disagreement bore no significance to her. The man turned to his companions behind him and inquired, "What do you all think?" The men behind him nodded in unison, as they had originally been persuaded by their elder brother. With the elder's decree, what else could they possibly say? Shen Jia gazed at the timid men before her, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. "What, is there a lack of consensus among you?" Prior to the establishment of the base, she and a few others had laid down a rule. Any survivor wishing to leave could do so, but they would bear the consequences. Many found this place agreeable and were willing to heed her words, yet there were also those with selfish motives. Akin to the group of men before her today. If you all disagree on a single matter, it could lead to complications, Shen Jia jested. Bai Mu, initially fraught with tension, found himself amused by her remark. It seemed his sister's intent was clearer now, and perhaps he had been overly cautious. The men appeared taken aback by Shen Jia's candid agreement, surprise flickering in their eyes. Shen Jia smiled. If not for her past experiences, how could she possibly comprehend the true nature of these men? One man hesitated, casting a glance at his companions. Having made their decision, they resolved to see it through to the end without hesitation. Shen Jia smiled, for this was precisely the affirmation she sought. We require 10 pounds of quartz crystals, she declared with a grin. The man gazed at her, his expression one of astonishment. 10 pounds? Of quartz crystals? Shen Jia raised an eyebrow, questioning, is there a problem? The man hesitated, caught in a web of unspoken thoughts, yet Shen Jia refrained from breaking the silence. Why do you need so much? He finally voiced his curiosity. Shen Jia chuckled lightly. Surely, I cannot continue to indulge you without recompense, can I? The man pondered her words, realizing the validity of her statement, though a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. Nevertheless, prioritizing their immediate escape, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Shen Jia gazed at the retreating figures of a group of men, a flicker of vengeance flashing in her eyes. She abhorred betrayal, and the betrayal of men was particularly lethal. Yan often remarked that Shen Jia had grown gentler after enduring so much, yet she merely smiled in response. She had not become gentler, but rather understood that the world was divided between good and evil, and she ought not to project her animosity towards the wicked onto the virtuous, especially in this beautiful world. Human nature is intrinsically such. Shen Jia had long been aware of this, yet her heart still bore a tinge of disappointment. Bai Mu discerned her emotions. In truth, you need not acquiesce to them. Although she felt sorrow due to these matters, she still forced herself to face them. Bai Mu felt a pang of sympathy and approached Shen Jia, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. Sister, I ache for you, he whispered, his words imbued with a tender fragility. Shen Jia looked at him, and suddenly her nose tingled, unable to restrain her tears as she wept uncontrollably. Sister, what is wrong? His tone softened further, as if the woman before him were a delicate porcelain doll. He had never experienced such emotions, especially when she wept in his arms. In that moment, she felt like his entire world. Sister, you can trust me, Bai Mu assured her, pulling Shen Jia close with a strength that was almost painful. Brother, in an instant, I feel as though I finally have someone to rely on, Shen Jia said through her tear-stained eyes. Bai Mu reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Shen Jia was breathtakingly beautiful, especially when she cried, evoking a profound sense of pity. Sister, I once had no family. It was only upon meeting you all that I felt I had a home, Bai Mu declared earnestly. Shen Jia nodded emphatically. How could she not understand? In truth, she and Bai Mu were kindred spirits, particularly in matters of family. Shen Jia had never truly felt she possessed familial ties, apart from her close friends. In this world, she felt utterly alone, at times. She truly envied those who had family to lean on, ordinary people who were genuinely loved. If given the chance, she too wished to become one of them, but that remained but a distant possibility. Tears welled up in Shen Jia's eyes, and Bai Mu felt a surge of panic. Sister, have I said something wrong? Shen Jia shook her head. Recently, she sensed an increasing emotional sensitivity within herself, unable to fathom why her heart was gripped by an ominous premonition. Shall we go to the rooftop? Shen Jia smiled faintly. The rooftop of the school was the only sanctuary that offered her inner tranquility. Bai Mu nodded, understanding that when Shen Jia felt troubled, she often sought solace up there. Although the view had changed considerably from before, as long as they were together, it was not a sight too unappealing. Bai Mu took Shen Jia's hand, leading the way, while she gazed at his tall figure, wishing they had met sooner. As Zhou Xiang brought Chi-Chi up, Bai Mu and Shen Jia were nestled together. Sister. Chi-Chi's words were just on the tip of his tongue when Zhou Xiang crouched down to cover his mouth. Curiously, Chi-Chi turned to Zhou Xiang, sister. Why can't I call Jia Jia sister? Zhou Xiang knelt beside him, gently ruffling Chi-Chi's hair. Be good, Chi-Chi. Jia Jia is currently occupied with something very important. If you behave, she will play with you once she's finished, all right? The little boy, with his big, watery eyes, looked earnestly at Zhou Xiang and asked, Sister, are Bai Mu Gij and Jia Jia sister in love? Zhou Xiang was taken aback. Chi-Chi nodded knowingly, Sister Xiang. It seems I was right, wasn't I? Zhou Xiang nodded, pondering. Is it true that children these days are so precocious? Shen Jia and Bai Mu sensed a commotion behind them. Shen Jia turned around to find Chi-Chi beaming at Zhou Xiang. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhou Xiang caught sight of Shen Jia and Bai Mu gazing in her direction, prompting her to smile somewhat reluctantly. Chi-Chi mentioned wanting to see you, and I initially intended to dissuade him. Chapter 112. The Unwanted Recollection of the Past. Shen Jia was certainly aware of her best friend's intentions. She released Bai Mu's embrace and turned to stand beside Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, do you understand what it means to be in love? The children of today are remarkably precocious. Shen Jia has always believed that some matters are better expressed openly rather than concealed. So she boldly and directly inquired of Chi-Chi, who gazed back at her with astonishment. Sister Jia Jia, if I say I know, would you be angry? Chi-Chi had seen images on his mother's phone of older siblings in romantic situations, similar to Shen Jia and Bai Mu. Yet he was aware that adults typically disapproved of such notions for children, especially since he was still a young boy. Shen Jia shook her head gently, reassuring Chi-Chi that there was nothing to worry about. She would not blame her. We both know it doesn't mean you are a bad child. Bai Mu regarded Shen Jia with an inexplicable certainty that she would one day make a wonderful mother. Zhou Xiang also looked at her in amazement, considering that Shen Jia had been raised by her grandparents and had always held very traditional views. Now, her open-mindedness was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. After Chi-Chi descended the stairs, Shen Jia regarded the two with a knowing smile. What, do you think I would make a suitable mother? She cradled her arms lazily, exuding a unique charm. In this lifetime, I cannot become a mother, Shen Jia stated calmly, as if discussing something inconsequential. The two stared at her in disbelief. How could that be? Shen Jia nodded, and Bai Mu approached her, taking her hand. Sister, it's all right. If Shen Jia understood the implication of his words, offering a faint smile. There is no if. The thing I trust the least in this world is if and later. As she spoke, her expression bore an air of detachment. Bai Mu felt a pang of sympathy for her. He stepped forward and enveloped her in an embrace, eliciting a smile from her. It turns out that there's still true love in this world. Jia Jia, when did this happen? Zhou Xiang ventured cautiously, knowing that such pain could only be comprehended among girls. Shen Jia shook her head, responding softly, I can't remember. Is it truly impossible to remember? Those who had undergone transformation, lying cold on the operating table, and those who had faced humiliation due to betrayal. Shen Jia had chosen to relinquish her right to motherhood, simply because she did not wish to bear another child who would endure such suffering. Bai Mu observed Shen Jia, feeling an unsettling sense of distance, as though the person in his arms was simultaneously near yet far away. There was an unspoken understanding between them, as if they were inhabitants of a post-apocalyptic world, with reality feeling like a distant dream. Yet, the more one tries to evade, the more one must confront these dilemmas. Shen Jia chuckled softly, acknowledging that perhaps she had yet to truly let go. Noticing Shen Jia's somber mood, Zhou Xiang signaled Bai Mu to keep her company before departing. Shen Jia gazed at the fiery clouds in the distance, their vibrant beauty reminiscent of her tumultuous past. Bai Mu, do you know? Sometimes I feel quite pitiful. It seems that no one in this world truly belongs to me. Do you understand this feeling? She recounted her arrival in the apocalypse, how she had toiled to please her stepmother and a deceitful man, only to be taken by the minions of the apocalypse lord. They confined her in a cold operating room for a week, and when she emerged, she felt as though she had already died. As she spoke, she could not resist pulling out a cigarette. Its strong scent mingled with a hint of mint, a fragrance both invigorating and intoxicating. In truth, I am someone who craves love deeply. After exhaling a beautiful smoke ring, a man reached for the cigarette in her hand, but Shen Jia smiled, turning away to extinguish it on the ground. I truly long for a complete family. You cannot imagine how envious I am of the three of them, especially Xiang Xiang. Even when her mother is ill, she never forgets to attend to future matters. It seems their parents are always planning for their children. But I lost my mother when I was very young. Bai Mu watched Shen Jia, acutely aware of her sorrow. Though he could not empathize entirely, he was determined to be a good listener. I actually died once before. At that time, I knew everyone as fate. Later, I came back to life and altered many destinies, but myself, Shen Jia lowered her head. Perhaps she could change the fates of others, but she would never be able to alter her own. Sister, I won't allow you to speak like that. Bai Mu held Shen Jia tightly, his grip so strong that she felt a twinge of pain. She smiled, for no one had ever embraced her in such a way, though she wondered if she would ever again experience such warmth. Shen Jia, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The voice of the Apocalypse Lord echoed in her mind. Ever since she had eradicated the group from the Blue Star, she had felt a man's voice resonating within her. Initially, she thought it was merely her imagination, but soon realized it was a connection established with the Apocalypse Lord. Shen Jia yearned to ask him why he treated her in such a manner, but then reconsidered, thinking it was futile to dwell on the past. Chapter 113. Shall we marry? Not only Shen Jia could perceive the Apocalypse Lord's presence through their thoughts. Sister, did you hear his voice? Shen Jia gazed at him in astonishment. How did you know? Bai Mu's lips curled into a tender smile. Sister, have you forgotten that those with extraordinary abilities possess their powers in full? Shen Jia pouted slightly, realizing she had inadvertently overlooked this fact. So, does that mean you're the big shot now? She inquired, raising an eyebrow. An all-encompassing talent is a formidable asset in the apocalypse, and apart from herself, Bai Mu seemed to be the second such individual she had encountered thus far. Sister, I have always said that I would protect you from now on. Shen Jia met the sincerity in the man's eyes and understood. She simply hadn't anticipated that her younger brother would find such joy in this role. Had she known this would be the case, she would have never considered that scoundrel Lu Jia. Sister, are you afraid? Shen Jia shook her head, then nodded gently. In the past, she feared nothing, for she was alone and had no one to care for. However, that was no longer the case. Once a person develops emotions, vulnerabilities inevitably arise. Yet she found no fault in having weaknesses, for her once anxious heart now had a source of solace. The two exchanged smiles and embraced tightly, while the tempestuous winds behind them served merely as embellishments, and the fiery crimson dusk in the distance became a backdrop. The man's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. It is said that men weep when they marry the women they cherish. Shen Jia had once been skeptical of this notion, but witnessing Bai Mu's countenance, she now wholeheartedly believed. You, please don't cry. She had never seen a man weep before, and she was not adept at offering comfort. Bai Mu's clear eyes were fixed intently on Shen Jia. He was overwhelmed with emotion, and his joy had likely startled his sister. Sister, I am so incredibly happy. Please, don't cry. How ironic it was that in his excitement, he had inadvertently brought her to tears. If only he had known, he would have restrained himself. Shen Jia, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, uncertain of how to offer solace. A fear gripped her heart. Was Bai Mu reluctant to marry her? The sensitivity of her feelings surged uncontrollably, a testament to her deep concern. Observing Shen Jia's silence, Bai Mu grew increasingly anxious. Sister, let us marry right now, immediately, shall we? His voice took on a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Shen Jia abruptly lifted her gaze, astonished. Had she misheard him? Did he truly just propose an immediate marriage? Did you mean what you just said? Bai Mu regarded her with wide-eyed surprise. Sister, have I ever deceived you? After a moment's contemplation, Shen Jia acknowledged that Bai Mu had never lied to her. Relieved to see her tears cease, Bai Mu held her hand tightly. Sister, rest assured. I will protect you. Do not fear. As Shen Jia gazed at the man's handsome visage, she truly wished to express her joy in having encountered him. Their hands remained clasped, and in an instant, they vanished amidst the apocalyptic sky. Shen Jia was acutely aware that the Lord of the Apocalypse had set his sights on her. However, this time, she was not alone in confronting the lurking dangers of the unknown. The words, "Sister, I will protect you," were indelibly etched into her heart. The appearance of Bai Mu seemed to illuminate the barren years of her life, and that light became the strength that guided her to confront her fears. Before long, the two found themselves in a realm of utter void and darkness, a stark contrast to the relatively trivial environment of the apocalypse. "You have finally arrived." A commanding voice reverberated throughout the space. Shen Jia remained vigilant, acutely sensing the significant amplification of the Lord of the Apocalypse's energy. Rather than waiting for the enemy to strike, she resolved to take the initiative. "Come forth," Shen Jia commanded fiercely, and an immense aura of energy erupted around her. This energy felt strikingly familiar. Could it be a fusion? Bai Mu gazed intently at Shen Jia, fully aware of her formidable prowess. Yet he was taken aback by the extent of her strength. No, she had previously been merely a mutated host, hadn't she? Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Mu felt a flush of warmth. Was it possible that during their months of romance, she had absorbed his abilities? The more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt, completely oblivious to the peril that surrounded them. The Lord of the Apocalypse was equally astonished by the energy emanating from Shen Jia. This woman was his own creation, yet each time she appeared, she managed to surprise him anew. It seemed that choosing a human as a mutated specimen was indeed a sagacious decision. In the darkness, a smile curled upon the lips of the Lord of the Apocalypse. "Shen Jia, today, no matter what, you shall not escape from my grasp." Upon hearing the voice of the Lord of the Apocalypse, Bai Mu's head snapped up. That man? How could it be him? "Sister, look out!" Bai Mu exclaimed as he instinctively pushed Shen Jia down. The Lord of the Apocalypse chuckled softly in the shadows. "It appears that my magnificent creations are not limited to just one. How could it possibly be you?" Bai Mu's tone was laced with astonishment and disbelief, suggesting he had encountered the Lord of the Apocalypse before. Shen Jia, her expression a mixture of confusion and cold clarity, approached Bai Mu. "Brother, who is he?" Before Bai Mu could respond, the man materialized before them. Shen Jia stared at him in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. After what felt like an eternity, her voice trembled as she uttered, You are Chi." The Lord of the Apocalypse merely smiled, remaining silent. Shen Jia felt an increasing sense of dread, realizing that the Lord of the Apocalypse had long since emerged, yet they had been oblivious to it. "Bai Mu, you?" Shen Jia fixated on Bai Mu, only to find his deep black eyes now void of emotion. The voice of the Lord of the Apocalypse echoed once more. "Ha, Shen Jia, did you truly not expect this?" Shen Jia gazed at him coldly, as if peering beyond Bai Mu to the man himself, her heart wrestling with turmoil for an extended period. "It matters not. I will always believe in him." Chapter 114. Experiencing the sweetness of being cherished. Shen Jia understood the implications of this situation, particularly in light of Bai Mu's transformations over the past few months. She found it perplexing how Bai Mu's strength had escalated so significantly. It turned out he had been exploited. The Lord of the Apocalypse sought to manipulate Bai Mu to intensify the discord, fully aware that Shen Jia detested being deceived or kept in the dark. Yet, perhaps even he could not have anticipated that Shen Jia would not only remain unperturbed by this revelation, but would, in fact, become more resolute in her faith in Bai Mu. The man shook his head and emerged from the shadows. The once diminutive figure now appeared towering, and the previously pitiful large eyes now gleamed with an eerie intensity. As Shen Jia gazed into those eyes, she suddenly comprehended why the villains in dramas were so loathsome. Their malevolence was utterly profound and devoid of reason, much like the reality of humanity, where not every individual is inherently good. Shen Jia gazed at him coldly, realizing that her own kindness had brought harm to them. A sense of resentment unconsciously blossomed within her heart. Bai Mu, sensing the shift in Shen Jia's emotions, tightened his grip on her hand. "Sister, please don't." It seemed as though he could read her thoughts. When Shen Jia turned to look at him, she found his eyes filled with clarity. Shen Jia, I never expected a mutated mother to possess such strength," the man remarked nonchalantly, casually activating a control panel. Shen Jia felt a flicker of familiarity with the device, yet she could not quite recall its purpose at that moment. Sister Bai Mu gazed at her image on the screen, a wave of pain sweeping over him. He did not care about her past. He only lamented why he had not encountered her sooner, particularly when he saw her lying on the cold operating table, covered in blood. He trembled uncontrollably. What must she have felt then, facing those sharp instruments and the icy machines directed at her? Surely, it was excruciating, yet she did not weep. Not even a sound escaped her lips. The more he pondered, the deeper his sorrow grew. When Shen Jia turned to look at him, she found him already in tears. Confused, she wondered why he wept. Shouldn't he be angry or demand answers regarding her painful past? Was he not supposed to abandon her? Shen Jia stared at him in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment. Jia. It was the first time Bai Mu had called her by that name, leaving Shen Jia frozen in place. He had always referred to her as sister. Such scenes in dramas often heralded farewells. It seemed he too struggled to accept his own past. Shen Jia lowered her head in disappointment. Perhaps they should never have been together in the first place. At least this way, in Bai Mu's heart, she would forever remain an embodiment of beauty. A sudden wave of inferiority washed over Shen Jia, and she let out a self-deprecating smile. How wonderful it would have been if she had perished back on Blue Star. If only she had encountered you sooner. Then you would not have to bear such burdens. Shen Jiaming lifted her head in astonishment as she gazed at him, realizing that he had no intention of abandoning her. On the contrary, he was reproaching himself for not having arrived sooner, for failing to protect her. Bai Mu, she softly uttered his name, as if this were the only way to affirm that the person before her truly existed in her life and was indeed the man she recognized. Concerning men, Shen Jia thought she understood them thoroughly, yet Bai Mu continuously evoked feelings within her that were beyond her expectations. She glanced at him, and tears began to fall unbidden. It turned out that what Nian Nian had said held this very meaning. A radiant smile graced Shen Jia's lips, illuminating the dim space around her, akin to a beam of light piercing through to the heart, especially to Bai Mu's heart. The man pressed his lips together tightly. Had they encountered each other sooner, Shen Jia would not have endured so much pain. Witnessing her bright smile only deepened his heartache. He wished for her not to wear a facade of cheerfulness before him. If it were possible, he longed to shoulder all her burdens in her stead. Indeed, the presence of a single person could render one forgiving of all the trials life had previously imposed. As Shen Jia looked at Bai Mu, she finally comprehended the significance of the words spoken during a heartfelt conversation with Nian Nian one evening. In truth, she had always been someone who took time to warm up, particularly in matters of love, where she remained utterly oblivious. No one had ever taught her how to express love, nor had anyone instructed her to believe in it. Since her rebirth, Shen Jia had kept her distance from men. Yet, the very person she had inadvertently rescued had become her lifelong companion. She removed a necklace from around her neck and gazed earnestly at Bai Mu. This necklace was left to me by my mother. Now, I bestow it upon you. Bai Mu understood that Shen Jia's mother had passed away when she was very young. He widened his eyes, attentively watching her, fully aware of the necklace's profound significance. Shen Jia possessed exceptional eyesight, and amidst the horde of zombies, she discerned a familiar visage. Could it be Zhou? Her gaze deepened, foreboding that a fierce battle awaited them that day. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her long knife from her waist, while Bai Mu assumed a defensive stance. A playful smile curled upon the man's lips as he remarked, "Hold your horses." With that, he gestured, and several familiar faces materialized beside him. Nian Nian, Xiang Xiang, and Lin Ran. The group appeared to be unconscious, causing Shen Jia's brow to furrow. Except for Zhou Xiang, they had all awakened their abilities, yet now lay in a stupor. It seemed the Lord of the Apocalypse intended to capture them all in one fell swoop. Rather than allowing the enemy to strike first, it was wiser to take the initiative. Shen Jia cast a glance at Bai Mu, who nodded in understanding. Their synergy had grown remarkably attuned over time. A bloodthirsty smile returned to Shen Jia's lips. This time, she was not alone. The mutated zombies surrounding the man lunged at them as if commanded. Shen Jia nodded at Bai Mu, and though no words were exchanged, their intentions were clear. Her eyes conveyed the message, You handle them. I will rescue my friends. Chapter 115. Find a flaw. The man wore a smile. What is the matter, Shen Jia? Have you forgotten your illustrious days in Blue Star? Shen Jia glared at the man with indignation. What do you intend to do, Lord of the Apocalypse? A sly smile curled at the corners of the man's mouth. Today, he was utterly confident in his ability to kill her. Playing with him for a while wouldn't be out of the question. There is no need to be so hasty, beautiful sister. I merely wish to have some fun with you. The voice echoed, and Shen Jia shook her head in disdain. What a pervert. She turned to Bai Mu. Bai Mu, protect yourself. With that, Shen Jia's gaze resolutely darted toward the man. For days, she had refrained from using her extraordinary abilities, all for this moment. Accompanied by a cold snort from Shen Jia, she fell heavily to the ground. Before she could discern who had struck from the darkness, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and a sharp pain pierced her chest. She had seen nothing moments ago, yet it was evident that the assailant possessed formidable strength. Shen Jia let out a muffled sigh, and he Nian exclaimed, Jia Jia? Shen Jia wiped the corner of her mouth with determination and called out to her friend in the darkness, reassuring her not to worry. Sensing that Shen Jia was in peril, Bai Mu's previously frantic heart tightened with anxiety. He nearly faltered several times, but fortunately, Shen Jia had foreseen the danger. In the midst of the clash, she saved Bai Mu's life once again. Sister, Shen Jia smiled gently, her hand caressing his handsome face. Do not be afraid, I am fine. Focus, I need your assistance. Bai Mu nodded, and Shen Jia chuckled softly, her tone imbued with an indescribable affection. The trepidation that had gripped his heart moments ago was now replaced with a sense of calm. This was Bai Mu's first time confronting a formidable foe alongside Shen Jia. Yet he was not fearful of the adversary. His primary concern was for his sister's safety. Shen Jia was certainly aware of Bai Mu's thoughts. In her expressive eyes, a flicker of emotion danced, revealing an unspoken connection between them. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, yet their mutual affection illuminated the void. At that moment, Shen Jia appeared to have discovered a means to confront the Lord of the Apocalypse. Bai Mu, I found a way, Shen Jia exclaimed, uncertain of the method's efficacy, yet resolute in her pursuit. Sister Bai Mu attempted to voice his concerns, but Shen Jia abruptly vanished before him. The calmness he had just regained was once again disrupted, and this time, Bai Mu acutely felt the fear swelling within him. It was an odd sensation that defied description. Sister, please don't leave me alone. Deep within Shen Jia's heart resided an immense dread. The Lord of the Apocalypse had come prepared this time, and his power had evidently escalated significantly compared to his previous visit. If faced individually, none of them stood a chance against him. However, they could resort to cunning strategy, as they had in past encounters. Their numbers were vast, and each individual possessed unique energies and talents. If they could harness the abilities of a few together, they would undoubtedly have a formidable chance of vanquishing the Lord of the Apocalypse. A faint smile graced the corners of Shen Jia's lips. Very well. Since you have chosen to hasten your demise, I shall ensure that you are not disappointed. The Lord of the Apocalypse seemed to sense the thoughts swirling within Shen Jia, and a chuckle escaped him, a sound that, though subtle, resonated with a mocking timbre amplified as if through a grand speaker. Could it be that this space belonged solely to him? No wonder they perceived nothing, for this realm was the embodiment of the Lord of the Apocalypse. To vanquish him, one must diminish his power and shatter this very space. Indeed, Shen Jia recalled He Nian's extraordinary ability as the Space Queen. If she could diminish the power within this realm to different mirrored reflections, they would have a greater chance of overcoming each formidable energy source one by one, rather than confronting a singular, overwhelming force. Shen Jia resolutely made up her mind and immediately broke into a brilliant smile. Her current objective was to provoke the man. Only by capturing his full attention could Bai Mu find the opportunity to rescue her three friends. Moreover, it was only through the liberation of her friends that they would have a chance to escape from this place. Thus, each link in this intricate chain of events was crucial and must not falter. Shen Jia let out a cold laugh. Isn't it my life you desire? You shall have it. Indeed, within mere 3 seconds, the man's furious voice echoed throughout the entire space. A subtle smile graced Shen Jia's lips as she remarked, "Though you possess remarkable prowess, I must concede that your intelligence leaves much to be desired. Remember, Shen Jia, you shall forever be vanquished by none other than me. You cannot succumb to the hands of another." Shen Jia chuckled. "Hey, you pervert, I never intended for anyone to take my life. If you think there isn't enough tension in the air, let me elaborate. With my beauty and prowess, how could I possibly resign myself to dying at the hands of another? Tell me, wouldn't it be particularly gratifying if I were to meet my end by my own blade?" Shen Jia's voice exudes an enchanting allure, particularly now, with her face twisted into a sinister grin that evokes a semblance of madness. Although the Lord of the Apocalypse possesses immense power, he has never truly comprehended the intricacies of human emotion. To him, Shen Jia is merely the most exquisite of artworks, and once this masterpiece breathes with life, it must be dismantled by its creator's own hand. Otherwise, there will inevitably come a day when this creation usurps the creator's place in the hearts of mankind. This is precisely why the Lord of the Apocalypse sought to resurrect Shen Jia, only to pursue her annihilation with relentless fervor. "Shen Jia, do you believe this will provoke me?" The man's voice drips with disdain, akin to the casual dismissal one might afford to refuse litter on the roadside, utterly inconsequential and unworthy of consideration. Shen Jia chuckled. "Why would I provoke you? My Lord of the Apocalypse? You are the one who created me. I ought to be grateful to you." As she spoke, she erupted into a maniacal laughter, like a specter. "Ah, I never anticipated that you would possess such self-awareness even as death approaches." Shen Jia smiled knowingly. Indeed, she had discerned the truth. The reason the Lord of the Apocalypse appeared as a child was that, in the realm of humanity, he was of equivalent youthful stature, utterly ignorant and devoid of even the most fundamental human emotions. Regardless of one's formidable strength, the absence of emotion renders a person akin to a lifeless corpse. Shen Jia had experienced such feelings, thus she understood precisely what terrors resided in a man's heart. Powerful beings often succumb to fear when confronted with the unknown stirrings of their own emotions. This had been Shen Jia's initial reaction upon discovering her own abilities, and she mused that at this very moment, the Lord of the Apocalypse surely shared her sentiments. "Would you not wish to know why I assert this?" Shen Jia's cold gaze fixed upon a shadowy corner, aware that the Lord of the Apocalypse's position was ever shifting. Yet, if she desired to uncover his whereabouts, she would inevitably succeed. Chapter 116. A distinct Lord of the Apocalypse. Shen Jia chuckled lightly. "Oh, is that so? Then, what about now?" As Shen Jia's words faded, the man felt as if a gust of wind had swept through, and in the blink of an eye, several women vanished from sight. He glared furiously at the woman before him, raising his hand to conjure a massive energy barrier around Shen Jia. At that moment, Lin Ran shouted, "Nian Nian." He quickly activated his spatial abilities, and soon, numerous mirrors emerged within the space. The man sensed a powerful and unruly energy tearing at his own. But by the time he realized what was happening, the strength he possessed had already been siphoned into those mirrored realms. He reached out, attempting to grasp the mirrors that were draining his energy, but Shen Jia coldly smiled. "I told you, today will either be your demise or mine." The man opened his mouth to retort, but Shen Jia exchanged a glance with Yin Yin. The spatial mirrors, attuned to their master's intent, rapidly transformed the absorbed energy. With a smile gracing her lips, Shen Jia declared, "The Lord of the Apocalypse, your end has only just begun." Once the spatial mirrors absorbed Yin Yin's water energy, they gained her healing and transformation abilities. For the powerful, the allure of energy was a source of joy, and Shen Jia was no exception. So too were the spatial mirrors. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the man issued a command. From the shadows, zombies surged towards them in a frenzy. Shen Jia chuckled. "What? You wish to outnumber me?" With a loud cry, Shen Jia summoned her extraordinary rabbits, appearing from all directions. The man was taken aback, exclaiming, "You dare to use your abilities to nurture such lowly creatures?" Shen Jia scoffed, "Is that so? Yet your powers have only cultivated a horde of useless beings. My little rabbits are the mightiest warriors." The rabbits, as if responding to their master's call, perked up their ears to gaze at Shen Jia. She smiled warmly, crouched down, and made a long cut on her hand with a dagger. Eat, eat, and once you're full, help me defeat these villains. Shen Jia beamed, unperturbed by the imminent danger. You, the Lord of the Apocalypse, glared at her, feeling deeply insulted. His rage finally erupted at that moment. You all kill her. The zombies, obeying the command, lunged at Shen Jia with renewed fervor. Shen Jia chuckled. I've been waiting for this moment. Zhou Xiang appeared, her forehead glowing with a ghostly blue light. Possessing the ability to control mutated zombies since her time on Blue Star, she could now manipulate these advanced variants as well. Zhou Xiang's control swiftly took effect, and Shen Jia smiled, beckoning the mutated rabbits to charge at the zombies. Pinyin utilized her spatial abilities to segment the battlefield, while Lin Ran wielded a fiery whip, striking fiercely at the zombies. The mutated rabbits, sensing the energy emanating from the zombies, grew even more exhilarated. The man chuckled softly. Shen Jia, do you truly believe you can kill me this way? Shen Jia chuckled. I am aware. I am merely seeking to borrow some energy from you. As she spoke, Shen Jia casually caught a mutated rabbit. Look, isn't she quite exhilarated? A bloodthirsty smile flickered in Shen Jia's eyes. Look, they yearn for you so much. Shen Jia chuckled softly, tightening her grip as a thick, azure liquid trickled down the handle of the knife. She smiled again, while the Doomsday Lord raised an eyebrow. Shen Jia, today I shall show you what true power is. Had yet to comprehend the implications of the man's words when suddenly she noticed an emptiness beside her. The body that had just been there seemed but a mere shell. Her eyes turned icy with realization. She had underestimated her opponent. The Lord of the Apocalypse was a being of multifarious forms. In similar shapes, they posed no threat. However, encountering different manifestations was a perilous concern. As was lost in thought, the man's voice emanated from the lifeless corpse on the ground. Do you truly believe that a mere handful of you can vanquish me? His voice, akin to a haunting specter, echoed like an incantation, stared at the fallen zombie, uncertain if it was merely an illusion. Yet she distinctly perceived a swirling black mist within its eyes. Be careful, cried out, but alas, it was too late. The man transformed into numerous identical zombies, all appearing simultaneously behind her friends. Instinctively, moved to protect them, yet her body felt as though it were ensnared. What manner of energy is this? Pondered, her face etched with astonishment. Although the apocalypse was rife with various energies, how could anyone wield such power? In her recollection, the Lord of the Apocalypse was merely capable of siphoning abilities from others. The mere ability to assume multiple forms had already astounded her. Yet this individual concealed even more formidable skills. Ha ha! The man's maniacal laughter reverberated through the air, and as gazed into the mirror of the abilities realm, she felt an unsettling sense of her friends being trapped within. This is bad, murmured, yet it was still too late. I want you to witness as they perish one by one before your very eyes, the man declared, and with that his voice, along with the zombie of identical form, vanished into the shadows. Moments later, observed in the mirrored space, the zombies appeared as if they were inexhaustible. Shen Jia rushed to the mirror and shouted. Yet the reflection within remained oblivious to her voice. An unsettling emotion surged within her, a realization dawning that they had all erred. It seemed the man was aware of her innermost thoughts. Shen Jia scoffed, recognizing her own underestimation of the situation. However, this time, she pondered how to rescue her friends. Sister, Bai Mu's voice suddenly echoed, and Shen Jia stared at him in a daze, contemplating the possibility of enlisting Bai Mu's help. Shen Jia, disregarding her injuries, turned and leaped into Bai Mu's embrace. Bai Mu, perhaps only you can save them now. The man gazed at the reflections of his sisters in the mirror. As long as he could bring joy to Shen Jia, he was willing to do anything. Chapter 117, A Different World in the Past. Pinyin often remarked that Shen Jia was infatuated with love. Initially, she did not comprehend the meaning of infatuated with love, but upon understanding it, she openly acknowledged her own disposition. She saw no fault in being infatuated with love. The true error lay with those who exploited such sentiments for their own gain. Just as in this world, It is not love that is unreliable, but rather those individuals entwined within it. Shen Jia never anticipated that Bai Mu was also a romantic at heart. Yet at this moment, she believed it wholeheartedly. He did not even inquire about the matter at hand, nor did he question the potential consequences of its failure. He was akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Shen Jia gazed at him, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Be cautious, little brother, do you understand?" Bai Mu nodded earnestly. As Shen Jia held his hand, tracing letters upon his palm, Bai Mu observed her profile, and a peculiar emotion surged within his mind. Shen Jia gently placed her index finger upon the man's lips, silencing his words. "You mustn't say that." Though a tremor of fear coursed through her heart, she realized she had no alternative. Abandoning her dear friend was unthinkable, for she understood all too well the pain of being forsaken. Bai Mu willingly released Shen Jia's hand, although he was reluctant to part ways at that moment. Their bond extended beyond mere companionship. It encompassed a profound sense of kindness and responsibility towards the world. Shen Jia often expressed her disdain for the world, lamenting her perpetual role as the one left behind. Yet only Bai Mu truly comprehended the depth of her love for it. Love for what I cherish. Loving for her sake. This is the essence of love as Bai Mu perceives it. Shen Jia gazed blankly at the retreating figure of Bai Mu, a piercing pain enveloping her entire being. Unable to contain the sorrow that surged within her, she rose to her feet and sprinted towards the direction in which Bai Mu had departed. She could not bear the thought of him being alone. Even if the road ahead was long and arduous, she was resolute in her unwillingness to traverse it alone any longer. "Sister, you." Shen Jia suddenly kissed him, the refreshing scent of mint mingling with a faint hint of tobacco, a fragrance uniquely hers, and now exclusively his. "Bai Mu, regardless of the circumstances, let's face this together." Shen Jia grasped his hand tightly, as if summoning every ounce of her strength. Bai Mu unexpectedly chuckled, prompting Shen Jia to look at him quizzically. "What is so funny?" His deep, penetrating gaze remained fixed upon her. "It's nothing. I merely find that you have become quite endearing." "Bai Mu, you truly are," Shen Jia playfully chastised, the previously tense atmosphere between them easing. She smiled, although the future held uncertainties. As long as she was with him, she felt no apprehension. "Shen Jia, you have finally arrived." They were abruptly drawn into the spatial mirror before them by a formidable force. Both were acutely aware of who was speaking, yet their hands remained tightly clasped, as if all dangers were rendered irrelevant by their unity. "I know you are here," Shen Jia declared coolly, while Bai Mu remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. "I never imagined you would be willing to risk your lives to save these women." The man's words dripped with disdain. Shen Jia smiled lightly. "It doesn't matter. Who lives or dies remains uncertain." With that, she cast a sidelong glance at Bai Mu, who immediately nodded in understanding. He extended his hand, and long vines sprouted forth, radiating light, resembling the thriving trunks of trees from a pre-apocalyptic park. Shen Jia smiled, noting the evident enhancement of Bai Mu's abilities. Only those of exceptional talent could replicate the essence of the world before its fall, and Bai Mu, capable of conjuring branches and vines, must have absorbed the powers of several others to achieve such growth. Shen Jia felt a surge of joy as the luminous flowers entwined in the white vines illuminated not only the pitch-black surroundings, but also revealed the state of her friends. Hinyan, weak and leaning against the ground, was surrounded by a vast aura of water energy that protected her. However, the diminishing energy flowing from her body indicated that such a condition could not last for long. Nian. In an instant, Shen Jia appeared beside Hinyan. As Hinyan sensed the presence of her companion, she weakly opened her eyes and managed a faint, powerless smile. Jia, I knew you would come." Blood continued to drip from Hinyan's arm, and only then did Shen Jia notice her friend's injuries. A blend of sorrow and anger surged within her, and a deep sense of guilt overwhelmed Shen Jia. "Nian, I'm so sorry." Tears streamed down the corners of Shen Jia's eyes. If only she had not brought her friends along, perhaps Nian would not have suffered such grievous wounds. As for Xiang and Ran, their situations were likely even more perilous. With that thought, Shen Jia used a dagger to nick her own arm. She recalled that her blood could awaken Chu Ran from the infection of corpse poison, although uncertain if she was indeed the catalyst. The possibility that her blood could heal the affliction meant that it might also save everyone. Reflecting on the excitement the mutated rabbits exhibited towards her blood, Shen Jia felt reassured in her intuition. Nian Nian, you are very weak right now. Remembering the spring water she carried in her backpack, she concluded that combining it with her blood should yield better results. Shen Jia swiftly retrieved her backpack and extracted the spring water she had preserved. With her own blood, she administered it into He Nian's mouth. Before long, He Nian regained her strength, leaving Shen Jia astonished at her accurate intuition. Just as she was about to share this joy with Bai Mu, the man had already vanished from the realm. A surge of anxiety coursed through Shen Jia as she realized that the apocalyptic lord had vanished alongside Bai Mu. An overwhelming sense of unease compelled her to rise. She had always perceived herself as formidable, yet after encountering Bai Mu, she found herself utterly powerless. It dawned on her that she could not even protect those she wished to shield, and with a heavy heart, she lowered her gaze in dismay. Just as Yin stood to console Shen Jia, Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran also made their appearance. The previously menacing zombies had completely disappeared, and suddenly, a vast rift tore through the center of the expansive space. As Shen Jia stood in astonishment, an extraordinary scene unfolded before them, one that left everyone in awe. What is this? They found themselves on a sprawling lawn, surrounded by a gentle breeze and the warm glow of spring, creating a serene atmosphere. However, the crux of the matter was not the idyllic scenery, but rather the realization that they were witnessing the world before the onset of the apocalypse. Chapter 118. Trading my life for your peace, it became clear that what they had just witnessed were mere illusions. Jia Jia, He Nian called out anxiously to Shen Jia, who turned to find that Zhou Xiang and Lin Ran had collapsed. This was an entirely different realm. The energy within them held no power here. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jia decided to utilize the spring water and her blood to heal the two. The spring water had been drawn from the space-bound jade bracelet, and this place resembled a still dimension. Shen Jia smiled gently and said, "Just now, I saved you using the same method." As she spoke, she lowered her head and poured the remaining precious spring water into the mouths of the two individuals. Just as they began to regain their strength, Bai Mu, bloodied and battered, appeared around them. "Bai Mu," Shen Jia exclaimed, gazing at the man lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, her heart aching as if it would shatter. The man lifted his blood-stained hand, and Shen Jia tenderly pressed it against her face. He managed a feeble smile, his pale visage betraying his exhaustion. He opened his mouth, seemingly to utter something, yet ultimately, the words remained unspoken. Shen Jia stared blankly at the man before her, his hand tightly clutching the red string she had secretly placed in his bag at their farewell. Countless words lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet ultimately, silence enveloped them. The anguish of losing true love was heart-wrenching. Never had her friends witnessed such profound sorrow in Shen Jia, and they too were unable to hold back their tears. They attempted to console her, but it seemed as though Shen Jia could hear none of their voices. Regret gnawed at her heart. If only she hadn't saved him, or perhaps, if only she hadn't brought him here. The pain in her heart was excruciating, and disregarding the blood trickling from her wrist, she clung to him tightly, unwilling to let go for even a moment. The blood stained the hem of her pure white dress, and as she gazed at Bai Mu, who lay peacefully on the ground, her heart turned to ashes. After a long silence, she murmured, "Are you going to abandon me again? This time, I have been forsaken once more." Her friends could no longer contain their sobs, rushing to embrace Shen Jia tightly. "Jia Jia, please don't do this. Don't be like this." Yet Shen Jia remained lost in her own world, her gaze vacant, as if there were nothing left in this world worth her affection. "Bai Mu, Bai Mu." Shen Jia suddenly erupted in a loud cry, and her friends, seeing her tear-streaked face, realized that this could not continue. He Nian reached into her bag and retrieved a bottle of medicine for Shen Jia to take. Before long, she lay quietly in He Nian's embrace. her face still marked by the remnants of unshed tears. The one who slept peacefully occasionally furrowed her brow, and, as they leaned in, it seemed they could still hear her murmuring, "Bai Mu, Bai Mu, Bai Mu." They shook their heads. None of them expected that the price of destroying the Lord of the Apocalypse would require Jia Jia to endure loss yet again. In the realm of dreams. Where's this place? Shen Jia turned around to see a group of children joyfully playing on a vast, open lawn. Shen Jia smiled gently and stepped forward, intending to greet them, only to realize that the children could not see her at all. A sense of urgency enveloped her. Where exactly was this place? Who had brought her here? What about her family and friends? As her anxiety escalated, Shen Jia stumbled and fell. Suddenly, a pair of firm and powerful hands enveloped her, and the scent was inexplicably familiar. She looked up abruptly, locking eyes with a man whose striking and profound gaze was unmistakable. It was him. It was her Bai Mu. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully chiding, "You mischievous little brother, why did you only show up now?" The man remained silent, merely gazing at her with a gentle smile. As if wandering aimlessly, he carried her through the sun-kissed streets. The people here were warm and friendly, greeting the two with kind smiles. Shen Jia glanced at Bai Mu, noticing that he seemed to sense her inner turmoil. After setting her down, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Shen Jia frowned, exclaiming, "Hey, Bai Mu, that gesture is exclusively mine. When did it become yours?" Bai Mu lowered his gaze, remaining silent, yet a smile lingered on his lips. Shen Jia appeared to suddenly recall something. Her head bowed in silence. The man, intrigued, crouched down to gaze up at her and soon realized she was weeping. In a flustered state, he attempted to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yet the tears flowed forth like a relentless torrent, increasing in abundance with each futile effort. Shen Jia knelt down and took the man's hand, as if she had a myriad of words to share with him. Yet, perhaps this was their final encounter. She could not squander this precious moment. She ought to utter something sweet. Having never praised him before, should she begin with a few compliments? No, perhaps she should first inquire about his pain. But that too seemed inadequate. Shen Jia, in her anxiety, stamped her feet. The man gently caressed her head, and at last, Shen Jia appeared to recall something. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered a few words. In an instant, the depths of his eyes shimmered with emotion. Reluctant to part, he grasped her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Shen Jia forced a faint smile, gazing at the increasingly distant scenery behind him, and cast one last lingering look into his eyes. The dream ended. Shen Jia remained composed. She gazed at the surrounding beauty, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she rose from the bed. Her close friends, noticing her awakening, hurried over to inquire about her well-being. Shen Jia shook her head, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "How long has it been since that day?" The others fell silent, apprehensive about invoking her painful memories, yet unwilling to overly conceal the truth, which might appear insincere. Just as they were preparing to change the subject, Shen Jia allowed a deep sigh. Jia, it has been 3 years, Zhou Xiang gently remarked, turning to call out to the man in the kitchen, "Old Qin, come quickly. Jia has awakened." Shen Jia gazed gently at them. The men standing behind her friends appeared so familiar. Yet, she found herself unable to recall who they were at that moment. Shen Jia smiled as she watched them introduce themselves one by one. With a gentle smile, she suddenly recalled something. In her dream, she had whispered to Bai Mu, "I love you." The end.